members who were stationed somewhere in the cemetery of gods and demons waiting to refine the inheritance crystals were also shocked and stunned. The wind is rising and the clouds are rolling, and the sky and the earth are changing color. This scene seems familiar. This scene is exactly what happens after successfully refining the inheritance crystal. But there are no inheritance crystals to refine now. Since there are no inheritance crystals to refine, how can one obtain the inheritance? Before anyone could think about it, in the cemetery of gods and demons, the blood mist formed by the 30 million demons that were previously killed by Feng Hen suddenly rushed into the earth frantically. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist formed by 30 million demons completely disappeared. Uncle Feng, what's going on? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Feng Hen and asked. Palace Master, wait a moment, you will know in a moment. Feng Hen smiled slightly. Wait a moment. Ye Bufan looked a little dazed and confused. Another 3 seconds later. Boom. In the cemetery of gods and demons, where the tombs of 300,000 ordinary heavenly palace disciples were located, a spirit of a man in silver armor took shape instantly. His sharp eyes seemed to penetrate space and break time. He locked onto Tan Tai Tianyi directly, and said solemnly and in a coercive tone, Mysterious yin-yang body, immortal sacred heart, boy, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Not only Ye Bufan, but also the first batch of 7 killing army members in the cemetery of gods and demons were stunned in an instant. They are no longer the rookies who have just come into contact with the cemetery of gods and demons. They all know that if they want to obtain the inheritance of these powerful people, the compatibility of martial arts is extremely important, even a bit harsh. But what about now? This peerless powerful person in the heavenly palace actually took the initiative to ask others whether they want to accept his inheritance. What is this? It's just comparing people will make you die, comparing goods will make you throw them away. This was true for all members of the 7 killing army, and Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were no exception. After all, this was their first time coming into contact with the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons, and also their first time seeing the heroic spirits of the heavenly palace. Looking at the heroic spirit in the air, facing his question, Tan Tai Tianyi didn't know what to do for a moment, so he looked directly at Ye Bufan, Master. Boom. However, before Tan Tai Tianyi could say more, the second heroic spirit took shape in the ordinary Tiangong disciples area, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of celestial heroes appeared in the air. Hundreds of heroic spirits are in the sky. Their terrifying aura shook the entire world. Terrible and powerful, and the number of these heroes is still growing. Not only that, the moment these heroes appeared, they all looked towards Tan Tai Tianyi without exception. Mysterious yin-yang body, immortal sacred heart, boy, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Mysterious yin-yang body, immortal sacred heart, boy, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Mysterious yin-yang body, immortal sacred heart, boy, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Hundreds of heroic spirits fought for Tan Tai Tianyi to accept their inheritance. In an instant, all members of the first batch of 7 kill army were stunned, and Ye Bufan was also dumbfounded. Everyone retreat. But at this moment, thunderous sounds exploded from the 108 Flag Master's location, shaking all directions. Chapter 1065, The Gods Come Out Together, the Supreme Being Descends. Everyone retreat. But at this moment, thunderous sounds exploded from the 108 Flag Master's location, shaking all directions. Ye Bufan and the others, who were originally in great shock and confusion, were instantly awakened by the sound of thunder, and they all looked sideways. At the location of the 108th Flag Master, there was a burly man in golden armor standing proudly in the air, his sharp eyes looking straight at Tan Tai Tianyi. However, this spirit is somewhat different from other spirits, because other spirits are extremely solid, and even close to real people, but this man's spirit gives people a vague feeling. It is obvious that his spirit has not yet been fully formed. But none of that matters. Looking at Tan Tai Tianyi, the man said directly, boy, you are very suitable for my inheritance. Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan and others were stunned. Looking at the heroic spirit of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace flag in front of them, everyone was a little confused. A good fit for your heritage. What's the meaning? Without waiting for anyone to think about it, the man said, this Flag Master has decided. You are my successor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly stretched out his right hand. Call out. In an instant, Tan Tai Tianyi flew uncontrollably towards the man in golden armor. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Others were also shocked. Not only them, but other heroic spirits in the heavenly palace also looked confused. What is this? This is clearly robbery. Uncle Feng, this. After a brief moment of distraction, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Feng Hen. It would have been fine if these heroic spirits had previously asked Tan Tai Tianyi whether he wanted to accept their inheritance, but now, this leader of the Tiangong flag is actually robbing them directly. Now Ye Bufan suddenly understood why the heroic spirit of this flag owner came out before it was fully formed. Damn, he just had a first-come first-served attitude and was afraid that other heroic spirits would snatch it from him. Ye Bufan could no longer remain calm. Yin Yang's sacred heart body. How big of a tyrant was this? It actually made a heavenly palace flag master willing to rob it openly. Facing Ye Bufan's shock, Feng Hen smiled and said, "Palace master, don't worry. This has just begun." Is this just the beginning? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Really? Before Ye Bufan could think more, another cold voice suddenly sounded from the 108th flag master. "Lu Xing, after thousands of years, I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Hearing this, the man in golden armor was stunned, and his movements slowed down a bit. "Put him down, he doesn't belong to you." At this time, the second Tiangong flag master shouted again, and then he waved his right hand. Bang! In midair, Tan Tai Tianyi instantly fell to the ground. Ouch! He howled in pain. Unfortunately, the two flag owners' heroic spirits simply ignored them. The first banner master's heroic spirit looked at the second banner master's heroic spirit in a rage, and then he angrily said, "Crazy Wang, what do you mean? I found him first, so he should belong to me. It's ridiculous. What do you mean you discovered it first? It was obviously discovered by us together. It's just that you used tricks and showed up before the spirit body was fully formed." The second flag owner's heroic spirit immediately retorted. The first banner master heroic spirit snorted coldly. "Didn't you also show up in advance?" After a pause, the first banner master heroic spirit said again, "Stop talking nonsense, it's either you or me. If you drag it on, neither you nor I will have a chance. You no longer have a chance." As soon as the first banner leader's heroic spirit finished speaking, a heavenly voice suddenly rang out. "Enchantress! Enchantress!" Hearing this, the two flag owners exclaimed in surprise, and then their faces changed drastically. At the location of the 108th flag master, an extremely charming female hero suddenly appeared. Glancing at the first and second flag masters, the charming woman said with a sweet smile, "It's been thousands of years, but I didn't expect you two beasts to still be so shameless." The two flag masters were immediately furious. Afterwards, the first flag master heroic spirit looked at the enchanting woman with a deep expression and said, "Enchanting lady, since you have also appeared, let's decide the result as soon as possible." No. As soon as the first flag owner Yingling finished speaking, the charming woman shook her head and said with a sweet smile, "I am not here to compete with you for the successor." "Then what are you doing here?" The first and second flag owners' expressions darkened. "Hee." The charming woman laughed tenderly and said, "I haven't seen brother Wuxin and sister Xiu quarreling for thousands of years. Today is such a good opportunity. I must enjoy the pleasure of their confrontation. How can I allow you to ruin it? It's a pity that Brother Function is no longer here, otherwise it would be more interesting." In an instant, the first and second flag owners couldn't help but twitch their lips. Abnormal. Fairy. They looked at the charming woman in frustration, but they could do nothing about it. If the other party also wanted to fight for it, then maybe there could be room for negotiation, but this girl came here to watch the show. To put it bluntly, she was just trying to delay time. In this way, they really had no way to deal with her. After all, even if they wanted to force the inheritance on Tan Tai Tianyi, it could not be interrupted. Once interrupted, the inheritance could not be carried out smoothly. To put it bluntly, once you are interrupted, you have to start over. In this way, as long as the enchantress is by their side, no matter what they do, it will be in vain. Why? With this thought in mind, the two flag masters looked at each other, then sighed helplessly. Originally they wanted to get there first, but now it seems that they no longer have the chance. In that case, let's wait. At least we can still catch a glimpse of the competition between the two supreme beings in the heavenly palace in the past. After the three flag owners showed up, the fourth and fifth followed. One by one, the flag owners appeared. However, in the end, only more than 30 of the 108 flag masters showed up, and the rest of the flag masters did not react at all. I think they all knew that they had no chance of obtaining Tantai Tianyi's yin-yang sacred heart body, so they were too lazy to pay attention. Even among the more than 30 flag masters who showed up later, more than half did not show up for the yin-yang sacred heart body, they all came for the competition between Qiyu and Wuxin. After all, although the sacred heart is rare and precious, and they also want to obtain such a successor, they all know that they cannot compete with the two supremes at all. Moreover, with the Sacred Heart and the Supreme Heritage, they believed that this would certainly allow the Heavenly Palace to reappear tens of millions of years later and return to the Divine Realm to add another peerless warrior. Time passed by minute, and after the 108 Flag Masters, none of the 72 Imperial concubines showed up, not even the ordinary Heavenly Palace disciples. In the eyes of Ye Bufan and others, the blood mist that had previously merged into the earth actually began to rush towards the whereabouts of the 18 generals and the two supreme beings, so that in that area, the earth turned blood red. Be it Ye Bufan and others, or the group of heroic spirits in Heavenly Palace, at this moment, their sights are all fixed on the place where the 18 divine generals and the two supreme beings are. The wind is raging. The world is dead silent. About 10 minutes later. Boom. The entire space shook violently, and then the clouds above rolled and the ground beneath the feet shook. Immediately afterwards, fierce and cold auras swept in from the places where the 18 generals and the two supreme beings were, instantly covering the entire cemetery of gods and demons. A heavy breath. Ye Bufan and others felt that even breathing had become extremely difficult for them at this moment. Before everyone could react, one mighty and extraordinary heroic spirit after another appeared before their eyes. No more, no less, exactly 16 people. The gods will come out together. The Supreme is coming. Chapter 1066 Shiyu vs Wuxin. The gods will come out together, and the Supreme will come. Looking at the 16, the information error in the previous chapter has been corrected. 4 of the 18 generals, Yi Wang, Yi Fu, Yi Wu and Leng Feng, have obtained the inheritance, and now there are 14 generals left, mighty and extraordinary spirits in front of them. Ye Bufan and others were a little dazed. You know, these 16 people were all the strongest people in the Heavenly Palace back then. Even the appearance of one person before would have shaken the world, let alone the appearance of 16 people at this moment. A moving world and a dead silent space. Whether it was the 14 divine generals or the two supreme beings, after they appeared, they immediately looked at Tantai Tianyi. However, facing the attention of 16 of the most powerful men in the Heavenly Palace, Tantai Tianyi was a little confused for a moment. As the eldest son of the Tantai family, one of the 108 ancient city families in Tianyi, it can be said that Tantai Tianyi has long been accustomed to big storms. He has also seen powerful people in the flying and semi-god realms. But at this moment, facing the 16 heroic spirits in front of him, they didn't even do anything, but just their indifferent eyes made him feel as if his soul was almost annihilated. Tantai Tianyi is like this, and Nangong Ziling is no exception. She felt that compared with these 16 heroic spirits, the demigods in the heaven beyond heaven were so small and insignificant. In her opinion, the 16 heroic spirits before her could even kill a demigod with just a breath. This feeling made Nangong Ziling feel a little unconfident. This thought made Nangong Ziling's heart tremble. Shenwu Continent, Cemetery of Gods and Demons. At this moment, Nangong Ziling could be sure that the entire Tianyi had underestimated the horror of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Before Nangong Ziling and the others could think about it, one of the 14 divine generals looked at Tantai Tianyi and said with a smile, "Mysterious yin-yang body, indestructible sacred heart." Back then, Dao Wuya took great pains to kill a powerful Hongmeng warrior and only got a broken sacred heart. I never expected that a sacred heart that has not yet fully awakened would appear in my Tiangong inheritance place. It's really interesting. Dao Wuya killed a powerful Hongmeng warrior before obtaining a broken holy heart. The words of the divine general stunned Ye Bufan and others. There is no doubt that the holy heart mentioned by the general should be the one in the holy heart pool today. Yes. Before Ye Bufan and the others could think about it, another general spoke up. If Dao Wuya had obtained a complete holy heart, then my heavenly palace would not have been schemed against by those shameless people. It's a pity fate plays tricks on us. In an instant, all the heroes fell silent. The immortal holy heart is eternal and immortal. With Dao Wuya's strength, if he could merge with the immortal Sacred Heart, he would probably be able to fight against the legendary Supreme Strong Man. With such strength, how could the Heavenly Palace be defeated? Dao Wuya could slaughter all the races in the Divine Realm by himself. It's a pity what Dao Wuya got back then was just a useless, broken holy heart. The past is gone. Although the heroic spirits in heaven missed him, they did not care too much. After a brief silence, one of the two supreme beings, the Supreme Wuxin, who was dressed in white like a scholar, suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Boy, from what you said, do you intend to fuse this sacred heart?" As the successor of Dao Wuya, Ye Bufan is the master of the Heavenly Palace. Wuxin believes that Feng Hen must have mentioned the value of the Holy Heart to Ye Bufan. Now that Feng Hen has awakened their heroic spirits with the vitality of tens of millions of lives, it means that Ye Bufan has given up this immortal Holy Heart. After Wuxin finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and then said, "Yes, I don't need it." Okay. After responding, Wuxin said calmly, "Although the Sacred Heart is good, it is far inferior to the Supreme Divine Body. Now that your Supreme Divine Body has just been formed, even if you don't have the Sacred Heart, it won't have much impact in the future. Why not let him inherit our heritage? With the power of the Sacred Heart and our heritage, I think he will definitely become a peerless warrior in the future and help you return to the Divine Realm." "Brother Wuxin, are you done yet?" Suddenly, the flag owner Yao Ji spoke up. She looked at Wu Xin and said coquettishly, "I can't wait any longer. You should start fighting with Sister Shi Yu as soon as possible." After hearing this, Ye Bufan and the others as well as the other heroes broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Xin's mouth twitched as well. "Hurry up and fight." However, the enchantress ignored him and continued to urge him. Shaking his head, Wuxin turned sideways to look at the Supreme Master Yu on the other side. The white clothes are whiter than snow, and the black hair is like a curtain. As one of the three supreme beings in the Heavenly Palace, Shi Yu's strength is unquestionable. At the same time, her appearance is also not bad. In fact, the 4 words, "beauty that overwhelms a country," were not enough to describe her beauty. At least in Ye Bufan's memory, he has never seen such a beautiful woman. Not only that, looking at Shi Yu in front of him, Ye Bufan inexplicably thought of his chief master Shi Feishuan. It can be said that there are some similarities between the two of them. Facing Wuxin who was looking at him, Shi Yu spoke calmly, "Wuxin, make your move." Simple and clear. Shi Yu went straight to the point, his tone carrying a coldness that seemed to keep people at a distance. "Is it necessary to do so?" Wuxin hesitated for a moment and said, "What do you think?" Shi Yu's expression remained the same. "Yin-yang mysterious body, immortal Sacred Heart, although you and I are dead, we both hope that our inheritance can find a suitable owner. If that's the case, then why waste time talking? Okay, then it's as you wish." Wu Xin didn't waste any more time and spoke in a deep voice. "War." The word, Shi Yu, rang out. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying aura around her surged out, causing the entire space to tremble. War. Wu Xin did not give in. He was full of energy. He was eager to fight. The two supreme beings are confronting each other. They hadn't even made a move yet, but the mere collision of their momentum was already causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Seeing this scene, everyone in the cemetery of gods and demons, except the heroic spirits in heaven, was shocked. At the location of the 108th Banner Master, Yao Ji said excitedly, "It's finally time to make a move. Haha, I haven't seen this kind of epic battle in years. Come on, Sister Shi Yu, come on, Brother Wuxin." Everyone was speechless and confused. Ye Bufan hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, are you crazy? Stop it, damn it, you guys enjoyed the battle, but what about the god and demon cemetery? Are you going to destroy this inheritance place of the Heavenly Palace?" Ye Bufan didn't know how powerful Hongmeng God was. Ye Bufan had no idea what kind of horror would happen if Wu Xin and Shi Yu fought each other. But Ye Bufan knew that this space would definitely not be able to withstand the powerful attack of the two. Once Wuxin and Shi Yu declared war, the cemetery of gods and demons would be completely destroyed. When the cemetery of gods and demons is destroyed, what will happen to the hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Palace inheritances here? Unfortunately, in the face of Ye Bufan's reminder, neither Wu Xin nor Shi Yu paid any attention. They still looked into each other's eyes, and the terrifying aura between them soared even more. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was confused. At this time, Feng Hen looked at him and smiled. Palace Master, don't worry, absolutely nothing will happen. It'll be alright, absolutely. Ye Bufan glanced at Feng Hen, then pointed at the black cracks in the space around Wu Xin and Shi Yu, and said anxiously, look for yourself, they haven't made a move yet, but there are already cracks in the space. If they make a move, what will happen? Tell me, this is nothing. Feng Hen smiled calmly, Palace Master, the two Supremes are aware of this and they will know their limits. In addition, they are only fighting with their consciousness bodies, not doing it themselves. A battle of consciousness. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned and puzzled. Feng Hen smiled and said, the so-called battle of consciousness is actually, let's put it this way, it's the projection of their thoughts. No matter how strong they are or how destructive they are, they will not affect everything around them. Is there still such a battle? Ye Bufan widened his eyes in shock, and Tan Tai Tianyi and the others were also horrified. Yes. Feng Hen responded with a smile. Call. Although he still didn't quite understand, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't affect the cemetery of gods and demons, it will be fine. And now thinking about it, Ye Bufan realized that he was simply worried out of his mind. Wuxin and Shiyu were the supreme masters of the heavenly palace. How could they destroy the cemetery of gods and demons, the place of inheritance of the heavenly palace, with their own hands? Swish. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the space around Shiyu and Wu Xin suddenly changed. In an instant, countless stars appeared, making people feel that they were in an endless galaxy. Not only that, above their heads, two phantoms that looked exactly like them suddenly appeared out of thin air, standing proudly in the air. This is. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. This is the consciousness of both of them. Feng Hen said with a smile, and added at the end, also, although the battle between consciousness bodies will not affect the surrounding objects, it is actually no different from the battle between their original bodies. In other words, what you are about to see will be a duel between Hongmeng gods. A duel between the Hongmeng gods. Ye Bufan was shocked. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were also shocked, and even their hearts were trembling. Before they could think about it, Shi Yu shouted, Wuxin, this is the last battle between you and me. I hope you won't let me down. Come on, as you wish. Wu Xin also refused to give in. War. The word, Shi Yu, rang out. Roar. The next second, a deafening roar of a ferocious beast sounded from behind Shi Yu. What the hell? Seeing the huge black shadow appearing out of nowhere behind Shi Yu, Ye Bufan widened his eyes in shock and horror, and asked in a trembling voice, what is this? Chapter 1067 Blazing Kirin, Hongmeng Emperor Soldier. What is this? Ye Bufan was like this, and Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were no exception. Even the members of the Seven Killing Army elsewhere stared with their eyes wide open. The world was in dead silence, and a giant beast covered the sky. Behind Shi Yu, a giant beast of enormous size appeared out of nowhere. No, it should be said that a giant beast of extraordinary size appeared out of nowhere, because the size of the beast was comparable to a planet. In front of it, Shi Yu and Wu Xin seemed so small, just like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as the giant beast appeared, angry roars rang out one after another. He roars to the sky and he roars to the earth. His endless ferocity shook the heaven and earth, and also made Ye Bufan and others tremble in their hearts. Noticing the shock of Ye Bufan and the others, Feng Hen smiled slightly, and then said calmly, Palace Master, this is one of the 36 beasts under the command of Supreme Master Yu back then, and it is also the only beast whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral home, the Blazing Kirin. One of the 36 exotic beasts under Shi Yu's command, the only red flame Qilin whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral lineage. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Yes. Feng Hen responded. What realm is he in? Looking at the terrifying beast in the galaxy before him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask again. Hongmeng First Heaven. The 5 words, Feng Hen, immediately rang in my mind. Hongmeng, the First Heaven. Ye Bufan's heart trembled and he was shocked. You have to know that Feng Hen is only at the first level of the God Lord. Above the God Lord is the God Emperor, and after the God Emperor is the Hongmeng God. So, how powerful should this Hongmeng realm beast in front of him, which is 2 major realms higher than Feng Hen, be? It's unimaginable. Qian, kill. Before Ye Bufan could think more, a stern rebuke suddenly rang out from Shi Yu's consciousness in the sea of stars. Roar. The giant beast roared angrily and without any hesitation, rushed directly towards Wuxin on the opposite side. In an instant, the giant beast in front of Wuxin slapped out with its huge claws carrying purple flames. Huge size. Endless ferocity. Wherever the giant beast's claws passed, even cracks appeared in the galaxy space. The power of one palm is truly earth-shaking. Not only that, at the moment the giant beast rushed out, Shiyu's figure also disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she was already behind Wuxin and slapped out with the same palm. Blazing Kirin. Supreme Master Yu. Two powerful Hongmeng warriors, one in front and one behind, attacked Wuxin at the same time. The terrifying aura shattered the space. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and others immediately held their breath. They could clearly feel that the aura of these three people alone was enough to scare them to death. Call out. But at this moment, Wuxin suddenly disappeared out of nowhere and strangely. Shiyu's attack missed. The same is true for the Blazing Kirin. In the Sea of Stars, two powerful Hongmeng warriors stood proudly in the sky, but there was no trace of Wuxin. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and others were stunned. Where are the people? Tan Tai Tianyi said it instinctively. Feng Hen explained to Ye Bufan and the other two like a commentator, this is because Wuxin Supreme used the power of the law of space. His body has entered the different dimension, so we can't catch his trace. Laws of space. Entering another dimension. Ye Bufan and the other two were stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, fuck, isn't this cheating? If he keeps hiding like this, doesn't that mean he's already undefeated? Not necessarily. As Tan Tai Tianyi spoke, Feng Hen smiled indifferently. Not necessarily. Ye Bufan and the other two were stunned again. At this moment, in the Sea of Stars, seeing Wuxin suddenly disappear from the spot, Shiyu did not hesitate at all. She made a prompt decision, and after striking out with one palm in the air, she struck out with another. That palm seemed random, but it shattered all the space within 10,000 meters around her. The Sea of Stars turned into nothingness, and was enveloped by endless darkness. Behind the blazing Qilin, Wuxin's figure also appeared. Roar. Sensing Wuxin behind him, the fiery Qilin let out an angry roar, then turned around and slapped him with his palm. At this time, Wuxin also slapped out with his palm. Ants versus elephants. Boom. Wuxin's palm, which was so small that it was almost invisible, collided with the giant claw of the fiery Qilin in an instant. Suddenly, a sonic boom sounded, and with the two of them as the center, terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the starry sea space that had already turned into nothingness to distort. At the same time, both the Blazing Kirin and the Supreme Wuxin, their bodies were rapidly retreating. Wuxin retreated 1,000 meters. The Blazing Kirin is. Boom. Tens of thousands of meters away, his huge body crashed into a star. Under the strong impact, the entire star instantly turned into countless pieces. Roar. The Blazing Qilin felt pain and let out an angry roar. But there is no doubt that with this one strike, the difference in strength between him and Wuxin was determined. However, the scene before them made Ye Bufan and the others feel their scalps tingling. What does it mean to destroy the world? This is the real destruction of heaven and earth. With one blow, the body of the fiery Qilin actually smashed a planet into pieces. What kind of scene would it be if this happened in the Shenwu continent? It's unimaginable. The Battle of Hongmeng was truly terrifying. While Ye Bufan and others were doing this, the battle between Shiyu, Wuxin and Qian Qilin had just begun. After Wuxin retreated 1,000 meters, Shiyu had already arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, Shiyu slapped out with his palm instantly. When one reaches the Hongmeng god level, martial arts, magical powers, and secret techniques are no longer of any meaning, because to the strong people at this level, they themselves are the strongest martial arts, magical powers, and secret techniques. Of course, this does not include some special magical powers and secret techniques. However, it was obvious that Shiyu did not use any magical powers or secret techniques at this moment, but even her simple palm still carried the power to destroy the world. Shiyu attacked with a palm and Wu Xin fought back instantly. Boom. The two great Hongmeng gods collided with each other, a sonic boom sounded, and cracks appeared in the void space again. Then, a series of space storms like knife blades swept in. However, whether it was Shiyu or Wu Xin, the two of them simply ignored it. After all, the space storm could instantly strangle the God Realm warriors at the level of Earth God and Sky God, and even the God King and God Emperor would be injured by the space storm. But for the god of Hongmeng, this was nothing. Boom 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 boom. In a short period of time, Shiyu and Wu Xin fought for dozens of rounds. Roar! At this time, the blazing Kirin roared angrily and attacked again. Not only that, as soon as he joined the battle, purple flames around him shot up into the sky, instantly spreading across the entire battlefield and spreading outward to a distance of 1,000 meters. Purple flames, endless sea of fire. In the eyes of Ye Bufan and others, they clearly saw that the flame was actually burning this empty space. What kind of terrifying flame is this? It can actually burn the entire space. It's unimaginable. Ye Bufan and others were like this, and Wuxin, who was fighting, also twitched his mouth imperceptibly. After all, Ye Bufan and others didn't know what kind of flame this was, but Wuxin knew it very well. Blazing Kirin, the fire of destiny. This was Shiyu's masterpiece that had integrated more than 10 kinds of strange fires from heaven and earth. This flame was inextinguishable, and even the physical body of the god Hongmeng could not stop it. He could only rely on his own divine power to resist it. Boom! Without any hesitation, after a fight with Shiyu, Wuxin's body instantly retreated 10,000 meters away. Then, a long metallic sound rang out between heaven and earth. Wu Xin stood proudly in the air, facing Shiyu, and shouted, "Shiyu, let's fight quickly and decisively." What the hell? But at this moment, the enchantress who was watching the battle screamed, stamped her feet, and said angrily, "Brother Wuxin, you, how can you use the Hongmeng Emperor soldier so quickly? I haven't seen enough." Chapter 1068, A Living Blazing Kirin. Hongmeng Emperor Soldier. As soon as Yao Ji finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked directly at Feng Hen with a suspicious look. So far, he only knew about sub-divine weapons, earthly divine weapons and heavenly divine weapons, but had never heard of the Hongmeng Emperor soldiers. And it seems that the grade of Hongmeng Emperor's soldiers is obviously higher than that of the gods' soldiers. Facing Ye Bufan's confusion, Feng Hen smiled and said, "Palace Master, in fact, in addition to the sub-divine weapons, earthly divine weapons, and heavenly divine weapons, there are also Supreme King weapons and Hongmeng Emperor weapons above them." Supreme King's weapon. Grand Mist Emperor's weapon. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, Feng Hen responded. Then are there any Supreme Royal weapons and Primordial Emperor weapons in the Inner Palace Treasury? Although he didn't know what the concept of the Supreme King's weapon and the Hongmeng Emperor's weapon was, and even Ye Bufan had never seen the true power of the secondary divine weapon, the Earth Divine Weapon, and the Heaven Divine Weapon, but there was no doubt that both the Supreme King's weapon and the Hongmeng Emperor's weapon were absolutely powerful. It just so happens that there is no weapon in Dao Wuya's inheritance. If there are Supreme King weapons and Hongmeng Emperor weapons in the inner treasury, I can definitely buy one for myself. Unfortunately, Feng Hen shook his head and immediately killed Ye Bufan's extravagant hope. "Palace Master, there is no way there can be royal weapons and imperial weapons in the inner palace treasury." No. Ye Bufan was stunned again, and said in confusion, "Uncle Feng, Tiangong was at least the overlord of the divine realm back then, right? Even if it doesn't have the Hongmeng Emperor's weapon, doesn't it even have the Supreme King's weapon?" Feng Hen smiled and said, "Palace Master, this is normal. Not only in the heavenly palace, but also in the divine realm, you can't find an ownerless Supreme King weapon or Hongmeng Emperor weapon, because no matter whether it is a Supreme King weapon or a Hongmeng Emperor weapon, you need to cultivate it yourself. To put it bluntly, the level of a divine weapon that can be forged is already the pinnacle of the heavenly divine weapon. If you want to break through the heavenly divine weapon and reach the level of a Supreme King weapon or a Hongmeng Emperor weapon, then the owner of the divine weapon needs to sacrifice and cultivate it himself. Refining and cultivating by yourself. Ye Bufan was a little confused. Feng Hen said slowly, "The elements breed the Supreme King weapon, and the laws refine the Hongmeng Emperor weapon. These two grades of weapons are the embodiment of the elements and the laws. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to cultivate the Supreme King weapon and the Hongmeng Emperor weapon. Moreover, even if you have absolute strength, you may not be able to cultivate these two levels of weapons, because it depends on your luck." Ye Bufan was a little confused. The supreme weapon of the incarnation of elements. The law is used to refine the Hongmeng Emperor's weapons. Well, he is just a Jodian realm warrior now and has not even touched the elements, let alone the 5 laws above the elements. Hongmeng Emperor's army. Don't think about it for now. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan no longer worried about the Supreme King's weapon and the Hongmeng Emperor's soldier, but looked at Wuxin and Shiyu again. At this moment, an ancient longbow appeared in front of Wuxin. The bow is purple all over, with a dragon head in the center and dragon tails extending outward on both sides. There is a transparent arrow string, and a layer of light white mist is spread over the entire bow. Not only that, the moment the longbow appeared, the already broken and empty space around the longbow actually began to heal slowly. There is no doubt that this is definitely the reason for this longbow. Without the slightest hesitation, as the longbow appeared, Wuxin immediately stretched out his left hand and grasped the longbow. At this instant, the entire space trembled inexplicably. Shi Yu ignored him. She looked at Wu Xin with a solemn and cold expression and said, "A quick victory." "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Hongmeng Emperor soldier instantly appeared in front of Shi Yu. However, before Ye Bufan and others could see clearly what kind of Hongmeng Emperor weapon it was, Shi Yu's Hongmeng Emperor weapon had already turned into a green light and penetrated into her body. Then, a layer of faint green light appeared around Shi Yu. The green light was like a looming armor, covering every part of Shi Yu's body without a single leak or gap. "Qian, kill!" Shi Yu shouted loudly and rushed out instantly. Roar! The blazing Kirin did not hesitate at all. He roared and took a step forward. At the same time, the purple sea of fire condensed from his own life fire also rushed towards Wuxin. "Kill!" Seeing Shi Yu and the fiery Kirin coming to kill him, Wuxin didn't hesitate at all. He grasped the bow, pulled the string, and shot the arrow in one smooth motion. However, seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and the other two were stunned. They were confused and dumbfounded, because they didn't see the arrow at all. Boom! But at this moment, a loud noise was heard. Bang! Then, a cloud of blood mist exploded on the huge body of the blazing Kirin. Roar! The blazing Kirin felt pain and let out an angry roar, but he did not stop for a moment and continued to kill Wuxin together with Shi Yu. Ye Bufan and the others could not help but gasp, because they clearly saw that on the left shoulder of the blazing Kirin, there was a blood hole with a diameter of about 10 meters. The blood was like a river, flowing out uncontrollably. One arrow, a wound with a diameter of 10 meters. Although this is nothing compared to the blazing Kirin's body which is as big as a planet, but Ye Bufan and others still find it a little hard to accept. What would happen if this arrow hit them? I'm afraid they will be blown to pieces. The most important thing is that they didn't catch the arrow that was shot just now, or in other words, they didn't see the arrow from beginning to end. Could it be that the arrow flew too fast? So they couldn't see the arrow with their naked eyes. As if seeing through the confusion in Ye Bufan and the others' hearts, Feng Hen suddenly said, "This is the arrow of Law of the Heartless Supreme, also known as the arrow of space. When it is shot out, it shatters space and directly hits the target, so you didn't see anything just now. The arrow of Law, also known as the arrow of space. An arrow is shot out, breaking the space and hitting the target directly." Ye Bufan and the other two were stunned. What the hell? After a brief moment of distraction, Tantai Tianyi exclaimed again, "What the hell, can't you just shoot whoever you want and how you want?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Hen again and said excitedly, "Senior, as long as I obtain his inheritance, can I also do what he did in the future?" "That's the theory." Feng Hen smiled and nodded. "Your sister is so willful." Tantai Tianyi's face was filled with excitement and obsession. He then looked directly at Wu Xin and Shi Yu and said impatiently, "Two seniors, you don't have to fight anymore. I want this, I only want this, and I can shoot whoever I want." Hearing this, Ye Bufan and Nangong Zilling's mouth twitched and they felt a chill, especially Nangong Zilling. She couldn't help but glare at Tantai Tianyi. "Shoot whoever you want. Why does what you said sound so uncomfortable?" Feng Hen shook his head and said with a smile, "Do you think you still have the right to choose now? The most important thing is that they can't hear you at all now." Well, hearing this, Tantai Tianyi was stunned. "They can't hear me." "Yes, Tantai Tianyi was in a mess and even more bitter. "Well, if they can't hear it, then they can't hear it. On the contrary, as Feng Hen said, even if they heard it, it would be useless because now I don't have the final say." With this thought in mind, Tantai Tianyi could only pray silently in his heart, praying that Wu Xin would win and defeat Shi Yu. In this way, he could still obtain Wu Xin's inheritance, and master the arrow of law in the future. Then, wouldn't he be able to shoot anyone he wanted? But at this moment, Feng Hen spoke again leisurely. "In fact, the three supreme beings have their own strengths, and their strengths are almost the same. There is no difference in strength at all. If we really want to compare who is stronger, Supreme Shi Yu is the strongest among the three of them." Well, Hearing this, not only Tan Tai Tianyi, who was mixed with excitement and loss, but also Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were stunned. Master Yu is the strongest. Looking at Feng Hen, Tan Tai Tianyi was surprised. Yes. Feng Hen responded, below Hongmeng, elements are kings. In Hongmeng, laws are supreme. Elements are not strong or weak, and laws are also not divided into levels. The reason why there is still a distinction between strong and weak in the 9th level of the divine realm is because each realm has a different level of comprehension of elements and laws. After a pause, Feng Hen continued, among the 3 supreme beings, Supreme Feng Chen comprehended the law of time, Supreme Wu Xin comprehended the law of space, and Supreme Shi Yu comprehended the law of life. Although the laws they comprehended are different, they are all in the 3rd level of Hongmeng. Their level of comprehension of the laws is the same, so there is really no saying of strong or weak among them. And, in addition to being as powerful as the other 2 supreme beings, Supreme Shi Yu also had 36 heavenly and earthly beasts that could fight with her. Except for the blazing Kirin, which was at the 1st level of the primordial realm, the other 35 were all at the divine emperor level. So if we really count, among the 3 supremes, Supreme Shi Yu is the strongest. Among the 36 strange beasts of heaven and earth, except for the blazing Qilin in front of him which is at the 1st level of Hongmeng, the other 35 are all at the level of God Emperor. Ye Bufan was shocked, and suddenly asked, Uncle Feng, if that's the case, then why doesn't she summon the other 35 heavenly and earthly beasts now? Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were also stunned. Yes, if that's the case, then why doesn't she summon other exotic beasts from heaven and earth? Wouldn't she have a better chance of winning this way? Seeing the confused expressions on Ye Bufan and the other 2's faces, Feng Hen shook his head and said, although the 2 supremes are only fighting with their consciousness bodies now, the battle between consciousness bodies must also be based on reality. In the battle that year, all the beasts of heaven and earth including Supreme Shi Yu died in the battle. Now, how can she summon their consciousness bodies to fight with her? I see. Ye Bufan and others understood. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something. He widened his eyes, looked at Feng Hen in shock and said, Uncle Feng, you said only living beasts can be summoned by Shi Yu's heroic spirit, then this blazing Qilin. Chapter 1069 I lost. Uncle Feng, you said that only living beasts of heaven and earth can be summoned by Shi Yu's heroic spirit, so this blazing Qilin. It's definitely alive. Looking at Ye Bufan, Feng Hen suddenly said something. Fuck, he's really alive. Ye Bufan was shocked. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling also widened their eyes and looked at Feng Hen with horror. Servant, mysterious God, Earth God, Heavenly God, God King, God Emperor, God Venerable, God Emperor, Hongmeng God. Among the 9 reincarnations in the divine realm, the Hongmeng realm is at the top of the 9 reincarnations. As a powerful being in the 1st level of Hongmeng, the blazing Kirin might not be a big deal in the heavenly palace back then. After all, Dao Wuya and the 3 supreme beings were all at the Hongmeng level, and Dao Wuya even reached the terrifying 8th level of Hongmeng. However, the power of Hongmeng realm is unquestionable. After all, it is the pinnacle of the divine realm, and even Feng Hen is only at the 1st level of the divine realm, while Qian Qilin is 2 realms higher than him. The most important thing is that whether it is Dao Wuya or the 3 supreme beings of heavenly palace, now, apart from leaving behind their respective inheritances, they have already fallen. But the blazing Kirin is different. It is still alive. Since it is alive, it is a living powerful Hongmeng being. Uncle Feng, where is this blazing Qilin now? Thinking that there was still a Hongmeng level strongman left in the heavenly palace, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. This. Feng Hen hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, Palace Master, actually I don't know where he is now. You don't know, either. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi also said, Yes, Senior, how could you not know? If you don't know where he is, how do you know he is still alive? This. Feng Hen smiled bitterly and said, the reason why I know it's still alive but don't know where it is because, when the heavenly palace was defeated, Supreme Master Shi Yu used a secret technique to seal the severely injured blazing Kirin before she died, in order to ensure its continued life. Then she threw the sealed blazing Kirin into the endless void. It can be said that this was done by Supreme Master Shi Yu in a hurry, so I don't know where the blazing Kirin is now. As Feng Hen spoke, Ye Bufan and the other 2 were all dumbfounded and confused. The blazing Kirin is seriously injured. The Supreme Master Shi Yu sealed it by force and threw it into the endless void. No specific location. In this case, doesn't it mean that this blazing Qilin is actually no different from being dead? After all, what's the point if we can't find him? Without waiting for Ye Bufan and the other two to think more, Feng Hen spoke again and said slowly, of course, although I don't know where the blazing Kirin is, Master Shi Yu must know, or she must have a way to find the blazing Kirin. So, as long as we obtain Master Shi Yu's inheritance, we will definitely be able to find the blazing Kirin, unseal him, and make him recognize us as our master. By obtaining Shi Yu's inheritance, can you find the sealed blazing Qilin? Ye Bufan was immediately overjoyed. This was simply a case of when you have reached the end of your rope, there is always a way out. At this time, Tantai Tianyi suddenly shouted, come on, Senior Shi Yu, kill him. I have made up my mind and I want your inheritance. Hearing this, Feng Hen smiled indifferently, but Ye Bufan was in a mess. Nangong Ziling's mouth twitched, and she even rolled her eyes at Tantai Tianyi, who just said that he didn't want the inheritance of Supreme Wuxin. Now, it's only been a short time, and you've changed your mind. You change your mind faster than turning the pages of a book. Tantai Tianyi ignored her. Feeling Nangong Ziling's strange gaze, he looked at her and asked in confusion, wife, why are you glaring at me? Without waiting for Nangong Ziling to answer, Tantai Tianyi immediately said excitedly, wife, did you hear that? As long as you obtain the inheritance of this senior, you can get a Hongmeng God level beast. This is Hongmeng God. Damn, if I get a Hongmeng God's thug, then I can beat whoever I want and abuse whoever I want. I slurp, I can't take it anymore. Come on, Senior Shi Yu, kill him, and I will be yours. Looking at Tantai Tianyi, Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were speechless. This guy looked so wretched now, and he was even drooling. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Tantai Tianyi, but looked at the fight between Wu Xin and Shi Yu again. Even Nangong Ziling glared at Tantai Tianyi and ignored him. On the battlefield of the two supreme consciousnesses, when Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling's eyes returned here again, in their eyes, the space where Wuxin, Shi Yu, and Qian Qilin were located had been completely annihilated, and an endless space storm was raging. In the distance, planets exploded into countless fragments floating in the galaxy. The scene before our eyes was as if we had just experienced a catastrophic catastrophe that destroyed the world. Not only that, the originally ferocious fiery Kirin was now covered in blood, and the hideous blood holes on his huge body made people's scalps numb. Moreover, he seemed to have lost his fighting ability. At this moment, he just lay in the galaxy, gasping for breath, and did not continue to participate in the battle. Because of this, the battle at this moment is just a duel between Wu Xin and Shi Yu. However, neither Ye Bufan nor Nangong Ziling saw Wu Xin and Shi Yu at all, and there was no trace of them in the starry sky. This what exactly happened just now? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be a little dazed. After all, their sight had not been away from the battle between the three Hongmeng gods for long, only 3 or 4 minutes at most. But in just these 3 or 4 minutes, the battle between the three Hongmeng gods had undergone such a big change. Ye Bufan is like this, and so is Nangong Ziling. The progress of the battle was simply too fast and too fierce for them. It was so fast that it was a little hard to accept, and so fierce that it was a little hard to imagine. Bang, bang, bang. In the sea of stars, dull and heavy sonic booms continued to sound. Moreover, the sound was constantly changing its position. Every time a sonic boom occurred, the space where it occurred was more like glass, and it would instantly shatter inch by inch. There is no doubt that this was the sound of the battle between Wuxin and Shi Yu, but their speed was too fast, so fast that Ye Bufan and others could hardly catch it with the naked eye. But even if they couldn't capture any trace of the two people, the scene before their eyes still made Ye Bufan and others tremble in their hearts again and again. After all, the scene of the broken space was real. The Battle of Hongmeng was simply a disaster. About 10 minutes later, Wuxin's figure reappeared. He put away the longbow in his hand and said, I lost. Lose. Hearing this, Ye Bufan and others were stunned. But at this moment, Shi Yu also appeared in front of Wuxin. She held a green transparent long sword in her hand, pointed at Wuxin, and said with some dissatisfaction, Wuxin, what do you mean by this? Let me. Wu Xin shook his head. Shi Yu, from the time we met to the time we died, it has been at least millions of years. Do you think will I let you? This. Hearing this, Shi Yu was speechless. Wu Xin continued, win is win, lose is lose. Now my power has been exhausted. Although I still have the strength to fight, defeat is only a matter of time. In this case, why should I continue? As he spoke, Wu Xin glanced at Tan Tai Tianyi again and said with a smile, "This kid is yours now." With the immortal sacred heart combined with the law of life, plus his innate war beast, I am looking forward to his future achievements. It's a pity that day will not be visible to you and me. Chapter 1070. Now that you have left, how can I guard the empty tomb alone? This kid is yours now. With the immortal sacred heart combined with the law of life, plus his innate war beast, I am looking forward to his future achievements. It's a pity that day will not be visible to you and me. There was a hint of regret in Wuxin's words, but this regret was not because he did not get Tan Tai Tianyi's successor, but because they had all fallen and would no longer have the chance to witness the rise of Tiangong. Wuxin was like this, and other heroic spirits were no exception. With the immortal holy heart combined with the law of life, Tan Tai Tianyi will surely be an invincible cockroach in the future. With Shi Yu's beast taming skills and relying on the Star Beast Garden, he can definitely cultivate his own natal war beast. At that time, he will be able to perform both offense and defense, and he will be able to reach the pinnacle in both offense and defense. It's a pity that they will never see that day again. After a brief silence, Shi Yu said solemnly, "If that's the case, then he is mine." Obviously, he also agreed with Wuxin's statement. In her opinion, he would definitely win this battle. As Shi Yu finished speaking, the consciousness between him and Wu Xin disappeared instantly, and the endless galaxy that had just experienced a catastrophic blow also dissipated. Everything returned to normal, and the two of them stood proudly in the air, as if nothing had happened. Without any hesitation, Shi Yu looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and said, "Are you willing to become my successor?" Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, senior, I am willing." The super giant beast of the first level of Hongmeng Heaven. Anyone who doesn't want it is a fool. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Shi Yu to speak, Tan Tai Tianyi knelt on the ground. He looked as if he was worried that Shi Yu would regret it, and immediately said in a hurry, "Disciple Tan Tai Tianyi, I pay my respects to the master. Well, you have inherited my legacy, so you can be considered my disciple, but please don't bother with the formalities." Looking at Tan Tai Tianyi, Shi Yu nodded and said, "Yes, master." Tan Tai Tianyi stood up suddenly, then looked at Shi Yu with expectation and said, "Master, if I receive your inheritance, can I claim to be the master of that blazing Qilin?" Hearing this, Shi Yu frowned, and then said, "Your current strength is not enough to awaken Kai Yan, so you don't have to think about recognizing your master for the time being. Not for now. That means it will definitely be possible in the future." Thinking of this, Tan Tai Tianyi was extremely excited. He responded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, disciple will definitely follow the master's teachings and will not touch the blazing Qilin in the short term." "Okay, start accepting my inheritance now," Shi Yu said directly without paying attention to Tan Tai Tianyi. She seemed to always be cold and keep people at a distance. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned and asked, "Master, what should I do?" "You don't have to do anything." Shi Yu said this, and then she looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and spoke suddenly, "Although we have been defeated, the heavenly palace is immortal, and the martial arts cycle continues. We will fight for another century. Since you have inherited my legacy, I hope you will not humiliate my reputation in the future. Remember, I the heavenly palace, the blazing supreme Shi Yu," etc. As soon as Shi Yu finished speaking, Wuxin at the side suddenly spoke up to stop him. Ye Bufan and the others were stunned, and they, together with the heavenly palace heroes, looked at Wuxin. Shi Yu also frowned and looked at Wuxin and said, "Wuxin, what else do you want? Could it be that you are not convinced and want to fight with me?" Wu Xin was speechless. "Forget it, just continue." Then he shook his head again and spoke softly. "Ill." After Shi Yu uttered 2 words, she no longer hesitated. She waved her right hand, and Tan Tai Tianyi instantly arrived in front of her tomb. Afterwards, Shi Yu turned into a 9-colored divine light and did not give Tan Tai Tianyi any chance to react. The 9-colored divine light she transformed into directly penetrated into Tan Tai Tianyi's body. The next second, Tan Tai Tianyi let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bang, bang, bang. In the eyes of Ye Bufan and others, blood mist exploded from Tan Tai Tianyi's body. In just a breath, he had completely turned into a bloody man. That look was simply horrible to watch. Tianyi. Seeing this scene, Nangong Ziling screamed. Ye Bufan was also stunned. Feng Hen said, Palace Master, don't worry. This is just Master Yu using the power of inheritance and the immortal sacred heart to help him increase his physical strength. Utilize the power of inheritance and the immortal sacred heart to enhance Tan Tai Tianyi's physical strength. Ye Bufan was stunned again. The same is true for Nangong Ziling. But come to think of it, Feng Hen would not lie to them, and there is no need to lie to them. Before Ye Bufan and the others could think about it, at this moment, Tan Tai Tianyi was already completely enveloped by a ball of 9-colored divine light, just like Long Xiaobao before, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was going on inside the divine light. But at this moment, Wu Xin looked at the 9-colored divine light transformed by Shi Yu, and said with a somewhat lonely look, Shi Yu, do you know in fact, since the first time you and I met in the Sea of Hopelessness, I have already had a crush on you. It's a pity that I have never expressed it in these years, or I really don't know how to start. You have been too forgetful in this life. My whole life, I am trapped in love. If possible, I really want to sleep with you in this immortal cemetery, forever and ever, for generations to come. Even if I can only accompany you silently, I am willing. It's a pity that now that you've left, how can I guard the empty tomb alone? Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Wu Xin's words made Ye Bufan and the others stare with wide eyes. Even Feng Hen was horrified. The Heavenly Palace heroes present exclaimed in disbelief. Fuck, Supreme Wuxin likes Supreme Shiyu. How is this possible? Are you kidding? I must be dreaming. This must be fake. How could Supreme Wuxin like Supreme Shiyu? Aren't they mortal enemies? Quote. It's really exciting. It's really exciting. Brother Wuxin, how can you do this? Since you like Master Shiyu, then why don't you pursue her? I'm so mad, I'm so mad. Yao Ji, don't forget that when Supreme Master Yu stepped into Hongmeng, he had already forgotten all emotions. In an instant, all the heroic spirits in the Heavenly Palace fell silent. Wu Xin ignored him. He stood proudly in the air, then shifted his gaze to Nangong Ziling beside Ye Bufan, smiled slightly and said, Little girl, what's your name? Hearing this, Nangong Ziling was stunned. Then, without hesitation, she said respectfully, reporting to the senior, I am Nangong Ziling. Nangong Ziling, Wuxin murmured, and then said, I can feel the breath of that boy from you, but you are not related by blood. Are you his wife? Nangong Ziling was stunned again. Yes. Then she responded with another sentence. Very good. Wu Xin smiled slightly. Let me ask you, do you wish to inherit my legacy? Holy crap. As soon as Wuxin said this, all the members of the 7-killing army in the entire cemetery of gods and demons were stunned. They are no longer the rookies they were before, and now, they all know very well that the conditions for obtaining inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons are very harsh. That is why, among their more than 2,000 members of the 7-killing army, only 100 or 200 have obtained the inheritance. But now, previously, in order to fight for Tan Tai Tianyi, the two supreme beings of Heavenly Palace did not hesitate to fight each other. After all, this was understandable, because Tan Tai Tianyi possessed an immortal holy heart. But what is happening to Nangong Ziling now? She seems to have nothing, right? But even so, according to Supreme Wuxin, he still wants to pass on his inheritance to Nangong Ziling. For what? Just because she is Tan Tai Tianyi's wife. Crazy, absolutely crazy. This fact was a little hard for everyone to accept for a while. Is this buy one get one free? Damn, this is the inheritance of the Supreme Being of Heavenly Palace, the inheritance of a powerful being in the Hongmeng realm. It's just that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. Everyone was like this, Ye Bufan was no exception, even Nangong Ziling was stunned for a moment. Senior, can I? After a moment, Nangong Ziling looked at Wuxin and asked anxiously. If I say yes, you can. Wu Xin smiled calmly. When the God and Demon Cemetery was first established, there was a limit on the compatibility of martial arts. You don't have the same immortal saintly heart as that kid, so you can't break this limit. However, I can change your fate and enhance the compatibility of martial arts between you and me. In the entire God and Demon Cemetery, besides Dao Wuya, I am the only one who can do this. Defy fate and change destiny. Enhance the compatibility of martial arts. Ye Bufan and others were shocked. Wu Xin didn't care at all. He looked at Nangong Ziling with a smile on his face. Now, let me ask you again. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? Of course, if you are willing, then you are willing. If you are not willing, then you are not willing. You don't need to be embarrassed. Nangong Ziling hesitated slightly. It wasn't that she was considering whether to accept it or not, but it all happened too suddenly and she found it a little difficult to accept for a moment. After all, although she still has only a vague understanding of many situations in the cemetery of gods and demons, she understands that Wuxin's inheritance is absolutely of a heaven-defying level. After all, this is a Hongmeng god. After a moment, Nangong Ziling looked at Ye Bufan with a questioning look in her eyes. She knew very well that Ye Bufan was the current owner of the cemetery of gods and demons. If she rashly agreed to accept the inheritance without Ye Bufan's permission, she was afraid that Ye Bufan would become dissatisfied and the relationship between him and Tan Tai Tianyi would be strained. It's a pity that Nangong Ziling was obviously worrying too much. In comparison, Ye Bufan hoped more than anyone else that someone could inherit the cemetery of gods and demons as soon as possible. After all, he only had 100 years. Feeling Nangong Ziling's inquiring look, Ye Bufan smiled and nodded. Nangong Ziling understood and looked at Wuxin Supreme, but still a little absent-minded. Senior, I do. Chapter 1071, The Giant Hand That Covers the Sky, The Terrifying Plunder. Senior, I am willing. The supreme being of the heavenly palace, the peerless inheritance of the powerful people in the Hongmeng realm, anyone who doesn't want it is a fool. It is obvious that Nangong Ziling is not stupid. Not only is she not stupid, she is also very smart. Very good. Facing Nangong Ziling's response, Wu Xin smiled calmly, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, and then he spoke again. In this case, then let's get started. Nangong Ziling nodded. The next second, Wuxin stood proudly in the air, and his right hand gently swept across the space in front of him. Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were stunned, not quite understanding what Wuxin was doing. But at this moment, a tiny crack appeared in the space where Wuxin's right hand passed. The crack looked like that caused by a sharp blade scratching across a piece of white paper. In the cracks, there was only darkness. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were stunned again and couldn't help but be a little dazed. They really couldn't figure out what Wuxin was trying to do. As if seeing through their thoughts, Wuxin said slowly, everything in the world exists for a reason. Similarly, things that do not exist in the world cannot be fabricated out of thin air. Therefore, the so-called changing one's fate is nothing more than using everything in the world to improve oneself, just like a warrior practicing and absorbing vitality to strengthen himself. The martial arts compatibility between you and me is too low, so I can only use the energy of heaven and earth to help you baptize your body, so as to improve the martial arts compatibility between you and me. And the crack you see now is the result of me using the laws of space to break up the interior of the god and demon cemetery. The purpose of doing this is nothing more than to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth from the outside world to help you improve and enhance your physical body. As he spoke, Wuxin suddenly stretched his right hand into the empty space in the crack. After hearing these words and seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were both shocked. Above the Shenwu continent, at the top of the 9 heavens. This place was occupied by the Sky Demon clan when the human race was defeated 100,000 years ago. Now it has already become the Sky Demon clan's territory, or it may be a springboard for them to attack the Shenwu continent from outer space. Compared to the melee and fighting between the two tribes in the 7th heaven, the 9th heaven seemed unusually peaceful. Not only that, because this is the outermost part of the Shenwu continent, therefore, here, whether it is the vital energy of heaven and earth or the elements of heaven and earth, they are all very rich. If compared with the Shenwu continent, then the concentration of vital energy and elements here is definitely dozens of times, or even 100 times higher than that of the Shenwu continent. Now, puff! In the center of the 9th heaven, above a huge ancient city, a dark crack appeared out of nowhere, and then a giant hand that covered the sky stretched out from the crack. The sudden change caused the space to shake, and the giant hand blocked out the sky and the sun, plunging the entire area within a radius of 3,000 meters of the ancient city into endless darkness. What is this? Hand. Shit, it must be the master of the human temple who took action. Hurry, prepare for battle. Damn it, why did that hall master suddenly take action? In an instant, all members of the demon clan in the entire ancient city fell into endless chaos. Shut up. But at this moment, a fierce rebuke rang out in the ancient city, like the sound of thunder from the sky, shaking the heaven and earth in all directions. In an instant, the ancient city was dead silent. Swish. Afterwards, two powerful demons soared into the sky in an instant. They stood proudly above the ancient city, looked up at the giant palm that covered the sky in midair, their pupils contracted. Other members of the Sky Demon clan in the city believed that the owner of the giant hand was the temple master, but as demigod-level warriors, they knew very well that the human temple master did not have such terrifying strength. If he did, their Sky Demon clan would have been wiped out in the past 100,000 years and would no longer exist. After all, in their opinion, the owner of this giant hand is at least a powerful being above the level of a god king. Will there be powerful people at the level of god king in the Shenwu continent? Not at all. This must be a super powerful being other than Shenwu. Although they didn't know what the other party wanted to do, the two demigod demons had no intention of resisting at all, because they knew very well that if a strong man of this level wanted to kill them, they would not be able to escape. Moreover, if possible, the other party might be able to take them out of the cage of Shenwu continent. Even if the other party could help them break the sky-covering barrier that besieged Shenwu continent, that would be good. With this thought, one of the demigods faced the giant palm, clasped his fists, and said with great respect, "Junior Mo Feng of the Sky Demon clan, I pay my respects to you, senior. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit." As soon as the demigod demon finished speaking, the giant palm that covered the sky in the air suddenly grabbed him. Seeing this scene, the two demigod-level demons were shocked and horrified, and their minds could not help but tremble. After all, in their opinion, the giant hand was going to attack them. However, the truth was not as they thought. The giant palm did not mean to kill them when it grabbed, but as the giant palm grabbed, the surrounding vital energy of heaven and earth and elements of heaven and earth began to gather towards the giant palm madly. The giant palm was like an abyss without limits, madly devouring the vital energy and elements between heaven and earth. Huff, huff, huff. The vital energy and elements gathered together madly, and under the blessing of that terrifying speed, this ordinary vital energy and elements actually made the cheeks of the two demigod realm powerhouses hurt. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. Endless vitality and elements eventually transformed into a 9-colored ball of light and fell into the giant's hand. Half a breath later, the two demigod demons were dumbfounded, and all the demon clan members in the ancient city below were also shocked. Not only that, at this moment, all living beings in the entire ninth heaven were stunned, because they all discovered a horrifying fact, which was after that moment, the vitality and elements of heaven and earth around them all disappeared. With one palm, Wuxin swept away all the vitality and elements of heaven and earth in the 9 heavens. Absolutely powerful. Absolutely domineering. Absolute horror. It is also absolutely crazy. Within 3 months, the vitality and elements here will never be able to return to their previous state. Call out. After obtaining the vital energy and elements, Wuxin's giant hand that covered the sky immediately sank into the void. The space rift healed. Everything returned to calm. The sudden change came and went quickly, in less than a breath, as if nothing had happened. However, the exhausted vitality and elements between heaven and earth were telling every member of the demon clan present that everything they had just seen and experienced was real. With one palm, he swept away all the vitality and elements in the 9th heaven. Such strength was beyond their cognition and subverted their understanding. Gurgle. In midair, the two demigod demons looked at each other and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The brief moment just now seemed as long as a century to them. Their bodies were already soaked with cold sweat. In addition, although the giant hand has disappeared, they are still shocked. Chapter 1072. Divine Flame is the main focus, Imperial Scripture is the supplement. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. In the eyes of Ye Bufan and others, Wuxin's right hand went in and out of the void in just a breath. However, the moment his right hand stretched out of the space, majestic energy of heaven and earth also surged out from the crack in space. The majestic vitality. Pure elements. Wuxin waved his right hand, and these vital energies and elements condensed into a long river in the air, then rushed towards Nangong Ziling and instantly enveloped her. At the same time, these vital energies and elements also forced Ye Bufan, who was beside Nangong Ziling, to retreat 30 meters away. Ye Bufan did the same, and Feng Hen was no exception. Everything was accomplished in a breath. When Ye Bufan looked at Nangong Ziling again, he found that Nangong Ziling's figure was no longer visible in front of him. All he could see was a huge 9-colored light ball formed by the condensation of vitality and elements. "Senior, what is this?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Wuxin and asked. Baptism of the flesh. After responding, Wuxin continued, although you didn't experience it when you were shaping your supreme divine body, you should have experienced it when you accepted the inheritance from the girl in the master's family. A girl from the teacher's family. There is no doubt that it was Shi Feishuan. As for physical baptism, Ye Bufan had naturally experienced it, and he was also very clear about the benefits of physical baptism. Not to mention other things, just the fact that his basic strength reached the maximum value was already incredible. Is Wuxin performing a physical baptism on Nangong Ziling? After taking a look at the ball of light where Nangong Ziling was, Ye Bufan looked at Wuxin again and said, Senior, could you please help the other members of the 7 Killing Hall to perform a physical baptism? Not many, just 10,000 will do. Physical baptism, basic strength is full. If the members of the 7 Killing Army can undergo the baptism of the flesh, then even if they cannot obtain the inheritance of the heavenly palace, these 10,000 people will become geniuses and monsters in the future. Unfortunately, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wu Xin even gave a bitter smile, helping you is equivalent to helping Tiangong. If possible, I will naturally not refuse, but I can't do anything about what you said. Why? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Wu Xin smiled and said, First, although there are many benefits to physical baptism, that is only relative to those below the divine realm. When a demigod attacks the servant god, all living beings will experience a physical baptism. In other words, after entering the divine realm, the starting point of all living beings is the same. Of course, some special beings are no longer included. Therefore, there is really not much difference between having a physical baptism before entering the divine realm or not. If her martial arts were not compatible with mine, I would not have done this. Secondly, I am only a wisp of spirit. Although I can use vitality and elements to help you perform the physical baptism, more than 90% of vitality and elements will be wasted in the process. Therefore, if I want to help you perform the physical baptism, it will cost a lot of vitality and elements. Just from her, I have plundered all the vitality and elements of the 9th heaven of the Shenwu continent, making it difficult for it to recover within 3 months. If I help 10,000 people perform the physical baptism, then I am afraid that the entire Shenwu continent will become a dead star because of this. A so-called dead star is one that is no longer suitable for any life form to survive. The third and most important point is that if I baptize his body, I will need to consume my own inheritance power. It's okay once, but if it happens a second or third time, it will definitely affect my inheritance. Based on these 3 points, the input and output are totally disproportionate. It's not worth it. So, I really cannot meet your request. Okay, you are awesome. In just a short while, you managed to snatch all the vitality and elements of the 9th level of the Tianhui Tiantian. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and became messy. However, he also knew that it was impossible to ask Wuxin to help the members of the 7 Killing Army to perform physical baptism. No longer entangled in the matter of physical baptism, looking at the ball of light where Nangong Ziling was, Ye Bufan asked again, how long will her physical baptism take? About 3 days. So long. More haste, less speed. Well, since it takes so long, I will take my leave now. Long Xiaobao inherited the legacy of supreme function, and his cultivation level directly reached the initial stage of demigod. Nowadays, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling have also obtained the inheritance of the supreme heavenly palace. I believe that in 2 or 3 years, they will become 2 powerful demigods. Moreover, Hao Peng and others have also reached the peak of the Saint Realm one by one, and are only 1 step away from soul fusion. Looking back at myself, as the successor of Dao Wuya, his cultivation level is only the 9 revolutions, which is simply disgraceful. Therefore, Ye Bufan has made up his mind to practice in seclusion and will never come out until he reaches the Holy Realm. Divine flame devouring the sky, life fire divine soul, now you have reached the 9th level of the heavenly circulation. The next step is to impact the divine martial arts and condense the divine flame life fire, right? Looking at Ye Bufan, Wuxin suddenly said something. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Senior, are you also practicing the divine flame devouring heaven art? That's not the case. Wu Xin smiled and said, it's just that when we first obtained this martial art, the 3 of us supremes studied it with Dao Wuya, so we know a little bit about it. Although this is a top-notch martial art, the conditions required to practice it are too harsh. Without a supreme divine body, one cannot withstand the erosion of the life fire, so no one has succeeded in practicing it so far. You are the first one. At least among all the living beings I have come into contact with, you are the first one. What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Dao Wuya has never practiced either. Yes. Ye Bufan was speechless. Divine flame devouring heaven art. This is indeed a powerful and heaven-defying martial art, but what does it mean that no one has practiced it? Doesn't that mean that I am just a guinea pig? Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, Wu Xin smiled calmly. Don't worry, although no one has cultivated the divine flame devouring heaven art, that is because they don't have the supreme divine body. You have the supreme divine body and don't have to worry about the erosion of the life fire. After all, we have deduced it back then. Moreover, if the accident in the heavenly palace had not happened, Dao Wuya would have already rebuilt Nawu. Your current inheritance was actually what he prepared for you. Think about it, if a Hongmeng 8th level expert is willing to reverse martial arts and start over, what does that mean? If he wasn't absolutely sure, he would never do that. Divine flame is the main one, and the Emperor's scripture is the auxiliary one. I can tell you very clearly that these two were created by a powerful person at the supreme level. Supreme realm. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. Wuxin responded. Ye Bufan was shocked. There are 9 reincarnations in the divine realm. Servant God, Mysterious God, Earth God, Heavenly God, God King, God Emperor, God Lord, God Emperor and Hongmeng God. The top of the reincarnation is the supreme realm. But this is just a legend. But now, Wuxin actually told Ye Bufan that the divine flame devouring heaven art and the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra were from the hands of a powerful person in the supreme realm. How could Ye Bufan not be shocked? Didn't Dao Wuya tell you these at this moment? Wuxin asked with a smile. Ye Bufan was stunned. Yeah, why didn't that birdman tell me this? I guess he forgot. Wuxin said with a wry smile. Forgot. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. Wu Xin responded, this inheritance was originally prepared by him for himself. From his perspective, these are the most basic things, so it is natural that he didn't tell you about it. I guess he didn't tell you to prepare some fire god crystals when condensing the life fire, right? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and became messy. Dao Wuya, your sister. Chapter 1073 Who is the yellow bird? When impacting the divine martial arts and condensing the life fire, is it better to prepare some fire god crystals? It was obvious that Dao Wuya had not reminded himself of this matter before. Thinking of this, Ye Bu couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was really worried that Dao Wuya had forgotten something important, so he looked at Wuxin and asked in a somewhat messy manner, Senior, is there anything else I should pay attention to? I think there won't be any more. Wuxin responded and said. If there is, there is. If there is not, there is not. What does should mean? Ye Bufan was messy. Wu Xin smiled calmly and said, you don't need to worry too much about this. Dao Wuya didn't mention it to you because he forgot or he didn't think it was necessary. After all, I have a different personality from him. I like to be thorough and prepared. Is this really the case? A hint of suspicion flashed across Ye Bufan's eyes. Wu Xin didn't care. Well, since you have already started preparing to attack Shenwu, then go ahead and do it. You can't help much here anyway. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses, then I will take my leave first. Kindness. Wuxin nodded. Ye Bufan turned around and left. Etc. But at this moment, Wuxin suddenly called Ye Bufan again. Senior, is there anything else? Ye Bufan turned around and looked at Wuxin in confusion. This. Wu Xin hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, I want to ask you a favor. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then said, Senior, please speak. Wu Xin, it's like this. When you step into the divine realm in the future, if you meet someone from the master's family, I hope you can protect them if possible. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned again. A member of the master's family. Protect one or two. Ye Bufan immediately thought of Shi Yu, one of the 3 supreme beings. Undoubtedly, the Shi family Wuxin mentioned must be Shi Yu's family. Unexpectedly, Shi Yu, a member of the Shi family, did not say a word, but Wu Xin, the outsider, spoke instead. However, thinking of Wuxin's affection for Shi Yu, Ye Bufan felt relieved. He immediately looked at Wuxin and assured him, don't worry, Senior. Even if you didn't tell me, I would still do this. After all, the Shi family and the Heavenly Palace are one family. What's more, wasn't my first chief master Shi Feishuan also from the Shi family. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. I know how to repay a favor. Thank you very much. Wu Xin smiled slightly. Ye Bufan spoke again. However, after Senior mentioned the master's family, I suddenly have a question. I wonder if Senior can help me solve it. Oh. Wu Xin responded and said, tell me about it. Senior, did you really lose the battle with Supreme Shi Yu just now? Ye Bufan asked directly. Wuxin was stunned. Ha ha ha. Then he laughed for a while, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, do you think winning or losing is important? Ye Bufan smiled knowingly. Yeah, does winning or losing matter? Unimportant. Then he looked at Wuxin and said, in that case, I will take my leave first. Wuxin nodded. Ye Bufan left immediately. Looking at Ye Bufan's departing back, Wuxin frowned and murmured. When a lunatic appears in the world, the Holy Heart will appear. The heavenly palace is dead, and the 7 killers are coming. The shuttle of eternity, reversing reincarnation. Time leaves no trace, the soul is immortal. Dao Wuya, the first half of what you said back then has come true, but what does the second half mean? After a moment, Wu Xin shook his head, but stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at Nangong Ziling and smiled calmly. In this life, I am trapped by love, and finally love. I am destined to have no chance to be with Shi Yu. I only hope that you and that boy can accompany each other forever. The Cemetery of Gods and Demons, the center. This was originally the location of the god's tomb, but now, after Ye Bufan brought the god's tomb down to the Shenwu continent, this place has completely turned into an empty lot. After bidding farewell to Wuxin, Ye Bufan left the Cemetery of Gods and Demons and went to the inner treasury of the Heavenly Palace, where he collected all the fire god crystals. Then he came here. Moreover, as the master of the world, Ye Bufan directly used the power of the heart of the world to set up dozens of barriers in the space around him, completely isolating himself from all contact with the outside world. No one could contact him, and he could not contact the outside world. The reason why Ye Bufan did this was that he was afraid of being distracted by trivial matters again. In that case, he would lose the opportunity to improve his cultivation and strengthen himself. Instead of doing this, it is better to ignore everything, ask nothing, abandon all distractions, and devote yourself to improving your cultivation and strength. Moreover, given the current situation of the Shenwu continent and the strength of the 7 killing palace, Ye Bufan believed that even if he stayed out of it, nothing would go wrong. To take a step back, even if the Shenwu continent really encounters a disaster, with the 10,000 heavenly palace secret orders in Long Xiaobao's hands, he can still ensure the lives of those around him. So Ye Bufan doesn't need to worry about it at all. After setting up dozens of barriers, he sat down cross-legged. Now he has completed the 9th level of the Jodian cycle. The next step is to impact the divine power and condense the fire of life. According to the divine flame devouring heaven art, once the life fire is formed, the combat power will double. As long as the life fire is not extinguished, the soul will not be destroyed. Ye Bufan was looking forward to this. 2 days later, outside of Shenwu, outside of Tianweishan, at the commander's mansion where Xuanyuan Wudi was. In the hall, Xuanyuan Wudi sat on a chair in the center of the hall, looking at the 30 members of the Red Refining Army in front of him and asked, have the 297 billion stones been collected? Reporting to the Lord, the money has been collected. The total is 329.63 billion. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, a member of the Chilean army stood up and said respectfully. Then he hesitated for a moment, and said, But what? Xuanyuan Wudi frowned and said, you are all my confidants. There is nothing to be shy about. Just speak directly. Yes, sir. A member of the Red Refining Army responded, we have extorted so many families this time, and they are obviously angry. I am afraid. What's there to be afraid of? The Red Refining Army member had just finished speaking when Xuanyuan Wudi interrupted him and said sternly, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Don't be afraid of them. As long as this commander is still in office, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Yes. The members of the Chilean army responded, but sneered in their hearts, you really can't cause any trouble. This time, we helped you offend all the families, even your Xuanyuan family is no exception. Now you have already caused resentment from the entire TianYTN, and the patience of the major families with you has reached its limit. Maybe they are secretly conspiring now, preparing to join forces to plot against you and kill you. The members of the Chilean army were thinking about this in their hearts, but Xuanyuan Wudi was completely unaware of it. Without the slightest hesitation, after knowing that the Yuanshi had been gathered, he looked directly at the 30 members of the Red Refining Army in front of him and said, "Now, this commander has two things for you to do. Before I say anything more, this commander must remind you that this matter is of great importance and absolutely no mistakes are allowed to occur. And no one other than the members of the Red Refining Army can know about it. Do you understand?" All the members of the Red Refining Army were stunned, and then said in unison, "Yes, we understand." Very good. After responding, Xuanyuan Wudi said, "First, you will contact the other members of the Chilean army lurking around one by one and ask them to rush to Ye Qianshang's base immediately. Remember, you must remind them to hide immediately after arriving near Ye Qianshang's base. Without the order of this commander, they are absolutely not allowed to be exposed, and their traces are not allowed to be discovered by anyone." The 30 Chilean soldiers were stunned again. One of them looked horrified and asked, "Sir, are you going to take action against Ye Qianshang?" "Any questions?" Xuanyuan Wudi said in a cold voice. "Can." The member of the Red Refining Army hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, if we attack Ye Qianshang like this, then how will we explain to the temple? After all, he is also a deputy commander." Xuanyuan Wudi sneered, "Who told you that this commander would do it himself?" Well, the members of the Chilean army were stunned. Xuanyuan Wudi had absolute trust in the 8,000 Red Refining Army under his command. He was convinced that these people would never betray him even if they died, and the next operation would require their cooperation, so Xuanyuan Wudi did not hide anything from them, but directly said, "Now that things have come to this, I will tell you clearly. This time, I plan to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon Clan to jointly destroy Ye Qianshang." Cooperate with the Demon Clan. The 30 Chilean soldiers were shocked. "My lord, no." A member of the Red Refining Army hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Sir, cooperating with the Sky Demon Clan is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, and what if the temple finds out?" The other members of the Chilean army also looked solemn and worried. Xuanyuan Wudi smiled slightly and said, "Do you think this commander is so stupid?" The 30 Chilean soldiers were stunned again. Xuanyuan Wudi continued, "This time, the cooperation between this commander and the Sky Demon Clan is roughly like this. Because Ye Qianshang's merits are about to surpass mine, this commander has to lead the army to fight and earn merits. This time, I will withdraw all the troops under my command except Ye Qianshang. In other words, once the action begins, only Ye Qianshang and his Flying Dragon army will be left in our area. At that time, the 2 demigods of the Sky Demon Clan and 30 Flying Realm experts will directly attack the Flying Dragon army. They have only one goal, to kill Ye Qianshang. At that time, we were in the 7th heaven, fighting against the heavenly demons. Even if the heavenly demons destroyed Ye Qianshang, what did it have to do with us? Of course, that's not enough. As you said, cooperating with the Sky Demon Clan is like courting death. Therefore, killing and silencing everyone who knows about this matter is the best, wisest, and most foolproof option. This is also the reason why I secretly called back the Chilean army and asked you to lurk around Ye Qianshang. When the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman gains. By then, the Flying Dragon army and the Sky Demon Clan will inevitably be in a situation where both sides suffer losses. Once Ye Qianshang dies, we will directly take action to destroy the invading Sky Demon. In this case, not only is this commander innocent, but he has also made contributions. What else can the temple say?" The 30 members of the Chilean army were suddenly shocked. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So cruel and vicious. But, a member of the Red Refining Army immediately said, "Sir, this plan is good, but we still have more than 2,000 brothers detained in the Shenwu continent. Without them, we can't exert the full power of the 9 evil wandering dragon battle formation. How can we fight the demigod of the Heavenly Demon Clan when the time comes?" "That's the second thing I want to say." Xuanyuan Wudi responded and said, "You should take the Yuanshi and go to Shenwu continent now. You must redeem all the people within 1 day. After you come back, you can directly lurk around Ye Qianshang's base." 1 day. The 30 Red Refining Army soldiers were stunned, and then one of them asked, "Sir, if they take the money but still don't release us, then what should we do?" "Take the money and don't let go." Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but be stunned. He really hadn't thought of this, and this possibility seemed very high. "Sir, I have a plan. But at this moment, a member of the Chilean army suddenly spoke. Tell me about it. Xuanyuan Wudi glanced at the member of the Chilean army. The member of the Red Refining Army said without hesitation, Sir, we can only bring 10 billion yuanxi to Shenwu continent each time. If they release one person, we will give them 10 billion. In this way, if they want to get the full 30 billion yuanxi, they can only cooperate with us. Chapter 1074, Hit Him, the Yellow Bird. Sir, we can only bring 10 billion yuanxi to Shenwu continent each time. If they release one person, we will give them 10 billion. In this way, if they want to get all 30 billion yuanxi, they can only cooperate with us. 1 billion each time, release one person, give it once. I have to say that this is indeed a good idea. In this way, the Shenwu continent will no longer have the opportunity to collect ransom and still detain hostages. If they want money, they can only release the hostages. If they collect money but don't release the hostages, they can only collect a ransom of 100 million. In this way, Xuanyuan Wudi would not end up losing both his money and his life. Just do as you say. With this thought in mind, Xuanyuan Wudi spoke up, and at the end, he added, however, you must hurry up. Within 1 day, that is, by this time tomorrow, all the brothers of the Chilean army must be redeemed, and all of them must enter the corresponding positions to lie in wait. Now, let's act. In 1 day, at this time tomorrow, the demon envoy Mo Ying of the Heavenly Demon Clan will come again to ask whether he is willing to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon Clan, so before that, Xuanyuan Wudi must arrange everything properly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east. Yes, sir. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, the 30 members of the Chilean army responded in unison. In the Shenwu continent, between the 3 major martial arts academies, in the center of the ancient wilderness, there are 2 altars. For 2 days, Hao Peng, Yi Long and others had been waiting by the altar. It seemed that there were only 10 of them, but in fact, there were nearly 10,000 powerful saints from the Sky Demon clan lurking around. If Tianyi pays the ransom money readily, then nothing will happen. But if Xuanyuan Wudi dares to send troops to attack Shenwu continent, then Hao Peng and others will definitely teach them a lesson in minutes. The warm breeze blows gently and the space is quiet. Hao Peng and others sat cross-legged, waiting for Tianyi response. Call. Suddenly, a white light flashed above the altars on both sides, and then a figure appeared out of thin air. The person who came was none other than a member of the Chilean army. Seeing this scene, Fat Hao and others immediately stood up and looked at him. The members of the Chilean army saluted and said respectfully to Hao Peng and the others, I am Mo Bei, and I pay my respects to you gentlemen. Fat Hao nodded and said, did you bring the money? Reporting to the master, the money has been brought, but in addition to that, I have another very important matter to report to the master. The member of the Chilean army said immediately. Fat Hao frowned, what's the matter? A member of the Chilean army said, Sir, Xuanyuan Wudi is ready to cooperate with the Tianmo clan to jointly kill Yi Tianshang. What? Hearing this, Fat Hao and others were all shocked. In a brief moment, Fat Hao grabbed the collar of the member of the Red Refining Army and said, say it again. Sir, Xuanyuan Wudi is ready to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon clan to jointly kill Yi Tianshang. Call. In an instant, Hao Peng and others' breathing stopped. The members of the Chilean army didn't know who Yi Tianshang was, but Hao Peng and others knew it very well. He is a legend of the Shenwu continent and the biological father of their young master Ye Bufan. Now, Xuanyuan Wudi is actually preparing to join forces with the Heavenly Demon clan to assassinate Yi Tianshang. Damn it! Immediately, Fatty Hao shouted and cursed, this damn Xuanyuan Wudi is looking for death. After saying that, he looked at the members of the Chilean army again and said, come on, I'll take you to see Master Yi now. Xuanyuan Wudi is preparing to join forces with the Heavenly Demon clan to plot against and kill Yi Tianshang. This is a big deal, extremely urgent, and Fat Hao dare not slack off at all. Wangyao Mountain Range, the base of the 7 killers. Fat Hao came hurriedly with the members of the Chilean army, but the result he obtained was that Ye Bufan had entered the cemetery of gods and demons 2 days ago and started his retreat to break through to the divine martial realm. Not only that, Feng Hen also told them that Ye Bufan used the power of the world to isolate himself from everything in the outside world. In other words, they couldn't contact Ye Bufan at all now, not even Feng Hen, a powerful god of the first level. For a moment, Fat Hao was extremely anxious and had to find Long Xiaobao and others to discuss the matter. The three ancestral lands of the Heavenly Palace were once the residence of the Supreme Being, Feng Chen. As the successor of Feng Chen, this place now belongs to Long Xiaobao. At this moment, in one of the countless pavilions, in the main hall, Hao Pang, Long Xiaobao, Langning Shang, Yi Jingxuan, the Snow Wolf Demon King, the first barbarian lord, dozens of people around Ye Bufan gathered together. In front of them was the member of the Chilean army, and he had already told everyone about Xuanyuan Wudi's plan. For a moment, the atmosphere was dead silent and everyone present had heavy expressions. Xuanyuan Wudi cooperated with the Sky Demon clan. On the surface, he led his 4 legions into the 7th heaven to declare war on the Sky Demon clan. In fact, his intention was to transfer the human army away and isolate Yi Tianshang and the Flying Dragon army, so as to give the Sky Demon clan an opportunity to attack the Flying Dragon army and kill Yi Tianshang. Moreover, the Sky Demon clan sent out 2 demigods and 30 flying celestials this time. This means he has made up his mind to kill Yi Tianshang at all costs. If it were just that, it would be fine. The devil is in front, and Xuanyuan Wudi is trying to take advantage of the situation while the mantis stalks the cicada. In this way, even if the Heavenly Demon clan failed to kill Yi Tianshang, at that time Xuanyuan Wudi would definitely take the opportunity to kill Yi Tianshang. Xuanyuan Wudi himself is a powerful demigod, and with the addition of the 8,000 Kai Lian army, that is equivalent to 2 powerful demigods. If the Heavenly Demon clan is included, that makes 4 demigods. Although Yi Tianshang is also a demigod, no matter how strong he is, he cannot fight against 4 demigods in a row, right? 4 demigods are coming. For Yi Tianshang, this was a catastrophic disaster, a situation in which he was bound to be killed. Most importantly, he was totally unaware. At this moment, just thinking about it made everyone feel a chill. After a moment, Long Xiaobao glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, please share your thoughts." As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, everyone instinctively looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. In the eyes of everyone, when it comes to despicableness, the Snow Wolf Demon King is the ancestor of Xuanyuan Wudi. Even if it is a plot, the Snow Wolf Demon King is still several blocks away from him. After all, the Snow Wolf Demon King was the one who played the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians around. Feeling everyone's gaze, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Long Xiaobao smiled calmly. "Wolf King, what do you think?" 2 words, fuck him. The Snow Wolf Demon King stood up and said, "He is trying to catch the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind. Then we should catch the oriole." Everyone was stunned, and the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, "When the time comes, let Yi Tianshang pretend to be defeated and play dead. In this way, the Sky Demon clan will surely flee. Once the Sky Demon clan flees, Xuanyuan Wudi will surely be unable to resist and take action. If he wants to make a move, we will just sit back and watch the show, letting them fight each other. When they are almost done fighting, our brother Long and Demon Lord Mo Zan will take the opportunity to strike and wipe them out at once. Not only that, the Demon Lord can also bring the head of Xuanyuan Wudi, the human commander, into the Sky Demon clan. With his semi-god strength and Xuanyuan Wudi's head, he will definitely be valued by the Sky Demon clan. Once the Demon Lord enters the Sky Demon clan, it will be like planting a hidden chess piece for us in the Sky Demon clan, making it easier for us to wipe out the Sky Demon clan in the future. Save Yi Tianshang, kill Xuanyuan Wudi, and lay out the plans for the Heavenly Demon clan. Since Xuanyuan Wudi is waiting behind us, let's take advantage of his situation and kill 3 birds with 1 stone. If we win, it will be a great achievement. Defeat, that's impossible. After all, even if something unexpected happens, it's okay. Xuanyuan Wudi and the Sky Demon clan only have 4 demigods in total. Among the 8,000 Red Refining Army, 3,000 are on our side. Therefore, his Red Refining Army cannot exert the strength of a demigod at all. This means that they only have 3 demigods. On our side, Yi Tianshang, Brother Long, and the Demon Lord Mo Zan also make 3 demigods. 3 against 3, who's afraid of who? The most important thing is in addition to the commander Xuanyuan Wudi, there are 11 other commanders in the Temple of the 6th Heaven. The 6 demigods will fight to the death. It is inevitable that the winner will not be determined in a short period of time, but it will definitely alarm the other commanders. Among the 11 commanders, any 1 or 2 of them can instantly turn the tide of the battle. In this way, although we cannot kill Xuanyuan Wudi, but don't forget that we still have 3,000 Red Refining Army. If the 3,000 Red Refining Army suddenly finds their conscience and suddenly accuses Xuanyuan Wudi of forcing them to cooperate with the Sky Demon clan and plot to assassinate Yi Tianxiang, what do you think the commanders present will do? What will the temple think? 3,000 Red Refining Army soldiers came forward to testify. With the help of a group of captured demons, Xuanyuan Wudi will be badly injured if he doesn't die. Chapter 1075 Yi Hong leaves the Tomb of the Gods, Xiaobao goes to the outer world. As the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke, everyone present was stunned. If Xuanyuan Wudi wants to stalk the cicada while the Oriole is behind, then we will take advantage of the situation and hit the sparrow, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Originally, everyone had thought about having the 2 demigods, Long Xiaobao and the Demon Lord, enter the Tianyi to reinforce Yi Tianxiang, but they did not expect that the Snow Wolf Demon King was even more ruthless than them. He really is a born swindler. He seems to be trying to trap Xuanyuan Wudi to death. But that's a good thing. Not only did the crowd not object, but they were also extremely happy. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Okay, then we'll give you a slingshot. With this thought in mind, Fatty Hao couldn't help but speak excitedly, okay, let's do it. Let that damn Xuanyuan Wudi see that we in the Shenwu continent are not vegetarians either. Everyone was stunned, but then they all looked at Long Xiaobao. After all, Long Xiaobao was the only demigod present, and they were only at the saint level. Currently, they could not help at all in this battle, and the decision would have to be made by Long Xiaobao. At this moment, Long Xiaobao frowned. It's not because he was afraid, or didn't want to enter Tianyi to reinforce Yi Tianxiang, but he was calculating the feasibility of the Snow Wolf Demon King's plan in his mind. After all, Long Xiaobao himself is also a monster. Not only is he extremely talented, but his thinking is also extremely meticulous. It was so before, and it is even more so now. After a moment, he looked at everyone and said slowly, then do as the Wolf King says, but the Demon Lord and I will go to the heaven beyond heaven. As for the rest of you, stay in the Shenwu continent for the time being. You must not leave before young Master Yi comes out of retreat. Everyone was stunned, but at this moment, outside the hall, a deep and heavy voice suddenly sounded, count me in. Well, everyone was stunned again. The same is true for Long Xiaobao. Afterwards, everyone looked outside the hall again. Gray hair, black robe. In the sight of everyone, an old man with his hands behind his back walked slowly into the hall. He was surrounded by a layer of black mist, and was barely visible. When the old man was still outside the hall, no one felt anything. However, the moment he walked into the hall, everyone felt inexplicably depressed and palpitating. Long Xiaobao was also startled. The old man in front of him actually made him feel a little uneasy. You know, he is a demigod. What does it mean to make a demigod feel uneasy? There is no doubt that this old man is also a demigod. Even if this old man is not a demigod, he definitely has the strength comparable to that of a demigod. When did the 3rd demigod appear on Shenwu continent? Quote, who are you? Immediately, Long Xiaobao stood up and looked at the old man in front of him with a wary look. Not only that, Long Xiaobao's semi-god consciousness instantly locked onto the old man. If the old man made any unusual movements, he would definitely attack without hesitation. This is true for Long Xiaobao, and others are no exception. With the arrival of the old man, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely solemn, even depressing. The situation is tense, and it is just like this. Grandfather. But at this moment, Yi Jingxuan screamed beside Long Xiaobao, her voice full of joy and excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran directly towards the old man. Everyone was stunned. Grandfather. There was a hint of suspicion in their eyes as they looked at the old man. Don't come over here. But at this moment, seeing Yi Jingxuan running towards him, the old man stood at the door of the hall and raised his hand to stop her. Grandfather. Yi Jingxuan stopped and looked at the old man's face full of confusion and puzzlement. Looking at her, the old man smiled calmly and said, Grandpa is now full of poison, and he cannot fully control it. So, Xiaoshuaner, don't get close to Grandpa, otherwise with your cultivation level in the Saint Realm, Grandpa will hurt you. The whole body is full of poison. Not in full control. Entering the Holy Realm will cause harm just by approaching it. Yi Jingxuan couldn't help but be stunned. The others present were no exception. However, one thing is certain, the old man in front of him is none other than Yi Tianxiang's father, Ye Bufan's grandfather, the old man of the Yi family Yi Hong. As soon as they thought of this, Long Xiaobao and the others' vigilance instantly disappeared. At the same time, Long Xiaobao looked at Old Man Yi and said calmly, Xiaobao has met Grandpa Yi. Meet Grandpa Yi. Others also spoke up. Yi Hong smiled calmly. Long Xiaobao looked at him and spoke again, somewhat uncertainly, Grandpa Yi, you just said count you in. Are you also going to Tianweishan with us? Exactly. Yi Hong responded, and then said solemnly, I have heard from Senior Feng about Tianshang. Although my Yi family is from the Shenwu continent and is not as powerful as the other wealthy families in Tianweishan, we are not someone that can be bullied by anyone. If you want to take my son's life, then destroy his entire family. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. If you want to take my son's life, then you should kill his entire family. The old man is domineering. Grandpa Yi, what is your current cultivation level? Suddenly, Long Xiaobao looked at Yi Hong and asked again. Everyone was also quite curious. Fitian, high level. Yi Hong didn't hide anything and blurted out the 4 words. Advanced flying mirror. Everyone was stunned. Yi Hong added, although I am only at the high level of the flying sky realm, far from being a demigod, my body of 10,000 poisons has brought me a lot of inconveniences, but it has also brought me unparalleled advantages. At this point, Yi Hong's face showed a touch of incomparable confidence, so, you don't need to have any concerns. If I fight to the death, I can kill a demigod. Hiss. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The same is true for Long Xiaobao. If I fight to the death, even a demigod can kill me. The old man said that he could kill, not fight, which means that he had absolute confidence that he could kill the demigod with his high-level cultivation in the flying sky realm. A body immune to all poisons. Although everyone doesn't know what this is, there is no doubt that this body of all poisons is absolutely powerful and absolutely domineering. Grandfather. However, looking at Grandpa Yi, Yi Jingxuan couldn't help but let the tears roll down her cheeks. A body that is susceptible to all kinds of poisons, how many inconveniences do you have? Obviously, because of this so-called poisonous body, the old man doesn't even have the chance to give his granddaughter a hug. Strangers are not allowed to enter, and the same applies to acquaintances. The person is right in front of me, but I don't even have the chance to get close to him. What a pity and sadness. Seeing Yi Jingxuan like this, old Master Yi Hong smiled and comforted her, Xuaner, don't cry. Grandpa was supposed to die, but now he is still alive and well. Why should we ask for so much more? What's more, Grandpa thinks that the current situation is pretty good. Yi Jingxuan nodded silently. That's right. Old Master Yi Hong said with a smile, and then joked, our little Xuaner is already a big girl now. She will soon get married and have children. If she keeps crying like this, it will be so ugly. She might not be able to get married in the future. Yi Jingxuan suddenly became shy. The others smiled indifferently. At this time, Long Xiaobao no longer thought about it, but looked at Yi Hong and said directly, in this case, there is no time to lose, Grandpa Yi, let's rush to Tianweishan now. Mr. Yi nodded in response. My lord, no. But at this moment, the only member of the Red Snake Army present immediately spoke. No. Everyone immediately looked at the members of the Red Snake Army. Long Xiaobao frowned and asked in confusion, why not? The Red Snake Army did not dare to hide anything, but slowly said, Your Excellency does not know that the Deputy Commander Xiao Wenshan under Xuanyuan Wudi is still guarding the entrance of the two-land passage in the first level of Tianweitian. If you enter Tianweitian now, you will definitely meet him. Although he is only at the peak of Fitian realm, you can easily kill him, but doing so will definitely alert Xuanyuan Wudi. So, what I mean is, after a pause, the member of the Red Snake Army continued, let's make a deal first. After all, Xuanyuan Wudi has already sent a message to Xiao Wenshan. After redeeming the Red Snake Army this time, he will no longer have to guard the passage between the two places, but will go to the seventh heaven with the army. In this way, as soon as our deal is over, Xiao Wenshan will leave. At that time, the adults will enter the heaven beyond heaven and will definitely not be noticed by Xuanyuan Wudi. In that way, we can kill him by surprise, right? Moreover, when we came this time, we left marks for you along the way. As long as you follow the marks, you can find Yi Tianshang directly. No. As soon as the Red Snake Army member finished speaking, Long Xiaobao waved his hand and said, you guys continue the transaction, and we will just let the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation drive them away. Just let the heaven-slaying formation of all things expel them. The members of the Red Snake army were stunned and said, "My lord, this I'm afraid it's not appropriate. After all, the heaven beyond heaven is very big. There are 9 layers of heaven beyond heaven, and the area of each layer is comparable to the Shenwu continent. If you don't have our mark, if you can't arrive in time, then..." Long Xiaobao smiled calmly and said, "Tian Weishan, I am more familiar with it than you." Chapter 1076 Supreme Beauty. Tian Weishan, I am more familiar with it than you. Upon hearing this, the members of the Red Snake army were stunned, but Hao Peng and others present did not care. After all, they already knew that Long Xiaobao came from Tianweitian. Since he came from Tian Weishan, how could he not be familiar with Tian Weishan? Without saying anything more, Long Xiaobao just looked at the members of the Red Snake army and said, "You can continue the transaction later, but remember, in the battle that will come soon, until the last moment, you 3,000 Red Snake army must not be exposed, understand?" "I understand," the member of the Red Snake army said after being stunned for a moment. Long Xiaobao nodded. "Xiaopeng, take him back to the channel between the 2 places now, and do everything according to what they said, and do the transaction normally." "No problem." Fat Hao responded, then looked at Long Xiaobao and hesitated for a moment, then said, "Boss, you have to be more careful after you go to Tian Weishan." Long Xiaobao responded. Fat Hao took the members of the Red Snake army directly out of the hall. After Hao Peng and the members of the Kai Lian army left, Long Xiaobao and Yi Hong did not stay either. After they found the demon lord Mo Zan, they left the Wangyao mountains directly. Within the heavenly palace, there is a supreme barrier. In the former heavenly palace, now the 7 Killers base, it was not affected by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation because of the supreme barrier laid by Dao Wuya. However, after leaving this area, with the cultivation level of Long Xiaobao, Yi Hong, and the Demon Lord, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation immediately appeared and directly expelled them from the Shenwu continent. When the 3 of them left, Yi Jingxuan, Lengning Shang, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the others all had deep and solemn expressions on their faces, and even a little worried. After all, they all knew that this time when Long Xiaobao and the other 2 went to Tianweitian, a shocking battle would be waiting for them. They didn't know how powerful the demigods were. But this battle will inevitably be devastating. In this situation, although they have 4 demigods, Long Xiaobao, Yi Hong, the Demon Lord and Yi Tianshang, and have a great chance of winning, Xuanyuan Wudi is also not weak. So, it is really hard to predict who will win or lose until the last moment. It's a pity that with their current strength, they can't help at all in a battle of this level. Otherwise, they would definitely go together. At this moment, they could only pray silently for Long Xiaobao and the others, praying that no other accidents would happen during this period, and praying that they could win this battle. Of course, even if they could win this battle, they could no longer return to the Shenwu continent. After all, with their cultivation level, they could not use the passage between the Shenwu continent and the Tianwei heaven. But that's all in the past. At the same time that Long Xiaobao and the other 2 left, Fat Hao had already brought the members of the Red Snake army back to the altar where the passage between the 2 places was located and conducted a direct transaction. 10 billion yuan is enough to release 1 person. It took both sides almost half a day to complete the transaction of more than 2,000 Red Snake army soldiers. It can be said that both parties returned with a full load. Of course, when Hao Peng returned to the Qixia base, the nearly 10,000 demons who had entered the Holy Realm still remained near the passage between the 2 places. From now on, anyone who comes from the outer world will be detained, no matter who they are. If they resist, they will be warned the first time, and killed the second time. Heaven beyond heaven, the 6th heaven, Yi Mansion. In a house with extremely simple decoration, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s was lying quietly on the head of the bed. The man had long hair draped over his shoulders, a sharp face, a straight nose and a square mouth. Although his face was pale, he still gave people a feeling of being extraordinary and heroic, especially his pair of sharp eyes, which were full of might and power, and invisibly brought people an inexplicable sense of oppression. There was a woman sitting next to the man's bed. The woman was dressed in a light white gauze, gentle and elegant, with black hair that fell to her waist like a waterfall, dark eyebrows like distant mountains, a pair of beautiful eyes like stars and bright moon, an exquisite nose, rosy cheeks, cherry lips that smelled like orchids, snow-white cheeks with blush patches, and soft and smooth skin like snow. This is an absolute beauty. However, her beauty is not the kind of enchanting beauty that can overwhelm a whole country, but a kind of poetic and picturesque, as if she is far away from the world, detached from the mundane world, and untouched by the mundane world. Perhaps just one glance is enough to make people obsessed. The man is heroic. The woman is stunningly beautiful. This is definitely a match made in heaven. At this moment, the woman was holding a bowl of medicine in her hand, feeding the man a mouthful from time to time. Seeing the man looking at her with a smile, the woman said with some resentment, "Why are you always so worrying? Do you know that this time, you almost couldn't come back?" The woman's voice was like the sound of nature. There was a hint of blame in her words, but they were full of concern and worry. "I'm fine, right?" Facing the woman's concerned reproach, the man smiled calmly. "You still call this okay?" The woman fed the man a mouthful of medicine and said, "Fortunately, you are already a demigod. If you were someone else, you would be crippled even if you didn't die. Also, although your life is not in danger, your soul has been damaged. It will take a month or two to recover." After a pause, the woman continued, "During this period of time, you must not leave the bed without my permission. Otherwise I will seal your cultivation." Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't go anywhere, I won't do anything, I'll just lie here and recuperate. Is that okay?" The man said with a smile. "That's more like it." The woman grumbled, then fed the man a mouthful of medicine and said forcefully, "Not just this time, but in the future as well. From now on, you can no longer send troops out without my permission, and you can't send troops out secretly without telling me." After saying that, the woman changed the subject again and said in a low voice, "Tianshong, do you know how worried I am about you every time you go out?" The man was stunned. The woman continued, "I know what you're thinking, but some things we have to do slowly and not rush into it. Yinner, do you think at this point, do we have any other choice?" the man suddenly said as the woman finished speaking. The woman was stunned and speechless. The man continued, "I didn't want to argue about anything, but what happened? Not to mention the tragic death of my second brother over the years, how many of the brothers in the Flying Dragon army who came to this outer world with us back then died in vain because of him. Now, another round of cleanup operations is about to begin. Do you think he will let us go when that time comes? Borrowing a knife to kill someone is like killing someone without bloodshed. He will use his power as the commander to make my Flying Dragon army serve as cannon fodder once again in this cleanup operation, just like he did back then. I, Yi Tianshong, may not care about life and death, but I will never allow my brothers in the Flying Dragon army to become cannon fodder again and have their lives played with by others. Temple. Commander. Since he wants to fight, then I, Yi Tianshong, will fight with him. Either he dies or I die. Before the next cleanup of the Sky Demon clan, I must replace him. For you, for the Flying Dragon army, and even more for my second brother and those brothers who died tragically, I, Yi Tianshong, can risk everything." Ahem. The man was so excited that he couldn't help coughing. Seeing this, the woman put down the medicine in her hand, stood up, gently stroked the man's chest a few times, looked at him with concern and said, "Okay, stop talking, let's talk about these things after you recover from your injuries. Don't worry, this injury is nothing." The man said this, then calmed down and said, "As for the brothers of the Flying Dragon army, you must remind them not to let them go out during this period of time. Are you afraid that he will take advantage of the opportunity to attack?" The woman frowned. "It's better to be safe than sorry." The man looked worried. "Although I killed 2 demigods of the Sky Demon clan this time, I was also injured by their scheme. Xuanyuan Wudi definitely doesn't know this yet, but if time goes on and I don't make any moves, he will definitely get suspicious and even try to probe us. So we must not let the brothers of the Flying Dragon army leave the base, and we must warn them to always be on guard against Xuanyuan Wudi's probing, or even sneak attacks. Don't worry, if he dares to come, I will kill him directly." As soon as the man finished speaking, the woman immediately said in a cold voice, "No." Hearing this, the man immediately refused and said, "Yinner, don't do anything rash. You are the last trump card in my hand. Even my third brother and third sister don't know that you have been a demigod for many years, even 2 years earlier than me. Therefore, you must not expose yourself unless it is absolutely necessary. Also, Commander, you can't kill him." The man's words were full of worry, but he was not worried about the woman's safety. He was worried that she would kill Xuanyuan Wudi in a rage. Commander of the Flying Dragon, Yi Tianshong. The rich king of Dakion, lots of money. The goddess of Tianqi, Lin Loyan. More than 10 years ago, there were three geniuses and legendary figures in the Shenwu continent: Filong Tieshui, the king of wealth who loved money, and the goddess who was stunning. A single word from them could defeat a million soldiers. Everyone knows that Lin Luoyan has a stunning appearance, but who knows that her talent in martial arts is far superior to that of Yi Tianxiang and Qian Duoju. In terms of beauty, she is the best in the world. In terms of strength, she can defeat the crowd. If she hadn't been quiet by nature, didn't like fighting with others, and hadn't put all her attention on Yi Tianxiang, she would have been famous all these years. It's not because of her beauty, but because her talent is even more enchanting than Yi Tianxiang's. Unfortunately, as a favored daughter of heaven, she, Lin Luoyan, hid all her edge and was only willing to be the green leaf to complement the red flower, Yi Tianxiang. Chapter 1077. Father, are you sure you are not kidding? Commander of the Flying Dragon, Yi Tianxiang. The rich king of Daqian, lots of money. The goddess of Tianqi, Lin Luoyan. More than 10 years ago, there were three geniuses and legendary figures in the Shenwu continent: Filong Tieshui, the king of wealth who loved money, and the goddess who was stunning. A single word from them could defeat a million soldiers. Everyone knows that Lin Luoyan has a stunning appearance, but who knows that her talent in martial arts is far superior to that of Yi Tianxiang and Qian Duoju. In terms of beauty, she is the best in the world. In terms of strength, she can defeat the crowd. If she hadn't been quiet by nature, didn't like fighting with others, and hadn't put all her attention on Yi Tianxiang, she would have been famous all these years. It's not because of her beauty, but because her talent is even more enchanting than Yi Tianxiang's. Unfortunately, as a favored daughter of heaven, she, Lin Luoyan, hid all her edge and was only willing to be the green leaf to complement the red flower, Yi Tianxiang. Therefore, Yi Tianxiang's worry is not unreasonable. With Lin Luoyan's mid-level demigod cultivation, if Xuanyuan Wudi attacks, he may be killed by her in anger. However, as one of the 12 commanders of the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi cannot be killed now. Otherwise, what awaits them will be the temple's endless pursuit. This is the difference between the commander and the deputy commander. Although it is only one word difference, it is a world of difference. Therefore, if one wants to kill Xuanyuan Wudi, he must first replace him. Even if he cannot replace him, he must at least be removed from the command position. Once Xuanyuan Wudi is no longer the commander of the temple, then, as long as he is not caught on the spot, even if he is killed, the temple will not investigate further and will not investigate it to the end. New. Facing Yi Tianxiang's reminder, Lin Luoyan rolled her eyes at him and said with some resentment, "I was just talking casually. Seeing how nervous you are, is he your wife? Or am I your wife?" Yi Tianxiang smiled awkwardly. "Who?" But at this moment, Lin Luoyan suddenly shouted. She stood up suddenly and asked in a cold voice. Just at that moment, she actually felt a divine thought sweeping past her. It was obvious that someone was using divine thought to investigate the entire Yi mansion. Such blatant behavior is so bold and even a provocation. "Yinner, what's wrong?" Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxiang propped himself up and asked Lin Luoyan. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who?" Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan looked towards the door instantly, and Lin Luoyan asked in a deep voice. "It's me, Yi Hong." Outside the door, a low voice and 4 words rang out. "Is it me, Yi Hong?" Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan were both stunned, and they looked at each other again. Who is Yi Hong? That was his father, Yi Tianxiang, and Lin Luoyan's father-in-law, but no matter whether it was Yi Tianxiang or Lin Luoyan, they all knew very well that old man Yi was poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu back then, and was even frozen in the Kangchong Martial Academy a few years ago. Under such circumstances, how could he come to Tianyi, and how could he come to their door quietly without alerting the guards of the Yi mansion? When they thought of this, both Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan revealed a hint of nervousness and vigilance in their eyes. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. Under the current circumstances where Yi Tianxiang is seriously injured, it is always better to be cautious. Yi Tianxiang nodded, and Lin Luoyan looked at the door and said softly, "Come in." As she spoke, the pure water element on her right hand gathered silently. Although Lin Luoyan doesn't like fighting with others, she has never been a soft-hearted person. Once there is anything unusual, she will definitely take action without hesitation. Squeak. As soon as Lin Luoyan finished speaking, the door opened immediately. Then, 3 men in black robes appeared in the sight of Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan. The three men in black robes were covered in black robes from head to toe, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female, old or young. Looking at the three men in black robes in front of them, Yi Tianxiang and the other man were stunned. Bang! But at this moment, the door closed. Yi Tianxiang and the other man came back to their senses, and Lin Luoyan asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Brush. As soon as Lin Luoyan finished speaking, the black-robed man in the lead took off his hat. Suddenly, a face covered with a layer of faint black mist appeared in the eyes of Yi Tianxiang and the others. Father-in-law. Father. Seeing the appearance of the man in black robe, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan were stunned again. Tianxiang, Luoyan, long time no see. Looking at Yi Tianxiang and the other man who seemed a little dazed, old Master Yi smiled slightly. This. Yi Tianxiang and the other man were speechless. Lin Luoyan asked suspiciously, "Are you really my father-in-law?" Guaranteed authenticity. Old Master Yi smiled calmly and said, "Do you still remember the 3 sticks at the foot of Tianqing Mountain?" Well, hearing this, Yi Tianxiang and the other man were stunned again. Those 3 sticks at the foot of Tianqing Mountain. Others may not know, but Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan know it very well. The so-called 3 sticks at the foot of Tianqing Mountain were nothing more than the fact that Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan got pregnant before marriage. After the old man found out, he hit Yi Tianxiang 3 times in a rage, and only the 3 of them knew about these 3 sticks. There is no doubt that the person in front of me is Mr. Yi, there is no doubt about it. Eunuch, why did you come to Tianweishan after confirming the authenticity of the old man? Lin Luoyan asked softly, and then she looked at the 2 people behind old man Yi. And who are these 2? Let's not talk about this for now. Old Master Yi waved his hand, then looked at Yi Tianxiang who was half propped up on the bed, frowned and said, "Tianxiang, are you injured?" "Father, it's just a minor injury, it's nothing serious. However, my son can't get out of bed to greet you." Yi Tianxiang said with a smile. "Minor injury? Can it be a minor injury if the soul is injured?" Lin Luoyan glared at Yi Tianxiang, then looked at old man Yi and said, "Eunuch, you are here at a good time, so please take care of him. You don't know that this time, he actually led his troops to sneak into a space battleship of the Sky Demon clan and almost couldn't come back. I already know these things." After Lin Luoyan finished speaking, old Master Yi spoke. "You know everything." Hearing this, Lin Luoyan was stunned. Yi Tianxiang looked at old man Yi, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Nodding, Mr. Yi said slowly, "This time, we suddenly came to Tianweitian because of this." As he spoke, Mr. Yi looked at Yi Tianxiang with a serious expression. "Tianxiang, do you know the commander of the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi, has joined forces with the Tianmo clan and is ready to attack you?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan were both shocked. Ahem. Yi Tianxiang couldn't help but cough lightly, but asked, "Father, how do you know all this?" When Yi Tianxiang asked this, Lin Luoyan was also very curious. After all, it was obvious that her father-in-law had just arrived in Tianweitian not long ago. If that was the case, how could he know all this when he was in Shenwu continent before? You have to know that she and Yi Tianxiang were in Tianweitian, and they didn't know these things even though they were right next to Xuanyuan Wudi. You'll have to ask your son about that. Mr. Yi smiled slightly and said with a look of relief. Ask our son. Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan looked at each other, then looked at the old man, puzzled. That's right. Old Master Yi responded, some time ago, Xuanyuan Wudi sent people to Shenwu continent to inquire about you, but they were detained by Xiaofan. Not only that, Xiaofan also took the opportunity to blackmail them. But how could Xuanyuan Wudi easily compromise, so he sent another 3,000 members of the Red Refining Army to the Shenwu continent. Hiss. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan couldn't help but take a breath. 3,000 red soldiers. They knew very well that the 8,000 Chilean soldiers under Xuanyuan Wudi were comparable to demigods, and even 3,000 Chilean soldiers could rival the strong ones in the Soul Fusion realm. In the heaven beyond heaven, the Soul Fusion realm may not mean much, but with the power of the Shenwu continent, can they contend with a Soul Fusion realm expert? Before Yi Tianxiang and the others could think about it, Old Master Yi continued. As a result, Xiaofan detained all 3,000 Red Refining Army soldiers, extorted 3 trillion yuanxi from Xuanyuan Wudi, and controlled all 3,000 Red Refining Army soldiers. In other words, all 3,000 Red Refining Army soldiers are Xiaofan's men now, and the news that Xuanyuan Wudi was going to join forces with the Sky Demon clan to deal with you was also brought to Shenwu continent by members of the Red Refining Army. As soon as Mr. Yi finished speaking, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan were shocked and couldn't help but look at each other again. Yi Tianxiang was stunned. Lin Luoyan was stunned. Xuanyuan Wudi sent 3,000 members of the Chilean army to the Shenwu continent, but all of them were captured by his own son. And he made them collectively betray Xuanyuan Wudi and join him. He also extorted 300 billion stones from Xuanyuan Wudi. Is this really our silly son? And when did the Shenwu continent have the combat power to compete with the Soul Fusion realm? Suddenly, Yi Tianxiang looked at old man Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said in disbelief, "Father, are you sure you are not joking?" Chapter 1078, Plan made, Yi Tianxiang is critically ill. Father, are you sure you're not kidding? It is well known that the Kai Lian army is Xuanyuan Wudi's diehard supporter and is also a trump card in his hand. If the Shenwu continent only captured 3,000 Chilean soldiers, Yi Tianxiang could barely accept it, but letting these 3,000 Chilean soldiers collectively betray Xuanyuan Wudi, in Yi Tianxiang's opinion, this thing is simply impossible. Seeing Yi Tianxiang's disbelieving expression, old Master Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you think I'm so bored that I'd come all the way from Shenwu continent to joke with you?" This. Yi Tianxiang was suddenly speechless. Mr. Yi said without hesitation, "Xiaobao, show your uncle Yi your cultivation." Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang was stunned, and Lin Luoyan was no exception. Boom. But at this moment, the aura of a demigod suddenly emerged from Long Xiaobao. Not only Long Xiaobao, but also the demon lord Mo Zan beside him no longer hid and directly displayed his own cultivation. Two demigods in front. In an instant, both Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Below the realm of gods, demigods are kings. Even in the heaven beyond heaven, a demigod is considered a powerful being at the pinnacle of the realm. But now in the Shenwu continent, where the peak of the Saint realm is the limit, two demigods have appeared. What exactly happened in the Shenwu continent? Yi Tianxiang was shocked and confused. At this moment, even though he was a genius, it was difficult for him to remain calm. Yi Tianxiang is like this, and Lin Luoyan is no exception. Father, this. In a brief moment, Yi Tianxiang looked at old man Yi again, but his face was full of disbelief. Old Master Yi naturally knew what Yi Tianxiang was thinking, but he said, "This matter is a long story, and it cannot be explained in a few words. Let me tell you slowly in detail later. Now, let's deal with the crisis in front of us first." Okay, Yi Tianxiang said somewhat absent-mindedly. How long has it been since he left Shenwu continent? Just over 10 years. Moreover, during this period, he has never stopped paying attention to the Shenwu continent. If there has been any attention, it was only in the past few years. But it was precisely in these few years that a demigod powerful man appeared in the Shenwu continent. Yi Tianxiang really couldn't understand what was going on. But now is really not the time to think about these things. Looking at old man Yi, Lin Luoyan calmed down and asked, "Eunuch, you just said Xuanyuan Wudi teamed up with the Sky Demon clan to assassinate Tianxiang. What is going on?" Here's what happened. Mr. Yi did not hide anything and immediately told Yi Tianxiang and his wife what had happened. "Father, do you want to take advantage of the situation and destroy Xuanyuan Wudi?" After Grandpa Yi finished speaking, Yi Tianxiang looked at him absent-mindedly and asked. "That's right," Mr. Yi responded, "since he wants to kill you, then make him disappear forever." "No." Unexpectedly, Yi Tianxiang directly refused. "Why?" Mr. Yi was stunned. Long Xiaobao and Demon Lord Mo Zan looked at Yi Tianxiang with some confusion. Yi Tianxiang thought for a moment, and said solemnly, "Father, you don't understand the temple, or you don't understand the significance of the 12 commanders to the temple. They are the representatives of the temple's power and also the face of the temple. In the temple, the power of the 12 commanders is so great that you can hardly imagine it. And this is secondary. Compared with the commanders, even if all the deputy commanders are killed, the temple will not ask. But if one commander dies, the temple will definitely not let it go. In order to maintain the authority of the temple, the 3 deputy hall masters, or even the hall master, will personally take action and get to the bottom of this matter. By then, we will definitely not be able to conceal the fact that we framed Xuanyuan Wudi. Moreover, even if they knew that Xuanyuan Wudi was colluding with the Heavenly Demon clan, the temple would pretend that nothing had happened. In fact, with the death of Xuanyuan Wudi, they would even kill people to cover up this fact. Because the commander colluded with the devil, it was a great shame for the temple. They would never allow such a thing to happen, let alone spread it out after it happened. When the time comes, what awaits us will be the thundering might of the temple. None of us will survive. Hiss. As Ye Tianxiang said this, Mr. Yi and the other two couldn't help but gasp. If it is true as Ye Tianxiang said, then this temple is too overbearing. No, it is simply brutal and unreasonable. But at this moment, Long Xiaobao suddenly asked, Uncle Yi, we can't kill him. Then what if Xuanyuan Wudi was killed by the Sky Demon clan when he was resisting the Sky Demon? Killed by the devil. Ye Tianxiang was stunned, then shook his head. No, without evidence, the temple will not believe anything we say, unless we can capture the members of the Sky Demon clan alive. But then after a pause, Ye Tianxiang continued, the captured Sky Demons must be handed over to the temple. By then, Xuanyuan Wudi's collusion with the Sky Demon clan will still be exposed. In the end, the temple will still not let us live. Uncle Yi, you misunderstood me. After Ye Tianxiang finished speaking, Long Xiaobao said, I only said that Xuanyuan Wudi was killed by the Heavenly Demon clan, but I didn't say that he was killed by the Heavenly Demons who cooperated with him. What is that? Ye Tianxiang was puzzled. Uncle Yi, can you take care of him? As Long Xiaobao spoke, he took off the black robe and hat on the Demon Lord's head. Demon. Seeing the true appearance of the Demon Lord, Ye Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan were both shocked. That's right, Demon. Long Xiaobao responded, his name is Mo Zan. He is the heavenly Demon Lord who was sealed in the Shenwu continent in a battle 100,000 years ago. Now he has been subdued by Yi Xiao. Hiss. Hearing this, Ye Tianxiang and his wife couldn't help but gasp. His silly son even managed to subdue the demigod-level Demon Lord. What exactly happened in the Shenwu continent? What did that kid go through? Without waiting for Ye Tianxiang and his wife to think more, Long Xiaobao continued, what I mean is that, apart from the 3,000 Chilean soldiers who have already surrendered to young Master Yi, all the others, whether they are Chilean soldiers, Tianmo, or Xuanyuan Wudi, will be killed, and then Moxuan will take Xuanyuan Wudi's head back to the Tianmo clan to claim the credit. Kill someone and silence them, there will be no evidence. Let us help Xuanyuan Wudi cover up the fact that he is colluding with the heavenly demon. Moreover, such a major event as killing the human race commander would be enough to cause a huge sensation, no matter in the heavenly demon clan or the human clan. Therefore, the heavenly demon clan will definitely not conceal it at that time. Instead, they will publicize it. This is equivalent to confirming the truth of Xuanyuan Wudi's death, which is he, Xuanyuan Wudi, fought against the Sky Demon, but was defeated in the end and was killed by the Sky Demon clan. After a pause, Long Xiaobao continued. Uncle Yi, didn't you say that the temple cares a lot about its reputation? Since this is the case, and everything has been decided, then I think even if the temple finds some clues, they won't dig deeper, right? After all, Xuanyuan Wudi is already dead, and he died fighting for the human race. This is definitely the best choice for the temple. We have already given the temple enough face. They won't be so stupid as to go to such lengths to slap themselves in the face, right? As Long Xiaobao spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. This. Ye Tianxiang hesitated slightly. That's settled. But at this moment, Lin Luoyan suddenly spoke, then she looked at Ye Tianxiang and said without question, he has already come to kill us, do you still plan to retreat? Think about your second brother, think about the brothers of the Flying Dragon army, think about how they died, wasn't it the temple? If it doesn't work, what if we rebel against it? There are 9 layers of heaven outside the sky, can the temple really cover the sky with one hand? At worst, we can find a place to hide and retire from now on. Father. As Lin Luoyan was speaking, Ye Tianxiang looked at old man Yi with a worried look on his face, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Seeing this scene, Lin Luoyan was stunned, and then she looked at Grandpa Yi. I saw that Mr. Yi's face was pale and his body was shaking slightly. Then he suddenly said, what happened to Tianao? This. Ye Tianxiang hesitated slightly. Lin Luoyan also didn't know how to start. For a moment, the atmosphere was dead silent. After a moment, Mr. Yi said slowly, forget it, let's talk about Tianao's matter later, let's solve the current situation first. Father. Ye Tianxiang said with a worried look on his face. I'm fine. Mr. Yi waved his hand. Although Ye Tianxiang didn't say it, old man Yi was not a fool. He could tell that the second son of the Yi family, Yi Tianao, had met with a disaster and was no longer alive. How could he not be heartbroken when an old person sends a young person away, but now was obviously not the time to talk about this. Everyone was silent. An hour later, Yi Tianxiang was critically ill. Lin Luoyan ordered all members of the Flying Dragon Army below the Flying Sky Realm to quietly leave their base and secretly go to the major cities to purchase a life-saving elixir, Heavenly Soul Grass. Chapter 1079 3 Conditions. Heaven Beyond Heaven, the Sixth Heaven, the Xuanyuan Invincible Commander's Mansion. At this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi was sitting in the depths of the hall, looking at the members of the Chilean army in front of him, frowning and saying, "You mean, about 2 hours ago, all the members of the Phylong army left their base and went to the major cities to secretly purchase the Heavenly Soul Grass?" "Yes, sir," the member of the Chilean army responded, saying, "According to the instructions of the adults, we have been lurking near Yi Tianxiang's base. But just now, we found that the members of the Flying Dragon Army took off their armor one by one, and left the Flying Dragon Army base after disguising themselves. I saw that they were acting suspiciously, so after discussing it, I decided to secretly follow 20 of the Flying Dragon Army members. As a result, I found out that these 20 people went to different cities, but they all did the same thing. They were all looking to buy this spiritual medicine called Heavenly Soul Grass." Heavenly Soul Grass. Xuanyuan Wudi frowned and said, "What is this? Why have I never heard of it before?" "Sir, it's not just you, but also me and others. Moreover, I and others also asked the business owners after the members of the Flying Dragon Army left, but in the end even they didn't know what the Heavenly Soul Grass was." As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, the members of the Chilean army spoke immediately. "Even merchants who specialize in selling spiritual medicine don't know what this Heavenly Soul Grass is." Xuanyuan Wudi looked stunned and solemn. After a moment, he looked at the members of the Chilean army and asked, "Did the members of the Phylong army say what they wanted to do with the Heavenly Soul Grass?" "That's not the case. After they inquired, they found out there was no Heavenly Soul Grass and left." The member of the Red Refining Army responded, and added at the end, "However, according to those shop owners, this Heavenly Soul Grass should be a spiritual medicine used to treat injuries to the soul. Is it used to heal the wounded soul?" Xuanyuan Wudi's expression froze, and he murmured, "It seems Yi Tianxiang was seriously injured this time." After saying this, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at the members of the Chilean army and said, "You go down first. Just like before, continue to lurk near the Phylong army's base. Also, from now on, no matter what happens, don't pay attention to it, and don't come to report. You just need to stay where you are and wait for the commander's order." "Yes, sir." After responding, the members of the Chilean army left immediately. Xuanyuan Wudi leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrests, and said in a cold voice, "Although the Flying Dragon Army escaped because they went out to help you find medicine, as long as you die, the Flying Dragon Army will not be a threat. When the time comes, I will recruit them. 8,000 Chilean soldiers are already in place." Xuanyuan Wudi is quietly waiting for Moying to arrive. The moment the 3-day deadline arrived, Moying, one of the 18 demon envoys under the Demon Lord, arrived as promised. "Master Xuanyuan, I am here. Do you miss me? It has been 3 days. I miss you very much. What do you want from me? Do you want me to die?" Facing Moying's sudden voice transmission, Xuanyuan Wudi said in a cold voice, "My lord, I love you so much, how can I want you to die? I am so sad when you say that. Since you miss me, then why don't you come out and see this commander? I want to, but I'm timid and scared. What do you think I should do?" Snort. Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and get down to business." "Okay, sir, we have no problem now. We can start anytime. I just don't know if you have any result after 3 days of consideration." "I have already considered it, but I have a few conditions." "Your Excellency, please speak." "First, this commander can cooperate with you, but you must kill all members of the Flying Dragon Army, including Yi Tianxiang, without leaving a single one alive." "Sir, this isn't it a bit unreasonable? The fighting power of the Flying Dragon Army is not weak. If we want to kill them all, it will definitely waste a lot of time. If we alert other commanders by then, how can we retreat safely?" Moying asked with some difficulty. "Don't worry about this. Most of the Flying Dragon Army members have already left their base. The only ones left are Yi Tianxiang and the Flying Dragon Army's Fatian realm members." A sneer appeared on Xuanyuan Wudi's lips. Yi Tianxiang was seeking his own death, so who could he blame? Have all the flying dragon army left? Upon hearing this, Moying was stunned. Yes, Xuanyuan Wudi responded. This. Mo Ying hesitated slightly. Isn't it too coincidental that the flying dragon army suddenly left at this time? Don't worry, there will be no problem with the flying dragon army's departure. Why are you so sure, sir? These past few days I have been sending people to monitor the flying dragon army's every move. I discovered that within about 2 hours they all left their base in disguise and dispersed to various ancient cities to secretly seek a magical medicine called Heavenly Soul Grass. I think it should be used to treat Yi Tianxiang. Heavenly Soul Grass. What is that? Why haven't I heard of it? I haven't heard of it either. It is precisely because I have never heard of it that I think there is nothing wrong with it. Otherwise, if Yi Tianxiang did it on purpose, why would he ask people to find a spiritual medicine that none of us have heard of? Isn't this sincerely making us suspicious? And you also said before that Yi Tianxiang was indeed injured by you two semi-god demons, so in my opinion, Yi Tianxiang really needs this heavenly soul grass to heal his wounds, and he seems to be much more seriously injured than you know. Moying was silent. After a moment, she sent another voice message. If it is true as you said, that the flying dragon army has all left the base, then I can promise you to kill all the remaining members of the flying dragon army. But if the flying dragon army is still there, then we will leave immediately after killing Yi Tianxiang. In that case, tell me your remaining conditions. Second, you can't kill Lin Luoyan. Lin Luoyan, Yi Tianxiang's wife. Yes, why can't she kill? Don't worry about this. I'll keep her for my own use. Sir, are you attracted to her? Stop talking nonsense and just tell me whether you can agree to it or not. No problem. Everyone loves beauty. Lin Luoyan is so beautiful. It is natural for you to covet her beauty and want to get her. I agree to this. Do you have any other conditions? The third and final rule is that before you take action, you must first teach me the secret sound transmission technique of your demon clan. No problem. Mo Ying said this, and then gave an address, saying, the inheritance jade slip is placed at the location I mentioned. Just take it away before you leave. However, this is a one-time jade slip. It will become invalid after you use it. Are you still afraid that I will pass this secret technique on to others? Sir, you can't say that. After all, I am cooperating with you, not with the human race. If that's the case, how can I let the human race take advantage of me? I will lead the army into the seventh heaven in a moment, so you should make preparations early. Don't worry, we are ready and can start at any time. That would be best. In that case, then wish us a pleasant cooperation. As long as you don't let me down and can successfully kill Yi Tianxiang, that's all. Don't worry, in 3 days, there will be no Yi Tianxiang in Tianweishan anymore. After leaving a few words, Moying stopped responding and Xuanyuan Wudi did not stay either. 2 hours later, the army set out. Xuanyuan Wudi, along with his 4 deputy commanders and 4 legions, went to the 7th heaven outside the sky, intending to attack the 8th heaven. Another hour later, in the 6th heaven, the headquarters of the 12 commanders of the human race, under the jurisdiction of Xuanyuan Wudi, only Yi Tianxiang and his flying dragon army were left, isolated and helpless. Chapter 1080 I don't want to kill get out. In just 1 day, Xuanyuan Wudi led his 4 deputy commanders and 4 legions to sweep across the 7th heaven, and broke into the 8th heaven controlled by the Sky Demon clan with an extremely powerful momentum. The news spread throughout the entire outer heaven. For a moment, the entire human race was shocked. After all, although there have been constant frictions between the heavenly demons and the human race, there have not been many cases like Xuanyuan Wudi who gathered the 4 legions to attack the heavenly demon territory together. Of course, most people also knew that Xuanyuan Wudi was forced to do this due to the pressure brought to him by Yi Tianxiang. After all, the news that Yi Tianxiang had previously ambushed the Sky Demon clan's Starry Sky battleship and killed 2 semi-god sky demons had now spread throughout the heavenly world. It is obvious that after this battle, Yi Tianxiang's merits are almost the same as Xuanyuan Wudi, so Xuanyuan Wudi can only obtain merits in this almost crazy way to keep his position as commander. For 3 consecutive days, Xuanyuan Wudi led his 4 major legions and fought against the heavenly demon clan in the 8th heaven no less than 10 times. The fighting between the 2 sides was extremely brutal. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the confrontation between Xuanyuan Wudi of the 8th heaven and the heavenly demon clan. The 6th heaven. Yi Tianxiang is located at the Filong army's garrison. Different from the fierce battle between Xuanyuan Wudi and the demon clan in the 8th heaven, at this moment, the entire Flying Dragon army base seemed somewhat calm, even a little deserted. After all, now in the entire Flying Dragon army base, except for a group of Flying Dragon army members in the Fatian realm, all other personnel have gone out to buy Tianyun grass for Yi Tianshang. It was noon. 300 meters away on the southwest side of the Flying Dragon army's base, Mo Ying, one of the 18 demon envoys under the Demon Lord, stood proudly. Her deep eyes quietly looked at the Flying Dragon army's base in the distance, with no sadness or joy, and her face was unusually calm. Standing next to Mo Ying was the demigod demon Moyue, who was also one of the 18 demon envoys. Behind the 2 demigod-level demon envoys stood 30 members of the demon clan. Without exception, all of these members of the demon clan had reached the flying sky realm. 2 demigods and 30 flying celestials. It can be said that in order to kill Yi Tianshang, the demon clan has spent a huge amount of money this time. After all, the status of each demon envoy in the heavenly demon clan is comparable to that of the commander of the human temple. But now, in order to deal with Yi Tianshang, a deputy commander of the human race, the heavenly demon clan actually sent 2 demon envoys. If it were someone else, this situation would never happen, but Yi Tianshang is different, because he is the most powerful man ranked number 1 on the demon clan's must-kill list. Looking at the Flying Dragon army's base in the distance, the demon envoy Mo Yu suddenly said, "Inside the Flying Dragon army, it is really just as Xuanyuan Wudi said. I can't even see a single Flying Dragon army member." As she spoke, she looked at Mo Ying beside her again, frowned and said, "Mo Ying, could this be a trick? If Xuanyuan Wudi and Yi Tianshang join forces, then..." Hee. Hearing this, Mo Ying sneered. "Xiao Yuyu, Xuanyuan Wudi and Yi Tianshang teamed up. Do you think this is possible?" Mo Yu was stunned. Mo Ying continued, "If the 2 of them can work together, then I, Mo Ying, will just find a human to marry." Puff. As soon as Mo Ying finished speaking, Mo Yu couldn't help laughing. Then she rolled her eyes at Mo Ying and said speechlessly, "Over the years, haven't you harmed enough human men?" Although he said so, Mo Yu also knew that it was simply impossible for Yi Tianshang and Xuanyuan Wudi to join forces. Maybe Yi Tianshang could do it, but Xuanyuan Wudi would never accept it, let alone be willing to do so. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. In Xuanyuan Wudi's heart, Yi Tianshang is the person he must eliminate. With this thought, Mo Yu no longer hesitated and said, "If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Let's just start and make a quick decision. After all, Xuanyuan Wudi is slaughtering my people over there in the 8th heaven. If he wants to kill, let him kill." Facing Mo Yu's reminder, Mo Ying said lightly, "The more people he kills from my tribe, the more difficult it will be for him to stay out of this incident. With a human commander acting as our internal supporter, the loss of a few people from our tribe is nothing." But, after a pause, Mo Ying glanced at the Flying Dragon army's base in the distance and continued, "It has been 3 days since he started killing. It is almost done. Let's get started." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Ying flew into the air and rushed towards the Chilean army's base in the distance. Mo Yu and the 30 flying sky demons did not stop and followed closely. In a breath, 2 demigods, Mo Ying and Mo Yu, and 30 celestial demons stood proudly above the Flying Dragon army's base. Looking at the Phylong army's base below, Mo Ying said in a cold voice, "Find Yi Tianshang." Huff, huff, huff. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ying, Mo Yu, and even the 30 sky demons in the flying realm were no exception. They spread their spiritual consciousness wantonly, and searched for Yi Tianshang's whereabouts without any concealment or hesitation in the Flying Dragon army's base. After all, they were planning to attack by force this time, so there was nothing to hide. "Who?" The moment the demon consciousness dispersed, an angry shout suddenly rang out from the Flying Dragon army's base. "Over there!" Mo Yu pointed at where Yi Tianshang was and exclaimed. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the divine thoughts of the 32 heavenly demons were all locked onto the room where Yi Tianshang was. With the help of their divine thoughts, they could clearly see that inside the room, Yi Tianshang was lying on the bed with a pale face, and beside his bed, Lin Luoyan was looking at the 32 heavenly demons with anger in her eyes. Call out. The next second, under the perception of the demons, Lin Luoyan disappeared out of thin air. When she appeared again, she had already come before the 32 powerful heavenly demons. This Seeing this scene, the 32 heavenly demons were stunned, and Moying and Moyue couldn't help but look at each other. For a long time, in TianYTN, both the human race and the demon race knew that Yi Tianxiang's wife was an unparalleled beauty. However, almost no one knew about her cultivation level, or it could be said that her beauty surpassed everything, making people no longer care about her cultivation level. But just at this moment, whether it was Moying or Moyue, they actually sensed a familiar aura from Lin Luoyan, which was the aura of a demigod. Yi Tianxiang's wife, the peerless beauty of the human race, is actually a demigod. In this case, how could Moying and the other 32 powerful demons not be shocked? All this was completely beyond their expectations. The 32 heavenly demons acted like this, but Lin Luoyan ignored them. A cool breeze blows on your face. She stood in the air, facing the 32 demons, and said suddenly, I don't want to kill. A calm tone. The white clothes rustled and the black hair danced. Lin Luoyan's performance was shockingly calm. Seeing this scene, the 32 demons were stunned. Mo Ying said absent-mindedly, you. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mo Ying opened her mouth, Lin Luoyan, who had been calm as water, suddenly became furious. Roll. Chapter 1081 Yi Tianxiang, dead. Roll. Lin Luoyan roared angrily. Moying was stunned. Moyue was also dumbfounded. They never expected that the originally gentle and refined Lin Luoyan would suddenly become as violent as a prehistoric beast. Even a demigod was like this, not to mention the 30 flying realm people behind them. The moment Lin Luoyan roared angrily, the 30 flying sky realm demons couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Puff puff puff. Several of the flying sky realm initial stage demons even spat out a mouthful of blood. Mid-level demigod. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Lin Luoyan's roar, Moying and Moyue came back to their senses instantly, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Tianxiang was only at the initial stage of demigod, but he did not expect that his wife was actually at the intermediate stage of demigod. No wonder she is so arrogant. No wonder she is so defiant. As a mid-level demigod, she has both the capital and the qualifications to be arrogant. But, I don't want to kill. Aren't these 5 words a bit too outrageous? Among our 2 great demigods, Mo Yu is also a mid-level demigod, no worse than you, and he has 1 more low-level demigod than you. In this case, are we just ants in your eyes? When they thought of this, the anger in Moying and Moyue's hearts rose uncontrollably. So what if he is a mid-level demigod? Just kill them. Kill her. Without the slightest hesitation, Moying roared and attacked directly. As for the promise to Xuanyuan Wudi to keep Lin Luoyan alive, she had long forgotten it. It would be fine if I hadn't met the demigod of the human race, but now that I have met her, how can I keep her? The moment Moying made her move, Moyue no longer held back and instantly killed Lin Luoyan. 2-1. Seeing the 2 demigods, Mo Ying and Mo Yu, coming to kill him, Lin Luoyan's expression turned stern. You're looking for death. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out. Boom 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 boom. In mid-air, the 3 demigods declared war instantly, and the terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble again and again. The 30 flying sky demons had already retreated 1,000 meters away. After all, the fight between demigods was not something they could participate in. The terrifying power might be enough to tear them apart just with the aftermath of the battle. However, although they cannot participate in the war between demigods, they will not do nothing either. Ignoring the battle between the 3 demigods, the 30 flying sky demons bypassed them and rushed towards the flying dragon army's base below, where Yi Tianxiang was. After all, the purpose of their coming this time was to kill Yi Tianxiang. Unfortunately, protect the general. The moment the 30 flying sky demons approached the flying dragon army's base, a loud shout was heard inside the base, followed by dozens of figures rising into the sky. Without exception, all of these people were flying sky realm warriors, and in terms of numbers, they were more numerous than the sky demons. Without any hesitation, dozens of members of the flying dragon army instantly intercepted the group of demons and killed them. The Battle of Demigods. Flying Showdown. A terrifying energy shock. Countless buildings in the flying dragon army's base collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins, except for the area where Yi Tianxiang was located, which remained intact. This was only because the members of the Flying Dragon Army were determined not to let the Sky Demon clan get within 200 meters of Yi Tianxiang, which made this area peaceful. The battle had just begun and it had already reached a fever pitch. Both sides fought with all their might and fought to the death. 1,000 meters away from the base. That is, Looking at the battle between the three demigods above the flying dragon army's base in the distance, Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. Lin Luoyan, she is actually a demigod, or a mid-level demigod. Damn it, how could this bitch be a demigod? How could she be a demigod? Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked, confused, angry and uneasy. However, he didn't know that the two demigod demons, Moying and Moyue, who were fighting with Lin Luoyan at this moment, were even more shocked and horrified than him, because they found that they were unable to do anything to Lin Luoyan even though they were 2 against 1, and instead she had the upper hand. Mid-level demigod realm. Lin Luoyan's combat power is probably already infinitely close to the high-level demigod. It would be fine if Yi Tianxiang could fight against opponents of higher levels, but unexpectedly, Lin Luoyan was even more evil than her. At this moment, whether it was Moying or Moyue, their hearts were in a mess as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping past. Originally, they only wanted to kill Yi Tianxiang, but they didn't expect that they would attract an evil star that was even more terrifying than Yi Tianxiang. Before, they were thinking of killing Lin Luoyan as well, but now it seems that this is just a foolish dream. Moreover, given the current situation, it would be good enough if they were not killed by Lin Luoyan. In short, it is impossible to kill Lin Luoyan. With this thought, Mo Yu immediately said, Mo Ying, I will stop her, you go and deal with Yi Tianxiang, we will make a quick decision, kill Yi Tianxiang and leave immediately. Good. Time waits for no one. Moying is also aware of the current situation, so she didn't say much. She just responded and withdrew from the battle directly, then killed towards where Yi Tianxiang was. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Lin Luoyan became very anxious. With a shout, he was about to intercept Mo Ying. It's a pity that Mo Yu will never let her get her wish. Lin Luoyan, your opponent is me. Mo Yu immediately intercepted Lin Luoyan and refused to give in. Get lost. Lin Luoyan was furious. Mo Yu naturally would not give in. Where Yi Tianxiang is. Stop her. Seeing Mo Ying coming, the members of the Flying Dragon Army became very anxious and immediately wanted to intercept Mo Ying. Unfortunately, an ant trying to shake a tree does not know its own strength. Looking at the members of the Flying Dragon Army in front of him, Mo Ying scolded them loudly and then slapped them with her palm. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several members of the Flying Dragon Army were instantly repelled by Mo Ying's palm. Without exception, they all vomited blood. Mo Ying didn't stop at all, and rushed towards Yi Tianxiang with unstoppable force. Boom! Where Yi Tianxiang was, Mo Ying struck and the house collapsed instantly. In the ruins, Yi Tianxiang was lying on the ground with only his head exposed. Mo Ying flashed and immediately came to Yi Tianxiang's side, then slapped him with a palm. No! Seeing this scene, Lin Luoyan let out a heart-wrenching scream. General! The Flying Dragon Army members also had bloodshot eyes and were in excruciating pain. Unfortunately, although they wanted to intercept it, they were no longer able to do so. At this time, Mo Ying's palm fell down mercilessly. Bang! The demigod struck with such powerful force that his head was shattered and flesh and blood splattered. Yi Tianxiang, dead. Chapter 1082, Chilean Army, kill them. Assholes, I'm going to fight you. Revenge for the general. Die. You all must die. Kill. Seeing Yi Tianxiang's death, the Flying Dragon Army was even more grief-stricken and furious. They seemed to have turned into ferocious beasts and attacked the members of the Sky Demon clan like crazy. They are as fierce as tigers. They are as brutal as wolves. At this moment, they all gave up on defense and launched a massive attack, just attacking and attacking again. So what if I'm seriously injured? What's the harm in dying? If you kill my general, you will pay with your life. There will be no ceasefire until the blood is shed and the people die. As the Flying Dragon Army went berserk, the originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken, and the demons were beaten back step by step. If the members of the Flying Dragon Army are like this, Lin Luoyan will be no exception. The anger is burning. The murderous intent is boiling. At this moment, her eyes were bloodshot, her long hair was flying, and the coldness around her body seemed to freeze the world clean. Stimulated by the pain of losing her husband, Lin Luoyan's combat power increased by more than 30%. Bang bang bang. Violent offensive. Fierce murderous intent. As they were both mid-level demigods, Mo Yu could originally compete with her, but now, with Lin Luoyan going berserk, Mo Yu was completely suppressed by her, and was beaten back step by step even though he was just defending himself. Yi Tianxiang is dead, retreat. But at this moment, the devil cherry came rushing over from a distance, and at the same time, a loud shout resounded through the sky. Yi Tianxiang is dead, and the purpose of their trip has been achieved. In this case, there is no need to stay any longer. After all, this is the territory of the human race. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Moying thought so, and Moyue and the other 30 demons naturally thought so too. Withdraw. Immediately, a group of demons began to prepare to evacuate. However, how could the furious members of the Flying Dragon army let them get their wish? You killed my general, and now you want to leave. Dream. None of you can leave today. In an instant, the Sky Demon clan tried to escape, and the Flying Dragon army frantically intercepted and killed them. It's a pity that the strength of both sides is almost the same. Even if the Flying Dragon army keeps intercepting them, since the demons are determined to escape, they are powerless despite their will. Because of this, the current situation immediately evolved into a situation where the members of the Sky Demon clan fled in front, while the Flying Dragon army chased after them and intercepted them frantically. The aftermath of the battle swept and impacted the entire sky above the Flying Dragon army's base. The heaven and earth shook. The two sides were inseparable, one chasing and the other fleeing. Outside the Flying Dragon army's base. Call. Hearing the sound from Moying earlier, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Tianxiang, you are finally dead. This way, this commander can rest in peace. Quiet murmurs, a look of relief. For Xuanyuan Wudi, Yi Tianxiang was his biggest threat. Now that this threat no longer exists, he suddenly felt a lot more relieved. Then he looked at the fleeing demons and sneered, as for you, Humph, since you are here, then all of you should stay with this commander. As soon as the words fell, Xuanyuan Wudi didn't hesitate at all and immediately rushed towards Moying Moyue and other fleeing members of the demon clan. In a brief moment, he had already blocked Moying, who was running in the front. Xuanyuan is invincible. The moment she saw Xuanyuan Wudi, Moying's body froze and she let out a scream. What do you mean? Then, she frowned again and asked in a deep voice. What's the meaning? Snort. Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and said angrily, not only did you sneak into my human territory, but you also killed a deputy commander of my temple. What do you think this commander means? You. Upon hearing this, Moying became furious. She had seen shameless people, but she had never met someone so shameless. We, the demons, sneak into the human territory. Your sister. Don't you know about this? Besides, isn't it what you want to see Yi Tianxiang being killed? Moreover, this is the cooperation we agreed upon. What do you mean now? Are they trying to stay out of this and distance themselves from us? Although she was resentful, Moying was not a fool. She immediately understood Xuanyuan Wudi's intention. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xuanyuan Wudi is going to deal with them and Yi Tianxiang together. When Mo Ying thought of this, she was furious. Xuanyuan Wudi, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted again, Lin Loyan, listen carefully, everything that happened today was planned by Xuanyuan Wudi. He was the one who wanted to kill your husband, and he was also the one who let us come to the sixth heaven. If you want revenge, you should go to him, not us. Buzz. Hearing this, Lin Loyan, who was originally attacking Mo Yu madly, couldn't help but tremble. The members of the Flying Dragon army were also shocked. Snort. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and denied it flatly. Moying, stop trying to sow discord here. As the commander of the temple, would I go along with your demon clan? It's ridiculous. You. Hearing this, Moying became furious. Xuanyuan Wudi added, even if this commander and Yi Tianxiang are at odds, that is a matter between him and me, and more so an internal matter of our human race. Our human race's affairs cannot be interfered with by you, the heavenly demon clan, and you should not even think of sowing discord. Son of a bitch. Hearing this, Moying became extremely angry. She really couldn't accept it. How could a person be so shameless? Lin Loyan, however, thought it made sense. After all, even if Yi Tianxiang and Xuanyuan Wudi are not on good terms, that is an internal matter of the human race. He, Xuanyuan Wudi, is not so bold as to collude with the heavenly demon clan. With this thought in mind, Lin Loyan no longer thought about it, but continued to attack Mo Yu frantically. Facing the almost possessed Lin Loyan, Mo Yu secretly groaned in his heart. Xuanyuan Wudi sneered, then turned to Moying and said righteously. You demons entered our human territory and killed our temple's deputy commander. Do you really think that our human race has no one left? Since you are here, please stay with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi shouted again, Chilean army, listen up and form a battle formation. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, figures rushed over from all directions. 8,000 Chilean soldiers gathered. The battle formation of the 9 evil dragons is completed. Roar. In midair, with the 8,000 red refining army as its foundation, a huge dragon-shaped shadow stretched between heaven and earth. The wind rises, the clouds surge, the dragon roars, and the formation is formed. A terrifying atmosphere. Boundless power. 8,000 Chilean gathered together and formed a formation to fight against demigods. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Moying's body couldn't help but tremble, and her face turned pale in an instant. This is the case with Moying, and other demons are no exception. 9 evil dragon battle formation. 8,000 red warriors fight against demigods. How could they not know that this ace division under Xuanyuan Wudi had a bad reputation? Now that 8,000 Kai Lians have gathered here, how could they not understand that all of this was planned by Xuanyuan Wudi in advance? He had planned it out long ago. Xuanyuan Wudi, you despicable villain. Moying couldn't help but suppress the anger in her heart any longer, and she couldn't help but curse. Snort. Xuanyuan Wudi ignored him and shouted coldly, no demon will be spared. After saying this, Xuanyuan Wudi raised his arm and shouted, Chilean army, kill them. Chapter 1083. Both sides suffer losses. Kai Lianjin, kill them. At Xuanyuan Wudi's command, the 8,000 Chilean army did not hesitate at all. They carried the huge phantom of a giant dragon and charged towards the 30 flying warriors of the Sky Demon clan in the distance. Fierce momentum. Extremely murderous intent. The shadow of a giant dragon is coming with great force. Spread. Seeing this scene, the members of the Flying Dragon army immediately scattered. At the moment when the members of the Flying Dragon army dispersed, the giant dragon had already rushed into the camp of 30 flying sky demons. Then, he locked onto one of them and swung his dragon's tail directly. Fast, fierce and fierce. Boom. The giant dragon's tail fell down and directly hit a demon in the flying sky realm. A powerful impact. The heaven and earth shook, and thunder exploded. Puff. The flying sky demon spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body fell rapidly downwards. On the earth. Boom. Where the demon's body fell, the house collapsed and his entire body was embedded in the ground. Puff. The moment he landed on the ground, Tianmo spat out another mouthful of blood, and then he lost response, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Everything seemed long, but it was only a moment. The combined attack of 8,000 Chilean soldiers was comparable to that of a demigod. With one blow from their dragon tail, they directly killed a demon at the flying sky realm. Xuanyuan is invincible. Seeing this scene, Moying's eyes turned red and she couldn't help but roar in anger. Stop talking nonsense and fight. Xuanyuan Wudi ignored him and went straight to kill Moying, who was at the initial stage of demigod. Moying was furious. But since Xuanyuan Wudi had already attacked, she had no choice. War. Above the Flying Dragon army's base. Xuanyuan Wudi vs Moying. Lin Loyan vs Mo Yu. The 4 demigods fought a bloody battle, and the terrifying aura made the heaven and earth shake, as if half of the sky and the earth were about to be destroyed. Demigods are like this, the flying realm is. 30 flying sky demons, no, it should be said that 29 flying sky demons saw the 8,000 red refining army under the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation coming towards them. They did not dare to hesitate at all, and fled madly in an instant. After all, the battle formation composed of 8,000 red refining army was as powerful as a demigod, which was not something they could contend with at all. A head-on confrontation would be seeking death. It's a pity that they wanted to escape, but the members of the Flying Dragon army would never let them do so. As early as when the giant dragon attacked, the members of the Flying Dragon army had already retreated. Not only that, they also surrounded the giant dragon and members of the Sky Demon clan on the periphery. Now, the members of the Sky Demon clan want to escape from the dragon's attack, so the Flying Dragon army will naturally intercept them. Bang bang bang. The demons were blocked in the battle circle by the Flying Dragon army, and they were not given any chance to escape. Within the battle circle, the demigod realm battle spirit attacked frantically and attacked the demon. Outside, they were intercepted by members of the Flying Dragon army. Inside, the soul of battle is wreaking havoc. For a time, the 29 flying sky realm demons were attacked from all sides and their situation was extremely difficult. Especially the attack from the soul of the battle formation, which was comparable to that of a demigod, was simply not something they could withstand or contend with. Bang bang bang. For this reason, one demon after another was constantly shot down from midair by the soul of the battle formation. 1, 2, 3, 4. The casualties of the Sky Demon clan rose rapidly, and it was only a matter of time before the 30 flying sky demons were defeated. Feeling the changes in the Fatian realm battle circle, Moying and Moyue became anxious. They never imagined that Xuanyuan Wudi would plot against them as well. In this situation now, if they don't leave now, they may never be able to leave. However, no matter whether it was Xuanyuan Wudi or Lin Loyan, the two of them kept pestering them and did not give them any chance to escape. It's hard to tell who will win the fight. Go, but can't leave. At this moment, Moying and Moyue felt extremely bitter and helpless. They are in a dilemma at this moment. With nothing else to do, the anxious Mo Ying could not help but roar in anger. Xuanyuan Wudi, don't push me. What if I force you? Xuanyuan Wudi sneered and completely ignored Moying's threat, just attacking blindly. Since you want me to die, I will drag you down with me. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, a cloud of black mist suddenly surged out from Moying's body, and her momentum also increased sharply. Secret technique. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi's pupils shrank. Yes, the secret technique. Mo Ying responded, with my soul, with my power, with the body of the gods and demons, open. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of blood flashed in Mo Ying's eyes, and then her body continued to grow taller, taller, and taller. In an instant, Mo Ying, who was only about 1.67 meters tall, instantly turned into a giant of 1.56 meters tall. The giant stood proudly in the air. A cold atmosphere. Fierce evil spirit. As his body changed, Mo Ying's cultivation level also increased from the initial stage of demigod to the middle stage of demigod. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi was slightly stunned. Snort. Then he snorted coldly and said, using secret techniques to improve your cultivation, do you think you can win? Secret techniques like yours won't last long. It's enough to kill you. Mo Ying yelled angrily, then slapped Xuanyuan Wudi directly with her palm. A giant palm covering the sky, a terrifying force. Call out. Xuanyuan Wudi dodged immediately. Boom. Mo Ying's palm missed, and a powerful force swept across, turning countless buildings in the Flying Dragon Army's base below into ruins, and the ground was cracked inch by inch. Mo Ying didn't care about this at all. After one palm strike missed, she struck out again. Xuanyuan Wudi, I want to see how long you can hide. In the air, palm shadows were flying. The attack of Demon Sakura is endless. Snort. After dodging, Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly. He faced Mo Ying and angrily said in a cold voice, you have secret skills, but don't I have any magical powers? Yin. As soon as he finished speaking, a beast roared between heaven and earth, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air in Xuanyuan Wudi's hand. Then, he shook the spear. Take my shot, 9 evil dragon roar. In an instant, Xuanyuan Wudi thrust out a spear, and the elemental power gathered madly between heaven and earth. Elements come together to form dragons. Swish, swish, swish. The blood-red fire dragon formed by 9 fire elements instantly broke through the sky and headed straight for Demon Sakura. You are a demigod, and you dare to claim that you are displaying supernatural powers. You are simply dreaming. Mo Ying sneered coldly, and then slapped out with another palm. Between heaven and earth, golden elements gathered madly, and then a giant golden palm slapped directly towards the 9 fire dragons. The giant palm collided with the fire dragon. Boom. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth shook. Ka ka ka. In the void, space cracks continued to appear and spread. The fire dragon dies. The giant palm collapsed. The majestic elemental force impacts the surrounding space wantonly. The wind was blowing hard. The dust blocked out the sun. Bang, bang. Xuanyuan Wudi and Mo Ying even retreated, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The demigods fought each other and both suffered heavy losses. Chapter 1084 The One Who Killed You. The battle between demigods ended in loss for both sides. 30 meters away, Xuanyuan Wudi's spear shook. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at the giant Mo Ying and laughed coldly. Mo Ying, your Sky Demon clan's secret technique is only this good. Same here, Moying also said without giving in. The next second, the two seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding, and without the slightest hesitation, they rushed towards each other. Fierce aura and fierce murderous intent. Bang! The two demigods fight again. Xuanyuan's invincible spear, the sun. The devil's giant palm covers the sky. Boom boom boom. As Xuanyuan Wudi and Mo Yu clashed again, between heaven and earth, the fire element and the gold element collided madly, and deafening sonic booms rang out again and again. Under the terrifying aura, the energy was wantonly impacting the surrounding space, as if it wanted to completely destroy this world. The war of demigods, the war of destruction. Whether it is Xuanyuan Wudi or Moying, both of them are only at the initial stage of demigod. However, at this moment, the impact of the battle between them surpassed that of Lin Loyan and Moyue, two middle-stage demigods. However, this kind of overloaded battle is also extremely exhausting to them. In just less than 10 minutes, both Xuanyuan Wudi and Moying showed signs of fatigue. But even so, the battle between the two did not stop at all. Fight to the death. Today, either you die or I die. This is the case between Moying and Xuanyuan Wudi, and also between Lin Loyan and Moyue. However, compared to Moying and Xuanyuan Wudi, the battle between Lin Loyan and Mo Yu, two mid-level demigod powerhouses, was not that intense. Not only that, as time went on, the originally powerful Lin Loyan actually showed a hint of decline and was beaten back by Mo Yu. Lin Loyan, I didn't expect that you were deliberately being mysterious earlier. I guess you must have used some secret technique to forcibly increase your strength, right? Looking at Lin Loyan, who was completely suppressed by him, Mo Yu said with a sneer. At the same time, her attacks did not stop at all. On the contrary, they became more and more violent and ferocious, as if she was determined to take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Seeing Mo Yu like this, Lin Loyan's face turned pale and her eyes were spitting fire, but she did not say anything in rebuttal, as if she had already acquiesced to it all. The next second, Lin Loyan slapped out with one palm. Call. A powerful demigod with mid-level strength. With one palm, the elemental power gathered madly. It was obvious that she had used all her strength in this palm. Seeing this scene, Mo Yu sneered, "It's just a dying struggle." Her words were full of sarcasm and disdain. After he finished speaking, Mo Yu also slapped out with the same palm. Mid-level demigod, powerful collision. Boom. In an instant, the two palms collided, and a thunderous sonic boom sounded in the void. The heaven and earth shook. Lin Loyan's figure flew backwards rapidly. Mo Yu sneered. But at this moment, Lin Loyan, who was originally flying backwards, actually rushed towards the giant Moying who was fighting with Xuanyuan Wudi, and her speed was even faster than before because of the help of the attack from the two demigods. Mo Yu was shocked by the sudden change. At this moment, she understood Lin Loyan's intention, so she shouted, "Moying, be careful," and while speaking, she had already rushed out. What came suddenly was a voice. Mo Yu's reminder made Mo Ying stunned. She wanted to be on guard immediately, but it was a pity that it was a little too late. At this time, Lin Loyan had already come behind Moying. Without waiting for Moying to react, she slapped Moying with her palm. Show weakness to the enemy. Use the force to attack. Attack with lightning speed. Lin Loyan performed the movements in one smooth motion. With one palm, there was no delay or hesitation, and it was extremely fast and powerful. This is a palm that gathers all the strength of a peak demigod. This is also Lin Loyan's strongest palm. The power of elements surges between heaven and earth. Boom. Lin Loyan brought down a palm. Puff. Moying's huge body shook, and large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then she staggered. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi did not hesitate at all. He stabbed directly at Moying with a gun. Half-step divine power, 9 evils wandering dragon. Ming ming ming. Between heaven and earth, fire elements surged violently, and 9 fire dragons roared into the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Without giving Moying a chance to react, 9 fire dragons instantly pierced through her body. The elements are violent and the fire dragons are rampant. In an instant, the flesh and blood on Moying's chest were shattered and blood gushed out. First, Lin Loyan launched a sneak attack, and then Xuanyuan used his invincible killing move. The two demigods joined forces and delivered a powerful blow that seemed to have consumed all of Moying's vitality. Her body shrank rapidly. Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi in front of her, Moying's face was filled with only anger and unwillingness. Boom. But at this moment, Lin Loyan struck Mo Ying's back with another thunderous palm. I will kill you while you are sick. Puff. Mo Ying spat out blood again. Her breath suddenly weakened. Call out. The next second, before Mo Ying could react, her body fell uncontrollably. It was obvious that the consumption of the secret technique and the heavy damage to the two demigods had already reached the limit of Mo Ying. After that, she was hit by Lin Loyan's full-strength attack again. Even though she was a demigod, Mo Ying could no longer hold on. Everything seemed to be long, but from the time Lin Loyan made her move to the time Mo Ying fell from the sky, it was actually less than a breath. Mo Yu arrived late. Seeing Mo Ying falling from the sky, she couldn't help but yelled. Demon Sakura. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Boom. With a loud bang, the magic cherry fell to the ground. Her entire body was embedded in the earth, but she was lifeless. The death of demigod, the fall of Demon Sakura. No. Seeing this scene, Mo Yu screamed and howled instantly. Lin Loyan ignored it. Kill. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed straight towards Mo Yu. You are looking for death. Seeing Lin Loyan coming to kill him, Mo Yu, who was in grief, went berserk instantly. Boom. She collides with Lin Loyan again. Huff, huff, huff. On the other side, Xuanyuan Wudi was holding his spear and breathing heavily. In the previous battle with Mo Ying, he had been in a state of overload, and he had used semi-divine powers twice in a row. That was why, even though Mo Ying had fallen, Xuanyuan Wudi was also very tired. However, he did not intend to stay out of it. After a brief pause, he raised his gun and rushed towards Mo Yu. Mo Ying is dead. 2-1. Xuanyuan Wudi believed that Mo Yu would not be able to hold on for long and would surely die in the end. Kill to silence someone. There is no evidence of death. By then, his conspiracy with the demon clan will become an eternal secret, and no one will know it anymore. Call out. But at this moment, just when Xuanyuan Wudi was about to attack again, a dangerous aura suddenly attacked from behind him, and Xuanyuan Wudi's soul could not help but tremble. Who? He turned around instinctively and a loud shout rang out. Unfortunately. Boom. Before Xuanyuan Wudi could see clearly what was happening, a figure had already rushed towards him. Puff. Xuanyuan Wudi spat out a mouthful of blood due to the terrifying force. Then, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he heard 4 cold words in his ears, the one who killed you. Chapter 1085 Demigods are out, your opponent is me. The one who killed you. Long Xiaobao stood in the position where Xuanyuan Wudi was previously standing. Only his head was exposed under his black robe. He looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with deep eyes and spoke in a cold voice. Boom. In a brief moment, Xuanyuan Wudi, who was knocked flying by Long Xiaobao, fell heavily to the ground. The earth trembled and the dust flew. Ahem. Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but cough lightly, then he propped himself up with his spear, looked up at Long Xiaobao in midair, and was stunned at first, then he angrily said, Who are you? Why did you sneak attack this commander? Judging from Long Xiaobao's appearance, his real age is definitely no more than 20 years old. A demigod under 20 years old. Just thinking about it, Xuanyuan Wudi felt a chill in his heart. He had never heard of such a talent. The most important thing was Xuanyuan Wudi knew most of the demigods of the Tianhui Tianren clan, but for Long Xiaobao he was sure that there was absolutely no such person in his memory. I said, kill your people. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Long Xiaobao said in a cold voice. You. Xuanyuan Wudi suddenly became furious. Kill. However, Long Xiaobao did not hesitate at all and rushed directly towards Xuanyuan Wudi. He was full of might and murderous intent. The sudden change and the arrival of Long Xiaobao not only shocked Xuanyuan Wudi but also frightened Mo Yu. Although she didn't know why Long Xiaobao wanted to attack Xuanyuan Wudi, she knew that as a human, Long Xiaobao would not let her go once he got rid of Xuanyuan Wudi. In an instant, Mo Yu woke up as if from a dream, and the anger in her heart caused by Mo Ying's death instantly dissipated. It was also at this time that she finally remembered her situation. The sixth heaven outside the sky. This has always been the territory of the human race. If it weren't for the purpose of killing Yi Tianshang, they would never have sneaked into the sixth heaven and taken risks. Now, Yi Tianshang is dead, Mo Ying has also fallen, and she has stayed here long enough. If she doesn't leave, when other demigods of the human race arrive, she will really not be able to leave. With this thought in mind, Mo Yu no longer hesitated at all. She and Lin Loyan exchanged palm strikes, and then, with the help of the force of retreating, she turned around and ran. Unfortunately, you can come as you please, and leave as you please. What do you think this place is? Lin Loyan shouted loudly, then flashed and stood directly in front of Mo Yu, and then slapped her with a palm. The momentum of a raging storm. Mo Yu greeted him hastily. Boom! With one blow, Mo Yu retreated 7 steps in the air. Lin Loyan didn't move at all. That's why Mo Yu looked horrified. You're wondering why I suddenly became stronger, right? Looking at Mo Yu, Lin Loyan sneered and said, you self-righteous thing, I just showed you my weakness but you naively thought I performed a secret technique. I told you that you are stupid, but you still don't believe it. Mo Yu was stunned, and then became furious. Die. Lin Loyan did not stop and went straight to kill Mo Yu. War. Seeing that he had nowhere to retreat, Mo Yu had no choice but to fight back. Boom. In the void, the 2 demigods collided with each other, the heaven and earth shook, but Mo Yu was directly knocked back. It was at this time that Mo Yu realized that he had underestimated Lin Loyan's strength, or Lin Loyan hid too deeply. From the beginning to now, she has never exerted her full strength. Now, she was using all her strength, and Mo Yu could clearly feel that Lin Loyan's combat power was already comparable to that of a high-level demigod. This is a true strong man. Compared with him, Yi Tianxiang is far inferior. But at this moment, Mo Yu had no time to think about anything else, because Lin Loyan had come to kill him again, and just her breath was enough to shake the heaven and earth. If the previous Lin Loyan was a wolf, then the current Lin Loyan is a tiger. A fierce tiger emerges from the mountain, shocking the world. Whoosh whoosh. Between heaven and earth, water elements gathered madly. Lin Loyan slapped out with one palm, and the power of the element surged wildly. A palm covers the sky, and the elements are murderous. Seeing the giant palm coming from the sky, Mo Yu's pupils shrank and his soul couldn't help but tremble. With my soul, offering my power, the body of the gods and demons, open. Without any hesitation, Mo Yu used his secret technique and transformed into a 10-meter giant. Then, he slapped out with his palm. Fight violence with violence. Defeat force with force. Boom. In the void, Lin Loyan and Mo Yu slammed their palms against each other, and the terrifying force impacted in all directions. Ka ka ka. Wherever it passed, the space shattered. High-level demigod. Compared with the previous Xuanyuan Wudi and Moying, the power of the battle between them is many times higher. After the attack, both Lin Loyan and Mo Yu couldn't help but bleed from the corners of their mouths, and their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Swish. But at this moment, 2 figures rushed over from the darkness behind Mo Yu. The demon lord Mo Zan, Yi Hong of the Yi family. The 2 demigods who had been hiding in the dark no longer hid or held back after seeing Lin Loyan and Mo Yu attack with all their strength. Before Mo Yu could stabilize her body, they had already arrived behind her. I will kill you while you are sick. Mo Zan threw a punch and Yi Hong slapped him down with a palm. Boom boom. 2 sonic booms sounded, and Mo Yu's figure instantly flew backwards in the opposite direction. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood, which spread all over the sky. Mo Zan and Old Man Yi didn't stop at all and went straight to Mo Yu's flying body. At this moment, Mo Yu was so frightened that he had no time to care about his seriously injured body. Not for any other reason, just because it was originally just a killing game against Yi Tianxiang, but what about now? Demigods suddenly appeared one after another, and she felt that she was being plotted against. Not only herself, but even Xuanyuan Wudi was no exception. They seemed to have fallen into a trap and were caught in a conspiracy. And all this is based on the premise that they assassinate Yi Tianxiang. Buzz. Before Mo Yu could think about it, her huge body suddenly couldn't help but tremble. Just because Mo Yu clearly felt that there seemed to be some unknown thing in her body. This thing was like a poisonous snake, wandering around in her body unscrupulously, and wherever it passed, it was madly devouring her flesh and blood and strength. Without any hesitation, Mo Yu immediately suppressed it with his own elemental power and roared angrily, "What is this thing? What did you do to me? Body of 10,000 poisons, this old man's life-threatening poison, how do you feel about it?" Old Master Yi, who had already rushed to Mo Yu, shouted loudly and then punched him. "Body of all poisons, the poison of my life." Mo Yu's face changed, and while slapping Old Man Yi and Mo Zan, he roared angrily, "What on earth is this thing?" Boom boom. With two loud bangs, Grandpa Yi and Mo Zan were both repelled by Mo Yu. Both of them had blood oozing from their mouths. Old Master Yi sneered and said, "I told you, this is my life-blood poison. It will stay in your body and continue to devour your flesh and blood and strength to strengthen itself until the moment of your death, when it will completely disappear between heaven and earth. All you can do is suppress it and slow down its growth. There is no other choice." You. Hearing this, Mo Yu was furious. "You are just a Fei Tian realm, and you dare to plot against me. So what if it's a conspiracy?" Old Master Yi sneered, "If I hadn't plotted against you, how could I have injected my life-threatening poison into the body of a demigod like you? Now that you are poisoned by my life-threatening poison, I think you can only exert less than 70% of your own strength, right? You are looking for death." After hearing this, Mo Yu gritted her teeth and went berserk. She wanted to kill Old Man Yi directly. "Your opponent is me." But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind Mo Yu. Buzz. Mo Yu's body trembled and his mind was shaken. Behind her, Lin Loyan held a snowflake sword in her hand at some point. Without waiting for Mo Yu to react, Lin Loyan took the opportunity to slash with his sword. One sword, fast, fierce and powerful. Puff. The sword fell and blood spurted out. Bang. Mo Yu's huge head was instantly separated from his body, and blood gushed out from his neck. Chapter 1086 Ye Tianxiang, must die. With one sword, blood spurted out and the demigod fell. At this point, the two demigods of the heavenly demon clan who had infiltrated the 6th level of the human race had all died. The demigods were like this, and only 6 or 7 of the 30 flying sky demons were left. Moreover, these 6 or 7 were just struggling to hold on, and their death was only a matter of time. It can be said that the demon clan is destined to be wiped out this time. The heavenly demon clan is in such a situation, and Xuanyuan Wudi is not much better. Lin Loyan's sword was too fast and too sudden before, and he was being beaten by Long Xiaobao without any chance to fight back, so he didn't notice it. But now, as Mo Yu's head and body were separated and fell to the ground, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately felt a sense of urgency and uneasiness in his heart. It would be fine if it was just Long Xiaobao, but now a demigod and a person in the flying sky realm have appeared. The most important thing is that these 3 people are all wearing black robes, and it is obvious that they are in the same group. Long Xiaobao wants to kill himself. What about them? There is no doubt that they must be coming for him. And thinking back to what happened before, Xuanyuan Wudi always felt that these 3 people were in cahoots with Lin Loyan, and they seemed to have planned it all along, just to plot against him. But if that was the case, why did they watch Ye Tianxiang being killed before? Could it be that? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xuanyuan Wudi's heart couldn't help but tremble. Bang! But at this moment, he was not careful and was directly knocked hundreds of meters away by Long Xiaobao's palm. Puff! Xuanyuan Wudi spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale in an instant. Looking at him, Long Xiaobao shouted, "How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? You!" Xuanyuan Wudi gritted his teeth and was furious. Before he could say anything more, Lin Loyan, Mo Zan and Old Man Yi had already caught up. Together with Long Xiaobao, they surrounded Xuanyuan Wudi in an instant. The 4 powerful men surrounded him. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and gritted his teeth and said, "You. We what?" Long Xiaobao said with a sneer. "You guys had this planned." Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but roar in anger, his eyes were filled with rage. "I had planned everything, but I didn't expect that in the end I would be tricked by others." Under such a strong contrast, how could Xuanyuan Wudi not be angry and furious? This is not only a slap in his face but also a death sentence. So what? Long Xiaobao did not deny it and said, "Don't you think it's a little late to find out now?" You. Xuanyuan Wudi was furious, and then he angrily said, "Even if this commander cannot defeat you, so what? Do you dare to kill this commander? Why not?" Long Xiaobao looked disdainful. Xuanyuan Wudi roared, "I am the commander of the temple. Killing me is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the temple." Temple. Shaking his head, Long Xiaobao said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what the God Temple or Ghost Temple is. I only know that you, Xuanyuan Wudi, must die today." Okay, very good. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi no longer paid attention to Long Xiaobao, but looked at Lin Loyan and said sternly, "Lin Loyan, this commander underestimated you, and even underestimated Ye Tianxiang. I didn't expect that not only are you a mid-level demigod, but there are actually 2 demigods hidden in the Flying Dragon army. Lin Luoyan ignored it. Xuanyuan Wudi continued, but are you sure you want to kill me? You have to think about it. I am the commander of the temple. If you kill me, the temple will never let you go. When the time comes, we will investigate thoroughly. Do you think with your Flying Dragon army and 3 demigods, you can compete with the temple? Kill me, and from now on there will be no place for you in TianYTN. The world is so big, but you have no choice but to die. Hearing this, Lin Luoyan did not directly answer Xuanyuan Wudi, but slowly said, one of the 12 commanders of the human race, Xuanyuan Wudi, and the Flying Dragon army were killed by the invading demons. This is the misfortune of the human race. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. You really had a plan in advance. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? I said, you must die today. Long Xiaobao said immediately after Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking. At the end, he added, if we delay, something bad will happen. Let's fight quickly and kill him. Kill. After Long Xiaobao said this, Lin Luoyan and the other 2 did not stay any longer. 4 powerful men are coming. Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked and immediately stopped him, saying, wait, I have one last question. The crowd stopped their attack. Long Xiaobao said, you say. Xuanyuan Wudi glanced at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Luoyan, and asked, is Yi Tianxiang not dead? Lin Luoyan frowned. Is it disappointing to you that I'm still alive? But at this moment, below the 5 people, dozens of meters away, a voice that seemed a little weak but infinitely angry suddenly sounded. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, then took a look. In his sight, Yi Tianxiang was supported by a middle-aged man and walked slowly towards him. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but exclaimed, Yi Tianxiang, you are not dead after all. Yes, I am not dead. Yi Tianxiang responded, and then said weakly, are you disappointed? You. Xuanyuan Wudi gritted his teeth and said, since you are not dead, who did Moying kill just now? She killed my brothers in the Flying Dragon army. Yi Tianxiang said with a heavy heart. Flying Dragon army. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned for a moment, then he understood what was going on, and laughed loudly. Yi Tianxiang, you said that brotherhood is above all else, but I didn't expect you would actually let your brother die for you. In the final analysis, you are still a cowardly hypocrite who is greedy for life and afraid of death and pretends to be kind and righteous. Yi Tianxiang did not refute this. After all, although the Flying Dragon army member who died for him was already a disabled person and he did it voluntarily, the fact remained that he disguised himself as Yi Tianxiang and died for Yi Tianxiang once. Why? Nothing to say. Seeing Yi Tianxiang silent, Xuanyuan Wudi asked with a sneer. Yi Tianxiang stopped arguing with him and looked at him slowly and said, Xuanyuan Wudi, I don't want to be your enemy, but we are both human, why do you force me again and again? Even if you don't like me, just come at me, why do you want to harm my Flying Dragon army? Snort. Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What's the point of saying this now? But after a pause, Xuanyuan Wudi sneered, then looked at Yi Tianxiang and changed the subject. Yi Tianxiang, don't be happy too early. Do you think you have really won the victory? Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang frowned and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi puzzledly, what do you mean? Long Xiaobao and others were also stunned. Ha ha ha. Xuanyuan Wudi laughed loudly towards the sky. Then, he glanced at everyone and finally fixed his sight on Yi Tianxiang, saying disdainfully, Yi Tianxiang, this commander has to admit that I underestimated you, but so what? Do you know that in fact, everything that happened here today has been doomed from the beginning, that is you, Yi Tianxiang, must die. Chapter 1087, Beauty is innocent, she is just too beautiful. You, Yi Tianxiang, must die. The simple 6 words of Xuanyuan Wudi made Yi Tianxiang and others present tremble in their hearts, and an ominous feeling instantly emerged. Kill him. In a brief moment, Long Xiaobao came back to his senses, and he shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao rushed out to kill. Lin Luoyan, Mo Zan, and Old Man Yi no longer held back and rushed out one after another. At this moment, anyone could hear that Xuanyuan Wudi had something else in his words. Delay will lead to changes. It would be best to kill him and put an end to it all. The 4 demigods are attacking. Xuanyuan Wudi, however, had a smile on his face, not caring at all, looking completely confident of victory. Everyone was puzzled, but their murderous intent became even stronger. Presumptuous. But at this moment, an angry shout rang out from the sky. The sound was like thunder from the sky, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Long Xiaobao paused. The killing intent of Lin Luoyan, Mozan and Old Man Yi also dissipated in an instant. Yi Tianxiang frowned. But no matter what, everyone present couldn't help but look up at the sky above their heads. Yi Tianxiang, you are a human, and one of the many deputy commanders of my temple. But now you are committing treason and colluding with the devil to harm Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of my temple. Do you know your crime? A solemn voice, a majestic aura. A rebuke came from the sky, echoing in every inch of space. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang frowned, while Long Xiaobao and others were dumbfounded. Yi Tianxiang colluded with the devil and intended to kill Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders. Are you sure? Who is colluding with the devil? And who is harming whom? The person who said this simply cannot distinguish right from wrong and is confusing black and white. Who are you? What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? If you have the guts, come out. Immediately, Long Xiaobao pointed angrily at the sky and shouted. Snort. There was a cold snort from above the sky. Call. The next second, a giant palm that was only a few meters long but carried immense power fell from the sky and attacked Long Xiaobao with unstoppable force. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaobao was shocked. Court death. Then he shouted angrily and threw a punch without giving in. Yi Tianxiang was very anxious. Xiaobao, step back, you are no match for him. Unfortunately, it's too late. Boom. Long Xiaobao collided with the several meter long giant palm, and powerful forces collided. Puff. Long Xiaobao spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant palm was unharmed. Not only that, the giant palm still carried its immense power, pressing Long Xiaobao towards the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground sank and dust flew everywhere. A change in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, everyone could clearly see a huge handprint several meters in size on the ground. The handprint was several meters deep. At this moment, Long Xiaobao was lying in the middle of the handprint, motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xiaobao. Seeing this scene, Lin Luoyan and others couldn't help but tremble. You know, although Long Xiaobao is only a beginner demigod, but because of the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace Supreme, his current combat power is definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary mid-level demigod. But even so, he was suppressed head-on by the visitor with a palm, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. In this case, how strong must this person above the sky be? But at this moment, before Lin Luoyan and the others could think about it, Yi Tianxiang glanced at Long Xiaobao, then looked up at the sky above his head, and asked angrily, Deputy Palace Master Jia, what do you mean? Why did you hurt him? Deputy Palace Master Jia, Deputy Lord of the Temple. Yi Tianxiang's words made Old Master Yi and the others present tremble again. Who would have thought that this time, even the Deputy Master of the Temple would come? You know, there are only 3 Deputy Temple Masters in the entire temple, and they are second only to the Temple Master. Snort. Before anyone could think about it, another cold snort came from the sky. Then, an old man in a white robe appeared out of thin air above everyone. He stood facing the wind with his hands behind his back, looking down at Yi Tianxiang and said, Why should I hurt him? You are traitors and villains, colluding with the devil to harm my temple commander. Is this reason enough? Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang was stunned. Lin Luoyan was even more anxious, saying, Deputy Palace Master Jia, when did we collude with the heavenly demons? When did we want to harm the commander? It was clearly him as she spoke. Lin Luoyan pointed at Xuanyuan Wudi and shouted, It was him, Xuanyuan Wudi, who colluded with the heavenly demons and wanted to harm my husband. Yeah. Looking at Lin Luoyan, Deputy Palace Master Jia smiled indifferently. Deputy Palace Master Jia will know the right and wrong once he investigates. Lin Luoyan said in a deep voice. Deputy Palace Master Jia smiled and said, So, I made a mistake. Did I wrongly accuse you? Exactly. Lin Luoyan responded. What's wrong with him then? Deputy Palace Master Jia's voice sank, and then he slapped the demon Lord Mozan with his palm. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the black robe on the demon lord's body exploded, revealing his demonic body. Demon. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but exclaimed. He never thought that there was a demon hidden among the 3 men in black robes. Lin Luoyan and others fell silent for a moment. Deputy Palace Master Jia spoke again leisurely. Since you said that you did not collude with the heavenly demon, then may I ask what is going on with him? Lin Loyan was about to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Tianxiang below. Yinner, stop talking. Tianxiang. Lin Loyan couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Tianxiang ignored it. He looked directly at Deputy Palace Master Jia in the air, and then asked in a deep voice, why? Based on the confidence in Xuanyuan Wudi's previous words and the sudden appearance of Deputy Palace Master Jia, Yi Tianxiang could be sure that the two of them were actually in the same group. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. So, no matter what they said now, it was useless, because, as Xuanyuan Wudi said before, the outcome of today's events was determined from the beginning. Why? Facing Yi Tianxiang's question, Deputy Hall Master Jia smiled calmly. As expected of you, you are the most outstanding genius of our human race in the past 1,000 years. You figured it out so quickly. Stop talking nonsense. I, Yi Tianxiang, believe that I have a clear conscience. You want to kill me, I have nothing to say, but I need a reason. Without any hesitation, Yi Tianxiang looked at Deputy Palace Master Jia and asked sternly. Reason? Deputy Hall Master Jia smiled leisurely, then looked at Lin Loyan and said lightly, Lin Loyan, do you remember what I told you? Hearing this, Lin Loyan's body trembled, and then she said angrily, shameless. Shameless. Deputy Palace Master Jia shook his head. How can this be considered shameless? After all, everyone loves beauty. Even though I have lived for 1,000 years, I am no exception. Beauty is innocent, she's just too beautiful. Beauty is sometimes a sin. As he spoke, Deputy Palace Master Jia looked at Yi Tianxiang again. Yi Tianxiang, is that right? You. Suddenly, Yi Tianxiang became furious, his eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Deputy Palace Master Jia ignored him and just said to himself, I remember asking you about your opinion at the beginning. After all, good things should be shared by everyone. There is nothing wrong with a woman serving two husbands. On the contrary, it is still fun. But you refused. In this case, I have no choice but to rob you. Now, you have colluded with the demons and murdered the deputy commander of the temple. Just based on these two things, you will definitely die. But, after a pause, Deputy Palace Master Jia looked at Lin Loyan and said with an undisguised smile, don't worry, even if I kill everyone here, I will definitely not kill you. When the time comes, I will abolish your cultivation on the charge of colluding with the devil, and from now on you will just serve me obediently. Chapter 1088. Living together in the same bed, dying together in the same grave. Deputy Palace Master Jia's calm words instantly plunged the entire place into absolute silence. The 8,000 Chilean soldiers had just dealt with a group of flying sky realm demons, and after hearing what Deputy Palace Master Jia said, they all, without exception, could not help but tremble in their hearts. The Chilean army was like this, so how could the Phylong army be an exception? However, compared to the Chilean army, in addition to shock and disbelief, they were more angry. Beauty is innocent, she is just too beautiful. Beauty is a sin. Since you don't agree, I'll just rob you. Who could have thought that the deputy master of the temple, a leader of the human race, would be such a person? Shameless, despicable, and obscene. He is worse than a bandit and worse than a gangster. Xuanyuan Wudi sneered. Originally, he was just worried about colluding with the devil. After all, the risk was too great and involved too many people. At the same time, he had already planned to offer Lin Loyan to Deputy Hall Master Jia, so after thinking it over, he revealed his overall plan to Jia Shitong, one of the 3 Deputy Hall Masters. If Justin objects, Xuanyuan Wudi will plan to give up cooperation with the demon clan. After all, this involves too many things. Unexpectedly, Deputy Palace Master Jia agreed directly. This is why the Deputy Hall Master suddenly appeared, or rather, he had actually arrived a long time ago. If Xuanyuan Wudi succeeded, he would naturally not show up and would only need to take Lin Loyan away. But who could have imagined that such a big change would happen? Things have come to this point, and as Xuanyuan Wudi's accomplice, Deputy Palace Master Jia naturally has no choice but to show up. Looking at the scene before me. Thinking about it now, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he hadn't been careful enough, he would have really fallen into Yi Tianxiang's hands this time. As for now, when the Deputy Hall Master at the peak of demigod level takes action, who can still compete with him? The ending is set. After a brief silence, Yi Tianxiang looked at Deputy Hall Master Jia with a stern expression, and said in a cold voice, "Are you qualified to be the Deputy Hall Master of that temple? No wonder the human race has never been able to defeat the demons. With commanders and hall masters like you, it is a great blessing for the human race not to perish." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianxiang shouted again, "If that's the case, then let's fight." War. Deputy Hall Master Jia was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Yi Tianxiang, do you really think you are a piece of cake? Do you think that you can be invincible by killing a few demigods? Not to mention that you are seriously injured now, even if you were in your prime, do you think you would be a match for this palace master?" After a pause, Deputy Palace Master Jia's expression became fierce again, and he said disdainfully, "You are nothing but an ant. Even if we can't win, we have to fight." Yi Tianxiang straightened his body, pushed away the Flying Dragon Army member who was supporting him, and said without flinching, "You don't know your own limitations. Since you are so anxious to die, then I will be the Palace Master." Before Deputy Palace Master Jia finished saying the word, "Quan," Old Master Yi suddenly rushed towards him. Feeling something strange behind him, Deputy Hall Master Jia frowned, and then said disdainfully, "With your mere flying ability, you want to sneak attack me, the Hall Master? Do you really think that I am as stupid as those demons?" As he spoke, Deputy Palace Master Jia casually waved his palm, and the elemental power surged between heaven and earth. Old Master Yi had just arrived behind Deputy Palace Master Jia and was about to launch a sneak attack, but he found himself attacked by a terrifying force. Bang! Before he could make any reaction, a huge force had already hit his chest. Puff! The next second, Old Man Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Everything happened in a flash. "Father! Father-in-law!" Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan exclaimed. Boom! However, Mr. Yi fell directly hundreds of meters away, with dust flying everywhere. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. "You don't know your own limits." Deputy Palace Master Jia sneered coldly. Brush. It was also at this time that Yi Tianxiang withdrew his gaze and looked at Deputy Palace Master Jia. His expression was stern and his eyes were determined. He then said in a loud voice, "Flying Dragon Army, listen to my order, retreat." General. Hearing this, all members of the Flying Dragon Army were stunned. Yi Tianxiang said without question, "This is a military order. If you still think I am your general, then leave quickly. From now on, there will be no more Flying Dragon in the world. Everyone, hide your identity and stay safe. Let's go. Do you think these trash can get away today? None of them can survive. They will all die." As soon as Yi Tianxiang finished speaking, Deputy Palace Master Jia said disdainfully, "Then let me, Yi Tianxiang, see if you have the ability to do it." Yi Tianxiang shouted sternly. Then, he stretched out his right hand, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air. Yi Tianxiang held the spear in his hand, facing Deputy Palace Master Jia in midair, and said resolutely, "Burn my soul, burn my blood, gods and demons are immortal, and Nuwu reincarnates." Boom! As soon as Yi Tianxiang finished speaking, green flames instantly ignited on his body and enveloped his entire body. With the appearance of the green fire, Yi Tianxiang, who was originally listless and pale, instantly recovered as if he had not been injured at all. Not only that, his cultivation level also improved rapidly and crazily. Demigod Beginner, Demigod Intermediate, Demigod Advanced. In less than a breath, Yi Tianxiang directly advanced from the initial stage of demigod to the advanced stage of demigod. Tianxiang. Seeing this scene, Lin Luoyan screamed and couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of her eyes. Deputy Hall Master Jia frowned and said, "Burn your soul to improve your strength. I didn't expect you to have mastered this secret technique, but do you think you have a chance of winning?" Deputy Palace Master Jia didn't care at all, but Xuanyuan Wudi on the side couldn't help but feel terrified. Yi Tianxiang was seriously injured and his life was in danger. Could he be killed at will? Damn, who said that? Judging from the current situation, Xuanyuan Wudi swore that even if Lin Luoyan, Long Xiaobao and the other two were not there, he and Moying Moyue might not be able to kill Yi Tianxiang. Not only will he not be able to kill him, he might also be killed by Yi Tianxiang. This guy is basically a tiger hiding among wolves. No, it's a dragon. What Xuanyuan Wudi was thinking, Yi Tianxiang obviously didn't care at this moment. The moment his cultivation level was raised to the high level of demigod, he came directly in front of Deputy Hall Master Jia, holding a spear in his hand, and said imposingly, "Win or lose, we won't know until we fight. Today, let me see how strong you are, Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Temple, at the peak of demigod." "As you wish," Deputy Palace Master Jia said nonchalantly. Yi Tianxiang stood in the air, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, he shook his spear and rushed straight towards Deputy Hall Master Jia. At the same time, he did not forget to shout loudly, "Everyone in the Flying Dragon Army, leave quickly, Yinner, you leave too. To live together, to die together. How can I leave if you don't leave?" As soon as Yi Tianxiang finished speaking, Lin Luoyan said with a resolute look, and then she looked directly at Deputy Hall Master Jia. "What if he is the Deputy Hall Master of the Temple, or the Peak of Demigod? If he wants to fight, you and I, husband and wife, will fight him. Zhu Tianqin, come out." Chapter 1089, Yi Lin's Bloody Battle, Xiaobao is missing. Zhu Tianqin, come out. As soon as Lin Luoyan finished speaking, an ancient zither appeared out of thin air in front of her. The Guqin was shrouded in 7-colored rays of light, exuding an incomparably holy aura. If Ye Bufan were here, he would recognize at a glance that Lin Luoyan's Guqin was exactly the same as the Zhu Tianqin he got from Shi Feishuan. In other words, this is the Zhu Tianqin. As the Guqin appeared, Lin Luoyan did not hesitate at all. She instantly sat cross-legged in midair. Then, she waved her right hand, and the Guqin instantly fell between her legs. Then, Lin Luoyan placed both hands on the strings of the Guqin. Bass. Between heaven and earth, a piano sound as sharp as a knife blade suddenly rang out. The sound resounded through the air and pierced through the sky. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. When Lin Luoyan summoned the Guqin, Yi Tianxiang had already rushed to Deputy Palace Master Jia. No hesitation. No hesitation. The spear in Yi Tianxiang's hand instantly swept towards Deputy Palace Master Jia in front of him. Wherever the spear passed, the fire elements condensed madly. The violent elemental power seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart. Even as the endless fire elements condensed together, the temperature around them instantly climbed to the extreme. High-level demigod. This was a powerful blow from Yi Tianxiang. However, facing Yi Tianxiang's most powerful blow, this earth-shattering blow, Deputy Hall Master Jia remained calm, and even his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. "Yi Tianxiang, this Hall Master has already said that even if you use the secret technique, it will be useless, because the difference between the peak demigod and the high-level demigod is only one level, but it is a world of difference. In my eyes, you are just an ant after all." As soon as he finished speaking, Deputy Palace Master Jia faced Yi Tianxiang and casually slapped him with his palm. The power of elements surges between heaven and earth. With a palm strike from Deputy Palace Master Jia, a giant elemental palm took shape instantly and then pounced towards Yi Tianxiang. In an instant, the giant palm collided with the spear. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom sounded. The terrifying elemental power impacted the surrounding space crazily and unscrupulously. Click, click, click. In an instant, the space collapsed. The winds were raging. The heaven and earth shook. Da da da. In the void, Yi Tianxiang retreated 7 steps, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Deputy Palace Master Jia remained motionless and unharmed. How is that possible? Suddenly, Yi Tianxiang looked at Deputy Palace Master Jia and said in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible." Deputy Hall Master Jia responded with a groan, saying disdainfully, "This Hall Master has already said that before you step into the peak of demigod, you will never be able to imagine how powerful the peak of demigod is." At the end, he added, "Below the demigod level, everyone is an ant, and before reaching the pinnacle, everyone is a chicken or a dog. If you don't reach the peak, there is not much difference between you and those below the demigod level. You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs." Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang's expression was moved. Those below demigod level are all ants, and those before reaching the pinnacle are just chickens and dogs. Is the peak demigod really that powerful? Bass. Before Yi Tianxiang could think about it, the sound of a piano suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Then, there are so many grievances and hatreds in this world. Awaken the unyielding soul in the dark. Ask your conscience. Play the piano. Thinking about the changes in the world. Flick your fingers. Play the strings. Listen to the sound of the piano. The melodious sound of the piano echoed between heaven and earth. It seemed to carry some kind of magic. From the very beginning, it made people intoxicated and immersed in it. Even Deputy Palace Master Jia Shitong, a powerful man at the peak of the demigod realm, is no exception. However, all this did not last long, or only a brief moment. The sound of the piano became faster and faster, more and more urgent. Lin Loyan sat cross-legged in the void, her hands constantly plucking the strings of the zither, and her long hair dancing in the wind. Bass. In vain, when the sound of the piano reached its climax, murderous intent inexplicably emerged between heaven and earth. Everyone's mind trembled and they came back to their senses. The power of elements gathered around Lin Loyan crazily. However, it was not just the water element that she had comprehended. In addition, there were also gold, wood, fire, earth, wind, thunder. The 9 elements between heaven and earth were gathered in one body. Bass. Lin Loyan played the piano, and the 9 elements around her instantly transformed into elemental swords. They rushed towards Deputy Palace Master Jia with unstoppable force and immense murderous intent. Between heaven and earth, elements surged, murderous intent boiled, and countless elemental swords covered the sky and the sun. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, appalled, and even horrified. They had never imagined that the simple sound of a piano could have such terrifying power. That random elemental sword was probably no less powerful than a full-strength attack from an early-stage demigod, or even a mid-stage demigod. Especially Xuanyuan is invincible. At this moment, he was so trembling and shaking that he didn't know what to say. Yi Tianxiang, Lin Loyan. These are simply 2 peerless monsters. If Deputy Palace Master Jia had not come in person today, with his own strength, even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be enough. Neither of these 2 people is someone he can afford to offend, let alone someone he can match. Before Xuanyuan Wudi and the people around him could think about it, Lin Loyan's elemental swords had already arrived. Seeing the elemental swords coming from the sky, especially the 9 elements gathering together, even Deputy Palace Master Jia, who was at the peak of demigod level, was slightly moved. However, he did not hesitate at all. Facing the countless elemental swords, he slapped them with one palm after another. In an instant, these countless elemental swords exploded with bang bang bang, and then disappeared. However, as long as Lin Loyan's music continued, the elemental power seemed to never disappear. The elemental swords filled the sky endlessly. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle, but Deputy Palace Master Jia was already burning with anger. Kill. At this time, Yi Tianxiang no longer hesitated. He raised his gun and attacked Deputy Palace Master Jia again. Swish, swish, swish. The elemental swords in the sky actually pierced through Yi Tianxiang's body directly. They seemed to be non-existent and did not hurt Yi Tianxiang at all. They only killed Deputy Palace Master Jia. This scene made everyone stunned, shocked, and deeply unbelievable. Yi Tianxiang wielded his spear raging. Lin Loyan's piano music is filled with murderous intent. The Yi couple fought 2 against 1 in a bloody battle against the Deputy Hall Master Jia Shitong, who was at the peak of demigod level. Endless ferocity shattered the heaven and earth. For a while, the 2 sides fought fiercely and neither could do anything to the other. Withdraw. In a brief moment, the man in the Filong army who had previously supported Yi Tianxiang suddenly shouted loudly. All the members of the Flying Dragon army were stunned. Then, one of them immediately said, "Third Master, the general is fighting to the death, how can we retreat?" The other members of the Flying Dragon army also had resolute expressions. The man who spoke had a trace of sadness and determination in his eyes as he said, "This level of battle is no longer something we can participate in. If we don't leave now, Big Brother's sacrifice will be meaningless." As soon as he finished speaking, the man added, leaving no room for doubt, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Withdraw." The man was none other than Yi Tianao, the 3rd son of the Yi family. After Yi Tianao's words, the members of the Flying Dragon army were stunned again, and then they no longer hesitated. "Withdraw. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. You want to leave, can you leave?" Unfortunately, just as the group was about to evacuate, Xuanyuan Wudi blocked their way. Yi Tianao and others were shocked. But at this moment, Demon Lord Mo Zan came to Yi Tianao and his party, and said to Xuanyuan Wudi, "Your opponent is me. You." Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Xuanyuan Wudi gritted his teeth and was furious. He couldn't understand why a celestial demon would protect Yi Tianxiang and others like this. Mo Zan ignored him. While he was intercepting Xuanyuan Wudi, he said to Ye Tianao and the others, take brother Long and old man Ye and leave quickly. From now on, hide your identities and wait quietly. When my lord sets foot in the heaven beyond heaven, these people all must die. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Mozan rushed towards Xuanyuan Wudi. Ye Tianao and others were stunned. My lord, who? They couldn't figure it out, but now was obviously not the time to think about it. Ye Tianao immediately said, take the old man and brother Ye with you, we will evacuate separately, and use the special mark of the Flying Dragon Army to contact each other in the future, and quickly inform the other brothers that the Flying Dragon Army will hide their identities from now on and retreat. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Tianao finished speaking, the Flying Dragon Army did not stop and scattered in an instant. Chilean army, leave them behind. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi, who was fighting with Mozan, immediately roared. If you don't remove the roots of the trouble, there will be endless disasters. As one of the 12 commanders of the temple, how could Xuanyuan Wudi not understand this path? It's a pity that although the Red Refining Army has 8,000 people, they cannot be dispersed, otherwise they will not be able to exert the power of demigods. Therefore, to put it bluntly, their 8,000 Red Refining Army is just one person. Now that the Flying Dragon Army is scattered and fleeing, how can they intercept them all? But since Xuanyuan Wudi said so, they could only do as he said. Immediately, the 8,000 Chilean soldiers locked onto one person and then chased him out. Ah! But at this moment, a howl of pain suddenly sounded from where Grandpa Yi was. What's going on? Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but look in the direction of the source of the sound. Everyone could clearly see that at this moment, a member of the Flying Dragon Army was lying 2 meters away from Grandpa Yi, struggling in pain, and a faint black gas was spreading over his entire right arm. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. Puff! The member of the Red Refining Army did not hesitate at all. He took out his long knife and cut off his entire right arm with great pain. Then he gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, Third Master, the old man is poisonous. You can't touch him. Poisonous. Can't touch him. Hearing this, not only the Phylong army and others, but also the Chilean army were shocked. What kind of poison is it that even a strong person in the Flying Sky realm cannot touch? Ye Tianao also frowned, and then said, Don't worry about the old man, everyone, retreat. Unexpectedly, just as Ye Tianao finished speaking, another cry of surprise rang out, Third Master, that little brother is gone. Chapter 1090, Justin, injured. Third Master, that little brother is missing. What? After these words were spoken, Ye Tianao was shocked again. If Mr. Yi and his group were unable to take him away because his own poison was too strong, then that would be understandable and justifiable. But what happened if Long Xiaobao is missing? You know, everyone saw with their own eyes that Long Xiaobao was seriously injured by a blow from Deputy Palace Master Jia, and his life or death was unknown. In this case, how could he suddenly disappear? In an instant, Ye Tianao immediately looked towards where Long Xiaobao was. Not only him, but also Deputy Palace Master Jia, Yi Tianshang, and Lin Luoyan were no exception. Previously, Long Xiaobao was in the middle of that huge palm print. At this moment, as far as everyone could see, where was Long Xiaobao's shadow? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Deputy Palace Master Jia couldn't help but exclaim first. As a powerful demigod, he was sure that even if his palm strike just now did not kill Long Xiaobao directly, it would definitely take away half his life. In this case, how could he disappear for no reason? Could it be that he was taken away by someone? Impossible. As soon as this idea came into mind, it was strangled by Deputy Palace Master Jia. If someone really showed up and took Long Xiaobao away, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed. Unless the Temple Master takes action personally. But if the Temple Master takes action, will he let me off easily in this situation? It's impossible. Deputy Palace Master Jia was completely puzzled, and everyone else present was also confused. How could a seriously injured and dying person just disappear for no reason? Tianao, don't worry about him, just go. But at this moment, Yi Tianshang suddenly shouted. Yi Tianao came back to his senses instantly. Withdraw. Xuanyuan Wudi was very anxious. You bunch of rubbish, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and keep them. Yes, sir. The 8,000 Chilean soldiers immediately responded. Bang! However, they didn't expect that just when they were about to give chase, the formation suddenly collapsed. Who is that bastard? Damn it, don't you know that you can't be distracted in battle? Quick, form a formation, they are about to run away. Don't mess around, don't mess around. In an instant, there were angry curses among the 8,000 Chilean soldiers, and the entire formation became a mess. However, no one noticed that those who were cursing were all members of the 3,000 Chilean army that had been subdued by Ye Bufan. In a brief moment, when the 8,000 Red Refining Army formed the 9 Evil Dragons battle formation again, Ye Tianao and a group of Flying Dragon Army members had already disappeared. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi was furious. Waste, waste, all of them are waste. At the same time, his attack on Mo Zan became more and more fierce, as if he wanted to vent all the unhappiness caused by the escape of the Flying Dragon Army on Mo Zan. Mo Zan didn't care about this at all. In fact, he felt that it was not enough, so he sneered and said, "They are trash, and you are no better." You. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was furious. "You are looking for death." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Mo Zan exchanged blows. Mo Zan retreated instantly. "This demon lord will not play with you anymore. Goodbye. Also, I want to remind you that you don't have much time left, so cherish it." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, and then angrily said, "You want to leave, can you leave?" The demon lord paused, he turned around and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, and said in a cold voice, "You have to think clearly. Although you and I are both at the initial stage of demigod, you are the commander of the temple, while I have nothing in the outer world. To use a saying of your human race, the barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. Do you really want to fight me to the death and risk your life?" Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. Mo Zan didn't hesitate at all and turned around and ran away. Looking at Mo Zan's gradually receding back, Xuanyuan Wudi clenched his fists and bared his teeth. He was unwilling and helpless. If possible, he would certainly not let Mo Zan escape, but he did not dare to fight with Mo Zan. Just as Mo Zan said, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear high heels. He is one of the 12 commanders of the human race. It is definitely not worth it if he fights with a demon who has nothing. But at this moment, when Mo Zan had already opened up enough distance between himself and Xuanyuan Wudi, his mocking voice suddenly rang out, "Human commander. In the eyes of this demon lord, you are an idiot. Although you and I are both at the initial stage of demigods, don't you still have those 8,000 Red Refining Army? Are the 8,000 Red Refining War demigods just talk? Or have you simply forgotten about them? Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned again. Asshole. Then he started swearing. Yes, he still has 8,000 Red Refining Army soldiers. Why should he be afraid of a mere initial stage demigod? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Puff. In a rage, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Grown-ups. Seeing this scene, the 8,000 Chilean soldiers became very anxious. Roll. However, they didn't expect that the only answer they got was Xuanyuan Wudi's angry roar. The Chilean army fell silent. Xuanyuan Wudi's face was terribly gloomy. But at this moment, even if he wanted to chase Mo Zan again, he could no longer catch up. The Flying Dragon army fled. Mo Zan left. In that brief moment, apart from Xuanyuan Wudi's group, the only ones left here were Yi Tianxiang, Lin Luoyan, and the unconscious old man Yi. Of course, there is also Long Xiaobao who disappeared for no apparent reason and his whereabouts are unknown. In the void, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan besieged Deputy Palace Master Jia. The two sides seemed to have reached a stalemate, and no one could do anything to anyone in a short period of time. Because of this, Deputy Palace Master Jia became increasingly furious. As a peak demigod, he was actually unable to do anything to those two ants in his eyes. To him, this was a great shame and humiliation. However, he had to admit that both Yi Tianxiang and Lin Luoyan were indeed two monsters, especially Lin Luoyan. At this moment, Deputy Palace Master Jia could clearly feel that her piano playing was getting faster and faster, and more terrifying. Even he, a demigod, felt his soul tremble. At this time, Lin Luoyan suddenly said, "Tianxiang, the last part." Clear. Yi Tianxiang responded, and his killing intent increased rapidly. Deputy Palace Master Jia frowned, not understanding what Lin Luoyan was talking about at all. Between heaven and earth, the sound of Lin Luoyan's piano never ceases. Martial arts, sentient beings, heaven and earth, reincarnation, reenacting a lonely life. At your fingertips. Kill the sky and slay the gods. Bass. Lin Loyan's 5 fingers of his right hand swept across the strings, and the last note fell. In an instant, the 9 elements around her gathered together and condensed into a 9-colored divine sword. The 9-colored divine sword broke through the void and headed straight for Deputy Palace Master Jia. Bang! It was also at this time that all the strings of the guqin between Lin Loyan's legs broke. Puff! Lin Loyan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Her body also fell uncontrollably from midair. However, the 9-colored divine sword formed by the 9 elements did not stop at all. This is. Seeing the 9-colored divine sword coming, Deputy Palace Master Jia's pupils shrank suddenly. This divine sword actually made him feel extremely uneasy, and even his soul couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time, so he could only strike out with his palm, intending to shatter the sword. Unfortunately. Puff! The 9-colored divine sword directly pierced through his right hand and dissipated instantly. Spiritual attack. Deputy Palace Master Jia was shocked and his body trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was stunned for 0.1 second. However, in this short moment of 0.1 second, Yi Tianxiang, who had been prepared, did not stop at all. He stabbed Justin directly with a gun. Half-step divine power, wrath of the underworld. Boom! As Yi Tianxiang thrust out with his spear, fire elements between heaven and earth surged wildly and gathered together madly. In an instant, a purple fire dragon took shape on Yi Tianxiang's spear, and the purple fire dragon rushed towards Justin in front of Yi Tianxiang with unparalleled ferocity. Without giving Justin any chance to react or dodge, the fire dragon pierced his chest. Puff! Justin spat out a mouthful of blood. Demigod peak, injured. Chapter 1091. Do you dare to take my sword? First, Lin Loyan's spiritual attack caused Justin to react slowly for 0.1 second, and then Yi Tianxiang took the opportunity with his half-step magical power and shot him in the head. The cooperation between Yi Tianxiang and Lin Loyan can be described as absolutely seamless, and this is also the greatest power that the two of them can currently exert together. The killing of gods is ahead, and the underworld is behind. Such an attack is enough to be fatal even to a demigod. After the shot, before he had time to check on Justin's condition, Yi Tianxiang's long hair had turned gray in an instant, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He had originally used a secret technique to forcibly improve his cultivation at the cost of burning his own soul. Now, with the use of semi-divine power, his soul was burned to ashes. Because of this, his cultivation level, which had already reached a high level of demigod, fell drastically. Mid-level demigod, initial level demigod, high-level flying, mid-level soul fusion. In a breath, Yi Tianxiang's cultivation level dropped directly from the high level of demigod to the 9th level of Jodian. The spirit is depressed. His face turned pale. It can be said that this attack hurt both the enemy and oneself. It was simply a life in exchange for life. After his cultivation level dropped rapidly, Yi Tianxiang could no longer maintain his current state. He fell directly from midair just like Lin Loyan before. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Tianxiang fell heavily to the ground. Severely injured, he was mentally exhausted and could no longer get up. In midair, Deputy Hall Master Jia Shitong had blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and his face was pale. He ignored Yi Tianxiang and instead looked down at the place on his chest where Yi Tianxiang had attacked. At this moment, his robe was torn at the chest position, revealing a silver-white inner armor. The center of the inner armor was charred black. It was obvious that this was the mark left by Yi Tianxiang's previous semi-divine power. Looking at the charred area on the inner armor, Justin couldn't help but feel a little scared. You know, this inner armor is a legacy passed down by successive deputy hall masters of the temple. Although its grade is only a pseudo-divine weapon, it is infinitely close to a sub-divine weapon. The attacks of ordinary demigods cannot leave any traces on this soft armor at all. But just now, Yi Tianxiang's attack not only made the attacked part of the inner armor charred, but also made this peak demigod vomit blood due to the impact force. It can be imagined how terrifying Yi Tianxiang's attack was. If he didn't have this pseudo-divine weapon level inner armor, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But now, he ignored the damage Yi Tianxiang caused to him. After all, because of the inner armor of the pseudo-divine weapon, this attack did not achieve the expected fatal effect. Justin glanced at Yi Tianxiang below, then flashed in front of him. Seeing that Justin appeared in front of him unharmed, Yi Tianxiang, who was already weak and listless, was stunned. You. Isn't it strange? Justin smiled slightly. I have to admit that you are indeed outstanding and excellent. You can actually use your initial demigod cultivation to threaten me with your secret techniques and magical powers, and even pose a fatal threat to me. It's just a pity that you don't know much about the temple, or rather, you know nothing about the temple's background. You tried your best, even teaming up with your wife to kill me and me. But now, although I was injured by you, my life is not in danger, and both of you are already at the end of your strength. Tell me, how should I deal with you next? Yi Tianxiang was stunned, then he gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Since I have lost, there is naturally nothing to say. You can kill me or chop me up, it is all up to you. But, I still want to give you a piece of advice. God is watching what you do. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that there is no reward, it's just that the time has not come yet. Really? Hearing this, Justin smiled calmly, but it's a pity that you will not see that day. Let's do it. Yi Tianxiang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just closed his eyes. No, 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 if I kill you like this, wouldn't that be too easy for you? But Justin shook his head and smiled evilly. Yi Tianxiang opened his eyes again, frowned, and looked at Justin with a puzzled look. Justin looked at where Lin Loyan was and said slowly, tell me if this hall master enjoyed your wife in front of you, how would you feel? That must be very interesting, right? Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang's body trembled, and then he said angrily, you dare, if you dare to touch Yinner, I. What will you do? Yi Tianxiang had just finished speaking when Justin interrupted him with a smile. Yi Tianxiang was stunned. Yes, what should I do? Now, they are at the mercy of others. Given his and Lin Loyan's situation, if Justin really wants to do something, they won't even have a chance to resist. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yi Tianxiang's silence, Justin suddenly felt extremely happy, so he laughed for a while, and then said in a stern voice, Xuanyuan Wudi, bring the little beauty Lin Loyan here for me. How dare you? Yi Tianxiang was furious. Bang! Without any hesitation, Justin stepped on Yi Tianxiang's chest in an instant. Puff! Due to the huge impact, Yi Tianxiang, who was already seriously injured, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Justin looked at him and sneered, I dared to do it before you were injured. Now that you only have your last breath left, do you think I dare to do it? General Phylong, the human race's genius. In my eyes, these are worthless. Do you remember what I told you? I said that if I set my eyes on someone, they will never get away. If you two had obeyed me, you wouldn't be in this situation now. As for now, aren't you proud and unyielding? Then I will possess your wife right in front of you. Not only will you, Yi Tianxiang, die, but I will also make you die of anger. This is the price you pay for disobeying me. You. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang became furious. Puff. Then, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Palace Master. At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi brought Lin Loyan to Jia Saidong's side, and at the same time he looked at Yi Tianxiang with a sly smile on his face, as if to say, Yi Tianxiang, I didn't expect that you would have this day, right? This is the price you pay for going against this commander. Yinner. Yi Tianxiang ignored him. He looked at Lin Loyan, who was held in Xuanyuan Wudi's hand, with a pale face and closed eyes. He was obviously unconscious. His body trembled, and at the same time, 2 lines of tears could not help but slide down from the corners of his eyes. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when their love is deep. Watching your wife about to be humiliated and being unable to do anything, what a helpless and painful feeling it is. However, Jia Saidong ignored Yi Tianxiang's thoughts, or rather, he just wanted to torture Yi Tianxiang in this way. That was why, in front of Yi Tianxiang, he unscrupulously slid the 5 fingers of his right hand across Lin Loyan's cheek. What a beautiful face, what a seductive woman. Don't touch her. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxiang let out a howl. As soon as he struggled, Justin suddenly exerted force with his right foot on his chest. Puff! Yi Tianxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Rip. Jia Saidong immediately pulled off a piece of Lin Loyan's sleeve and said, I touched her, what do you think? If you dare to touch her, I guarantee that one day, after 1,000 reincarnations, I will kill you 1,000 times. But at this moment, before Yi Tianxiang could answer, an infinitely cold voice suddenly sounded from a distance. Hearing this, Justin couldn't help but frown. Then, he and Xuanyuan Wudi instinctively looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Hundreds of meters away, above a huge handprint in the ruins of the Flying Dragon Army's base, Long Xiaobao stood in the air, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his cold and red eyes looking at Justin, like a peerless demon god. The moment he saw Long Xiaobao, Jia Saidong couldn't help but frown, and then said, "Not only are you not dead, but you have also broken through to the middle level of demigod. Want to kill me? You're not worthy enough." Long Xiaobao shouted loudly, then turned to Justin and said imposingly, "Old man, stop talking nonsense. You are at the peak of demigod, right? I'm asking you, do you dare to take my sword?" Chapter 1092, The Supreme Power, A Sword in the Past. "Old man, stop talking nonsense. You are at the peak of demigod, right? I'm asking you, do you dare to take my sword?" With a cold voice, Long Xiaobao's words resounded throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the 8 directions. He was like a peerless demon god, standing proudly above the sky, overlooking all living beings, with his long hair flying wildly, and even challenging the peak demigod with the strength of a mid-level demigod. The sudden change and the sudden words stunned both Justin and Xuanyuan Wudi. They felt like they had heard wrongly. In a brief moment, Justin was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Long Xiaobao in the sky and said in surprise, "You let me take your sword?" "That's right," Long Xiaobao responded and said arrogantly, "Do you dare or not?" Ha ha ha. In an instant, Jiazidong raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he looked at Long Xiaobao again, "Why not?" After saying these 4 words, Jiazidong added in a cold voice, "You are just a mid-level demigod. Do you think you can still hurt me? Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Saidong flashed in front of Long Xiaobao and said, "Come on, draw your sword, and let me see what kind of sword you have that makes you confident enough to challenge me." Snort. Long Xiaobao snorted coldly and said, "Confidence comes from strength. As for you, you are just a frog in the well. Do you really think that the peak of demigod is invincible?" As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient long sword with a silver-white scabbard appeared out of thin air in Long Xiaobao's hand. The moment the long sword appeared, a strong wind blew up between heaven and earth, and the fierce sword intent, centered on the long sword, swept in all directions madly and unscrupulously. The world seemed frozen. The space seems to be broken. That is the power of the sword, and even more so the murderous force. The long sword has not yet been unsheathed, but the aura emanating from the sword is already terrifying, even capable of destroying the world. Seeing this scene, Justin was slightly stunned, and then his heart was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the sword in Long Xiaobao's hand, but he couldn't move even a little bit. Justin was certain that the sword in Long Xiaobao's hand was definitely not an ordinary object, otherwise it would not have such a terrifying aura. In his opinion, it was at least a sub-divine weapon, or even a divine weapon of the earth divine level. Are there magical weapons outside the world? No. In Justin's understanding, even the master of the temple only had a fake divine weapon. However, now, in front of him appeared a magical weapon that was suspected to be a sub-divine weapon, or even a terrestrial divine weapon. The most important thing was that the owner of this magical weapon was actually just a mid-level demigod boy. When he thought of this, Justin became extremely excited. Kill people and steal treasures. This thought just arose in his mind, but he could never get rid of it. Justin was extremely excited, but Xuanyuan Wudi below was already frightened. The originally perfect plan was unexpectedly met with changes again and again. First, Lin Loyan showed his mid-level demigod cultivation, then Yi Tianxiang stepped into the high-level demigod. Now, the young man in front of him actually took out a magical weapon that was suspected to be a divine weapon of the earth. These strong impacts again and again have made Xuanyuan Wudi, the commander of the temple, a little overwhelmed. He felt that he was the biggest clown in the world. Before, he actually wanted to kill Yi Tianxiang by his own strength, but now it seems that it is simply a foolish dream and a dead end. Ha ha ha. Before Xuanyuan Wudi could think about it, Jia Saidong, who had already recovered from the sharp sword power, could not help laughing. Then, he looked at Long Xiaobao and said excitedly, "Boy, since you have contributed a divine weapon to me, today I will leave you with an intact body." Earth God soldiers. As soon as Jia Si finished speaking, Long Xiaobao sneered coldly, "I said you are a frog in the well, but you still don't believe it. Let me tell you, this sword is called time, it is a divine weapon." Base. After saying this, Long Xiaobao drew his sword. Puff, Puff, puff. As the sword light appeared, the space around the sword body became like paper, and cracks appeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Justin's pupils shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. But at this moment, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Long Xiaobao's mouth, but he didn't care at all, and without the slightest hesitation, he held the long sword in his hand, faced Justin directly, and shouted sternly, "Wheel of Time, Mark of Destiny, go over with one sword cut." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao swung his sword and slashed out. This was a casual and understated sword. However, just such a casual sword move instantly condensed the supreme sword light. A 3-foot sword light came out from the sword and attacked Justin in front of him with unstoppable force. Run! Justin made the decision without even thinking about it. He felt that he could not block this sword at all. Unfortunately, although Justin was at the peak of demigod, his speed was far slower than that of the sword light. Before Justin could escape, the sword light had already arrived. Puff! In an instant, the sword light pierced through Justin's body, shattered the space, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everything comes quickly and goes quickly. Palace Master. Below, seeing Justin's body pierced by the sword, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but exclaim. But Justin's body trembled. "I am all right." Feeling his physical condition, Justin looked at Long Xiaobao in surprise. "Fine." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was also stunned. "Call out." But at this moment, Long Xiaobao retracted his sword and flashed directly in front of Xuanyuan Wudi. "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. "Roll!" Long Xiaobao shouted angrily. He suddenly grabbed Lin Luoyan with his right hand, and then kicked Xuanyuan Wudi. A kick, fast as lightning and fierce as thunder. Boom! There was a loud bang. Puff! Xuanyuan Wudi spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Everything happened in a flash. At this moment, whether it was Xuanyuan Wudi or Justin, they both understood that Long Xiaobao's so-called sword was just a bluff, and his purpose was only to rescue Lin Luoyan. "Boy, you're looking for death." In an instant, Justin let out an angry roar, and then slapped out with a shocking palm. Puff! However, after the palm strike, Justin himself spat out a mouthful of blood without any warning, and at the same time he was horrified to find that his entire right arm had disappeared mysteriously at some point, leaving only a sleeve hanging around his waist. That was why he didn't even strike out with his angry palm. What's going on? Sensing this sudden change, Justin's face changed drastically and turned pale. However, Long Xiaobao did not hesitate at all. At the moment when Justin's palm missed, he seized the opportunity, hugged Lin Luoyan's slender waist with his right hand, and then flashed and retreated directly into the air hundreds of meters away. "What did you do to me, boy?" At this time, ignoring the fact that Long Xiaobao rescued Lin Luoyan, Justin looked at him and let out an angry roar. At this moment, Justin discovered that not only did his right arm disappear for no reason, but even his cultivation had fallen from the peak of demigod to the high level of demigod. He was sure that all this was caused by Long Xiaobao, because of the sword he had just struck. Facing Jia Saidong's roar, Long Xiaobao said coldly, "I will kill you with my sword. If my cultivation was not insufficient and I could not withstand the might of the heavenly god soldier's sword, this sword would not simply cut off your arm or kill you by one level. Instead, it would completely kill the you of the past. Without the you of the past, how can there be the you of the present? Go over with a sword and kill him. Without the past, how can there be a present?" Hearing this, Justin was shocked and even terrified. Long Xiaobao ignored him and said sternly, "If I can't kill you today, I will kill you tomorrow." Today. Justin came back to his senses instantly, and then angrily asked, "Do you think you can leave today?" Possessing such terrifying and strange swordsmanship, Justin knew that he could not let Long Xiaobao leave today no matter what. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. "Unfortunately, if I want to leave, you can't stop me." Facing Justin's murderous intent, Long Xiaobao said coldly. At last, he looked at Yi Tianxiang in the distance, with a lonely look, and said with some self-blame, "I'm sorry, Uncle Yi, Xiaobao's ability is limited. Now I can only take one person away, so I can only give up on you." Chapter 1093, Lord Palace Master, you can't kill me. "I'm sorry, Uncle Yi, Xiaobao's ability is limited, and now he can only take one person away, so I can only give up on you." Long Xiaobao's sudden words made Yi Tianxiang, who was nearly fainting in the distance, tremble. Then he uttered two words with difficulty, "Thank you." For Yi Tianxiang, everything that had developed to this point today was already a death situation. Even before he died, he had to endure the pain and torture of his wife being humiliated in front of him. Let me ask, who can endure such torture? But now, Long Xiaobao appeared again, and it seemed that he could take Lin Luoyan away from here. This alone was enough for Yi Tianxiang. But at this moment, Jia Saitong flashed in front of Long Xiaobao, looked at him, and said coldly, "How shameless. Go. Do you think you can still leave?" Although he had an arm broken and his cultivation level dropped, he was still a high-level demigod, one level higher than Long Xiaobao. Most importantly, as the deputy master of the temple, how could he, Justin, not have his own trump card? If a mid-level demigod could run away with someone, then he, Justin, might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. Ha ha ha. As soon as Jia Saitong finished speaking, Long Xiaobao laughed loudly. Suddenly, he looked at Jia Saitong again, his expression became serious, and he said in a cold voice, "I said, I want to leave, and you can't stop me. Then give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Justin was ready to take action. Base. But at this moment, the sound of a sword was heard. Long Xiaobao held Lin Luoyan in his left hand and tightly grasped the divine weapon, time, in his right hand. He stood in the air, facing Justin who was charging at him, and the endless sword power swept across the world. Seeing this scene, Justin's body paused for a moment, and then he retreated quickly. Justin still remembers the previous sword strike clearly. His arm was broken by the sword and his cultivation level dropped. The terrifying and strange swordsmanship has left a huge shadow in his heart. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Now facing the divine weapon, time, in Long Xiaobao's hand, how could Justin dare to act rashly? Deputy Temple Master. Seeing Justin retreat, Long Xiaobao sneered, and then said with disdain, "I thought the Deputy Master of the temple was so great, but I didn't expect that he was also a coward who was afraid of death and cowardly. You." Upon hearing this, Justin became furious. Long Xiaobao ignored him and shouted, "Divine Temple. Deputy Temple Master. I, Long Xiaobao, have taken note of this account, and my 7 Killings Temple has also accepted it. In the future, you will just have to wait for Master Yi's wrath. If you don't die, I will kill myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao swung his sword, the wheel of time, the mark of fate, the sword of the future break through the air. Puff! With a slash of sword, Long Xiaobao spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, gusts of sword wind swept from the long sword and instantly enveloped Long Xiaobao. In the sword wind, Long Xiaobao and Lin Luoyan's bodies gradually turned into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Justin was stunned. Then, he roared again, "Want to leave? Where can you go?" As the words fell, Justin slapped out with his left hand with the force of a raging storm, and the palm landed directly on Long Xiaobao. However, this palm went straight through Long Xiaobao's body and did not cause any harm to him. Such a scene shocked Justin. Long Xiaobao looked at him and smiled. "In the past, present and future, Master only left me 3 life-saving sword intentions in his first inheritance. Now, I have used 2 swords on you. Just based on this, you should be proud of yourself. Jia Saitong, Deputy Hall Master Jia, I, Long Zhuang, Long Xiaobao, will wait for you in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao and Lin Luoyan's bodies turned into nothingness and completely disappeared in front of Justin. The strange scene made Justin stand there in a daze. Past, present, future. 3 life-saving sword intentions. Waiting for me in the future. Long Xiaobao's words made Justin a little confused, or rather, Long Xiaobao's 3 swords involved the law of time, which was simply beyond the understanding of a demigod like Justin. Just as Long Xiaobao said, he, Jia Saitong, Deputy Palace Master Jia, is just a frog in the well. After a moment, Justin came back to his senses. Facing the fleeing Long Xiaobao and Lin Luoyan, and thinking of his own fallen cultivation and broken arm, his face became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and murmured in a cold voice, "Long Xiaobao from Longzhuang, E.H. Since you have introduced yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Ghost Town Longzhuang, I will kill you all. Palace Master, he just disappeared like that." At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi came to Justin. He looked at the place where Long Xiaobao and Lin Luoyan disappeared, and asked in a daze. Disappearing out of thin air in front of a demigod. All this was beyond Xuanyuan Wudi's understanding and had overturned all his cognition. Lin Luoyan, Yi Tianxiang, Long Xiaobao. It is obvious that among these three, the youngest one, Long Xiaobao, is the most terrifying. Roll. Unexpectedly, in response to Xuanyuan Wudi's question, Jia Saidong roared angrily and said, "You are a useless person who is always causing trouble. If it weren't for you, how could this palace master end up in this situation now? It would have been fine if he didn't get Lin Luoyan, but he actually paid for it with an arm and the cultivation of a high-level demigod." Against Jastin, today's battle was like losing both his wife and his soldiers, which was a great shame and humiliation. Now that Long Xiaobao and Lin Luoyan have escaped, he is so furious that he can only vent his anger on Xuanyuan Wudi, because all this was caused by him. Xuanyuan Wudi naturally knew all this, so when faced with Jastin's angry roar, he simply shrank his neck, not daring to refute at all, let alone say anything else. Snort. Jastin snorted coldly, then came to Yi Tianxiang, looked down at him, and said, "Yi Tianxiang, you hid well enough. I didn't expect that there was such a strong man around you, but you can't escape death today." Hee hee. Facing Jazatung's words, Yi Tianxiang lay on the ground, looking very happy, but at the same time he said with difficulty, "I have accompanied my wife and lost my soldiers. Jazatung, how does it feel?" You. Hearing this, Justin became furious. Yi Tianxiang was just rubbing salt into his wounds. Court death. Then, he let out an angry roar and slapped Yi Tianxiang directly with his palm, showing no concealment of his endless murderous intent. "Palace Master, you can't kill me." But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from a distance. Jastin paused, then frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. In the sight, a member of the Red Refining Army ran over in a hurry. "Why can't you kill?" Looking at the members of the Red Refining Army who came in front of him, Justin asked with a frown. Without waiting for the members of the Chilean army to speak, Xuanyuan Wudi was the first to scold, "What's wrong with you? Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here right now." "Shut up." Unexpectedly, what greeted Xuanyuan Wudi was a roar of anger from Jastin. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, but didn't dare to say anything more. Jastin looked at the members of the Red Refining Army again and said, "Tell me, why can't we kill them?" The member of the Chilean army said without hesitation, "Sir, if we don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. We didn't kill all of Yi Tianxiang and his men today, so they will definitely come back to retaliate against us in the future. Moreover, they are in the dark while we are in the light, which is obviously disadvantageous to us. In this case then why don't we use Yi Tianxiang and that old man to lure them out? As long as they show up, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. So I said Yi Tianxiang cannot be killed, because keeping him is more valuable than killing him." After hearing this, Jastin frowned, then looked at the members of the Red Refining Army and said, "You are very good. What is your name? What is your rank?" The Red Refining Army member was stunned and said, "Reporting to the Lord Palace Master, I am Shen Jiadong, a member of the 8,000 Red Refining Army under Lord Xuanyuan, and I have no military rank." Shen Jiadong, right. Very good, you will follow me from now on. Chapter 1094, Temple Wanted Order, Filong wants to save people. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiadong exclaimed immediately, then waved his hands towards Jia Saidong and said, "Sir, no, I'd better stay in the Chilean army." Immediately, Jastin showed a hint of dissatisfaction. He looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, "Commander Xuanyuan, I only want you. Don't you intend to give me this little face?" Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and said anxiously, "Palace Master, you are joking. Not to mention one person, even if you want all 8,000 Red Refining Army, I will have no complaints." While speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Shen Jiadong again and said viciously, "It is your honor that the Palace Master likes you. How dare you refuse? Why don't you thank the Palace Master for his appreciation?" Shen Jiadong was speechless, and then said reluctantly, "Thank you for your appreciation, Palace Master." However, Jastin ignored him and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and chuckled, "Xuanyuan Wudi, you are very good. I didn't expect your subordinates to be so loyal to you." Xuanyuan Wudi didn't know how to answer for a moment. Jia Saidong said, "Okay, you don't have to say anything. It's your ability to make your subordinates loyal to you. Don't worry, I won't steal your people. I'll just borrow them for a while." After saying that, Jia Saidong looked directly at Shen Jiadong and said, "Your suggestion just now is very good. Later, this hall master will let my eldest disciple take full charge of this matter. You will just assist him at that time. As long as you can lure and capture Lin Loyan, this hall master will definitely not miss out on your benefits. Do you understand?" "Thank you, Palace Master. I will do my best to assist you in capturing Lin Loyan." As he spoke, Shen Jiadong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the lives of Yi Tianxiang and Old Man Yi were temporarily saved. As for the future, that was not something that a mere divine martial realm cultivator like him could control. Facing Shen Jiadong's response, Jia Saidong nodded and said, "Later, this hall master will announce to the entire TianYTN that Yi Tianxiang has betrayed his clan. So, from now on, you must all insist that there must be no mistakes in the matter of Yi Tianxiang colluding with the heavenly demon." "Yes, Palace Master," Xuanyuan Wudi responded. Jia Saidong said, "Okay, now take Yi Tianxiang and the old man back to the temple. Remember, you, Xuanyuan Wudi, will take care of the old man. After all, the poison in his body is too evil, and his cultivation is too weak to resist it. Yes, there are unexpected changes in the weather, and people are subject to misfortunes and blessings at any time." Within one day, when the temple announced Yi Tianxiang's treason, the entire human race was shocked. Who is Yi Tianxiang? He is the commander-in-chief of the Flying Dragon Army, the #1 prodigy of the human race in nearly 1,000 years, and also the peerless killing god who ranks first on the demon clan's must-kill list. Would such a person collude with the demon clan, become corrupt, and betray the human race? It's simply unbelievable. However, since the temple has issued such a notice, it means that all of this has been confirmed and there will definitely not be any mistakes. After all, the temple will not treat such things as a joke. What's more, the temple has made it very clear that Yi Tianxiang was caught on the spot by Jastin, one of the 3 deputy commanders of the temple, while he was having a secret conversation with the demon. How could this be wrong? To this end, the temple not only arrested Yi Tianxiang, but also offered a reward for every member of the Flying Dragon Army in TianYTN. As long as you capture a member of the Flying Dragon Army, you can bring him to the temple to receive a reward. For a time, the members of the Flying Dragon Army became the rats crossing the street in TianYTN, and everyone wanted to kill them. Jastin is determined to wipe out the Flying Dragon Army. Unfortunately, in the temple, Jazadong was looking at Xuanyuan Wudi in front of him. He said in disbelief, "You said that all the members of the Flying Dragon Army disappeared. So far, you haven't found a single member of the Flying Dragon Army." "Yes, Lord." Xuanyuan Wudi responded with a helpless and puzzled look on his face. At this time yesterday, the Flying Dragon Army was still in the major cities helping Yi Tianxiang to purchase the so-called Heavenly Soul Grass. But today, not long after we notified Yi Tianxiang of his treason, these Flying Dragon Army members seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. They all disappeared. How is this possible? How can a good person just disappear out of thin air? Justin was surprised and even more angry. Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless and for a moment he didn't know how to start. "Search, keep searching," Justin said angrily. "There are 100,000 Flying Dragon Army soldiers. Where can they hide? Where can they hide? Even if we have to search the entire outer heaven, we must find them." "Yes, Palace Master," Xuanyuan Wudi responded. "How is Yi Tianxiang?" Suddenly, Jasper changed his tone and frowned. "Xuanyuan Wudi, he is now on display in the square outside the temple. According to your previous instructions, he will be whipped 37,600 times in public every day, and he will be kept alive with elixirs to ensure that he will not die. The same goes for the old man. I believe that as long as Lin Loyan sees it, even if she knows it's a trap, she will definitely not be able to resist taking action. After all, I can't stand Yi Tianxiang's miserable condition right now, let alone her as his wife." Xuanyuan Wudi said, and Justin groaned, "I hope so. Now, he is not afraid of Lin Loyan, but Long Xiaobao." After returning from the Flying Dragon Army base yesterday, Justin checked his injuries and found that not only was his right arm gone, but there was no wound on the entire shoulder at all, or the wound had healed for who knows how many years. Now, even with the use of elixirs or secret techniques, he could not regenerate his right arm. In other words, his right arm was completely gone. Of course, this is secondary. Compared with his own cultivation, a right arm is nothing. However, Justin discovered that after his cultivation level dropped to a lower level, he could no longer practice. Or in other words, his cultivation level could no longer be improved and he could only remain at the peak of demigod forever. A broken arm cannot be regenerated. His cultivation level could not be further improved. It was not until this time that Justin realized the horror of Long Xiaobao's sword. The sword of the past will cut through your past. Without the past, there would be no present. Today, he, Justin, is a man without arms and without the peak of demigod, so no matter how hard he tries, he cannot get these two things back. That's why he was afraid, horrified, and even more angry. Outside the temple, there is a huge square. This is an open space that can accommodate tens of millions of people. At this moment, in the center of the square, Yi Tianxiang and Old Man Yi were tied to a cross-shaped wooden frame respectively. They were both listless and covered in blood. Snap, snap, snap. In front of the two of them, there was a whipper each. At this moment, the two whippers kept whipping Yi Tianxiang and Old Man Yi with the iron whips in their hands. Every whip caused the two men's skin to be torn. There were hundreds of thousands of people watching around, and they were pointing fingers at Yi Tianxiang and the other man. The winner becomes a king and the loser becomes a bandit. The truth is always written by the victors. It is for this reason that, in the eyes of the human race, Yi Tianxiang has already become an unforgivable criminal. He deserves to be beaten. He deserves to die. Since he has betrayed the human race, then even 1,000 deaths cannot atone for his sin. Of course, not everyone thinks this way. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a green robe looked at the miserable Yi Tianxiang in the distance. He clenched his fists, his body couldn't help but tremble, and tears kept welling up in his eyes. Brother. The man was none other than Filong, who had just arrived in Tianweishan and had not yet met Yi Tianxiang. Yi Tianxiang betrayed the human race. Yi Tianxiang colludes with the devil. Even if you beat Filong to death, he wouldn't believe it. But there is no point in saying this now. Filong has only one thought in his mind, and that is to rescue Yi Tianxiang. If we can't save him, then we'll die together. In short, Filong would never allow his elder brother to suffer here and be humiliated like this. With this thought in mind, Filong no longer hesitated, he took a step forward to save people. Chapter 1095 3 Options, Three-Pronged Approach. Bang! However, just as Filong was about to attack, a fat palm suddenly landed on his right shoulder. Filong was shocked by the sudden change. Before he could react, an excited voice rang out from behind him. Ha ha ha, Xiao Filong, it's you. I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet here. Hearing this, Filong, who was already tense, was stunned. Then, he turned around abruptly, and when he saw the person behind him, he exclaimed again, Fatty, it's you. Haha, that's me, Qian Duoduo said with a big laugh. Although this scene attracted the attention of people around, and many people even looked at Qian Duoduo and Filong, they just regarded Qian Duoduo and Filong as friends who had met again after a long separation, so they did not take it too seriously. That is why everyone just took a look instinctively, and then shifted their attention to Yi Tianxiang and Old Man Yi. They didn't care about Qian Duoduo, and Qian Duoduo naturally didn't care about them either. After saying this, Qian Duoduo put his right hand around Filong's neck, pulled him to his side, and said excitedly and enthusiastically, it's been many years since we last met, right? Since we met today, we have to reminisce about the past. Let's go, find a place, I'll buy you a couple of drinks. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo leaned close to Filong's ear and whispered, don't say anything, don't ask anything, just leave here with me first. Filong was stunned. Let's go, let's go. Qian Duoduo didn't give him the chance to refuse and pulled him out. 10,000 meters away from the temple. Filong broke free from Qian Duoduo's hand and looked at him, somewhat dissatisfied. Fatty, what on earth do you want to do? What? Qian Duoduo scolded coldly, I should be the one asking you, what do you want to do? Nonsense, of course I want to save my brother. Save? How can you save? On what basis can you save? Just because you are a mere flying sky realm. Filong was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, do you know what that place is? That's the temple, a concentration camp for all the powerful people of the human race. In there, not to mention the unfathomable temple master and the saint son and saint daughter, there are no less than 20 resident demigods. Tell me, how can you, a Fatian realm master, save people? What's the difference between you and committing suicide? Filong was speechless. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter if I can't save him. I will save him anyway. At worst, I can kill Big Brother myself, and then die with him. It's better than watching Big Brother suffer like this. Die." Qian Duoduo was furious. "It's easy for you to say that. If you die, everything will be over. But what about Lin Loyan? Sister-in-law?" Filong couldn't help but be stunned. "That's right." Qian Duoduo responded, "Do you think the temple had nothing better to do than to place Yi Tianxiang there? They did this to lure out Lin Loyan and other members of the Flying Dragon Army. Don't you see that there are wanted pictures of Lin Loyan everywhere in TianYTN?" Filong was shocked, then looked at Qian Duoduo and asked, "Where is sister-in-law now?" "You ask me, who should I ask?" Qian Duoduo said this angrily, then calmed down and said, "The only news I have received so far is that there was a battle at the Filong army base yesterday. Yi Tianxiang was captured, and Lin Loyan and Long Xiaobao are missing. As for the rest, I know nothing. I don't even know what happened at the Filong army base yesterday." As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Filong was stunned. "Xiaobao is also here at Tianweishan. Didn't you come here together?" Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo was also stunned. "No." Filong shook his head and said, "I have been in Tianweishan for a few days, but I didn't come with him." This. Qian Duoduo frowned. He originally thought that Filong, Old Man Yi, and Long Xiaobao came to Tianweishan together, but he didn't expect. "Xiaobao is here, but where's Xiaofan?" But at this moment, Filong asked again. "That kid." Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment and said, "He probably didn't come. Otherwise it's impossible that there are only wanted portraits of Lin Loyan and Long Xiaobao, but not his. In that case, you should send someone to Shenwu continent to find him and ask him to save Big Brother." Hearing this, Filong immediately spoke. Qian Duoduo was stunned. "Looking for him? Saving people? Does he have a way? Or after not seeing him for a few years, his strength has changed dramatically?" When Qian Duoduo learned that Long Xiaobao had come to TianYTN and had become a demigod, he was shocked. After all, he had only been away from the Shenwu continent for a few short years, and at that time Long Xiaobao was not even at the Shenwu realm. In just a few years, he was promoted to the demigod realm, which also made Qian Duoduo realize the horror of the cemetery of gods and demons. Under such circumstances, it is very likely that Ye Bufan will become a demigod. Xiaofan is only at the Zhodian realm now. Although he can fight Ronghan, it is definitely impossible for him to save people. However, if he can't do it, the gravekeeper in the God and Demon Cemetery can definitely do it. As long as he takes action, I guarantee that, let alone saving people, even destroying the temple will be a piece of cake." As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Filong immediately spoke. Although he didn't know how powerful Feng Hen was, and he had never seen Feng Hen, he was sure that as long as Feng Hen took action, no matter what temples, demigods, or small fry, Feng Hen would be able to destroy them in minutes. This is also true. With the cultivation level of the first level of Divine Lord Fenghen, not to mention the demigods and the temples, even the entire Shenwu continent and the heaven beyond heaven can be destroyed with a single palm. It's a pity that Filong only knew that Feng Hen was very strong, but he didn't know that he could not leave the cemetery of gods and demons at all, otherwise he would definitely attract powerful enemies from the Hongmeng realm. Filong said, but Qian Duoduo shook his head. "No." "Why?" Filong couldn't help but be stunned. Qian Duoduo, "First, we can't go to Shenwu continent at all now." "We can't, but what about others?" Filong asked immediately, and at the end, he added with some disbelief, "Don't tell me that you have been in TianYTN for so many years, and you can't even find someone below the Saint Realm to report to Shenwu continent. It was possible before, but not now." "Why?" "Yesterday, I wanted to transfer all the members of the Flying Dragon Army below the Saint Realm to the Shenwu continent, but the temple acted too quickly. When I wanted to transfer them, the passage between the Shenwu continent and the heavenly world had already been blocked by them, and it was guarded by a demigod and 100,000 temple troops. Now, let alone entering the Shenwu continent, it is impossible for us to even get close to the passage between the two places." This. Filong was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, "And this is only one reason. Second, I also know that the senior in the God and Demon Cemetery is very strong, but I heard from that kid that this senior seems to be unable to leave the God and Demon Cemetery for some reason. So, judging from the current situation, even if we go find him, he will definitely not be able to save us." What should we do then? Philong was anxious. Are we just going to watch brother being tortured by them? Suddenly, Qian Duoduo fell silent. After a moment, he said slowly, with our strength, it is impossible and unrealistic to rescue people from the temple head-on. So for now, we only have 3 options. Which 3? Philong asked again. Qian Duoduo said, first, bribe the temple. Bribe the temple? Can this crappy temple be bribed? Why not? The saying that money makes the world go round is true. Sometimes money can make the gods go round. I have just observed that Yi Tianxiang is in a weak state. Even if he is not dead, he will be a useless person in the future. In this case, as long as there is enough money, I believe the chances of the temple releasing Yi Tianxiang are still very high. However, at the same time, the risk of doing so is not small, because the premise of doing so is we will also be exposed. If the temple turns against us, we will all be doomed. If so, how much money would it cost? I can earn whatever I want. What about the second one? The second method is also to use money to pave the way, but instead of bribing the temple, we will cooperate with the Sky Demon clan. Cooperate with the demons. That's right. Don't think that the Sky Demon clan is evenly matched with the human clan now. But in fact, compared to the human clan, the Sky Demon clan only occupies the 8th and 9th heavens. The resources they have are extremely scarce, especially the heaven and earth elements, and vitality in the 9th heaven were inexplicably drained a few days ago. In this case, as long as I give enough chips, it is not impossible for the Sky Demon clan to save Yi Tianxiang, a disabled person. And the third one? Philong felt that Qian Duoduo was simply a lunatic. Whether it was the temple or the demon clan, they all represented a race. How much money would it take to buy over a race? It's unimaginable. Third, Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment and said, wait until Xiaofan comes to Tianweishan, wait until we have enough strength to threaten the temple. At that time, I believe that even if we don't take action, the temple will have no choice but to release us. And this possibility is very high. After all, if the god and demon cemetery can produce a demigod, then it can also produce a second, third, or even more demigods. If someone else breaks through to become a demigod and advances to the realm of God, that would be great. Of course, even so, we can't just do nothing during this period. So, my suggestion is bribe everyone in the temple who can be bribed, contact the heavenly demon clan, and then make plans for the heaven beyond heaven. We should use all 3 methods at the same time and give it a try. Chapter 1096 Yi Jingxuan, the second inheritance begins. In just 3 days, news of Yi Tianxiang's betrayal spread to every corner of Tianweitian. The Sky Demon clan was suddenly bewildered and confused about the situation for a moment, but the entire human race was already in an uproar. Faced with the huge bounty, countless people spent the past 3 days searching for and capturing members of the Flying Dragon army. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the human members searched, they could not find any trace of the Flying Dragon army. The temple is one of the 3 major sub-temples. Waste, Xuanyuan Wudi, you are a complete waste. Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi standing in front of him, Justin roared angrily. The rage in his heart had already reached its peak, and he even wanted to kill Xuanyuan Wudi. After roaring, he shouted angrily, 3 days, it has been 3 whole days, but what have you done? 4 major legions have been mobilized internally, and tens of millions of people have been searching externally, and in the end you just gave me 3 words, can't find it. Did Lin Loyan grow wings and fly away, or does Long Xiaobao really have the ability to travel back in time? After taking a deep breath, Justin gritted his teeth and said, that's fine. After all, Lin Loyan and Long Xiaobao are both in the demigod realm. It's not too much to not be able to find them. But what about those members of the Flying Dragon army? 100,000 Flying Dragon army, you spent 3 days and didn't find a single one. Did they all disappear from the face of the earth? Speak now. Facing Justin's angry scolding, Xuanyuan Wudi looked helpless. Palace Master, I suspect someone hid the members of the Flying Dragon army, so we can't find them. Bang! As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Justin grabbed the chair under him and smashed it heavily on Xuanyuan Wudi, cursing, are you an idiot? Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless. Jia Saidong said, hide. Tell me, who in the outer heaven dares to go against the temple? Who can hide 100,000 Flying Dragon soldiers in 1 day without anyone noticing? If it were you, could you do it? Xuanyuan Wudi suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, even though he was one of the 12 deputy commanders of the temple, he didn't have the ability to hide 100,000 flying dragon army quietly and without leaving any clues. This ability was simply beyond the reach of a god. But if someone didn't deliberately hide the flying dragon army, why did the flying dragon army disappear out of thin air? Before Xuanyuan Wudi could think about it, Jia Saidong suddenly said in a cold voice, 7 days, I will give you another 7 days. After 7 days, if you still can't find Lin Loyan and that Long Xiaobao, or if they don't show up after 7 days, then you can forget about your right arm. Buzz. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi's body trembled violently. If you can't find Lin Loyan and Long Xiaobao after 7 days, you're going to cut off one of your arms. He knew very well that it was clearly Justin taking his anger out on him. But even so, Xuanyuan Wudi dared to be angry but not to speak out. Any one of the 12 commanders of the temple has as much power as the 3 deputy temple masters. But what is the reality? It would be easy for the 3 deputy hall masters to kill any commander. That was why Xuanyuan Wudi could only grit his teeth and said, yes, Palace Master, I will find these 2 people within 7 days. If I can't find them, I will cut off one of my arms. Snort. Justin snorted coldly and asked, how's the situation at Longzhuang? This. Xuanyuan Wudi hesitated slightly. Explain. Justin said angrily. Yes. Xuanyuan Wudi responded and said, yesterday, the old owner of Long Manor had already found his subordinates. He claimed that Long Xiaobao had betrayed the Long family several years ago, so all his actions have nothing to do with the Long family. Moreover, I have also ordered people to investigate. What Long Baichuan said is true. Long Xiaobao did betray the Long family a few years ago. Not only that, his biological father and mother also died at the hands of the Long family. It can be said that the kid not only has nothing to do with the Long family, but also has a grudge, a blood feud. Sure enough, I was almost used as a gun by this kid. Jia Saidong shouted angrily, and then said, but even if this kid has a grudge against the Long family, so what? He is from the Long family after all. While speaking, Jia Saidong looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, tell Long Baichuan, just like you, within 7 days, if he can't find Long Xiaobao, this hall master will also cut off one of his arms as a punishment. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi trembled. Palace Master, the Long family is a superior ancient family after all, doing this. What about the superior Gu family? Xuanyuan Wudi was halfway through his words when Jia Saidong angrily interrupted him. Even if he is from a superior Gu family, if he refuses to obey, this Palace Master will still destroy him. Yes. Xuanyuan Wudi responded. Justin suddenly asked, how is the investigation of the 7 killings hall going? Is there any news? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi's face changed immediately, and he said with some fear, Palace Master, I suspect the 7 killing palace is not in Tianweishan but in Shenwu continent. By now, Xuanyuan Wudi had already had a guess in his heart that he could not believe, let alone accept, which was Long Xiaobao came from the Shenwu continent, and his previous actions against the Shenwu continent had already provoked an unknown but terrifying existence. Shenwu continent. Jia Saidong frowned and murmured, then continued, in this case, don't worry about it for now. The most urgent task is to find Lin Loyan and that Long Xiaobao, especially Long Xiaobao. We must find him in the shortest possible time. Delay will lead to changes. Long Xiaobao's previous strange and terrifying sword had already deeply stimulated Justin. Justin would never be able to rest easy unless he got rid of him. Yes. Xuanyuan Wudi responded helplessly. Try to find. Where to find it? How to find it? He had absolutely no idea what to do. Shenwu continent, Wangyao mountain range. 3 days have passed since Long Xiaobao and his 2 companions left the Shenwu continent for the Tianwei heaven. During these 3 days, it would be a lie to say that Hao Peng and others were not worried. After all, for the Shenwu continent, the Tianwei heaven meant the unknown. However, everyone also knew that it was useless to worry now. Instead of thinking about this and that, it would be better to improve their own strength as soon as possible. Boom. At this moment, in Wangyao mountain range, somewhere in the Keisha headquarters, a terrifying aura suddenly rose into the sky and swept across the entire Wangyao mountain range in an instant, causing all members of the 3 tribes, human, demon, and barbarian, who were present here to tremble in their hearts without exception. Tiandao Tai. Bang! The giant panda in the inner palace treasury trembled, and the chips in his hand that were about to bet immediately fell to the ground. The giant panda was like this, and the other weapon spirits were no exception. They all looked in the direction of the source of the aura with frightened eyes. The golden monkey even exclaimed, "Fuck, is this the aura of Xian Ning Xiang? Xian Ning Xiang." With just 3 words, the 13 weapon spirits could not help but tremble and even shiver. The next second, that crazy woman has come back to life. Run! Whoosh! 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 Before Satu Nan could figure out what was going on, the 13 weapon spirits disappeared in an instant. What's worse, they didn't even take their chips with them. They were completely running for their lives. Seeing this scene, Satu Nan was confused and even a little bit bewildered. Where the terrifying aura is. Here, Ye Jingxuan sat cross-legged, her body shrouded in 9 colored rays of light, giving people an extremely holy feeling. However, there was no doubt that the terrifying aura came from Ye Jingxuan, or from Ye Jingxuan's body, which was the inheritance of Wufei Xian Ning Xiang. 3 years ago, Ye Jingxuan was 13 years old and received the inheritance of Xian Ning Xiang. However, because she was too young, she was only baptized once by Xian Ning Xiang. As for the inheritance, it was sealed in her body by Xian Ning Xiang. Now, 3 years have passed, Ye Jingxuan is 16 years old, and her cultivation has reached the peak of the Saint Realm and is completely consolidated. The inheritance of Wufei Xian Ning Xiang has broken out of her body, and the second inheritance has begun. Chapter 1097, High-Level Demigod, I Want to Go to the Outer World. The inheritance of the 72 emperors and concubines of the heavenly palace is far inferior to that of the 3 supreme beings. However, because Ye Jingxuan has already undergone a physical baptism by Xian Ning Xiang using Feng Hen's divine power, now that the second inheritance has been opened, Ye Jingxuan no longer needs to undergo physical baptism again. In other words, even if she undergoes physical baptism again, it will greatly reduce the loss of inheritance power, and the inheritance power that was originally supposed to be used for physical baptism will be fully used to improve Ye Jingxuan's cultivation. Not only that, in 3 years, Ye Jingxuan had already consolidated her current cultivation level to the peak of the Saint Realm. In other words, her foundation was solid, and she did not need to spend several years like other people to slowly cultivate. Instead, the power of inheritance was directly infused into her, and her cultivation level soared instantly. Enter the peak of the Holy Realm and break through. The initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm, the intermediate stage of Soul Fusion Realm, the advanced stage of Soul Fusion Realm, the peak stage of Soul Fusion Realm. In just 1 hour, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation level soared directly to the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm. However, it is not over yet. The peak of the Soul Fusion Realm, broken. The initial stage of Fatian Realm, the middle stage of Fatian Realm, the advanced stage of Fatian Realm, the peak stage of Fatian Realm. The peak of flying is broken again. Demigod beginner stage. In just 3 hours, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation level broke through from the peak of the Saint Realm to the initial stage of demigod. However, the power of inheritance was still not exhausted. Seeing this scene, Hao Peng and others around were shocked and horrified. What's going on? Xiao Xuaner's breakthrough hasn't finished yet. Is she going to reach the middle level of demigod? Shouldn't it be? Yes, Xiaobao's supreme inheritance has only reached the initial stage of demigod, and Xiao Xuaner's is only the inheritance of the emperor's concubine. How could it be possible for her to directly enter the middle stage of demigod? That's not necessarily true. But this, have you forgotten that Xiao Xuaner had already been baptized by Xian Ning Xiang? That is to say, she doesn't need to be baptized now, so except for the martial arts inheritance of the concubine, all her inheritance power will be used to improve Xiao Xuaner's cultivation. In the whole inheritance process, how much inheritance power will be consumed in the physical baptism stage? Do we know? How far will Xiao Xuaner break through? She won't enter the divine realm directly, right? God realm. Yes, that shouldn't be the case. I don't think so. What the hell, are there any powerful gods in Tianhuitian? If Xiao Xuaner advances directly to the god realm, then can't she go to Tianhuitian alone? With her violent personality, by then. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Boom. It was also at this time that Ye Jingxuan made another breakthrough. Mid-level demigod. However, the inherited power around her has not yet been completely exhausted. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more excited. According to the current situation, it might not be impossible for Ye Jingxuan to transcend the holy realm and directly enter the divine realm. Boom. 2 hours later, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation level broke through again and he directly achieved the high level of demigod. However, at this time, the inherited power around her had been almost consumed. It was obviously impossible for her to cross the holy realm and directly enter the divine realm. It was even extremely difficult for her to reach the peak of demigod. This is also true. Not long after Ye Jingxuan broke through to the high level of demigod, the power of inheritance was exhausted, and her cultivation ultimately remained at the high level of demigod without reaching the peak. Call. It was also at this time that the 9 colored rays of light all poured into Ye Jingxuan's body, beginning the final martial arts inheritance, which was also the most important link in the entire inheritance process. Ye Jingxuan continued to accept the inheritance, but Hao Peng and others around her were both excited and regretful. What excited them was that from now on, the 7 Killing Palace had a powerful high-level demigod, and with the strength of the Heavenly Palace, Ye Jingxuan, a high-level demigod, might be able to fight against the top demigods of the heaven beyond heaven. In this way, even if the current 7 Killing Palace enters the heaven beyond heaven, it will definitely have a place. Unfortunately, Ye Jingxuan did not cross the holy realm and directly enter the divine realm. After all, if one could become a god through the inheritance of the heavenly palace, then Ye Jingxuan would have no rivals in either the Shenwu continent or the heaven beyond heaven. Unfortunately, as the power of inheritance was exhausted and as Ye Jingxuan began to accept Xian Ningxiang's martial arts inheritance, the terrifying aura and pressure around her dissipated instantly. I'm so scared. It turns out it's just the martial arts inheritance of that crazy woman. I thought that crazy woman came back to life. Who said it wasn't? I was scared to death just now. Damn it, he's been dead for so many years and still comes out to scare people, what a piece of shit. Is that little girl the descendant of the crazy woman? Nonsense, if she is not the descendant of that crazy woman, how can she have the descendant of that crazy woman on her body? As soon as the aura of Xian Ningxiang dissipated, the 13 weapon spirits that had been scared away and disappeared immediately ran out again. After they talked for a while, the golden monkey suddenly said, "Damn it, to be chosen by that crazy woman Xian Ningxiang, this little girl must be a tough one. Should we take the opportunity to kill her while she is receiving the inheritance?" Well, when the golden-haired monkey said this, the other 12 weapon spirits were all stunned, and then they all looked at the golden-haired monkey with strange eyes. Feeling the strange looks from the 12 weapon spirits, the golden-haired monkey was also stunned and asked in confusion, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Ahem. Immediately, the giant panda of the inner palace treasury coughed lightly and said, "That I didn't say anything, and I didn't hear anything." While speaking, the giant panda of the inner palace treasury looked at Situ Nan on the Tiandao stage again. "Old man, come, let's fight for another 300 rounds, no, 3,000 rounds. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant panda in the inner palace treasury disappeared from the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Situ Nan on the Tiandao terrace. Seeing the giant panda leave, the other spirits did not stay either. They disappeared from the spot as if they were escaping. In an instant, the only 2 spirits left were the golden monkey and the 7-colored koi. Suddenly, the golden monkey was in disarray. The 7-colored koi looked at him and said weakly, "Monkey, that girl seems to be the devil's sister, her real sister." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7-colored koi also disappeared from the spot. Buzz. Hearing this, the golden-haired monkey couldn't help but tremble, and his face turned pale. Little girl. The devil's sister, or a biological one. Damn. When he thought of this, the corner of the golden-haired monkey's mouth twitched, and it seemed as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. I'm actually going to kill the devil's sister. At this moment, the monkey felt that he was simply crazy. No, he was simply seeking his own death. In an instant, he felt cold from head to toe. Then, the golden monkey looked at Hao Peng and the others who were looking at him strangely, and said viciously, "What are you looking at? Can't you tell that I'm teasing you? Really, you have no sense of humor at all. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden monkey disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Fat Hao and others were confused, but they didn't care too much. After all, they were already accustomed to the words and deeds of the 13 strange spirit instruments in the heavenly palace. However, it was also because of this that Hao Peng and the others did not leave even though they did not know when Yi Jingxuan would enter inheritance. After all, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Who knows if the golden-haired monkey will suddenly come back and attack Yi Jingxuan secretly. A safe bet is a safe bet. Be careful, you can never go wrong. Time goes by day. 7 days later, at noon, Yi Jingxuan opened her eyes suddenly. I want to go to Tianweishan. Hearing this, Fat Hao and others were stunned. But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded from a distance. You are not allowed to go. Chapter 1098, Domineering Queen Nizi. You are not allowed to go. These 4 simple words came out of nowhere, and before anyone could react, a figure came to them and stood in front of Yi Jingxuan. She was wearing a light purple gauze dress, elegant and arrogant. The person who came was none other than Nizi, the acting president of Kangchong Martial Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts academies in the past. Sister Zi, are you out of seclusion? Seeing Nizi, Yi Jingxuan was stunned at first, then said in surprise. Nizi nodded. Yi Jingxuan immediately said impatiently and confusedly, Sister-in-law, why can't I go to Tianweishan? I have already reached the high level of demigod. After a pause, Yi Jingxuan continued, also, you don't know, Grandpa and Xiaobao have already gone to Tianweishan, that Xuanyuan Wudi. I already know about this. Yi Jingxuan had just finished speaking when she was interrupted by Nizi. You know. Yi Jingxuan couldn't help but be stunned. The same is true for Hao Peng and others. Nizi nodded and said, I came out of the God and Demon Cemetery yesterday. In 1 day, I have gained some understanding of the current situation. Did you leave the customs yesterday? Looking at Nizi, everyone was stunned again. Yi Jingxuan immediately asked, Sister Zi, since you know everything, why don't you let me go to Tianweishan? Tell me first, what can you do after going to Tianweishan? Nizi did not answer Yi Jingxuan but asked back. Of course I'm going to help Grandpa save Dad. Yi Jingxuan was stunned at first, then looked at Nizi and said as a matter of course. Nizi shook her head. What's wrong? Yi Jingxuan was puzzled. Nizi said, let me ask you first, how long have Xiaobao and Moxuan been in Tianweishan? How long? Yi Jingxuan was stunned at first, then looked at Hao Peng and others. 3 days after Long Xiaobao and others went to Tianweitian, that is, on the 4th day, she began to accept the inheritance of Xian Ningxiang. After a few days, Yi Jingxuan really didn't know about it. 10 days. Seeing Yi Jingxuan looking at him, Fat Hao immediately said something. 10 days. Yi Jingxuan couldn't help but be stunned. Nizi said with great confidence, 10 days is not long, but it is not short either. But no matter what happened in Tianweitian, everything has been settled in 10 days. What's the point of you going to Tianweitian at this time? Suddenly, Yi Jingxuan was speechless. Nizi continued, if they win, it means Xiaobao and his team have successfully rescued the person. Since the person has been rescued, there is no need for you to go to Tianweitian. If they lose, it means Xiaobao and his team failed to rescue him, and with Xuanyuan Wudi's strength, the chance of Xiaobao and his team failing is almost 0. Since they failed, it means that the temple has intervened, or even if it is not the temple that intervened, there must be external forces involved. In this case, do you think that you, a high-level demigod, can turn the situation around? You can't. Not only can you not, but if you go to the outer world, you will also be deeply trapped in it and put yourself in danger. Tell me, in this situation, should you still go to Tianweishan? Yi Jingxuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Nizi's expression became serious, and then hesitantly said in a stern voice after half a second, also, I can tell you very clearly now that Xiaobao and the others have failed. What? When Nizi said this, everyone present was shocked. Fat Hao looked at her with great emotion, and couldn't help asking, Din Ni, how did you know that the boss and the others failed? The others looked at Nizi with confusion. Call. Nizi let out a sigh of relief and said, yesterday, I asked the first barbarian lord to lead 100 saint realm and 1,000 divine martial realm heavenly demons to visit the 2 passages in the savage ancient land. Let the first barbarian lord go to the passage between 2 places. He also brought along 100 demons who had entered the saint realm and 1,000 demons who had entered the divine martial realm. Everyone was stunned again. What does this have to do with knowing that Long Xiaobao and his team have failed in their rescue attempt? Before everyone could think about it, Nizi spoke again. Before we set out, I had already told these heavenly demons that after entering the heaven beyond heaven, no matter what happened or what they encountered, the 1,000 heavenly demons in the divine martial realm must return to the divine martial continent as soon as possible. But in the end none of these 1,100 heavenly demons came back. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled violently. 100 demons who had entered the saint realm and 1,000 demons who had entered the divine martial realm entered the heaven beyond heaven together, and they were also required to return to the Shenwu continent as soon as possible after entering the heaven beyond heaven. But in the end not a single demon came back. What does this mean? This means that after the 1,100 demons entered the heaven beyond heaven, they didn't even have a chance to escape, they were killed instantly or captured. But no matter whether they were killed or captured, it was enough to illustrate one point, that is at the other end of the passage between the two places, there was a strong man guarding the Tianhui Tiantian, and this strong man was at least in the Fatian realm or above, otherwise the other party would not have been able to kill or capture 100 saintly realm and 1,000 divine martial realm demons in an instant. Amid the shock of the crowd, Nizi spoke again, with great confidence. Who else in the heaven beyond heaven would dare to block the passage between the two places with such fanfare, except for the temple? After saying this, Nizi frowned and continued, if Xiaobao and the others succeeded, it means Xuanyuan Wudi has failed. Since Xuanyuan Wudi has failed, why would anyone block the passage between the two places? Even if the passage between the two places was blocked, the temple would at least send people to Shenwu continent to understand the situation, right? But they didn't. Since they didn't, it means that they have some concerns and dare not send people to Shenwu continent. And the only person in the temple who has such concerns is probably Xuanyuan Wudi, right? After all, he is the only one who has sent people to Shenwu continent, which means that it was Xuanyuan Wudi who ordered the passage between the two places to be blocked. Since he is not dead, Xiaobao and the others must have failed. Call. As Nizi spoke, everyone's breathing slowed down. It has to be said that Nizi's analysis is reasonable and well-founded, with almost no flaws. But at this moment, Yi Jingxuan suddenly said, Sister-in-law, what if these demons don't want to return to Shenwu continent, but take the opportunity to escape? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Yes, after the 1,100 demons entered the Tianhui Tian, they did not want to return to the Shenwu continent and be controlled by others, so it is not impossible that they escaped on their own. Impossible. Unexpectedly, Nizi said confidently, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I had Uncle Feng tamper with their memories before they set out. They are now die-hard fans of my 7 Killings Hall, so how could they escape without permission? Let Uncle Feng tamper with their memories. Everyone was stunned again. In this case, it would be impossible for the 1,100 demons to escape without permission. They would definitely be killed instantly or captured. When they thought of this, everyone became even more anxious. The passage between the two places is blocked by the temple. Rescue failed. Then how are Long Xiaobao, Mr. Yi and the others doing now? Are they alive or dead? Sister-in-law, what should we do now? Yi Jingxuan looked at Nizi and asked anxiously. In Tianhuishan, except for Grandpa Yi who arrived not long ago, all the other elders were also there. In this case, how could Yi Jingxuan not be anxious? Seeing Yi Jingxuan's words, Hao Peng and others also looked at Nizi. Nizi frowned. After a moment, she slowly said, now, no matter what the situation is in Tianhuishan, we can't intervene, because we are too weak. Too weak. These two simple words shocked everyone. Yes, too weak. Nowadays, although there are many soul-melting and flying people in the 7 Killing Hall, compared with the heaven beyond heaven, or the temple, the 7 Killing Hall is still too weak. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are ants and elephants. Before anyone could think about it, Nizi's expression became serious and he spoke again, not allowing any doubt. So, from now on, until Bu Fan comes out of retreat, I will take over the 7 Killing Hall. Next, we only have to do one thing: improve our strength. A day later, Nizi replaced Ye Bufan and, as the acting palace master of the 7 Killings Palace, notified the Shenwu continent and issued several palace master orders. First, Hao Peng and other members of the 7 Killing Hall who have obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace will immediately begin to shut themselves up and use the divine crystals to improve their cultivation to the utmost. Second, Langning Shang, Luo Qinmo, Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei and others must immediately begin to recognize the Heavenly Palace order and enter the cemetery of gods and demons. They are not allowed to inherit the inheritance and are not allowed to leave the cemetery. Third, the recruitment of disciples by the 7 Killing Hall ended ahead of schedule. Among all the participants, the 7 Killing Hall would only recruit the top 1 million people, who would be the third batch of the 7 Killing Army. Fourth, Feng Hen took action personally and forcibly opened the cemetery of gods and demons from the inside at the cost of sacrificing 3,000 heavenly palace orders. Fifth, in the eternal abyss, all the demons below the divine martial realm were driven into the cemetery of gods and demons through the temporary passage that Feng Hen forcibly opened from the inside, and used their flesh and blood and souls to accelerate the condensation of the inheritance crystals of all the heavenly heroes in the cemetery of gods and demons. Sixth, all the 100,000 wolf gods under the command of the Snow Wolf Demon King practiced the 9 Evil Dragon battle formation. Seventh, in the 7 Killings Hall, the second and third batches of the 7 Killings Army, totaling 1.06 million people, all practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju. Eighth, the 7 Killing Hall hired all the powerful people in the divine martial realm and the saint realm among the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians, and used divine crystals as compensation. They asked them to use their own Yuanli instead of Yuanxi to provide them to the members of the 7 Killing Hall to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju and refine the Jingyuan pill. Ninth, the 7 Killing Hall opens the sale of the martial arts technique, Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju, to everyone, in order to earn more Yuanxi to provide to the members of the 7 Killing Hall to practice Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju. The price of the martial arts secret is only 10 yuan stones, and almost everyone can afford it. Chapter 1099. As long as the life fire is not extinguished, the soul will not be extinguished. Nizi issued more than 10 palace master orders at the same time. For a moment, the entire Shenwu continent was shocked, and then boiling. Putting aside other things, just the option of exchanging for the special martial art, Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju, is enough to make anyone excited and obsessed with it. After all, when Nizi issued this order, he also gave a certain description of the Heaven's Evolution Return to Oneness technique. For any warrior, although due to their own talents, even if they practice this martial arts technique, there will be differences in speed. However, there is no doubt that this Heaven's Evolution Return to Oneness technique is definitely a heaven-defying martial arts technique used for cheating for warriors. The most important thing is that such a martial arts technique now only requires 10 yuanxi to practice. Are 10 yuanxi too many? For ordinary poor people, 10 yuanxi are indeed a lot, but it is impossible to say that they absolutely cannot take it out. As for the major families, 10 yuanxi are just a drop in the bucket for them. Therefore, Nizi's order is telling the entire Shenwu continent that as long as you want, you can practice this heaven-defying, heavenly evolution return to oneness. This is true for the human race, as well as the demons and wild beasts. After all, the power of the Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju is far beyond imagination, and its cultivation has no racial distinction and no conditional restrictions. For a time, the Shenwu continent was in an uproar. The secret of heaven's evolution returning to one. Is this the martial art that Palace Master Yi practiced in the past? There is no talent restriction. Anyone can practice it. Moreover, when practicing, instead of absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, he directly plunders it. Nima, this martial art is really against the will of heaven. Who said it wasn't? The most important thing is that this kind of martial arts secret technique is only sold for 10 yuanxi. The 7 Killing Palace is really generous. If you want to convince me, I will obey the 7 Killing Palace now. Me too. What are you waiting for? Let's go to the 7 Killing Hall. Bullshit, didn't you hear from the 7 Killings Palace that there is only one jade slip of this martial arts technique? The 7 Killings Palace will send saints to each of the major cities with the jade slip later. If we want to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju, we just need to prepare 10 yuanxi and wait in the main city. Yes. No, I have to prepare 10 yuan stones before the saints from the 7 Killing Palace come to our Tianluo city. I'm going to prepare the yuanxi as well. 10 yuanxi are really not a lot. Not to mention the demons and wild beasts, even among the human race, at least half of the people can afford it. How many humans are there in Shenwu continent? How many demon tribes and wild beasts are there in the Shenwu continent? Astronomical figures, impossible to calculate. Nizi did this in order to collect yuanxi and prepare enough resources for the 7 Killing Army to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju. After all, although Ye Bufan had previously exchanged an astronomical number of yuanxi from 13 weapon spirits, these yuanxi were far from enough when faced with the situation where more than 1 million people in the 7 killing hall were practicing the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique. Therefore, Nizi needs more yuanxi, the 7 killing army needs more yuanxi, and the 100,000 wolf gods who practice the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation also need enough yuanxi. After all, when the 100,000 wolf gods practiced the battle formation, they needed essence pills to support them, and essence pills could only be refined by those who practiced the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique. It can be said that for the current 7 killing palace, yuanxi is the key. As long as they have enough yuanxi, the 7 killing army can practice the Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju unscrupulously and refined Jingyuan Dan without any restrictions. With enough essence pills, the speed at which the 100,000 wolf gods cultivate the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique can advance by leaps and bounds. You know, this is a battle formation comparable to that of a demigod at the initial stage. 9 evil dragons roaming around, 8,000 forming a formation. 100,000 wolf gods are 9 evil dragon battle formations, which is equivalent to 12 powerful demigods at the initial stage. What is the concept of 12 demigods? If you don't go crazy, you will become a demon. No matter how huge the consumption is, the 7 killing palace will still squander it. Nizi issued dozens of orders from the palace master in succession, and the entire 7 killing palace began to operate like a machine, madly and quickly. There is only one goal, to improve our strength with all our strength. In the shortest possible time, give the 7 killing palace the greatest improvement. The cemetery of gods and demons, where Ye Bufan is. Dozens of barriers supported by the heart of the world enveloped Ye Bufan, making it impossible for anyone to get close to Ye Bufan, let alone contact him. Originally, these barriers were transparent, and even Ye Bufan's figure could be faintly seen from the outside world. But at this moment, these dozens of barriers were covered with a layer of purple, making it impossible for people from the outside world to capture Ye Bufan's figure. It was like this outside the barrier, but inside the barrier the purple flames were surging, and the temperature reached an unimaginable level. All of this was because the chaos heart refining flame left the body and transformed into purple fire dragons that roared wantonly in the space, as if they were going to melt the heaven and earth. The divine power condenses the life infant and gathers the spirit and soul. For the vast majority of warriors in the 9 revolutions Jodian realm, as long as they break the martial elixir in their Dantian and condense their spirit and soul, they have already entered the divine martial realm. But Ye Bufan is different. In other words, because of the divine flame devouring heaven art, Ye Bufan's cultivation has undergone earth-shaking changes. At least in the stage of entering the divine martial arts through Jodian, his breakthrough method is completely different from that of other warriors. In the realm of divine martial arts, the life fire emerges. As long as the fire of life is not extinguished, the soul will not be destroyed. Ye Bufan's divine martial realm requires the achievement of the divine soul, and more importantly, the condensation of the life fire. In other words, the divine soul is the life fire, and the life fire is the divine soul. Fire is the basic flame of the divine flame devouring heaven art, and is also the natal fire. Ye Bufan's natal fire is the chaos refining heart flame. Soul consists of 3 souls and 7 spirits. What Ye Bufan needs to do is to fuse the chaos heart refining flame with his own 3 souls and 7 spirits, and then break the martial elixir to achieve the life fire soul. In 10 days, the 3 souls and 7 spirits have gathered together. Now, the strange fire returns to my body and enters my soul. Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and the chaos heart refining flame that had already left his body was instantly summoned and poured into his body. The strange fire returns to the body and flows into the Dantian. In Dantian, the milky white Wudin was like a baby who had been sleeping for thousands of years suddenly waking up at the moment of the arrival of the chaos refining heart flame. He began to greedily and unscrupulously devour the surrounding chaos refining heart flame. As more and more chaos heart refining flame was consumed, the color of the milky white martial pill gradually changed. Pink, red, scarlet, purple. Call. 2 hours later, the chaos heart refining flame was completely devoured, and at this time, the color of the Wudin had turned red and purple. However, it is not over yet. Huff, huff, huff. Wu Dan was like a hungry child, still madly and greedily devouring everything around him. But outside the Wudin is the Dantian. What else is inside the Dantian? The chaos heart refining flame has been completely devoured, and now, there is nothing in the Dantian. Therefore, there is nothing that can be devoured by the Wudin. However, Purple Hongwudin's desire and greed were not killed by this. On the contrary, they became worse. Because there was nothing in his Dantian that he could continue to devour, he actually began to devour his Dantian frantically. Huff, huff, huff. The terrifying devouring power that swept out from the Wudin rushed into the Dantian unscrupulously, causing the Dantian to begin to wither like grass and trees. Ye Bufan turned pale and was horrified by the sudden change. What is Dantian? Dantian is the foundation of a warrior and the residence of the soul in the future. If the Dantian is swallowed, where will the soul reside in the future? The most important thing is, according to the current situation, even if the Dantian is completely devoured, it seems unable to meet Wu Dan's needs. Then what kind of situation will it turn into by then? The Dantian disappears. Without the restriction of the Dantian, won't this Wudin begin to devour his own flesh and blood? When he thought of this, Ye Bufan was shocked. The body is destroyed, leaving only the soul. If this is true, then when there is no physical body and only an immortal soul remains, what is the point? Suddenly, Ye Bufan's body shook. He remembered the previous reminder from Wuxin Supreme, who asked him to prepare some fire-type divine crystals when he tried to break through to the divine martial realm. Who is Wuxin? The supreme ruler of Heavenly Palace, the mighty one of Hongmeng. His reminder was definitely not aimless, there must be a reason for him to do so. With this thought, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He waved his right hand and instantly took out millions of fire divine crystals. Fire god crystals are everywhere. Ye Bufan directly activated the divine flame devouring heaven art. However, after practicing the divine flame devouring heaven art, Ye Bufan was horrified to find that this powerful and heaven-defying martial art was actually ineffective. It was at this time that Ye Bufan remembered that the essence of the divine flame devouring heaven art was the strange fire of heaven and earth. He relied on the power of the strange fire of heaven and earth to devour all things and strengthen himself. But now, the chaos heart refining flame had already been devoured by the Wudin in the Dantian. Without the chaos heart refining flame, the divine flame devouring the sky art would naturally become ineffective. What to do? Without the divine flame devouring heaven art, to devour the divine crystals to nourish Wu Dan, wouldn't Wu Dan have to continue devouring the Dantian? Crack. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a crack suddenly appeared on the Wudin. The sudden change shocked Ye Bufan. Under normal circumstances, if the Wudin is shattered, it means that the soul has been formed and is about to break out of the pill, but unfortunately now that the Wudin is shattered, Ye Bufan does not have the feeling that he is about to break through. In other words, the cracks that appear in the Wudin do not mean that he is about to break through. What is that? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a wisp of purple flame seeped out through the tiny crack in the martial pill. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was confused. The next second, the purple flame turned into a tiny flaming hand. Puff! Without giving Ye Bufan any time to react, the purple flaming hand connected with Wu Dan, penetrated Dantian, and even penetrated Ye Bufan's body. Ye Bufan couldn't help but tremble. The flaming hand left the body and then grabbed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, dozens of fire god crystals around Ye Bufan were grabbed in the palm of the flaming hand, and the flaming hand clenched violently. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of divine crystals were shattered in an instant and transformed into the purest fire element. Call out. It was also at this time that the hand of fire took back these fire elements in an instant, sank into Ye Bufan's body, penetrated the Dantian, and returned to the Wudin. The whole process takes less than a second. Ye Bufan, stunned. Chapter 1100 Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, Chapter of Fire. A flaming hand stretched out from the Wudin, penetrated the Dantian, ignored the physical body, and directly grabbed the divine crystal from the outside world and absorbed it into the Wudin. All this has overturned Ye Bufan's entire cognition. Moreover, neither Dao Wuya nor Wuxin had ever mentioned this kind of change before. How could Ye Bufan know that even Dao Wuya and Wuxin didn't know that this situation would occur? After all, neither of them had practiced the divine flame devouring heaven art. This is a martial arts secret left behind by a powerful person in the supreme realm. Everything is full of unknowns, and Ye Bufan can only explore and try it on his own. But no matter how shocked or confused Ye Bufan was, nothing would change. In a breath, before Ye Bufan could think about it, and before he could come to his senses, the flaming hand appeared again. In less than a second, dozens of divine crystals were easily shattered by the flaming hand, and then the pure fire element was absorbed into the martial pill. It goes on and on like this, and it seems like there is no end after everything starts. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The hand of fire was like a robber and a bandit. It grabbed more and more divine crystals, and the number of divine crystals it grabbed also increased. Ye Bufan's mood was constantly changing, from shock and astonishment at the beginning, to confusion and madness later, and finally to complete numbness. At this point, Ye Bufan has clearly realized that everything is no longer under his control. All he can do is wait quietly for it all to end. But there is one thing Ye Bufan can be sure of, that is an extremely terrifying existence is being nurtured in his martial arts pill. After all, not to mention the chaos heart-refining flame that had been swallowed up before, Wudan had already swallowed up thousands of fire god crystals in just a few moments. What is divine crystal? That is an exclusive item used by divine crystal warriors for cultivation. The elements of heaven and earth contained in it are simply terrifying for warriors below the divine crystal level. Thousands of divine crystals might allow a warrior in the divine martial realm to cultivate all the way to the demigod realm. But now, after devouring thousands of divine crystals, his Wudan was still not satisfied and was still continuing to devour the divine crystals madly. Now Ye Bufan is only concentrating his soul and trying to reach the divine martial realm. Who can bear such horrific consumption? It was for this reason that Ye Bufan's heart was filled with gratitude towards Wuxan. If Wuxan had not reminded him to prepare the divine crystal, he would have been swallowed by himself by now. As for the boundless Tao, while the flaming hand was frantically grabbing the divine crystal, Ye Bufan, who had nothing to do, had already greeted Dao Wuya and his ancestors in his heart. This guy is so deceptive and irresponsible. Time passes by every second. The number of divine crystals grabbed by the hand of fire is also constantly increasing. 5,000, 10,000, 30,000. Buzz. When the number of divine crystals grabbed by the flaming hand reached 300,000, the martial elixir in Ye Bufan's dantian suddenly shook violently. Afterwards, the flaming hand dissipated, and the tiny crack on the Wudan slowly healed until it completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Are you full? This is indeed the case. From then on, the hand of fire never appeared again. But, not long after the hand of fire disappeared and the cracks in the Wudan healed, a burning breath suddenly emerged from the Wudan. The heat wave broke through Wudan and swept through his whole body in an instant. It was also at this moment that Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a scream. The heat wave burns the body. Dantian, flesh, tendons, bones. Ye Bufan felt an intense pain in every part of his body. That kind of pain is heart-wrenching. That kind of pain tears the soul apart. That kind of pain is excruciating. Bang! Under the severe pain, Ye Bufan's body could no longer be controlled and he fell directly to the ground. He struggled. He howled. He greeted Dao Wuya and his ancestors again and again. However, no matter what Ye Bufan did, it was of no avail. Not only that, the burning sensation became more and more intense, and the pain became more and more heart-wrenching. However, under this endless pain and torture, Ye Bufan did not realize that under the burning heat wave, every part of his body, even every cell, was being constantly strengthened, and strengthened again. This is completely a forced improvement in physical strength. Possessing a supreme body, Ye Bufan's previous body was already terrifying, but what about now? It was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was also thanks to Ye Bufan's supreme divine body. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary mortal body, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago under the burning of this flesh. But even so, Ye Bufan's body surface had been burned red and purple by the heat wave, and his clothes had long since disappeared. Pain and happiness. The burning heat wave and the breakthrough of the flesh. Time keeps passing. Under endless pain and torture, Ye Bufan had no idea how long it had been. It could be an hour, a day, a month, a year, or even longer. However, the heart-wrenching pain had gradually dissipated, or perhaps Ye Bufan's body had gotten used to it, and the heat wave could no longer threaten him. It was also at this time that his consciousness began to clear. Seeing his purple-red body, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He felt his body had improved several times. If the previous body was in the holy realm, then now, the strength of this body has reached the soul fusion realm, and it can even fly, or be a demigod. The sanctification of the body. This result was a little bit unbelievable to Ye Bufan, and even from beginning to end, he didn't know what had just happened. As for how strong his current body is, Ye Bufan himself doesn't know, and he will only get the answer after testing it. But it was obvious that Ye Bufan did not have the time, let alone the opportunity. When he sat up and was about to check the condition of the martial elixir in his dantian, the divine flame devouring heaven art suddenly started to operate on its own for no reason inside his body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, before Ye Bufan could think about it, the divine flame devouring heaven art suddenly turned into golden characters and broke out of his body. Looking at the divine flame devouring heaven art that turned into golden characters in front of him, Ye Bufan was dumbfounded again. He had no idea what was going on. Call out. But at this moment, another purple light shot out from Ye Bufan's body. After the purple light rushed into the air, it immediately turned into purple characters. This is the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Divine flame devouring heaven art, Hongmeng Emperor's scripture. Dao Wuya's two major inherits appeared at the same time, and before Ye Bufan could think about it, the golden characters and purple characters had gathered together. Purple and gold. In mid-air, two different colors, two different characters, and two different cultivation methods began to slowly merge. Ye Bufan's mouth opened wide instantly. Unimaginable and incredible. However, everything in the air did not stop. The golden characters and the purple characters merged, and slowly, they dissolved into each other and finally turned into a ball of purple mist. Purple energy gathers. A golden scripture was born in the purple air. When the purple air completely dissipated, the scripture had taken shape. Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, Chapter of Fire. Golden Scriptures, Purple Characters. 7 words, sacred and majestic. At this moment, or in other words, when Ye Bufan saw the simple 7 words in the scripture, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Call out. But at this moment, the scripture seemed to be summoned and instantly turned into a golden light, rushing straight towards Ye Bufan. Puff. The scriptures enter the body and go straight to the dantian. In the dantian, the golden light transformed from the scriptures directly penetrated into the wudin. The fusion of scriptures and martial elixir. Ka ka ka. On the wudin, tiny cracks suddenly appeared. They were like spider webs, instantly covering every part of the wudin. Bang! Wu Dan was shattered and his soul escaped. It was also at this time that golden flames, like raging waves, surged out from Ye Bufan's broken martial arts pill with the power to destroy the world. Boom! In an instant, golden flames burned all around Ye Bufan. Chapter 1101, The Realm of Fire, Crazy Semi-Divine Power. Metal fire is the fire of one's natal sign and also the fire of the spirit and soul. The life fire is formed, and the soul is released. The moment the soul fire broke out of the body, the martial elixir shattered and turned into countless fragments, which were then absorbed by the dantian. After absorbing these martial elixir fragments, the dantian space continued to expand and extend, until finally, a dantian space with a diameter of about 20 to 30 meters was formed. In the center of the dantian space, a purple fire man was sitting cross-legged. This fire man only had a rough outline of a human figure. He has hands and feet, but no facial features. However, there is no doubt that this is Ye Bufan's soul and also his life fire. The life fire has been formed, and Ye Bufan has just entered the realm of divine martial arts. It was also at this moment that countless pieces of information suddenly poured into Ye Bufan's mind for no reason and were engraved deep in his memory. The moment he received this information, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be shocked. Because this information is the real inheritance, it is the inheritance from the powerful people in the Supreme Realm, or in other words it is the inheritance from the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. The Hongmeng Emperor Sutra is divided into 10 chapters. Chapter 1, the Chapter of Fire. Afterwards, the chapter on water, the chapter on gold, the chapter on wood. Each of the 9 elements formed a chapter, and finally the 9 chapters were combined to form the 10th chapter, the chapter on the Emperor. Anyone can practice the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, but there is a prerequisite, that is if you want to practice the Emperor Scripture, you must first practice the Divine Flame. Divine Flame is the Divine Flame devouring heaven art, it is the key to unlocking the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture. Only by relying on the divine flame devouring heaven art to cultivate to the divine martial realm, that is, to achieve the life fire and condense the soul, can one awaken the Hongmeng Emperor scripture and practice the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Otherwise everything will be in vain. In other words, even if you are an unrivaled expert in the 9th level of the Hongmeng heaven, without the divine flame devouring heaven art, you will not be able to practice it even if you obtain the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. This is the Hongmeng Emperor's scripture, a harsh emperor's scripture, but also a domineering and powerful emperor's scripture. The first 9 chapters are based on the 9 elements. The 9 chapters are combined into one, gathering the 5 great laws. The 10th chapter, the Emperor's chapter, enters the supreme realm and achieves transcendence. There was a lot of sudden information, so much that Ye Bufan could only take time to digest it slowly in the future. However, even just the beginning of the introduction to the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra made Ye Bufan excited and his breathing became rapid. There is no need to mention the conditions for opening the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. After all, no matter how harsh the conditions are, Ye Bufan has already opened the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. However, the 10th chapter of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, the Emperor chapter, must be mentioned. After all, this chapter represents the supreme realm. What is supreme? There are 9 levels in the divine realm: servant gods, mysterious gods, earth gods, heavenly gods, god kings, god emperors, supreme gods, god emperors, and Hongmeng. Above Hongmeng is the supreme one. However, according to what Dao Wuya said before, even though he was once a peerless powerful person in the 8th level of Hongmeng, his idea of the supreme realm was just a guess. He even dared not guarantee whether there would be a supreme realm after Hongmeng. Dao Wuya is like this, and others are no exception. Even the existence of the supreme realm is just a guess, so there must be nothing supreme in this world, and Hongmeng is the ultimate. But what about now? The Hongmeng Emperor scripture has indirectly told Ye Bufan that beyond Hongmeng is the supreme realm, and the supreme realm really exists. Moreover, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture is the method of cultivation to the supreme realm. In this case, Ye Bufan opened the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, which was equivalent to opening the door to the supreme realm. As long as he doesn't die, he will be able to reach the supreme state. In this case, how could Ye Bufan not be shocked and excited? But that's all later. After all, Ye Bufan is still a long way from Hongmeng, let alone the supreme after Hongmeng. And according to the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, he has just started the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra and has not even started the first chapter, the chapter of fire. But that's not the point. The key point is that when the Emperor's scripture is first opened, the artistic conception of fire is revealed. Being in the state of fire, the comprehension of the fire element was forced to the extreme, and the cultivation of the fire element was forced to the extreme. In this state, Ye Bufan is the king of fire. Everything related to fire in the world can be used by him and controlled by him. He could even clearly feel that at this moment, he was a completely different person, as if there were countless shackles binding him before, but now, all these shackles had disappeared, and from now on, the sky was high and the birds could fly freely, and the sea was wide and the fish could leap freely. Although this situation will not last forever, Ye Bufan knows that this is definitely his biggest opportunity ever. Opportunity is fleeting. The comprehension of the fire element has reached its limit, and the cultivation of the fire element has reached its limit. In this situation, what can I do? The first thing Ye Bufan thought of was naturally cultivation. However, Ye Bufan was not in a hurry for his cultivation. After all, the divine flame devouring heaven art was already powerful. Even without the state of mind of fire, his cultivation speed would not be too slow. So I just gave up on the idea of improving my cultivation. In addition to cultivation, there is martial arts. Although martial arts have nothing to do with elements, after martial arts are cultivated to the artistic realm, they will evolve into semi-divine powers. Although semi-divine powers are not magical powers, they have already involved the power of elements. What Ye Bufan has to do now is to try to see if he can accelerate the cultivation of martial arts under the artistic conception of fire and evolve it directly into semi-divine powers. Do it when you think of it. Currently, Ye Bufan has mastered the following martial arts: Hunyuan sword and spear, sword to kill the sky, sword energy, Lingshu armor, madness, Shenwu Bawang power, soaring dragon 9 steps, phoenix cry 9 days, storm arrow rain, 7 rhymes of heaven, as well as the secret technique of soul controlling and killing god song. However, Ye Bufan had not even entered the stage of learning the song of killing gods. After all, He knew nothing about the art of playing the zither, so he had no choice but to give up. As for the soul-controlling technique, that is a secret technique and is obviously not possible, so I can only give up. There were still 10 kinds of martial arts left. Ye Bufan didn't care which ones were suitable and which ones were not. He just picked one of them at random. After all, time was limited. Ye Bufan didn't know how long the state of fire state could last, so he had to race against time. Hunyuan sword and spear. This was the first martial art Ye Bufan chose. After choosing the martial arts, Ye Bufan stood up instantly without any hesitation and took out a long sword from his body. Then, a sword was danced out. A swordsman uses sword to contain chi, and chi to form a sword. Sword light, sword force, and sword chi become one, and they protect the body. This is the general outline of Hunyuan sword and shield. Ye Bufan practiced the Hunyuan sword and spear according to the general outline. However, as soon as he swung the sword, he felt a very strange feeling, as if he was born to be a swordsman, or this sword technique was created by him. Everything is so familiar. Everything is so simple. Everything is at your fingertips. Buzz. As the sword came out, 81 sword beams appeared. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was stunned where he stood. Not for anything else, just because once, he only practiced it once, and directly upgraded the Hunyuan sword and spear from the great accomplishment state to the perfection state. Breakthrough with one sword. What does it feel like? You know, even with Shi Feishuan's cheating in inheritance, the breakthrough in martial arts would not be so terrifying. Just one sword. It's just one sword. After being shocked, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited. After all, the faster his martial arts breakthrough was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly started the second practice of Hunyuan sword spear. As a result, the Hunyuan sword spear of the perfect realm directly broke through to the artistic realm. For a moment, Ye Bufan's breathing became rapid, and even his right hand holding the sword was shaking slightly. One breakthrough at a time. The artistic conception of fire is even more powerful and more against the will of heaven than Shi Feishuan's inheritance. The cheating is simply insane. But that's a good thing. Strike while the iron is hot. After the Hunyuan sword and spear entered the artistic state, Ye Bufan directly started the third rehearsal, which was also a crucial one. After all, if the Hunyuan sword and shield of artistic concept cannot be evolved into a semi-divine power, then the previous breakthroughs will be meaningless no matter how crazy they are. However, buzz buzz buzz. Ye Bufan swung his sword down, the space shook, weak fire elements gathered between heaven and earth, and 81 sword beams with a breath of fire instantly took shape around him. Flame, sword light, semi-divine power accomplished. Chapter 1102 Breakthrough. The artistic conception of fire, half a step to supernatural power. With just 3 simple swords, the great accomplishment state Hunyuan sword and shield directly evolved into a half-step magical power. This crazy breakthrough speed was so fast that Ye Bufan was a little frightened and even terrified. Even though he had experienced it personally, Ye Bufan still found it a little incredible, even unbelievable. But the facts are the facts. 3 swords, martial arts evolved into semi-divine powers, and this fire state of mind is simply a martial arts plugin. Opportunity is fleeting. Ye Bufan didn't know how long the state of fire state could last, so after the Hunyuan sword and shield evolved into a semi-divine power, he directly began to practice the next martial art. As for the magical powers, although the power of the supernatural powers evolved from one's own martial arts is far greater than other supernatural powers that can be cultivated directly, only the strong ones at the peak of demigod can cultivate supernatural powers. With Ye Bufan's current cultivation level in the divine martial realm, it is not enough to cultivate supernatural powers, let alone evolve supernatural powers directly from demigod powers. Therefore, even though he was in the state of fire, Ye Bufan was still unable to evolve his magical powers. Since it is impossible to reach divine power through martial arts, the only option is to settle for the next best thing and concentrate on evolving half-step divine power. Heaven-level martial arts, the sword that kills the sky. This is the second martial art chosen by Ye Bufan. The result was still the same, the sword of heavenly execution directly evolved into a semi-divine power. Not only that, after evolving into a half-step magical power, the sword of heaven slaying became even more terrifying. When the sword was swung, the fire elements between heaven and earth gathered madly, and the sword light merged with the elements. That sword seemed to be able to really kill the sky. The half-step supernatural power is already so terrifying, the supernatural power must be even more terrifying. But that's all in the past. After the sword that killed the sky, Ye Bufan still did not stop and continued to madly evolve his half-step magical power. The sword energy is so powerful that it evolves into a half-step magical power. The void armor evolved into a half-step magical power. The 9 steps of soaring dragon evolved into a half-step magical power. The phoenix sings in the sky and evolves into a half-step magical power. In just a few hours, Ye Bufan made crazy breakthroughs and evolved all the 10 martial arts he mastered into half-step magical powers. The speed of this breakthrough is so insanely fast that it is outrageous. Nowadays, Ye Bufan possesses 10 half-step magical powers. Just based on this point, he can be called a monster. After all, under normal circumstances, even a strong man in the demigod realm can only evolve 1 or 2 of his martial arts into a half-step magical power. Some demigods cannot evolve a martial art into a half-step magical power throughout their entire lives, even if they have entered the god realm. Ye Bufan possesses 10 half-step magical powers. Not to mention fighting, even if the news were to get out, it would be enough to scare to death a group of people. His combat power is even more incomparable. Depend on. However, in the face of such amazing gains, Ye Bufan still did not know how to be satisfied. After all the 10 martial arts evolved into half-step magical powers, he complained, if I had known earlier, I would have practiced more martial arts. Now, there is no martial arts to practice. This state of mind of fire is equivalent to a waste. It is simply a waste of God's gift. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. It was obvious that young Master Yi was a little greedy at this moment. He evolved all 9 martial arts into half-step magical powers in such a short period of time, and he was still not satisfied. If it were someone else, they would have been so happy and excited that they would not want to leave. But this cannot be blamed on Ye Bufan. After all, he is now in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he cannot enjoy this opportunity due to his own reasons. That feeling is like a peerless beauty taking off her clothes and letting you do whatever you want, but your supply has been exhausted. Although you still want to, you can no longer enjoy it all. That feeling is definitely not pleasant. Wanting something but not being able to afford it is definitely more unacceptable than wanting it but not being able to have it. But no matter what, Ye Bufan has now evolved all the martial arts that can evolve into half-step magical powers. In this case, he can no longer rely on the state of mind of fire to evolve half-step magical powers. Since it is impossible to evolve half a step of magical power, I can only settle for the next best thing and focus on improving my cultivation. After all, the artistic conception of fire is hard to come by, and even wasting just 1 point of it would be a crime against oneself. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. Let me see how fast one can cultivate under the state of fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan sat cross-legged and directly practiced the divine flame devouring heaven art. Boom! The moment the martial arts formula was activated, purple-red flames suddenly surged out from the palm-sized life-fire soul in the Dantian like a raging storm. Although the life-fire soul does not have facial features yet, at this second, Ye Bufan suddenly had a feeling as if the soul had opened its eyes instantly. The purple fire penetrated the Dantian and left the body. Purple flames burned all around Ye Bufan, and he instantly turned into a flaming giant. The horrific flames devoured everything between heaven and earth. Sizzle! The purple fire surged, and the space was instantly swallowed up, turning into nothingness. The millions of divine crystals that Ye Bufan had taken out and scattered on the ground were melted away in an instant. In an instant, the fire element in this space increased dramatically, so that the entire space instantly turned purple-red, and the temperature was frighteningly high. At this moment, the fire giant around Ye Bufan suddenly opened a huge flaming mouth. Call! With a suck of its huge mouth, countless fire elements were instantly swallowed into the fire man's belly like a giant whale swallowing the sea. Ye Bufan was inside the fire man's belly. All of a sudden, countless fire elements poured into Ye Bufan's body, and then, these fire elements all rushed into his Dantian, and were finally swallowed up by the life-fire soul. After devouring countless fire elements, the soul continued to grow. The soul that was originally only the size of a palm instantly became the size of 2 palms, then 3 palms, 4 palms. As his soul grew larger, Ye Bufan's cultivation level also continued to improve. It was also at this time that Ye Bufan finally experienced the feeling that Hao Peng and the others had when they accepted the inheritance, and their cultivation breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. In one word, awesome. After breaking through the divine martial realm, Ye Bufan directly entered the holy realm. After that, he entered the initial stage of the saint realm, the middle stage of the saint realm, the high stage of the saint realm, and the peak stage of the saint realm. Chapter 1103, Out of Confinement, 15 months. Entering the saint realm at the beginning, entering the saint realm at the intermediate, entering the saint realm at the advanced, entering the saint realm at the peak. The feeling of this rapid breakthrough is 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, more comfortable than sexual intercourse between men and women. That is why Ye Bufan is immersed in this state and cannot extricate himself. Time passes by every second. The life fire soul was still like a prehistoric beast, madly and quickly devouring the fire elements absorbed from the outside world. However, when Ye Bufan's cultivation reached the peak of the saint realm, he himself seemed to have become a bottomless pit. No matter how much fire elements his soul devoured, he could not break through to the saint realm and advance to the soul fusion stage. Ye Bufan was well prepared for this. After all, he already knew that to practice the divine flame devouring heaven art, the resources needed to be consumed at each level were dozens, even hundreds or thousands of times more than those of people at the same level. Therefore, Ye Bufan was not surprised that he had been unable to break through to the soul fusion stage after reaching the peak of the saint realm. However, as time went on, Ye Bufan's face became more and more ugly, not for any other reason, but because the energy required to advance from the saint realm to the soul fusion realm had completely exceeded his expectations, or in other words, it had far exceeded the range he could accept. At this time, the millions of divine crystals taken out earlier had all been consumed. Among these divine crystals, excluding those used for the initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages of the saint realm, at least 70% of the divine crystals were left. More than 70%, that was still millions of divine crystals, and all of these divine crystals were used to break through to the saint realm and impact the soul fusion stage after being swallowed. However, so many divine crystals have been consumed, but he still has not entered the soul fusion realm. How could Ye Bufan accept this? After all, this was just the beginning of the saint realm and the soul fusion realm. It took so many resources to consume at this time. What about the future? How many divine crystals and resources would be needed to fuse the souls and enter the flying heaven realm, and then to ascend to the demigod realm? It's simply unbearable to think about. However, Ye Bufan knew that now that things had come to this, there was no point in thinking about it any further. After all, the consumption of resources was not something he could control. Unless he gives up practicing the divine flame devouring heaven art. But is that possible? Impossible. Divine flame devouring heaven art is the introduction to the supreme martial arts art, Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Give it up. Unless Ye Bufan is stupid. Since he won't give up Shen Yan's heaven devouring art, he will have no choice but to go all the way. As for resources, things will work out when the time comes. If you have the strength, why would you worry about not having resources? With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. I just don't believe it. It's just about entering the saint realm and impacting the soul fusion. Let's see how many more of my god crystals you can consume. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hand and took out millions of divine crystals again. But at this moment, before Ye Bufan could practice his skills, his body suddenly trembled involuntarily, and then the wonderful feeling before instantly receded like a tide, and the golden flames around him also disappeared instantly. The sudden change made Ye Bufan feel his body sink, and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, he was slightly stunned and even a little absent-minded. Afterwards, Ye Bufan murmured in disbelief, Is it over like this? Although Ye Bufan didn't want to accept it and couldn't accept it, the fact was that the state of fire had indeed dissipated and the previous cheating state no longer existed. Shit. Suddenly, feeling that he had reached the peak of the saint realm, Ye Bufan was confused and even more indignant. Fuck you, I haven't enjoyed myself enough yet, and you just ran away. What's the meaning of this? Originally, he thought that he could take this opportunity to use the artistic conception of fire to break through to the semi-god realm in one fell swoop, but he did not expect that in the end he only reached the peak of the saint realm. How could anyone accept such a huge gap? Not only is it unacceptable, it's also incredibly irritating. It's like doing some kind of love sport with a peerless beauty, but just when you're halfway through, this peerless beauty suddenly runs away. That feeling, who can stand it? Although he was extremely dissatisfied and even angry in his heart, Ye Bufan also knew that it was useless to say anything now. After all, the cheating state of fire would never appear again because of his few words. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only look at the fire god crystals that he had just taken out and were scattered all over the ground. The artistic conception of fire is gone. The cultivation talent that had been raised to the extreme was gone. You can only rely on yourself in the future. Now, he has reached the peak of the Saint realm and is only one step away from the Soul Fusion realm. With this thought, Ye Bufan directly grabbed a few divine crystals, and then started to practice the divine flame devouring heaven art. As expected of a heaven-defying martial art, the divine flame devouring heaven art was still as powerful as ever. Almost at the moment when Ye Bufan practiced the martial art, several divine crystals quickly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Ye Bufan was not happy at all, and he even had the urge to kill someone. Why? It's very simple. Compared with the previous practice under the state of fire, the current practice speed is more than 1,000 times slower. It's simply like a snail crawling. Cemetery of Gods and Demons, a peerless inheritance. After Long Xiaobao, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling successively inherited the inheritance from Shi Yu and Wu Xin, making the three former supreme beings of Heavenly Palace all fine successors. During Ye Bufan's retreat, as Ni Ziyi issued dozens of orders from the palace master, Langning Shang, Luo Qinmo and others also entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, trying to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, because Ni Ziyi drove all the demons below the Shenwu realm in the Shenwu continent into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, there is no time limit for the condensation of each inheritance crystal, and all of them are in a constant open state, which greatly increases the speed at which everyone obtains the inheritance. Or all fail. Either succeed directly. In short, there will definitely be a result in a short period of time. Call. One day, a strong wind blew over where Ye Bufan was, and dozens of barriers on the periphery that were condensed based on the heart of the world suddenly dissipated. At this time, Ye Bufan also came out from his retreat. However, he looked indignant. It's so unlucky, this day is simply. However, Ye Bufan was stunned when he had just said half of his words. Then he looked into the distance and even observed the entire cemetery of gods and demons directly through the heart of the world. In his sight, 9 colored light balls instantly appeared in Ye Bufan's eyes. Ye Bufan knew that these balls of light represented that someone was receiving the inheritance from the 72 imperial concubines, 18 divine generals, or the 3 supreme beings of the heavenly palace. Originally, there was nothing worthy of Ye Bufan's surprise, but the number of these light balls was too strange. Ye Bufan clearly remembered that before he went into seclusion, there were 2 supreme beings, 4 divine generals, and several imperial concubines who were receiving inheritance. Altogether, there were only more than 10 people, or more than 10 groups of light. But what about now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ye Bufan made a rough count and found that there were more than 40 light balls in front of him, representing the emperor's concubine, divine generals, and the supreme inheritance. Because of this, Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment. What on earth happened? I have only been in seclusion for a few days, how come so many people have obtained the inheritance all of a sudden? Before Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen had already arrived in front of him and looked at him and said, "Palace Master, your retreat this time has lasted for 15 months, not just a few days." How long? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. 15 months. Feng Hen repeated. Ye Bufan was shocked and confused. 15 months. How is it possible? Chapter 1104 Uncle Feng, are you lonely? 15 months. How is it possible? Looking at Feng Hen, Ye Bufan found it a little unbelievable. After all, in his opinion, this retreat time was not very long, only 7 or 8 days at most. However, he did not expect that 15 months had already passed. However, no matter how shocked he was, Ye Bufan knew that Feng Hen would never fool him. After calming down, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and looked at the people who were receiving the inheritance in the distance. He said, "Uncle Feng, what's going on? Why did the number of people receiving the inheritance increase so much all of a sudden?" 15 months, that is, 1 year and 3 months. Although compared with Ye Bufan's own feeling, 1 year and 3 months is already very long, but in fact, 1 year and 3 months is not too long. According to the previous speed, the 7-killing army would never be able to obtain so much inheritance. But what about now? The inheritance of just the 18 generals has increased by several people, not to mention the inheritance of the emperor's concubine, the flag master, and other ordinary members of the heavenly palace. This is simply a little unbelievable. In response to Ye Bufan's question, Feng Hen smiled slightly, and then he gave Ye Bufan a brief account of what had happened in the past 15 months. After hearing this, Ye Bufan was a little dazed and even confused. The domineering Queen Nizi, the 7-killing palace issued a powerful command. Half a year ago, the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians were completely unified. 15 months ago, all the demons below the divine martial realm were driven into the cemetery of gods and demons. Ye Fu came out of retreat, inherited the legacy of a divine general, and stepped into the initial stage of the demigod realm in one step. Yi Wang, Yi Wu and Leng Feng have all come out of seclusion after inheriting the legacy of the divine generals. Their cultivation has directly reached the peak of the flying sky realm, and they are only one step away from becoming a demigod. The inheritance of the previous emperors and concubines has also been released. Qian Rumeng's 9-yin mysterious body has exploded, and she has directly achieved the intermediate level of demigod. Qin Yao has reached the peak of soul fusion, and Yi Shuang has reached the high level of soul fusion. Yi Jingru, Yi Jingshuan's second inheritance, achieving a high-level demigod. In the Shenwu continent, everyone is practicing the Tianyan Gai Ju, so much so that there are no more Yuanxi available. Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, Qin Tian, Chu Xiaofeng, Long Qianyan, Snowwolf Demon King inherited the legacy of the 18 divine generals. The number of emperors and concubines who have inherited the throne has exceeded 30, and the number of masters of the 108 banners has exceeded 50. After a moment, Ye Bufan came back to his senses from the shock. He looked at Feng Hen and said in disbelief, "Uncle Feng, are you sure you are not kidding me? Let's not talk about others for now, and just talk about Ye Fu, Yi Jingshuan and Qian Rumeng. In just 15 months, the 7-killing palace has added 3 more demigods. This is a demigod. Even in the world beyond heaven, a demigod is a top-level powerhouse." Ye Bufan originally thought that only by obtaining the inheritance of the 3 supreme beings could he directly achieve the realm of demigod, but now it seems that this is not the case. No. Facing Ye Bufan's question, Feng Hen smiled and shook his head. Ye Bufan was confused, but he said, "Uncle Feng, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me, what happened to this Snow Wolf Demon King? Could this dead dog really be a spirit? How can a demon like him obtain the inheritance here? And the inheritance of the 18 gods?" Reporting to the palace master, "This is actually all my fault. I forgot to tell the palace master before that my heavenly palace inheritance is not just for the human race. In fact, all living beings have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance here." Facing Ye Bufan's doubts, Feng Hen said somewhat embarrassedly. Ye Bufan was stunned, not just targeting humans, but other creatures as well. "Yes," Feng Hen responded. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "How could you forget such an important thing?" When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but think of Dao Wuya again, and the importance of the divine crystal when he was trying to break through to the divine martial realm. He suddenly realized that the people in the heavenly palace were so unreliable. However, it is a good thing for Ye Bufan that the Snow Wolf Demon King can obtain the inheritance of the 18 divine generals. After all, although the heavenly palace inheritance is powerful, it is actually nothing before someone obtains it. Moreover, with the Snow Wolf Demon King's meanness and cunningness, coupled with the inheritance of the heavenly palace god general, Ye Bufan suddenly couldn't help but shudder. He felt many people were going to be in trouble, and they would definitely fall into the hands of this Wolf King in the future. But that's all in the past. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and asked again, "Uncle Feng, besides these, is there anything else? Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. From Dao Wuya and Feng Hen, Ye Bufan realized a truth, that is, talk more and ask more questions about everything, otherwise you will definitely be the one who suffers. This. Feng Hen thought for a moment and said, 15 months ago, the palace master's grandfather came out of seclusion. Is the old man out of confinement? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Where is he? Where is he now? Feng Hen said uncertainly, "It seems like he went to the outer world." You went to the outer world? Ye Bufan was stunned again, and asked puzzledly, what is the old man doing in Tianwaishan? Well, I heard that he went to rescue your father, the palace master. What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Grandpa went to Tianwaishan to rescue Yi Tianshang. Something happened to Yi Tianshang. That should be it. Uncle Feng, if it is, it is, if it is not, it is not. What do you mean by should be? Palace master, I only heard some of what they said and didn't ask in detail, so I can't be sure. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, then he calmed down and said, okay, let's not talk about this for now. What's the situation now? Has the person been rescued? This. Feng Hen hesitated for a moment. Not rescued. Ye Bufan was stunned. Feng Hen looked embarrassed. Reporting to the palace master, they didn't say anything, and I didn't ask, so. Well, you don't know. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. I heard it. He discovered that Feng Hen had nothing to do with the matter and acted completely indifferent. All he knew was heard from others, and as for the rest, as long as the members of the Seven Killing Army didn't say it on their own initiative, he knew nothing. Damn, how aloof must one be? But think about it, Feng Hen can't leave the God and Demon Cemetery for the time being. For him, there is really not much difference between knowing and not knowing some things, but. Looking at Feng Hen, Ye Bufan suddenly asked, Uncle Feng, are you lonely? Well, Feng Hen was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Ye Bufan asked, Uncle Feng, you have been alone in the God and Demon Cemetery for such a long time, don't you feel lonely? Or bored? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, it's okay if there was no one here before, but now there are quite a lot of people here. Have you ever thought about chatting with them and killing time? The things he asked before were not secrets that could not be told. As long as Feng Hen had communicated with the members of the Seven Killing Hall, he would definitely know something. But what is the result? Apart from what the members of the Seven Killing Army said and what Feng Hen heard, he knew nothing else. What does this mean? Undoubtedly, for such a long time, there was no communication between Feng Hen and the members of the Seven Killing Army, or in other words, as long as you don't ask, he will definitely not tell you. It has been tens of millions of years. How much patience is required to endure loneliness? Chapter 1105 Mr. Yi, get out of here. The Hall of Seven Killings, the Central Celestial Palace. At this moment, in the main hall, Ye Bufan was sitting on the throne that once belonged to Dao Wuya. Below him, Ni Zi, Qian Rumeng, Qin Yao, Yi Jingxuan, Hao Peng, Yi Fu, Yi Wang and more than 10 others were sitting on both sides. Looking at the people below, Ye Bufan felt a lot of emotions in his heart. In just a few years, everyone's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, Hao Peng, who was the first to obtain the Heavenly Palace inheritance, has become the weakest among them. However, even so, Hao Peng has now entered the initial stage of Soul Fusion realm. At this age and with this strength, even in the world, Fat Hao can definitely be called the Emperor's favorite and the unrivaled genius. If Fat Hao is like this, let alone the others, especially Yi Jingxuan, the youngest. 17 years old, high-level demigod. Such a situation would never happen even in the heaven beyond heaven, not to mention Yi Jingxuan inherited the legacy of Wu Fei Xianning Xiang, one of the 72 imperial concubines of the Heavenly Palace. Although she is only a high-level demigod, she is definitely capable of fighting even if she encounters a strong demigod at the peak. In addition to Yi Jingxuan, Qian Rumeng is a mid-level demigod, Yi Fu is a low-level demigod, plus Long Xiaobao and Demon Lord Mo Zan who have already gone to the heaven beyond heaven. There are already 5 demigod masters in the Seven Killing Palace. There are more than a dozen others in the Flying Realm. It can be said that the current Seven Killing Hall has become a dominant force. Even if it is placed in the heaven beyond heaven, it is definitely a behemoth second only to the Temple of God and the Heavenly Demon Clan. As for other forces, let me ask, who can compete with it? Faced with such a good situation, Ye Bufan should have been happy, but at the moment, he couldn't be happy no matter what, and even had a solemn look on his face. If for no other reason, it was because Ye Bufan had already learned about the current situation of the Seven Killing Hall. Everything else was fine, but 15 months ago, Long Xiaobao, Old Man Yi and Demon Lord Mo Zan went to Tianwaitian to rescue Yi Tianshang. Now that such a long time had passed, there was not even a single message sent back from Tianwaitian. This made Ye Bufan inevitably a little worried and even uneasy. After all, although the passage between Shenwu Continent and Tianwaitian does not allow Saint Realm powerhouses to enter Shenwu Continent, this does not affect people below the Saint Realm from coming. After such a long time, even if Long Xiaobao and others could not come back, they should have found someone to report their safety, but they never did so. Moreover, according to Nizi's previous test, the entrances to the two places on the Tianytn side have been blocked by strong men at least at the Fatian realm level in Tianytn. Undoubtedly, all these situations are revealing one message to Ye Bufan, that is, in Tianytn, Long Xiaobao and others are in trouble. Let's not talk about Ye Tianxiong for now. After all, Ye Bufan is not the fool he was before. Apart from this body, he and Ye Tianxiong have nothing to do with each other, but Ye Bufan can't easily give up Long Xiaobao and old man Ye no matter what, and he can't just ignore them. Now, no one knows whether they are alive or dead. How can Ye Bufan feel at ease or happy? Not only that, the current situation is very likely that he is no longer facing just Xuanyuan Wudi, but the entire Tianytn temple. In this case, although the Seven Killings Palace is no longer what it used to be, it is definitely not a match when it comes to confronting the Overlord-level temple in Tianytn. Dead silent space, depressing atmosphere. After a while, Ye Jingxuan stood up. She looked at Ye Bufan and urged him, "Brother, what are you still thinking about? It's been 15 months, and there's no news from Grandpa and the others. Something must have happened. If we don't go to Tianweishan, it might really be too late." 15 months, 450 days. During this period, if Nizi had not stopped her, Ye Jingxuan would have already been in heaven. Now that Ye Bufan has come out of confinement, why would Ye Jingxuan wait any longer? Xuaner. As soon as Ye Jingxuan said this, Ye Jingru beside her immediately scolded her and then pulled her back to her seat. Ye Jingxuan looked indignant. Ye Bufan ignored it, but just frowned, as if he was thinking about something. No one said much, they just looked at Ye Bufan quietly. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Nizi and said, "Zi, how is the cultivation of the 9 evil wandering dragon battle formation, of the 100,000 wolf gods of the demon clan going now?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at Nizi standing aside. Nizi didn't hesitate at all. She looked at Ye Bufan and said slowly, "The 12 9 evils wandering dragon battle formations have all taken shape, and after more than a year of running in, the cooperation between the 100,000 wolf gods has become very tacit. They can fully exert the combat power of the initial stage of demigods, but they still lack some practical experience. Also, over the past year or so, although the 1.06 million 7 Killings army has been refining essence pills, the consumption of the 12 9 evil wandering dragon battle formations, which are comparable to demigods, is too terrifying. As a result, we don't have many essence pills accumulated during this period. If we fight, these essence pills can only sustain the 12 9 evil wandering dragon battle formations for about 3 days. And this is without any other consumption. Once we encounter the continuous attack of the demigod powerhouse, I'm afraid that the essence pills we have now will not be able to last even a day. And we have no more Yuanxi." As she spoke, Nizi looked helpless. She had to admit that the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation was indeed powerful, but at the same time the consumption of the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation was also terrifying. She couldn't even understand how Xuanyuan Wudi, a commander and a demigod, could support the 8,000 red refining army under his command. Unfortunately, Nizi had no idea that the training method of the 8,000 red refining army under Xuanyuan Wudi was completely different from that of the 7 Killing Palace, or in other words the training of the 8,000 red refining army was far less crazy than that of the 100,000 wolf gods. In most cases, after their energy is exhausted, they rely on their own practice to recover, and then continue to practice after recovery, repeating the cycle over and over again. It can be said that the 8,000 red refining army wasted time practicing the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation. But what about the 100,000 wolf gods? If practicing the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation is to improve its proficiency, then the proficiency of the 100,000 wolf gods in the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation is entirely achieved by relying on the essence pills. It can also be said that they used the essence pills to shorten the practice time of the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for the 100,000 wolf gods to complete the practice of the 9 evil dragon battle formation in just 15 months and to display the combat power of a demigod at the initial stage. As soon as Nizi finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. All the stored essence pills can only support the 12 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation, to fight for 3 days. And once they encounter an attack from a demigod, the duration will be even shorter, maybe not even a day. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this is far from enough, far from enough. Moreover, the fact that the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formations have not yet been used in actual combat is also a big problem. After all, there is a big difference between practice and actual combat. In this situation, if we confront the temple head-on, it will definitely be disadvantageous to our side. The most important thing is that the Yuanshi is gone. Without Yuanshi, the members of the 7 Killing Hall can only rely on themselves to absorb Yuan Qi from the heaven and earth and then transform it into essence pills. And this obviously takes time. But what Ye Bufan lacks now is time. After all, Long Xiaobao, Old Man Yi and others have been in Tianyi for 15 months. As Ye Jingxuan said, they must not wait any longer. If they wait any longer, then even if Long Xiaobao and others have not been in trouble now, they may die in the next second. So, we can't wait any longer. So, when he thought of this, Ye Bufan slowly spoke. However, just as he uttered these 2 words, a curse suddenly sounded outside the hall. Yi, get out here. Chapter 1106 The Weapon Spirits Who Lost All. Mr. Yi, get out of here. The sudden angry shout made Ye Bufan pause and he was stunned. Then, he instinctively looked outside the hall with a surprised look. The voice gave Ye Bufan a very familiar feeling, but for a moment he couldn't remember who the owner of the voice was. Ye Bufan did the same, and everyone else did the same, looking outside the hall. However, unlike Ye Bufan who was stunned and bewildered, everyone present had a confused look on their faces at this moment, and even Hao Peng and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Who is this? After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at everyone and couldn't help but ask. Everyone was speechless. Nizi said helplessly, you should go out and take a look yourself. Hearing Nizi's words and feeling the strange looks of the crowd at the moment, Ye Bufan frowned, then stood up and walked out of the hall. Everyone followed suit. Outside the main hall, the 13 spirit instruments of the heavenly palace gathered together, each of them looking ferocious and angry. Well, Mr. Yi, you've finally decided to come out. I thought you were going to hide for the rest of your life and didn't dare to come out to see us. Butler, why are you wasting your time talking to him? That's right, damn it, you bastard, how could you do this? I'll fight you. Brothers, beat him up. The sound of one after another. Ye Bufan had just walked out of the hall, and before he could figure out what was going on, 13 weapon spirits were already looking at him, roaring and cursing. Afterwards, before Ye Bufan could react, 13 weapon spirits had already rushed out. They were furious. They came with great force. Their speed has reached the extreme. Without giving Ye Bufan and the others any time to react, the 13 weapon spirits had already arrived beside Ye Bufan. Afterwards, without any hesitation, the 13 weapon spirits attacked Ye Bufan directly. The golden monkey slapped out with one palm. The 7-colored koi carp swept down with one tail. The black puppy took a bite. Their crazy actions and overwhelming anger were as if Ye Bufan was the enemy who murdered their father. However, bang, 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 the moment they touched Ye Bufan, all 13 weapon spirits, without exception, were inexplicably repelled and flew backwards. Everything happened in a flash. Seeing these 13 weapon spirits attacking him inexplicably and then flying backwards for no reason, Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. Ye Bufan was like this, and the others were no exception. After all, everything happened too suddenly and too quickly, and they didn't even have a chance to react. Ouch, it hurts so much. Wow, we can't live like this. They simply don't give us a way out. The rule of domination, damn the rule of domination, Mr. Yi, if you dare, challenge me in a one-on-one fight. Dao Wuya, why do you want to die? How can you die? Just die if you want to. Why did you choose such a bastard as your heir? Woo, I can't live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Kill me, kill me. Before Ye Bufan and the others could think about it, 13 weapon spirits had already fallen to the ground, crying and wailing. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he twitched his mouth, looked at the people around him and said, who can tell me what happened? Brush. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, without waiting for anyone to reply, the golden monkey jumped up. He faced Ye Bufan, pointed at him and angrily cursed, Mr. Yi, stop pretending to be confused. You bastard, damn it, you actually have the nerve to ask what happened. Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned again, and then he looked at the golden-haired monkey with a puzzled look. The golden monkey ignored him and continued to curse. Do you know how hard it was for us to save these divine crystals? It was our hard-earned money, you know. But you, a bastard, actually teamed up with that damn old man to cheat us of the divine crystal. How could you do this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? That's right. As soon as the golden monkey finished speaking, the seven-colored koi immediately said, You damned bastard, you are shameless and shameless. Hurry up and return our divine crystal to us, otherwise I will die in front of you. Looking at the 13 weapon spirits in front of him and listening to the angry curses of the golden monkey and the seven-colored koi, Ye Bufan seemed to understand what had happened. So he looked at the 13 weapon spirits and suddenly asked, Lost everything? Upon hearing this, all 13 weapon spirits were stunned, and then became furious. I lose, you are a liar, a fraud. That's right, you are so shameless and shameless. How could you do this? Pay back the money quickly, or we will never let you go. Yes, pay me back. Pay back the money. Pay back the money. The 13 weapon spirits shouted in unison. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. At this moment, he understood clearly that the reason why the 13 weapon spirits in front of him were like this was because all the divine crystals on them had been lost to Satu Nan. This is something I am unwilling to accept. Seeing Ye Bufan smile, the 13 weapon spirits became even angrier. The golden monkey even cursed directly, how can you still laugh? You damned bastard, for doing such a cruel thing, don't you feel guilty, don't you feel guilty and guilty? Why can't I laugh? Why should I feel guilty again? Winning is winning, losing is losing. I won money, so why can't I smile? Ye Bufan shrugged and chuckled. At the end, he changed the subject. You are the ones who are willing to accept defeat. Why are you still not convinced after losing? Son of a bitch. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the golden monkey cursed, It's not wrong to accept defeat, but is that a bet? That's simply a scam. That's right. The seven-colored koi responded, then looked at Ye Bufan viciously and said, Mr. Ye, stop pretending. We heard with our own ears what those monsters and wild beasts were talking about in private, you, them, and the damn old man, you are all in the same group. You are basically teaming up to deceive us. After a pause, the seven-colored koi said, You are the lord of the heavenly palace after all. How can you be so shameless? You are simply embarrassing Dao Wuya and bringing shame to the heavenly palace. Pay back the money quickly, or else we will let everyone in Shenwu continent know that you, the lord of the heavenly palace, are a complete liar. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Did these spirits know that Satu Nan was colluding with a group of demons and wild beasts? No wonder they are so dissatisfied. But what can I do even if I know it? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then he looked at the 13 weapon spirits, spread his hands, and said, This can't be blamed on me. You have all been old gamblers for thousands of years. Don't you know 9 out of 10 gambling cases are scams? 9 out of 10 gambling games are scams. The 13 weapon spirits were stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and continued, It seems that you really don't know this truth. That's great. Just think of it as a lesson for you. You will learn from your mistakes and don't make mistakes here again. As for words of thanks, that's not necessary. We are so familiar with each other. Grateful. You cheated us out of our money and we should thank you. UMD. How can someone be so shameless as you? In an instant, all 13 weapon spirits, without exception, became furious and ran away. Chapter 1107. Locked up for 30,000 years first. Beat him. The golden monkey's eyes were spitting fire, and he shouted angrily, then rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. There was no way, since he had been cheated of the most divine crystals, he was also the most excited one. Moreover, you cheated us and you still want us to thank you. This is simply outrageous. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Unfortunately, the golden monkey had just taken a step forward when he was pulled back by the giant panda next to him. Butler, what are you doing? Immediately, the golden monkey turned his head and looked at the giant panda that was holding him, and said sternly, Let me go. I must let him know how powerful the monkey master is today. He dared to lie to me and rebel against him. As soon as the golden monkey finished speaking, the giant panda in the inner palace treasury immediately said, Monkey, don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten what happened just now? Dominate the rules. Buzz. Hearing this, the golden-haired monkey couldn't help but tremble. Dominate the law. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he became furious. Dao Wuya, you bastard, you didn't forget to trick us even after your death, right? Damn it, damn it, damn it. The so-called dominant law is actually an invisible contract between the weapon spirit and the master of the magic weapon. Under the constraints of this contract, the weapon spirit cannot harm the master of the magic weapon. Now, Dao Wuya has integrated the magic weapons belonging to the 13 weapon spirits with the Heavenly Palace, and Ye Bufan is the master of the Heavenly Palace. In this case, it is equivalent to Ye Bufan having recognized the 13 magic weapons as his master, which means he has control over these 13 weapon spirits. That was why, when the 13 weapon spirits attacked Ye Bufan earlier, they were inexplicably repelled. It was entirely because of the dominant law. At this moment, not only the golden-haired monkey went berserk, the other 12 weapon spirits also looked at Ye Bufan with anger on their faces and rage in their hearts. It was a pity under the constraints of the dominant law, they could do nothing to Ye Bufan. Beat him. It's just wishful thinking. Because, once they intend to harm Ye Bufan, they will be immediately repelled by the invisible dominant law. Since the hard approach doesn't work, we can only try the soft approach. Bang! Suddenly, among the 13 weapon spirits, the 7-colored koi suddenly fell to the ground, and then it cried and wailed, "Woo-woo-woo, how could I, a little koi, have such a master? This life is simply unbearable. Butler, kill me, I don't want to live anymore." Sudden change. Bang, bang, bang. Before Ye Bufan and the others could think about it, the other weapon spirits also fell to the ground one after another. I don't want to live anymore. I have lost all my divine crystals. What's the point of living? I want to go on strike. I want to die. Devil, please kill me. In an instant, all 13 weapon spirits, without exception, rolled on the ground, crying and wailing in pain. Seeing this scene, Nizi and others couldn't help but twitch their lips, their faces were messy, and they were sweating. Although they have never seen other spirit weapons, they can guarantee that there are definitely not many spirit weapons in the world as bizarre as the one before them. Everyone was like this, but Ye Bufan looked at the 13 weapon spirits and smiled calmly, then said indifferently, "Since you want to die, I can't stop you, die." Well, hearing this, the 13 weapon spirits were stunned. Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, even with a playful and teasing look on his face, "Why don't you do it? Don't you want to die? You." In an instant, the 13 weapon spirits looked at Ye Bufan with great rage and frustration. "Oh, I see." Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan said, "You want to die, but you don't know how to die, right? That's easy." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw a long knife in front of the 13 weapon spirits, and then said, "Go ahead, use the knife to cut their necks and put an end to it." Son of a bitch. Seeing this scene, the anger that the 13 weapon spirits had been suppressing and concealing in their hearts instantly erupted. The golden monkey yelled angrily, "Mr. Yi, do you still have any humanity? We are all going to die, and it would be fine if you didn't stop us, but you actually took out a piece of scrap copper and iron and asked us to kill ourselves. Humanity. What is that?" Ye Bufan asked back, and then said, "What's more, if a person wants to live, it may be difficult, and if a person wants to die, who can stop him? People are like this, and weapon spirits are probably no exception, right? If this is the case, why should I do this? You." In an instant, the golden monkey was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Originally, they wanted to threaten Ye Bufan with death to force him to return the divine crystal, but now they felt that their punches were like hitting a ball of cotton, which had no effect at all, and also put themselves in a dilemma. The 13 weapon spirits acted like this, but Ye Bufan ignored them. Instead, he turned to look at Nizi and the others and said, "Let's go back. It's just a weapon spirit committing suicide. There's nothing to see. Besides, it's not good to watch too many bloody scenes." After saying that, Ye Bufan walked straight towards the main hall. Everyone smiled and ignored these spirit objects, heading straight towards the main hall. Seeing this, the 13 weapon spirits immediately became anxious, and the golden-haired monkey even shouted urgently, "Mr. Yi, don't leave. Stop right there. It's a pity that Ye Bufan ignored it. Son of a bitch." Instantly, the golden monkey cursed, "The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. Mr. Yi, if you don't return the divine crystal to us today, don't blame us for being rude." After a pause, the golden monkey continued, although we can't do anything to you, but the 13 divine soldiers are integrated with the heavenly palace. If we want to tear down your den of thieves, it will definitely not be difficult. By then, we will cause chaos and unrest in the whole country. Don't blame us. There is no doubt that this is a threat, a naked threat. Suddenly, Ye Bufan stopped and turned to look at the golden monkey. The same goes for others. The golden monkey had a smug look on his face, as if saying, "Boy, now you feel scared, right?" Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. Well, this scene made the golden-haired monkey instinctively stunned. An ominous premonition instantly emerged in his heart, so that his body could not help but tremble. Before the golden monkey could think about it, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You did remind me. What do you want to do?" The golden-haired monkey was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed and he said with a wary look, "What do you think?" The 3 words, Ye Bufan, rang out, and then he communicated with the heavenly palace and waved his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, a 9-colored light curtain appeared out of thin air outside the hall and instantly formed a small sphere, covering the 13 spirit objects. Upon seeing this scene, the faces of the 13 weapon spirits changed drastically, and they became even more shocked and anxious. The golden monkey widened his eyes, facing Ye Bufan, and said in a trembling voice with an incredible look on his face, You dare to imprison us." "No." Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then said leisurely, "In order to prevent you from destroying everything in the heavenly palace, so, if you don't commit suicide, I have decided to lock you up for 30,000 years. Chapter 1108 Set off to the world beyond heaven. In order to prevent you from destroying everything in the heavenly palace, therefore, if you do not commit suicide, I have decided to lock you up for 30,000 years. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the whole space instantly fell silent. The 13 weapon spirits looked at him, their minds were blank. They were stunned and stupid. 30,000 years. Compared with the tens of millions of years of seclusion in the heavenly palace, these mere 30,000 years are nothing at all. But now, the 13 spirits have finally regained their freedom, and they haven't even enjoyed it for a few years, and now they are going to be imprisoned for another 30,000 years. How can the 13 spirits accept this? As the saying goes, it is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but it is difficult to go from luxurious to simple. For the 13 spirit weapons including the golden-haired monkey, imprisoning them for another 30,000 years would be even more cruel and ruthless than killing them directly. After a brief silence, the 13 weapon spirits suddenly erupted. "Mr. Yi, you actually dared to imprison us for 30,000 years. You son of a bitch, I'm going to fight you. Bang. NMD, if you have the guts, remove the ban. I want to fight you in a one-on-one duel. You devil, I will curse you. Yes, I curse you. I curse you for not being able to find a wife. I curse you for not being able to have a son. Let me out. You son of a bitch, damn it. You cheated us out of our money and now you want to imprison us. Is there any justice or law in this world? Dao Wuya, open your dog eyes and see what kind of successor you are looking for. This person is worse than a bandit and worse than a gangster. Mr. Yi, if you don't let me out, you will never be able to open the inner palace treasury. Yes, you dare to imprison the great and noble garden steward. Let me tell you, Mr. Yi, if you dare not let us out, the little sparrow you placed in the galaxy secret realm will be dead. The great and noble garden steward will want her to be buried with us. Let us out. Let us out. Angry voices, roars at the top of their lungs, the 13 weapon spirits faced Ye Bufan and went completely berserk like the ancient ferocious beasts. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all, or rather, this was exactly what he wanted to see. If you want to conquer someone, you must first conquer his heart. Ye Bufan knew that if he wanted to completely subdue these 13 weapon spirits, he would have to suppress their arrogance first, and then proceed slowly. Winning all their divine crystals is only the first step, imprisoning them is the second step. Afterwards Ye Bufan has the absolute means to subdue these spirit weapons. But that's all in the future, at least not now. Let's go. After saying this, Ye Bufan walked directly into the heavenly palace hall in front of him. As for the 13 spirit objects, Ye Bufan didn't even look at them. Seeing that Ye Bufan ignored them and walked directly into the hall, the 13 weapon spirits were all stunned, and then they couldn't help but curse again. Mr. Yi, you bastard, if you have the guts, don't leave. Come back to me. Damn it, let us out now. Bang bang bang. In a rage, several weapon spirits could not help but crash into the restrictions that imprisoned them. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, it was all in vain. Seeing this scene, Nizi shook his head and then walked towards the heavenly palace hall. The others did not stay either. In the central heavenly palace, inside the main hall. Master, you really want to lock them up for 30,000 years? Looking at Ye Bufan, Ye Wang couldn't help but ask, and the others also looked curious. 30,000 years. This period of time is really too long, so long that it is a little hard to imagine. Facing Ye Wang's question, Ye Bufan smiled, then looked at everyone and said, I don't have that much time to mess with them. I just want to scare them and take the opportunity to suppress their arrogance. To scare them. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Ye Bufan changed the subject and continued, okay, let's ignore them for now and talk about going to Tianweishan. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Obviously, compared with the journey to the heaven beyond heaven, the matter of the 13 spirits is not worth mentioning at all. Yi Jingxuan couldn't wait to ask, brother, are you ready to go to Tianweishan? Ye Bufan nodded. Very good. Yi Jingxuan cheered immediately, then she looked at Ye Bufan and said, brother, what are we waiting for? Let's go now. If anything happens to that damn Xuanyuan Wudi, I will skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and crush his balls. Hearing this, everyone's mouth corners twitched unnaturally. Xuaner. Yi Jingru glared at Yi Jingxuan fiercely. Damn Xuanyuan is invincible. And crush his balls. Is this something a little girl like you should say? Compared to a few years ago, Yi Jingxuan's cultivation has undergone earth-shaking changes, but her temper obviously has not changed at all, and has even become a little worse. Ye Bufan was helpless about this, then shook his head and said, don't worry about it. Hearing this, Yi Jingxuan was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, this time we went to Tianweitian to rescue people. Of course, if the old man and the others are safe and sound, that would be the best. But if they are really in trouble, or if they have fallen into the hands of the temple in Xuanyuan Wudi, then if we want to rescue them, it will definitely be difficult. After all, with our current strength, we can never compete head-on with the temple. So, we must take a long-term view on saving lives. Of course, we are now in the Shenwu continent. We are completely in the dark about the situation in the heavenly world. We know nothing. Since we know nothing, we naturally cannot make any corresponding plans. Make plans before you act. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. So I plan to go to Tianweishan first to understand the situation there before making any deployment. Are you planning to go to the outer world alone? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Nizi looked at him and couldn't help but asked in surprise. The others also looked worried. Where is Tianweishan? It is a place where melted souls walk all over the ground, flying gods are as numerous as dogs, and even demigods dare not claim to be king. What's more, they have no idea what the current situation in Tianweitian is like. In this situation, if Ye Bufan entered Tianweitian alone, the risk would be too great. Ye Bufan naturally knew what everyone was thinking, so he slowly said, this time we are going to Tianweishan mainly to gather information, so it is better to have fewer people rather than more. After all, too many people will easily attract other people's attention. Of course. After a pause, Ye Bufan changed the subject and continued, I don't plan to go alone. When the time comes Xuaner, Rumeng, and Ah Fu, the three of you will go with me. However, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, unless it is absolutely necessary, the three of you must stay in the Burial Heaven Palace. I will be able to find out the news by myself. In this way, even if we encounter a battle and are defeated, if there are only 4 of us, I can take you back to Shenwu continent as soon as possible. Even the temple will not be able to keep us. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was stunned, but no one said anything to refute. After all, although this trip to Tianweitian is bound to be full of dangers, Yi Jingxuan, Yi Fu, and Qian Rumeng are the only 3 demigods in the Shenwu continent besides the 9 evil dragon battle formation. It can be said that the 3 of them represent the peak combat power of the Shenwu continent. If they encounter a strong enemy in Tianweitian, even the 3 of them combined are not the opponent. Then even if others go together, there is no point in it, and they may even become a burden. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan owns the cemetery of gods and demons and the burial palace. If it is only Ye Fu, Yi Jingxuan and Qian Rumeng, then even if they encounter a strong enemy that they cannot defeat, Ye Bufan can take them back to the Shenwu continent as soon as possible. But if there are more people, that may not be the case. After all, it takes time for too many people to enter the burial palace, and as time goes on, the risk will inevitably increase. Therefore, it is definitely the most reasonable choice for the three demigods, Yi Jingxuan, Ye Fu, and Qian Rumeng, to follow Ye Bufan into the TianYTN. It's a happy decision. After a moment, Yi Jingxuan said with a smile. For her, as long as she could enter the outer world, that was enough. Then, she looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "Brother, shall we set off now? It's been 3 years, and she can't wait." Chapter 1109, The Invasion of the Divine Warriors. 3 years have exhausted all of Yi Jingxuan's patience. Now that Ye Bufan has decided to take them to Tianwaishan, how could Yi Jingxuan be willing to wait any longer under such circumstances? No rush. Unexpectedly, in response to Yi Jingxuan's question, Ye Bufan just shook his head. No hurry. Yi Jingxuan was stunned for a moment, then said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, why are you so slow? You have already decided to go to Tianwaishan, so what are you waiting for?" "No, but before we officially go to TianYTN, we must first solve the trouble guarding the passage between the two places in TianYTN." In response to Yi Jingxuan's inquiry, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Jingxuan was stunned again. Ye Bufan looked at Nizi and said, "Zi, go gather the 100,000 wolf gods. We will go to the heaven beyond heaven now to see what kind of opponent the temple has arranged for us to block the Shenwu continent." Nizi didn't say much, just nodded in response, and then walked out of the hall. Seeing this, Yi Jingxuan curled her lips and said, "You are making a fuss. He is just a janitor. I will just chop him down." Suddenly, everyone broke out in a sweat. Ye Bufan also smiled bitterly, then looked at Yi Jingxuan and reminded him, "Xuaner, don't do anything reckless. When you go to Tianwaishan later, no matter who you meet, you can't kill him or hurt him." "Why?" Yi Jingxuan was puzzled. "I don't want to alert the enemy." Ye Bufan said, and then said, "So, before we figure out the situation in Tianwaishan, we must not attract the attention of Xuanyuan Wudi and the temple." "Oh." Yi Jingxuan responded, and then said, "But brother, if you don't want to attract the attention of the temple, shouldn't you kill him to silence him? If you don't kill him, won't that give him the opportunity to tip off the temple?" "Won't." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "We just need to capture him alive and hand him over to Uncle Feng." Capture him alive and hand him over to Uncle Feng. Yi Jingxuan couldn't help but be stunned, and so were the others. However, they soon understood Ye Bufan's intention, which was to capture the other party alive, and then let Feng Hen tamper with his memory. In this way, the so-called gatekeeper would be equivalent to a member of the Seven Killing Hall. In this case, the Shenwu continent would be able to conceal its true intentions and enter the TianYTN without anyone noticing, and even travel between the two places at will. I have to say that this move is absolutely brilliant. At least it will definitely not attract the attention of the temple. After a while, Nizi came back. 100,000 wolf gods gathered. Ye Bufan did not stop and directly took Ye Fu, Yi Jingxuan, Qian Rumeng and 100,000 wolf gods into the burial heaven palace. Then he went directly to the two passages in the ancient land of the wilderness, preparing to enter the heaven beyond heaven for the first time. As for the 13 weapon spirits, Ye Bufan simply ignored them when he walked out of the hall. Because of this, the 13 weapon spirits yelled at him angrily, but Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Heaven beyond heaven, the first heaven, where the passage between the two places is located. As early as more than a year ago, this place had been completely blocked by the temple, and 100,000 temple guards were stationed here. However, compared to the high alert when they first arrived here a year ago, now that more than a year has passed, the 100,000 temple guards have obviously become a lot slack. At this moment, they were sitting together in groups of 3 or 5, either practicing or chatting and laughing. 100 meters away from the 100,000 guards, there was a middle-aged man in a green robe sitting cross-legged. The middle-aged man had a stern face and his eyes were closed. He sat there like a statue, motionless. His name is Lu Hao. He is a demigod at the initial stage who was sent by Justin to lead 100,000 temple guards to block the passage between TianYTN and Shenwu continent. Now, more than a year has passed. Except for the 1,100 demons he encountered when he first came here, no one from the Shenwu continent has entered the TianYTN. This makes Lu Hao very happy. After all, after coming here, he no longer needs to continue to the 7th heaven to fight with the demon clan. Compared with the melee between the two tribes in the 7th heaven, the risk of guarding the passage between the two places was obviously much smaller. Even here, no one could threaten his life. There is no risk and the salary is very generous. How could Lu Hao not be happy? Lu Hao was like this, and the 100,000 temple guards were no exception. It could be said that the task of guarding the passage between the two places was definitely a lucrative job and a good job. If possible, they really want to stay here for the rest of their lives. It's a pity that reality is always so unsatisfactory, even a little cruel. Buzz. At noon, a ray of light suddenly emerged on the altar where the passage between the two places was located. The sudden appearance of the glow startled the 100,000 temple guards. They seemed to have gotten used to the comfortable life they had been living for over a year, and the sudden change made them unable to react for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Enemy attack. The next second, a loud shout rang out among their team. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all 100,000 temple guards stood up and went straight into combat. At this time, Lu Hao, who was at the initial stage of demigod in the distance, also slowly opened his eyes. The space was dead silent. The atmosphere is depressing. Call out. Above the altar, Ye Bufan's figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in the sight of 100,000 guards. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, the 100,000 guards were stunned and even a little dazed. Just one person. Among the 100,000 guards, the tense atmosphere disappeared without a trace in an instant. The demigod Lu Hao even closed his eyes. In their opinion, just one person could not threaten them at all, and there was no need for Lu Hao to take action. Is this the outer world? Before the 100,000 temple guards could think about it, Ye Bufan had already taken a look at the surrounding environment. Then he looked at the densely packed guards below, chuckled, and said, "These people are quite a lot." Chapter 11:10 Are you afraid? This number of people is quite a lot. Ye Bufan's casual words stunned the 100,000 temple guards below, because from Ye Bufan's words, they could tell that the other party had already known of their existence, and Ye Bufan's playful, even somewhat contemptuous words seemed to show that he did not take them seriously at all. Who are you, kid? Immediately, one of the 100,000 temple guards looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice. The others also looked alert. If he can remain calm when facing 100,000 of them, then his opponent is either an arrogant young man or he has enough strength and does not need to be afraid of them at all. Comparing the two, the 100,000 temple guards believed in the former more. After all, if the opponent was a soul-melting, flying, or even a demigod, he would have been expelled by the Shenwu continent's Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation long ago. But the opponent was not like that, and he even came to the heaven beyond heaven through the passage between the two places. This meant that the opponent was not a soul-melting, nor a flying, let alone a demigod. At most, he would have entered the Saint Realm. A mere young man who has entered the Holy Realm, would their 100,000 guards take him seriously? Don't be funny. After figuring this out, the expressions of the 100,000 guards changed dramatically in an instant. They were no longer on guard or cautious. Instead, their eyes revealed a bit of dissatisfaction, even anger. After all, they were actually intimidated by the native from the Shenwu continent before. This was a great humiliation for the temple guards. Who is this young master? Facing the questioning of the guards, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Then, he stood in midair, overlooking the 100,000 guards below, and said, "Listen carefully, this young master, the master of the 7 Killings Hall, the Ye family, Ye Bufan." 7 Killing Hall. Hall Master. Ye family, Ye Bufan. Hearing this, the 100,000 temple guards were stunned. Many of them even looked at each other instinctively, with confusion in their eyes. It was obvious that they had never heard of the 7 Killing Hall, and they had no idea who Ye Bufan was. This is also true. Although Justin and Xuanyuan Wudi knew about the existence of the 7 Killing Hall and Ye Bufan, they did not tell anyone about these things except those who were present in the battle that day. After all, they were the ones who distorted right and wrong in that war, so naturally they would not mention too much about things related to that war. In a brief moment, the member of the Imperial Guard who had spoken earlier shouted angrily, "You little bastard, I don't care whether you are from the 7 Killing Hall or the 8 Killing Hall, or the Ye family or the Zhang family. How dare you be so arrogant after coming to the heaven beyond heaven? Today, I will teach you a lesson on how to be a human being. After saying that, the man waved his right hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Catch him. Just you guys." As soon as the man finished speaking, before the guards could make a move, Ye Bufan chuckled and said with a mocking and disdainful look on his face, "It's not that I look down on you, it's really you are just in the divine martial realm. Even if you have a large number of people, what can you do? You are just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs, and you can't withstand a single blow." "What did you say, kid? Court death. You are so arrogant. Let me meet you and see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth." In an instant, the 100,000 guards were furious. Just one person dares to provoke them. This guy is so arrogant. But at this moment, the voice of the demigod Lu Hao suddenly rang out from a distance, "Don't be careless. Although this kid is not strong, he still has the cultivation base to reach the peak of the saint realm." Reaching the peak of the holy realm. The 100,000 guards were stunned. Ye Bufan looked directly at Lu Hao, then frowned. He couldn't see through Lu Hao's depth, which meant that Lu Hao's cultivation was far beyond his. He was at least in the flying sky realm, or even in the demigod realm. But will Ye Bufan care? Not at all. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the member of the Imperial Guard sneered and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have some skills, but that's all." After a pause, Lu Hao changed the subject and shouted, "Brat, let me tell you, this is the heaven beyond heaven, not your Shenwu continent. Here, you are just a saint, and you are not allowed to act wildly. Form a formation." As soon as this member of the Royal Guard finished speaking, the other members of the Royal Guard did not hesitate at all. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 100,000 guards formed a battle formation. Roar. The next second, with them as the core, a huge phantom of the giant elephant took shape instantly. The giant elephant stood proudly in the air, and a powerful demigod aura emerged instantly. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned slightly. Battle formation. Although they are both battle formations, the battle formation in front of them is obviously not as good as Xuanyuan Wudi's Nine Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation. After all, they both have the strength of semi-god realm, but the Nine Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation only requires 8,000 people, while the battle formation in front of them requires a full 100,000 people. 8,000 and 100,000. The difference is definitely not just a little bit. Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, or rather his silence, the 100,000 guards thought he was scared silly, so one of them laughed and said, "How is it, kid, are you scared silly? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, this is called the Dragon Flame Savage Elephant Battle Formation. It's based on 100,000 divine warriors, and it can burst out the combat power of a demigod at the initial stage or even a mid-stage demigod. You, a mere peak saint, dares to be so presumptuous in front of us. You are simply asking for your own death. Hee hee." Hearing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then patted his chest and said, "I'm so scared." After he finished speaking, his expression became serious again, and he blurted out two words, "Idiot." "What did you say?" The 100,000 guards were instantly furious. Ye Bufan ignored him, waved his right hand, and directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace. "Come out." Swish, swish, swish. The next second, one after another wolf gods in the divine martial realm rushed out from the Burial Heaven Palace. In an instant, 100,000 wolf gods gathered. Seeing this scene, the 100,000 temple guards were all stunned. Even the demigod Lu Hao, who had kept his eyes closed in the distance, couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Ye Bufan, or rather, at the 100,000 wolf gods. Space equipment that can accommodate living beings. Even though they were in the heaven beyond heaven, they had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Form a formation. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Forming a formation. The 100,000 temple guards were stunned again. The 100,000 wolf gods under Ye Bufan's command did not hesitate at all. In an instant, with them as the foundation, 12, 9 evil dragon battle formations took shape instantly. Roar, roar, roar. The next second, 12 dragon roars sounded in the air, and the dragon-shaped phantoms condensed by the 12, 9 evil dragon battle formations instantly surrounded the 100,000 strong temple guards. A terrifying aura, powerful pressure. The auras of the 12 demigods gathered together, causing heaven and earth to shake. Gurgle. Faced with this sudden change, the 100,000 temple guards couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were dumbfounded and confused. Is this the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation? And is it 12, 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formations? Hee. Seeing the reaction of the 100,000 temple guards, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then his expression changed, and he shouted with a teasing and playful look, "How about it, are you satisfied with my wealth? 12 9 Evil Dragon Battle Formations, 12 Demigod Warriors, now I want to ask you one question, are you afraid?" Chapter 11:11 Take them all. How about it, are you satisfied with this little wealth of mine? 12 9 Evils Wandering Dragons, 12 Demigod Warriors, now I want to ask you one question, are you afraid? Ye Bufan's light words were like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the 100,000 members of the Imperial Guard, causing their bodies and even their souls to tremble uncontrollably. 12 battle formations of 9 evil dragons. 12 powerful demigods. Originally, in their eyes, Ye Bufan was just an ant, but what about now? The little lamb became a wolf in sheep's clothing, while their ferocious wolf became a sheep instead. This kind of change, this kind of gap, came too fast, too drastically, and too suddenly, making it a little difficult for the 100,000 temple guards to accept for a while, or rather they simply couldn't accept it. The situation is like this for the 100,000 Imperial Guards, and Lu Hao, who is at the demigod level, is naturally no exception. After a brief moment of shock and daze, Lu Hao was the first to come back to his senses. However, at this moment, he no longer had the calmness and composure he had previously shown. Instead, he came in front of Ye Bufan, stood in midair, looked at him and asked in surprise, "Who are you? Why do you also know the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation?" Everyone in the heaven and earth knows that the 9 Evils Wandering Dragons Battle Formation is a powerful battle formation that Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of the temple, obtained in an ancient battlefield. Now, except for the 8,000 Red Refining Army under Xuanyuan Wudi, only the temple has mastered this battle formation. But now, not only did the 9 Evil Dragon Battle Formation appear before his eyes, but 12 of them appeared at once. How could Lu Hao not be shocked and afraid? After all, although he is a demigod, he is only at the initial stage of demigod. The most important thing is that he is only one person. Even with the addition of 100,000 guards, there are only 2 demigods, but the other side has a total of 12 demigods. 2 against 12. The gap between 10 demigods. Lu Hao knew that this group of people in front of him was definitely not someone he could contend with. "Who I am?" Ye Bufan chuckled and said, "Didn't I tell you before? I am the master of the 7 Killings Hall, Ye Bufan of the Ye family." As for the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation, after a pause, a teasing look appeared on Ye Bufan's face, and he added, "Then you have to ask your Xuanyuan Wudi commander. Xuanyuan is invincible." Lu Hao was stunned and even more shocked. Then he looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief and said, "You know Xuanyuan Wudi? Didn't he tell you that more than a year ago, he sent 3,000 Chilean soldiers into the Shenwu continent, but they were all kidnapped by me, and he paid 3 trillion yuanshi for it?" Looking at Lu Hao, Ye Bufan said with a smile, "Never stop until your words are shocking." Lu Hao's heart was shaken violently, and the 100,000 temple guards also had faces filled with shock and fear. A year ago, Xuanyuan Wudi sent 3,000 Chilean soldiers to the Shenwu continent, but they were kidnapped by the boy in front of them. Xuanyuan Wudi also paid 3 trillion yuanshi for this. It's incredible. However, in this case, it is natural for the opponent to use the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation. But at this moment, Lu Hao seemed to have thought of something. He shook his body, looked at Ye Bufan fiercely, and said sternly, "No, you are lying." "Lie? Do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you?" Ye Bufan said with a leisurely smile. "You." Lu Hao's tone paused, and he said, "If it's really as you said, then you have only acquired the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation for a year. How could you possibly learn the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation in a year? There's nothing we can do about it. We can only say that the people of our Shenwu continent are smart, while you people of TianYTN are too stupid." Ye Bufan spread his hands and said teasingly, "You." Suddenly, Lu Hao became furious. Ye Bufan ignored him and said with a gloomy face, "Okay, enough of the nonsense. Now, I will give you 2 choices. First, surrender and enter the Heaven Burial Palace obediently to avoid physical pain. Second, we will send you to the Heaven Burial Palace. However, in this case, you will inevitably suffer a little. Now, you have 10 seconds to think about it." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. Surrender, or be captured. It can be said that no matter which option is chosen, the 100,000 guards will eventually fall into Ye Bufan's hands. Of course, they can also choose to resist. But is resistance useful? In an instant, the 100,000 guards looked at Lu Hao, the only demigod on their side. Lu Hao frowned and looked at Ye Bufan with an extremely gloomy expression. If he fought, he would definitely lose, but if he just surrendered, Lu Hao couldn't accept it. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan and gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, I admit that we are not your opponents, but do you really want to be the enemy of the temple?" Temple. Ye Bufan shook his head. "Why do you think the temple sent you to guard here?" Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. Then he looked at Ye Bufan with a look of surprise and asked, "Is it because of you?" "Maybe." Ye Bufan responded with a smile, and then added, "You have 4 seconds to consider." Lu Hao's heart suddenly tightened. He never imagined that the temple asked them to guard here just for the young man in front of them. For a moment, his curiosity about Ye Bufan reached its peak, but Lu Hao did not think too much about it, because he knew very well that at this moment, there was no point in thinking about it. Before Lu Hao could even think about it, Ye Bufan had already started the final countdown, 3, 2. At the last second, Lu Hao's pupils shrank, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ye Bufan. There is no way out. Instead of doing that, you might as well give it a try. With this thought in mind, Lu Hao no longer hesitated and went straight towards Ye Bufan. Catch the leader first. As long as Ye Bufan is captured, there is nothing to fear from the 12-9 evil dragon battle formations. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan has only reached the peak of the Saint Realm. To him, he is just an ant. Lu Hao flashed and came directly in front of Ye Bufan. Then he grabbed him with one hand and said ferociously, "Boy, you are not enough to make me surrender." The next second, Lu Hao was about to strangle Ye Bufan's neck with his right hand. "Master Yi." At this moment, 100,000 wolf gods cried out in surprise. They had never expected that Lu Hao would suddenly take action. The incident happened in a flash. At this moment, even if they wanted to rescue Ye Bufan, it was too late. Seeing the behavior of the 100,000 wolf gods, the 100,000 guards of the temple were overjoyed. When you think there is no way out, you will find another village beyond the bends and flowers. As long as Lu Hao captures Ye Bufan, they will be able to turn the passive situation into active one. What about the 12-9 evil dragon battle formations? What about the 12 demigods? They don't need to be afraid anymore. At the moment when everyone thought that Ye Bufan would be captured by Lu Hao, a ball of purple-red flame suddenly rose up around Ye Bufan without any warning. The purple flame instantly condensed together to form a flame barrier that enveloped Ye Bufan's entire body. Bang! Lu Hao brought down one claw, a muffled sound was heard, and his right claw was also blocked outside the flame barrier. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Lu Hao's pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "You are a warrior who has entered the Saint Realm, but you also have a half-step magical power. Nothing is impossible." Ye Bufan smiled indifferently, then kicked out again. A kick, fast, fierce and powerful. Bang! Lu Hao was caught off guard and was kicked several meters away by Ye Bufan. "You are only at the initial stage of the demigod realm. Do you really think you can capture me?" Before Lu Hao could steady himself, Ye Bufan sneered and shouted. "Take them all." Chapter 11-12, Beating. Take them all. At Ye Bufan's command, the 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm no longer hesitated at all. They rushed out directly. The movement of the 12-9 evil dragon battle formations was no different from 12 demigod realm strong men attacking at the same time. The momentum of the storm swept through the 100,000 members of the temple guards in an instant. Savage elephant versus wandering dragon. 1 against 12. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious attacks of the 12 swimming dragons slammed into the wild elephant. A violent sonic boom sounded, and the 12 sounds merged into one, as if they were going to blow up the sky. At the same time, under the huge force of the collision, the huge phantom of the barbarian elephant was shaken, and the 100,000 guards who maintained the dragon flame barbarian elephant battle formation were all without exception, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. With one strike, 100,000 divine warriors were all injured. It can be imagined that the gap between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. But, even so, the 100,000 temple guards did not choose to surrender, because they knew very well that surrender would most likely mean death. Although they were no match for Ye Bufan's side, at least they were not at the end of their rope, and at least they could still escape. As long as they escape, as long as they attract the attention of the temple, as long as they wait for the strong men of the temple to arrive, then the situation will be reversed immediately, and a mere 12 demigods will not be anything to be afraid of. With this thought in mind, the 100,000 temple guards no longer hesitated. They transformed themselves into giant elephants and charged at one of the dragons, intending to rush out. It's a pity that the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel now. They want to run, but the 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm will never let them do as they wish, let alone let them escape successfully. 12 swimming dragons stood in 12 directions, tightly surrounding the huge elephant composed of 100,000 guards, not giving him a chance to escape. At the same time, they all launched fierce attacks, sweeping with their tails or slapping with their sharp claws. The endless attacks and the momentum of the storm caused the heaven and earth to shake, as if they were going to break the space. In the sudden confrontation, the 12 nine-evils wandering dragons formed a battle array to besiege the temple's dragon flame savage elephant formation. The momentum was stunning and the fighting spirit was surging. However, the demigod Lu Hao, who was kicked away by Ye Bufan but had just stabilized his body, could not help but be stunned, because the 12 nine-evils wandering dragons formed a battle array to besiege their dragon flame savage elephant formation, but no one attacked themselves. In this way, it was as if Lu Hao was completely ignored. As a powerful demigod, Lu Hao would have been furious under normal circumstances, but it was different now. No one paid attention to him, which gave him a chance to escape. As for Ye Bufan, Lu Hao didn't care about him at all. He was just a peak warrior in the Saint realm. Although he didn't know why he had semi-divine powers, Lu Hao thought that if he wanted to leave, the other party couldn't stop him no matter what. Once he thought of this, Lu Hao no longer hesitated and stopped thinking about anything else. Run! He turned around instantly and then ran towards the place leading to the second heaven. Unfortunately, Lu Hao just turned around, and before he could see what was going on, he heard a violent voice in his ears. If you want to run, you'll have to get kicked by me first. Bang! The next second, a sky-covering giant foot stepped on Lu Hao's face. Under the huge impact of force, Lu Hao's body instantly flew backwards. Puff! In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and 3 teeth fell out. Half a breath later, more than 10 meters away, Lu Hao tried his best to steady his body, but he could no longer calm down, because he clearly saw a girl standing there quietly 10 meters away. The girl looked at him with a teasing expression. There is no doubt that the previous kick came from this girl, but that is not the point. The point is the girl's cultivation demigod realm, high level. Such a level of cultivation is definitely top-notch in the world. At least in Lu Hao's opinion, a high-level demigod is not someone he can contend with in any way. Who are you? Immediately, Lu Hao gritted his teeth, looked at Ye Jingxuan and asked in a deep voice. Idiot! Ye Jingxuan rolled her eyes at Lu Hao and said, who do you think this ant is? Hearing this, Lu Hao was slightly stunned. Then he glanced at Ye Bufan in the distance, and finally looked at Ye Jingxuan and asked, are you in the same group? I'm really worried about your IQ. Ye Jingxuan said with disdain, if I'm not in the same group with my brother, then am I in the same group with you? The corner of Lu Hao's mouth twitched, and his heart was filled with shock as if the world was turning upside down. 12 nine-evil dragons battle formations would be fine, and a peak saint-level warrior who could perform a half-step magical power would also be acceptable, but now, unexpectedly, a little girl at the high-level demigod level appeared, and judging from her age, she was probably less than 20 years old. Is this really the Shenwu continent? Isn't it said that the Shenwu continent has the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, which makes it impossible for warriors above the saint realm to appear? What is going on now? A high-level powerful demigod who is less than 20 years old. Such a monstrosity must have never existed even in the heaven beyond heaven, right? In an instant, Lu Hao was shocked, confused, and even more bewildered. Ye Jingxuan ignored it. Take another kick from me. As soon as these 5 words rang out, Ye Jingxuan disappeared right where she was. Seeing this scene, Lu Hao was shocked. His pupils shrank and he instinctively took a defensive posture. Unfortunately, Ye Jingxuan's speed was so fast that Lu Hao didn't even have the chance to react. She had already come behind Lu Hao and kicked him. Bang! A huge force came from behind, and before Lu Hao could react, his body flew backwards. Puff! In midair, he spat out another mouthful of blood. But at this moment, Ye Jingxuan's voice rang in Lu Hao's ears again, take another kick from me. Hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but shiver. However, before he could stabilize his body, Ye Jingxuan had already come to his side again and kicked him at the same time. One more kick. Look, I'll kick the demigod away with one kick. Ha ha ha. Brother, pick someone up. Take another kick from my aunt. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Ye Jingxuan spoke again and kicked out again and again. Lu Hao, who was at the initial stage of the demigod realm, was kicked around by her like a ball, and he had no power to fight back at all. This is a complete naked beating. When Ye Bufan saw this scene, his mouth twitched and he broke out in a cold sweat. He discovered that after accepting the inheritance of Xian Ningxiang, Ye Jingxuan became more and more violent. However, Ye Bufan did not pay too much attention to these, but instead reminded, Xuaner, that's enough, don't kill it. Oh. Ye Jingxuan responded, and then said, the last kick, kick your balls. Hiss. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and felt a chill running down his spine. Lu Hao's heart trembled and his soul shuddered. No. He exclaimed, and said anxiously, I surrender, I am willing to submit to you. Unfortunately, Ye Jingxuan directly refused, I don't accept surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked out. Bang! He kicked Lu Hao in the chest. Ah! Lu Hao let out a heart-wrenching howl and his body flew backwards instantly. Chapter 11:13, Prisoners, Interrogation. The heart-wrenching howl not only made Ye Bufan's legs tremble, but also shocked the souls of the temple guards who were being besieged by 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm below. It was really that Ye Jingxuan's kick was too cruel, so cruel that it was almost insane. I'm afraid that from now on, Lu Hao, the demigod, is completely useless. But Ye Jingxuan ignored him. She dodged and came directly to Lu Hao, who was about to faint. Then she grabbed his collar and threw him into the burial heaven palace as if he was a chicken. Everything seemed to take a long time, but it was only a dozen seconds. Lu Hao was captured, and the 100,000 temple guards were just struggling to hold on. Bang, bang, bang. The 12-9 evil dragon battle formations composed of 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm constantly collided and bombarded the dragon flame savage elephant war formed by 100,000 guards. 12 wandering dragons versus the only wild elephant. The power of terror. Crazy collision. Puff. The moment Lu Hao was captured, the 100,000 temple guards seemed unable to withstand the attack of the 12-9 evil dragon battle formation any longer. They all spat out blood, and then the huge phantom of the barbarian elephant also dissipated instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the shadow of the wild elephant disappeared, all of the 100,000 guards fell from midair without exception. There was blood at the corners of their mouths and their faces were pale. Seeing this scene, the 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm did not hesitate at all. They directly withdrew the 9 evil dragon battle formation, and then one by one fell beside the members of the royal guard. One-on-one, the royal guards were not given any chance to resist, or in other words, at this moment, these royal guards did not dare to resist at all, and could only allow the 100,000 divine martial realm wolf gods to carry them into Ye Bufan's burial heaven palace. Everything comes quickly and goes quickly. In less than a minute, the demigod Lu Hao was captured, and 100,000 temple guards were captured. In the first confrontation between the 7 Killings Hall and the Temple of God was completely defeated and even completely crushed by the 7 Killings Hall. Elder brother. At this time, Ye Jingxuan had already come to Ye Bufan. Let's go back to Shenwu continent. Ye Bufan glanced at her and said directly. Ye Jingxuan nodded, and then went straight into the burial heaven palace. After Ye Jingxuan and the 100,000 wolf gods entered the burial heaven palace, Ye Bufan directly folded up the burial heaven palace. In the Shenwu continent, saints stop. For other Saint Realm warriors, even those who have just entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm, once they enter the heaven beyond heaven, they will no longer be able to enter the Shenwu continent through the passage between the two places. But Ye Bufan is different. Shenwu continent, cemetery of gods and demons, heaven beyond heaven. Among the three, the cemetery of gods and demons is like a bridge connecting the Shenwu continent and the heaven beyond heaven, allowing Ye Bufan to travel between the two places at will. Call out. The moment he put away the heaven burial palace, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot and entered the cemetery of gods and demons. Cemetery of gods and demons. Ye Bufan pointed at the captured demigod Lu Hao and the 100,000 guardsmen in front of him, looked at Feng Hen and said directly, "Uncle Feng, I'll leave these people in your care." Feng Hen nodded, and then said, "But Palace Master, there are a lot of people this time, so it may take some time to tamper with the memories of all of them." "No problem." Ye Bufan responded and said, "Let's deal with this demigod first. I have something to ask him." "Yes." Feng Hen responded and then took action. To Feng Hen, who was at the first level of the god realm, there was no difference between them, whether they were flying gods or demigods. In his eyes, demigods were almost the same as those at the transcendent realm. When Feng Hen took action, Lu Hao didn't even have a chance to resist and his memory was directly tampered with. "Name." Looking at Lu Hao whose memory had been tampered with, Ye Bufan asked directly. Lu Hao naturally would not hide anything, reporting to "My lord, my name is Lu Hao. From the temple." "My lord, yes. Any position in the temple." "My lord, I am one of the many deacons of the temple." "Deacon? What is a deacon?" Reporting to "My lord, the temple deacons are actually similar to the priests of the major families. As long as you reach the semi-god realm, you can apply to become a temple deacon." "How many deacons are there in the temple?" Reporting to "My lord, this subordinate is also unclear." "You don't know." Reporting to "My lord, yes, many of the temple's deacons are reclusive and rarely seen. Therefore in the temple, apart from the 3 deputy temple masters, the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter, and the temple master, no one knows how many deacons there are in the temple. However, I know, or have seen, more than 30 deacons." "More than 30, that means more than 30 powerful demigods." Ye Bufan was suddenly frightened. These are the demigods that Lu Hao knows about. How many demigods are there that he doesn't know about? As an overlord-level existence outside the universe, the power of the temple is indeed unfathomable. That was why Ye Bufan secretly felt lucky that he did not act rashly. Otherwise, with the current 7-killing palace facing off against the Temple of God, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg, and would be courting its own destruction. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked at Lu Hao and asked again, "Is it the order of the temple or Xuanyuan Wudi's intention for you to guard the passage between the 2 places this time?" Lu Hao was stunned and said, "Reporting to "My lord, although Xuanyuan Wudi is one of the 12 commanders of the temple and has much more power than the other deacons, he is not qualified to command us. This time, I am guarding the passage between the 2 places entirely on the orders of the Deputy Temple Master, Justin." "Deputy Palace Master, Justin." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. "My lord, yes." Lu Hao responded. Ye Bufan asked again, "Why did this Deputy Hall Master ask you to guard the passage between the 2 places? What is his purpose?" Reporting to "My lord, this subordinate also does not know." Deputy Palace Master Jia only ordered his subordinates to guard the passage between the 2 places together with the 100,000 Imperial Guards, and all those who enter the heavenly world from the Shenwu continent will be killed on the spot. No matter why. Reporting to "My lord, yes, no matter why or where, all will be killed." So cruel. Ye Bufan groaned in his heart, and then said in a deep voice, "How is Yi Tianshang now?" Yi Tianshang. Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. "Yes, Yi Tianshang." Ye Bufan responded, "I want to know all his current situations." This. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, this subordinate doesn't know." "You do not know." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes." Lu Hao responded and said, "Reporting to "My lord, I have been guarding the passage between the 2 places for more than a year. During this period, I have never left, and no one has come to the passage between the 2 places, so I don't know about Yi Tianshang's current situation." "So what do you know?" Reporting to "My lord, I only know that a year ago, Yi Tianshang colluded with the heavenly demon and conspired to rebel. In the end, he was suppressed by Deputy Palace Master Jia, his cultivation was abolished, and he was imprisoned in the temple square, and was whipped every day. Yi Tianshang colluded with the devil and plotted a rebellion." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Then it became clear. The winner becomes the king and the loser becomes the bandit. It seems that in this world, the winner always has the final say. Needless to say, Yi Tianshang was defeated, so he not only became a prisoner, but was also accused of colluding with the devil and plotting rebellion. However, Ye Bufan obviously didn't care about these. Instead, he looked at Lu Hao and asked again, "Anyone else? In addition to Yi Tianshang, have anyone else been arrested?" Lu Hao was stunned and said, "Reporting to "My lord, in addition to Yi Tianshang, there is another old man. It is said that he is Yi Tianshang's father." Like Yi Tianxiang, he is also punished with endless whipping every day as a warning to the public. Gah! Hearing this, Ye Bufan clenched his fists. He didn't have too many feelings for Yi Tianxiang, but it was different for Grandpa Yi. It could be said that without Grandpa Yi, even if he had been reborn in the Shenwu continent, he might not have been able to escape the clutches of Liu Yang in the end. Ye Bufan was grateful to the old man. Now, knowing that old Master Yi was captured and would be whipped every day as a warning to the public, how could Ye Bufan not hate and be angry? What else? Suddenly, Ye Bufan's voice sank, and he asked again, among those captured by the temple, is there anyone called Long Xiaobao? Long Xiaobao. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, then he said, reporting to my lord, there is indeed a person named Long Xiaobao, but he was not captured by Deputy Palace Master Jia, but he and Yi Tianxiang's wife Lin Luoyan are both wanted criminals in the temple and are being hunted by all the human races in the outer heaven. A wanted criminal in the temple. The person being hunted by everyone in Tianweishan. Ye Bufan's heart sank and he felt even colder. Good, 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 a great temple, a great deputy temple master Jia, a great Xuanyuan Wudi. You guys are looking for death. Chapter 11-14, Lin Luoyan becomes a demon in one thought. Whether it is Yi Tianxiang or Lin Luoyan, neither of them means much in Ye Bufan's heart. After all, apart from inheriting the body of his predecessor, Ye Bufan has no intersection with them and has not even had any contact with them. But Mr. Yi and Long Xiaobao are different. After learning that Grandpa Yi was captured by the temple and was whipped every day as a warning to others, and that Long Xiaobao was being hunted by the entire Tianweitian, the rage in Ye Bufan's heart erupted like a volcano, instantly reaching its highest point in history. He even wanted to destroy the temple and kill all the people in Tianweitian. However, no matter how angry he was, Ye Bufan did not lose his mind. He knew very well that with his current strength, or in other words, with the current 7 killing haul, he was not able to confront the temple head-on. This matter had to be considered carefully. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ye Bufan asked Lu Hao some irrelevant questions, or rather, from Lu Hao's mouth, he gained a further understanding of Tianweishan. Half a day later, the memories of all the 100,000 temple guards were tampered with by Feng Hen. Without stopping, Ye Bufan took Lu Hao and the 100,000 temple guards back to Tianweitian. However, this time Ye Bufan did not bring the 100,000 wolf gods with him, but only left Yi Jingshuan, Qian Rumeng, and Yi Fu to accompany him. Inside Tianweitian, Ye Bufan placed Lu Hao and 100,000 guards at the passage between the two places, while he himself officially set foot in Tianweitian, alone. Although Lu Hao and the 100,000 imperial guards all rebelled, on the surface everything remained the same, as if nothing had happened. City of Heaven. This is the first level of the heaven beyond heaven, and the 7th main city of the human race traveling westwards through the passage between the two places. From a distance, this is a magnificent city that is not inferior to the 3 major martial cities in the Shenwu continent. On the city walls that are dozens of meters high, traces of defeat record the countless shocking battles that have taken place here. Not only that, the gate of this ancient city is several meters high and 20 meters wide. Above the gate, 3 ancient characters written in a flamboyant style are engraved, City of Heaven. Even standing far away from the city gate, one can still clearly feel the majestic aura that is blowing in the face. The 3 words, City of Heaven, stretch across the top of the city gate, like a giant dragon that has been dormant for 1,000 years and is about to soar into the sky. It contains an incomparably powerful aura, a domineering aura of a king. At this moment, thousands of people gathered on the left side of the city gate, looking at the portraits on the city wall and pointing. It is said to be a portrait, but in fact, it is a wanted poster with a bounty from the temple. On the notice, there was a picture of a stunningly beautiful woman whose face was enough to attract any man. But at the moment, no one cared about the woman's extraordinary beauty, because compared to the content of the notice, or compared to the reward for the bounty, the woman's face was not worth mentioning at all. 30 million yuan stone, 100 divine crystals. The 13th commander of the temple. Flower of the element of fire. These 4 simple rewards are enough to drive anyone crazy, especially the last one, the flower of fire element, which even a demigod cannot resist. However, this bounty, which is generous enough to drive even demigods crazy, is only for one person. This person was none other than the former commander of the Flying Dragon Army, Yi Tianxiang's wife, the demigod, Lin Luoyan. No matter who it is, as long as they can kill Lin Luoyan, they will receive the reward from the temple. Money, power, and cultivation. If you have all three, you will be able to rise to prominence, even to the top overnight. Bang! At the back of the crowd, a young man, about 2 meters tall and burly, wearing half a tiger skin and dressed like a wild man from the mountains and old forests, placed his hand on the right shoulder of a man in front of him and said, "Uncle, what are you looking at?" The moment the young man's palm fell, the man in front felt a huge force on his right shoulder, causing him to lose balance instantly and almost fall to the ground. That was why the man became furious instantly. The next second, the man turned around immediately, and an angry roar sounded. "You fucking." However, when the man saw the honest young man in front of him who was as big as a mountain, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It was not for any other reason, but because the young man's size was too intimidating, just like a human-shaped beast. If it were just that, it would be fine, but besides that, the man couldn't even see through the other party's cultivation level. The man has reached the divine martial realm and cannot see through the other person's depth, so the other person must at least have reached the saint realm. It was obvious that he could not contend with a saint, so the man immediately chose to keep the peace. He even smiled at the young man and said, "Little brother, what did you say just now?" "Uncle, what are you looking at?" the boy repeated directly. "Oh, you ask this." The man responded, and then said, "Didn't the temple just change the reward for the witch Lin Loyan? I'll come over to take a look soon." "Witch, Lin Loyan?" Hearing this, the honest young man was stunned. "You do not know?" the man asked in some surprise. "This." The honest young man scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Uncle, I have been practicing in the mountains with my master before. Today is the first time I go out alone. Practicing in the mountains with the master. First time going out today." After hearing what the boy said, the man couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at the boy again. Seeing the boy's simple clothes, he immediately recognized this point. It was obvious that the boy was a country bumpkin who had just come out of the mountains. As soon as he thought of this, the man immediately smiled and said, "Is that so? Then it is natural that you don't know. Let me tell you about it." After a pause, the man continued, "About a year ago, a deputy commander of the temple named Ye Tianshong betrayed the human race and colluded with the demons. He was eventually discovered and captured by Deputy Master Jia, one of the 3 deputy masters of the temple. However, Ye Tianshong's wife, Lin Loyan, who is now wanted by the temple, somehow escaped. Later, the temple imprisoned Ye Tianshong in the temple square and whipped him every day to warn all human members not to collude with the demons. Originally, this was nothing, but who would have thought that half a year later, this Lin Loyan would appear again? Not only did she appear, she also massacred one of the 12 commanders of the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi, and one of the 108 ancient cities controlled by the Xuanyuan family. As a result, no one in the Xuanyuan ancient city survived, from the Xuanyuan family members to the ordinary poor people. Even the demigod ancestor of the Xuanyuan family died because of this. She also said that if the temple doesn't release Ye Tianshong, then she will keep killing until the temple releases him. Faced with this kind of provocation, the temple will naturally not compromise. Look, in the past 6 months, the temple has increased the bounty on Lin Loyan, but still failed to capture Lin Loyan. On the contrary, Lin Loyan has been killing people wherever she goes in the past 6 months. In addition to Xuanyuan ancient city, the number of ancient cities that have been massacred by her has increased to 5, and the number of people who have died in her hands is no less than tens of millions. Do you think she can be considered a witch? She is simply a bloodthirsty devil. But her whereabouts are erratic. She will leave after killing someone. The temple can't do anything to her. Just now, the temple once again changed the bounty for her, and this time the temple really spent a lot of money, even taking out the flower of the element. I'm sure that under the temptation of the flower of the element, even the demigod will take action. Tisk tisk, this time, maybe Lin Loyan really won't be able to escape. As the man spoke, the honest young man couldn't help but be shocked again and again. In half a year, 5 cities were massacred and tens of millions of people were killed. Just as the man in front of him said, Lin Loyan has really become obsessed with bloodlust. Especially what the man said about all the demigods coming out in full force frightened the young man. However, the boy did not show any abnormality. Instead, he looked at the man and asked curiously, "Uncle, what is this elemental flower you are talking about? Is it valuable?" "Valuable." The man was stunned, smiled bitterly, and said, "Little brother, this thing cannot be measured by money. It is a priceless treasure. Once a strong person below the peak of demigod takes it, it will directly improve to a higher level. In other words, if you are a beginner demigod, you will directly reach the middle level of demigod after taking it. If a high-level demigod takes it, you will directly achieve the peak of demigod. Tell me, is it worth the money? Hiss. Hearing this, the young man took a deep breath. An elemental flower, taken by a demigod, can directly lead to a breakthrough to a new realm. This is simply something that goes against the will of heaven. In this case, I'm afraid that all the demigods will really come out in full force this time. Suddenly, the young man asked again, Uncle, since Lin Loyan is so crazy, then why do you look like you are not afraid at all? Afraid? What are we afraid of? The man smiled and said, although Lin Loyan is bloodthirsty, her targets are always ancient cities related to the temple. We are in the first heaven and have nothing to do with the 108 ancient cities. Lin Loyan will not come here at all. If that's the case, why should we be afraid? Not only do we not have to be afraid, but this is actually the safest place. That's why, nowadays, in the ancient cities related to the temple in the second, third, and fourth heavens, most of the families have chosen to evacuate and move to our first heaven, in order to avoid being implicated by the temple and dying tragically at the hands of Lin Loyan. Chapter 11:15 Niu Duoduo. That's why, nowadays, in the ancient cities related to the temple in the second, third, and fourth heavens, most of the families have chosen to evacuate and move to our first heaven, in order to avoid being implicated by the temple and dying tragically at the hands of Lin Loyan. As the man spoke, the honest young man was stunned and even shocked. Lin Loyan alone intimidated the entire TianYTN, scaring all the major families in the 108 cities to run away. She is truly a heroine and is just as capable as any man. I think this is why the temple offered such a generous reward to Lin Loyan. After all, her existence has affected the entire human race. After a brief moment, the honest boy looked at the man again and asked in surprise, this Lin Loyan is so powerful. What realm is she in now? Who knows? The man said, some say she is a high-level demigod, and some say she is at the peak of demigod, but there is no one who really knows her cultivation level. However, it is absolutely true that she is a demigod. Demigod. The honest young man hesitated for a moment, then asked, could it be that Lin Loyan has always been alone? Doesn't she have any other accomplices? No. The man shook his head and changed the subject. It's strange to say, it was Long Xiaobao and Lin Loyan who fled the temple together, but now it's only Lin Loyan who is making trouble outside, and there's no trace of Long Xiaobao. Isn't that strange? Dead. As soon as the man finished speaking, the honest boy said something instinctively. That's impossible. The man immediately rejected the allegation and said, according to the members of the Chilean army who participated in the battle, Long Xiaobao was even more powerful than Lin Loyan. He was even able to cut off the arm of Deputy Hall Master Jia, who was at the peak of demigod level, with his cultivation of a mid-level demigod. It was also he who took Lin Loyan away from the temple. With his strength, how could he die so easily? Besides, if he really died, would the temple still be looking for him? Unexpectedly, the honest young man glared at the man and said, Uncle, are you kidding me? A mid-level demigod can cut off an arm of a peak demigod, and he can also take someone with him and let the peak demigod watch him escape. Feeling the boy's vicious eyes, the man couldn't help but shudder, and then immediately said, little brother, I am not bluffing you, and I am not exaggerating at all. Everyone in Tianwei knows about this. Real. The boy confirmed. Of course it's true. Uncle, I would never lie to anyone but you. If you don't believe me, go ask someone else. The man patted his chest and said. All right. The boy responded. Call. The man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the young man spoke again. Uncle, do you know where the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is? Linglong Chamber of Commerce. The man was stunned. Yes. The honest young man responded. When I came out, my master didn't give me a penny, but gave me some pills and told me to find a place called Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and sell the pills to them so I could have money to eat. Hearing this, the man was stunned again, then hesitated for a moment and said, little brother, did you remember it wrongly? There doesn't seem to be a Linglong Chamber of Commerce in our Tianwei. No. The young man couldn't help but be stunned. No. The man shook his head. Son of a bitch. Instantly, the honest young man became furious. That old man lied to me again. Swish, swish, swish. The young man cursed angrily, and those who had been paying attention to Lin Loyan's bounty notice turned their heads to look at him. The man couldn't help but twitch his lips. That old immortal. There is no doubt that the immortal old man the young man was talking about was definitely his master. Once a teacher, always a father. Is this your attitude as a disciple towards your master? Although the man was in a mess, he didn't care too much. Instead, he looked at the honest young man and immediately said, "Little brother, did you hear wrongly? Your master asked you to find another chamber of commerce instead of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Did you hear wrongly?" The young man couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. The man responded, "We have quite a few chambers of commerce in Tianweishan, including Chengkan Chamber of Commerce, Black Prison Chamber of Commerce." The man named more than a dozen chambers of commerce in a row, then looked at the young man and said, "Think about it, among these chambers of commerce, are there any that sound familiar to you?" No. The young man shook his head and asked, "How long have these chambers of commerce been established? When was it established?" The man was stunned, then he groaned and said, "Among these chambers of commerce, the shortest one has been established for more than 10 years. As for the longest one, it should be the Chengkan Chamber of Commerce, which has existed for 500 years. "Only 500 years?" the boy exclaimed. "Only 500 years?" The man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is 500 years too short? Unexpectedly, the young man shook his head and said, "Then there must be no Linglong Chamber of Commerce among these chambers of commerce." After all, the old man said that Linglong Chamber of Commerce was founded by a good friend of his and it has been 200,000 years. How long? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the man's pupils trembled and he couldn't help but ask another question. 200,000 years. The boy repeated. In an instant, the man couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and the other people around him were also confused and crazy. 200,000 years. 20,000 years ago, there were no demons in the Shenwu continent. If you run out now to look for a chamber of commerce from 200,000 years ago, it would be strange if you could find one. Etc. Suddenly, the man seemed to have thought of something. He trembled and looked at the young man carefully and said, "Little brother, you just said that your master and the first boss of Linglong Chamber of Commerce are old friends." "Yes." The young man responded. "I." The man was shocked and asked, Then do you know how long your master has lived?" "This." The young man thought for a moment and said, "I heard from the old immortal that he seems to have lived for millions of years." "No, he said tens of millions of years." Hiss. When the young man said this, everyone present took a deep breath. An old monster that has lived for millions or even tens of millions of years. Damn, what level of cultivation has this master that the young man mentioned reached? You know, the lifespan of a demigod is only a little over 10,000 years. Millions of years, tens of millions of years. The people present simply didn't dare to imagine it. Unexpectedly, at this time, the honest young man spoke again, "But I am sure that the old man must be bragging. How can a person live so long? Boast." Everyone was stunned, and then cursed in their hearts, "I'm bragging about you, who told you that people can't live that long? As long as the cultivation is strong enough, immortality is not a problem. What's more, even if your master was really bragging, he has lived for at least 200,000 years. After all, if not, how could he know that 200,000 years ago, there was a chamber of commerce called Linglong in Tianweitian? 200,000 years. Just thinking about it makes people around feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. But there is no doubt that the young man's master is a super powerful man hidden in the world outside the heaven. Compared with him, the master of the temple and the mysterious demon lord are simply scum, even worse than scum. When they thought of this, the people around them looked at the young man with fiery eyes. A simple and honest boy. No, this is actually a golden thigh that cannot be any thicker. As long as you hold on to it, then rising to prominence will be a piece of cake. In an instant, the breathing of thousands of people present became a little rapid. They looked at each other, and although they were excited, they also tacitly maintained silence. Why? It's very simple. You just need to hold on to such a thick golden thigh and there is no way you can share it with others. This matter must be kept confidential. After a moment, everyone looked at the man who had previously spoken to the boy. The man was stunned. He naturally understood what everyone was thinking. After all, he also thought so. So he looked at the honest boy and said with a smile, "Well, little brother, you are new here. You must have walked a long way, right? Are you hungry? How about I treat you to a meal?" Gurgle. As the man finished speaking, the boy's stomach growled in response. The boy scratched his head and said awkwardly, "But uncle, I don't have any money." The man was stunned and said, "Little brother, I told you that I'm treating you, so how can I ask you to pay? Don't worry, I'm treating you, eat and drink as much as you want." "Real?" the boy said in surprise. "Certainly." The man smiled and responded, then said, "Let's go into the city now." "Uncle, you are so nice." The young man said this immediately, and then handed a small porcelain bottle to the man, saying, "Uncle, you treated me to a meal, so I'll give you this." "This is." The man took the small porcelain bottle and said curiously, "This is essence pill." The young man said this, and then added, "After eating it, you can directly improve your cultivation, and there are no side effects. However, it is only useful for people that are below the divine martial realm." Hiss. As the young man spoke, everyone couldn't help but gasp. A pill that can directly improve your cultivation level after swallowing it, and has no side effects. This is simply a heaven-defying elixir. Now everyone believes more and more, no, they believe it without a doubt, that the master of this young man is a super powerful person hidden in the Shenwu continent, otherwise why would he have such a heaven-defying elixir, and an elixir that has never appeared in the Tianytn? This thigh must be saved. Everyone thought so, but the man did not hesitate at all. He put away the pill directly, then looked at the boy and said with a smile, "Then uncle will accept it." After a pause, the man continued, "By the way, uncle, my name is Lu Sanuo, what's your name, little brother?" "Me." The young man responded, "My name is Niu Duoduo, uncle, just call me Duoduo." Chapter 11:16 If you don't agree, just fight. The simple words of the honest young man stunned Lu Sanuo and everyone present. "How many cows? How many cows do you have in your family for your parents to give you such a name?" Everyone was speechless, but they obviously wouldn't say much, and they didn't have the slightest intention of laughing. After all, they were still waiting to cling to Niu Duoduo's thighs. The next second, Lu Sanuo said with a smile, "In that case, uncle will call you Duoduo from now on." "Okay." Niu Duoduo responded readily. Lu Sanuo smiled slightly, then he patted Niu Duoduo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go, Duoduo, to Qingfeng Tower, uncle will treat you to a delicious meal." After saying this, Lu Sanuo did not stop and went straight into the city gate with Niu Duoduo. Seeing this scene, everyone else present was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. They wanted to replace Lu Sanuo so much. After all, the one who is close to the water can make the moon stand out. It's a pity that no one did so. After all, everyone knew that if all of them scrambled to please Niu Duoduo at this time, it would inevitably attract the attention of other, uninformed, people, and even cause conflicts. This was obviously not a wise choice. What they have to do now is to hide Niu Duoduo's identity as much as possible, and then keep him stable. As for trying to please others, there is still a long time to come and there is no need to rush. That is why, when everyone saw Lu Sanuo bringing Niu Duoduo into the city, although they were envious, they did not say much and just followed them. At the city gate, Niu Duoduo's eyes widened as he looked at a middle-aged man in a green robe sitting at a long table in front of him, who didn't even look at them. He said in shock and dissatisfaction, "What did you say? We have to pay to enter the city." "Why?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned, and he immediately raised his head and looked at Niu Duoduo, with a hint of dissatisfaction and a little anger in his eyes. The sudden change did not allow Lu Sanuo to stop Niu Duoduo in time. Feeling the dissatisfaction in the middle-aged man's eyes, he could not help but tremble. Then he immediately pulled Niu Duoduo behind him and smiled at the middle-aged man. "Captain Zhao, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. My little brother is new here and doesn't know the rules of our Tianji city, so please don't bother with him." Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. He glanced at Niu Duoduo, then looked at Lu Sanuo, and said in a deep voice, "This will not happen again. Be careful next time." Yes, Captain Zhao, don't worry, I won't do it again." Lu Sanuo responded repeatedly, and then took out 10 yuan stones and placed them on the table in front of the middle-aged man, and said with a smile, "Captain Zhao, this is our entrance fee, please keep it. Come in." The middle-aged man shook his hands, then reached out and grabbed the 10 yuan stones on the table. "Call." Seeing that the middle-aged man no longer pursued the matter, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Niu Duoduo took a quick step behind Lu Sanuo and came directly in front of Lu Sanuo. Then, without giving Lu Sanuo a chance to react, he took the 10 yuan stones on the table before the middle-aged man, and glared at the middle-aged man, saying angrily, "Why should we give you money? No." Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Niu Duoduo, Uncle Niu, Ancestor Niu, what are you trying to do? It's just 10 yuan stones, why are you so fussy about it?" Bang! Before Lu Sanuo could think about it, the middle-aged man slammed the table, stood up suddenly, pointed at Niu Duoduo and said angrily, "Boy, are you looking for trouble on purpose?" "No, no, no." Hearing this, Lu Sanuo immediately came back to his senses. He took the lead and waved his hands at the middle-aged man, saying, "Captain Zhao, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." While speaking, Lu Sanuo immediately looked at Niu Duoduo. "Duoduo, why are you still standing there? Why don't you apologize to Captain Zhao?" "Why?" Niu Duoduo said reluctantly. "Why?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Just because this Tianji city is the territory of my Zhao family, you, a big fool, dare to act so recklessly here. You are simply courting death. You are seeking death." Facing the anger of the middle-aged man, Niu Duoduo shouted sternly, then he pointed at the middle-aged man and said without giving in, "Dare to blackmail Master Niu, do you believe that Master Niu will destroy you?" Finished. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo howled in his heart. He originally thought that Niu Duoduo was a simple and honest boy, but he didn't expect that he had a bad temper, and now even if he wanted to stop him, it was too late. Okay. As soon as Niu Duoduo finished speaking, the middle-aged man said, "Okay," 3 times in a row, and then said, "Since you want to die, then Master Zhao will fulfill your wish and let everyone know that not everyone can run wild in Tianji City." After saying this, the middle-aged man shouted again, "Someone come here." Buzz. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but tremble in body and even soul. Not only that, his face turned pale and his mind went blank in an instant. Lu Sanuo was like this, and the thousands of warriors who followed them were no exception. In the City of Heaven, everyone knows and everyone thinks that the Zhao family is the sky, the earth, and the masters here. To offend the Zhao family is to seek death. But Niu Duoduo had offended the Zhao family before he even entered the city. Originally, they wanted to please Niu Duoduo and hold on to his strong thigh in order to seek future success, but now it seems that this possibility has become impossible. After all, Niu Duoduo alone cannot compete with the entire Zhao family, unless his super awesome master is also here, but it is obvious that his master is not here. Before anyone could think about it, 18 members of the Zhao family on both sides of the city gate had surrounded Niu Duoduo. The middle-aged man looked at Niu Duoduo and said coldly, "Boy, don't say that Master Zhao bullies you and doesn't give you a chance. Now, if you..." Bang! The middle-aged man had barely finished speaking when Niu Duoduo kicked over the table in front of him. He then continued, "Master said, if you don't agree, just fight. Why waste your time talking so much nonsense? Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Duoduo slapped him in the face. A palm, as fast as lightning. Bang! The next second, a clear, heavy sound was heard, and Niu Duoduo's thick palm directly slapped the left cheek of the man surnamed Zhao, with a powerful force impact. Puff! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground with a bang. In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Chapter 11:17 I'm angry. No one expected Niu Duoduo to be so arrogant. Not only did he start fighting over a disagreement, he even knocked a team leader of the Zhao family to the ground. What is this place? City of Heaven, the territory of the Zhao family. Now Niu Duoduo directly beat up a team leader of the Zhao family. He is completely an enemy of the Zhao family and a slap in the face of the Zhao family. How can the Zhao family let it go? In that brief moment, the look in the eyes of everyone present when they looked at Niu Duoduo changed drastically. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This kid is simply a greenhorn who has just started out. Originally, they wanted to use Niu Duoduo to climb up to his master's high branch, but now everyone instinctively took a few steps back and kept a considerable distance from Niu Duoduo, completely distancing themselves from any relationship with Niu Duoduo. But this is also human nature. After all, in the City of Heaven, the Zhao family is a hegemonic behemoth, and the Zhao family's ancestor in the flying realm is not something they can contend with. Everyone was like this. Lu Sanuo, who was behind Niu Duoduo, looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with a blank mind. He was stunned and confused. After a moment, he came to his senses and looked at Niu Duoduo tremblingly and said, Duoduo, you actually hurt Captain Zhao. Unbelievable words. Lu Sanuo couldn't help but tremble and shake all over. Then, he grabbed Niu Duoduo's hand again and said, Duoduo, why are you still standing there? Run, you're in trouble, big trouble, you know that. Lu Sanuo also wanted to cut off his relationship with Niu Duoduo, but in the current situation, he couldn't cut off his relationship with Niu Duoduo at all. After all, he was the one who brought Niu Duoduo into the city. So in his opinion, there was only one way to go. If he survived today, maybe he could directly climb up to a super strong man who was so strong that they couldn't imagine. Unfortunately, just as Lu Sanuo finished speaking, the middle-aged man's cold and angry voice rang out. Run, where can you run to? As he spoke, the middle-aged man got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Niu Duoduo and the other two, especially glared at Niu Duoduo and said, Today, none of you can run away. It's over. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo's heart skipped a beat. The middle-aged man shouted, What are you still standing there for? Kill him. The middle-aged man had just said half of his words when Niu Duoduo slapped him again, directly hitting him in the face. Bang! A crisp sound. Puff! The middle-aged man spat out another mouthful of blood, and then he fell to the ground again with a bang. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but twitch their lips. More than 10 warriors from the Zhao family who were about to attack Niu Duoduo and the other man were also stunned. More than half a year has passed since they moved from the second heaven to the city of heaven in the first heaven. They have been acting arrogantly in the city every day and no one has provoked them. But what about now? A big fool actually knocked their captain to the ground twice in a row, and in front of so many people. This was simply a slap in the face of the Zhao family. This huge contrast made them unable to react for a while. The Zhao family warriors were like this, and the middle-aged man who was knocked to the ground by Niu Duoduo was no exception. After being humiliated like this twice in a row, the anger in his heart was rising rapidly, so that he almost lost his mind. However, Niu Duoduo ignored him. He looked at the middle-aged man who was knocked to the ground by him and said disdainfully, Just fight, why are you talking so much nonsense? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Duoduo stepped directly on the middle-aged man's back. Just as the middle-aged man was about to get up, he was hit by a huge force from behind, so that he made another close contact with the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but shiver. Niu Duoduo did not stop. I'll let you rob me. Bang. You robbed it, why don't you rob it? Bang. You even dare to rob me, you want to die, don't you? Bang. You know, the money my master gave me is for me to marry a wife in the future. Bang. Niu Duoduo's words again and again, his kicks again and again, although not directed at them, made the people around them tremble with fear. The middle-aged man didn't even know when he had fainted. As for why he fainted, it might be because he was seriously injured, or he might be because he was angry. But no matter what, the fact cannot be changed, that is, the middle-aged man, a strong man, in the divine martial realm, did not even have a chance to resist and was directly defeated by Niu Duoduo. It's a pity that at this moment, everyone was confused by the sudden scene before their eyes, so no one noticed this at all. Asshole. In that brief moment, one of the more than 10 people from the Zhao family cursed angrily and said, Kill him. After hearing this, the other members of the Zhao family also came back to their senses. Kill. They no longer hesitated or stopped, and rushed towards Niu Duoduo and the other man. Seeing this scene, Lu Sanuo was shocked. Without any hesitation, he said directly, Duoduo, let's fight our way out. Uncle, why are you running? Hearing this, Niu Duoduo glanced at Lu Sanuo and then asked back. Suddenly, Lu Sanuo's mouth twitched. Why run? Why do you want to run? You, crippled, a team leader of the Zhao family who is in the divine martial realm. Can the Zhao family still let us go? If I don't run now, I will never be able to leave. Before Lu Sanuo could think about it, Niu Duoduo had already taken a step forward, facing the dozen or so Zhao family warriors who were charging at him. He said with contempt, a bunch of chickens and dogs want to kill me. Do you think you are immortal? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura accompanied by endless murderous intent surged out of Niu Duoduo. Lu Sanuo couldn't help but tremble due to the sudden change. Niu Duoduo did not stop, and shouted in 3 words, "Shock." In an instant, the terrifying aura around him pounced towards the Zhao family warriors like a tiger. In a flash, bang bang bang, without exception, more than a dozen Zhao family warriors all fell to the ground. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. How strong must this person be to be able to suppress more than a dozen Zhoutian realm warriors with just his aura? Before they could think about it, Niu Duoduo looked at the Zhao family warriors and said again, "You robbed my money and beat me. I am angry." Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched and they broke out in a cold sweat. The warriors of the Zhao family even had an urge to die. In this situation, who is going to hit whom between us? Lu Sanuo was also messy. But unlike others, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked at Niu Duoduo and said anxiously, "Duoduo, let's go quickly, otherwise we won't be able to leave soon." "No," Niu Duoduo said, then looked at one of the Zhao family warriors and said, "Go find your boss now and ask him to bring 100 yuan stones to apologize to me, otherwise I will beat you to death." Chapter 11:18 I am already invincible. Go find your boss right now and ask him to bring 100 yuanshi to apologize to me, otherwise I will beat you to death. As soon as Niu Duoduo finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, and then their mouths twitched and became messy. "Let your boss come to apologize and bring 100 yuanshi. Are you sure you are talking about yuanshi and not shenjing?" At this moment, although it was a little hard to accept, everyone present could see that Niu Duoduo was talking about the yuanshi, not the shenjing. This country bumpkin, perhaps in his opinion, 100 yuanshi are already a lot. Everyone was like this, and more than 10 warriors from the Zhao family felt like vomiting blood. More than 10 Zhoutian realm warriors and a Shenwu realm captain are only worth 100 yuanshi. This is simply too much. In fact, in their opinion, Niu Duoduo was deliberately stirring up trouble and humiliating the Zhao family. 100 yuanshi. The Zhao family, the overlord of Tianji City, was actually blackmailed for 100 yuanshi. If this were to get out, the Zhao family would definitely become the laughing stock of everyone in Tianweishan. What are you waiting for? Without waiting for everyone to think, Niu Duoduo glared at the Zhao family warrior in front of him, and then shouted, "Why don't you go and call your boss? If you don't go, believe it or not, I will beat you up." I'll go now." Hearing this, the Zhao family warrior immediately responded and climbed up. Then he gritted his teeth and wanted to run directly into the city with a ferocious look on his face. "If you don't seek death, you won't die." In the eyes of this warrior from the Zhao family, Niu Duoduo was simply courting his own death. After all, although they were no match for Niu Duoduo, how could the Zhao family become the overlord of the City of Heaven with only Zhou Tian and Shenwu? Of course not. If Niu Duoduo let him go back, it would undoubtedly give him the opportunity to call for reinforcements. By that time, when the powerful saints of the Zhao family arrive, Niu Duoduo and Niu Xiaoxiao will all be finished. Seeing that the Zhao family warriors were about to leave, Lu Sanuo became very anxious. "Stop!" he shouted. The Zhao family warriors were stunned and their steps stopped instantly. Lu Sanuo ignored him. He looked at Niu Duoduo and said, "Duoduo, you are letting the tiger go back to the mountain, do you know that? If the Zhao family sends a Saint Realm expert, we will be doomed. Let's go quickly. Don't be afraid, uncle. I'm here for you." As soon as Lu Sanuo finished speaking, Niu Duoduo patted his chest and vowed. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "What about you? So what if you're here? Two fists cannot beat four hands, a tiger cannot fight off a pack of wolves. Do you still want to fight the entire Zhao clan alone? Duoduo, it's not that uncle looks down on you, it's just that the Zhao family is not as simple as you think." Lu Sanuo said earnestly. "Uncle, is their boss a demigod?" Unexpectedly, Niu Duoduo suddenly asked a question. "Demigod?" Lu Sanuo was stunned. "Yes." Niu Duoduo responded, then said with a strange look on his face, "Uncle, you don't know about demigod, do you?" After a pause, Niu Duoduo continued, "Then let me explain it to you. After the divine martial realm is the saint realm, which is divided into the saint realm, soul fusion, flying, and demigod. After the divine power comes the holy realm. The holy realm is divided into entering the holy realm, soul fusion, flying to heaven and demigod. Do you think I'm a country bumpkin? How could I not know the most basic realm of martial arts? Lu Sanuo's mouth twitched again, but he said, the Zhao family should not have demigods, but why would you be afraid of him? Lu Sanuo was interrupted by Niu Duoduo when he was halfway through his words. Then Niu Duoduo said confidently, as long as there is no demigod, I don't care about the Zhao family or the Wang family. No matter how many come, I will beat them. Don't worry, uncle. Forehead. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo was stunned, and so were the others. They looked at Niu Duoduo's reaction with a strange look in their eyes. As long as there is no demigod, you will beat as many as they come. It was at this time that everyone realized that they still didn't know what level Niu Duoduo had reached. Could he be a demigod? Thinking of Niu Duoduo's awesome master, everyone thought that this possibility was not impossible. If Niu Duoduo is really a demigod, then the Zhao family is really in trouble. All below demigod are ants. Once the demigod appeared, what would happen if the entire Zhao family rushed over? They simply couldn't compete with him. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp, but they were also somewhat excited and expectant. It was really the Zhao family was going too far. Everyone thought so, and Lu Sanuo was also shocked. Suddenly, he looked at Niu Duoduo, his eyes widened, and he said with difficulty, Duoduo, you are a demigod. Niu Duoduo shook his head and said, Uncle, I'm not a demigod. Not a demigod. Lu Sanuo was stunned and asked, then you are in the Fatian realm. No. Shaking his head, Niu Duoduo said, Uncle, I have just advanced to the peak of the Saint realm. Puff. As soon as Niu Duoduo said this, countless people present instantly felt like vomiting blood. Entering the peak of the Saint realm. Just breaking through. Your uncle. You are a warrior who has reached the peak of the Saint realm, and you still want to challenge the Zhao family. What the hell, as long as there are no demigods, you will beat up as many people as the Zhao family can. Where does your confidence come from? Lu Sanuo was also in a mess. Duoduo, let's go. Uncle, do you think I can't beat their boss? As soon as Lu Sanuo finished speaking, Niu Duoduo immediately said something with a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression, and then he said, I tell you, uncle, the old man said that although I am only at the peak of the saint, but as long as I don't meet a demigod, I am already invincible in the world. As long as there is no demigod, you are invincible. Everyone was stunned. Although it's a bit excessive, but I think Niu Duoduo's master would not lie to him, right? Thinking in his heart, Lu Sanuo looked at Niu Duoduo and confirmed, really? Of course it's true. Niu Duoduo responded and said, otherwise, how could the old immortal let me out? That's right, with your ability to cause trouble and your lack of self-protection ability, as an elder, I really don't dare to let you go. Thinking of this, Lu Sanuo suddenly felt quite emboldened and confident. Moreover, judging from the current situation, even if they escape now, the Zhao family may not let them go. In this case, why not just do something ruthless? It's all death anyway, so they might as well take a gamble. Having made up his mind, Lu Sanuo looked at the Zhao family warrior and said without question, go back and tell your clan leader to bring 30 million yuanshi to apologize to my brother Duoduo immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Hiss. When Lu Sanuo said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 30 million yuan stones. This is simply asking for too much. However, when they thought about the oppression they had suffered from the Zhao family over the past 6 months, they felt relieved and happy. Uncle, 30 million yuan worth of taels, is it too much? Can the Zhao family afford it at this time? Niu Duoduo asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo laughed and said, Duoduo, you underestimate the Zhao family too much. Not to mention 30 million, they can even come up with 300 million. 300 million. Niu Duoduo was shocked. So many pieces of stone, can they all be piled up into a mountain? Of course. Lu Sanuo responded with a smile. Uncle, there really is no demigod in their family. Suddenly, a hint of heat flashed in Niu Duoduo's eyes, and he looked at Lu Sanuo and asked. No, Lu Sanuo said with great certainty. Although there are many demigods in the world, the Zhao family is only a second-rate or even third-rate family. It is impossible for them to have a demigod-level strongman. That's good. Niu Duoduo responded, then looked at the Zhao family warrior and said, go tell your boss now and ask him to bring me 500 million stones to apologize, otherwise I will destroy your Zhao family. Chapter 11:19, Niu Duoduo in wolf's clothing. Hiss. As soon as Niu Duoduo finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. 500 million. Previously, this country bumpkin only asked for 100, but now, the price has increased by 5 million times. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Sanuo with strange eyes. There was no doubt that this was inseparable from Lu Sanuo's guidance. If he hadn't blackmailed the Zhao family for 30 million, Niu Duoduo, the country bumpkin, would never have increased his money by 5 million times in one go and asked for 500 million taels from the Zhao family. Everyone was shocked, and Lu Sanuo swallowed instinctively. 500 million stones. If it was only 30 million, perhaps the Zhao family would choose to compromise because they were afraid of Niu Duoduo, but this 500 million that was clearly forcing the Zhao family to fight to the death with him. Thinking of this, Lu Sanuo immediately said, Duoduo, 500 million is too much, the Zhao family will definitely not give it. Then kill him. As soon as Lu Sanuo finished speaking, Niu Duoduo immediately spoke. At this moment, he is no longer simple and honest, but extremely domineering. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Niu Duoduo continued, Master said that a real man, when he goes out, must have 4 things: money, power, women, and face. Especially face. If you can avoid losing it, you must never lose it. Niu Duoduo said seriously. If you can't beat him, then wait until you've beaten him enough before you provoke him again. If you can beat him enough, then beat him to death. Not only will you beat him, but you'll also take his money, his power, his women, everything he has. Snort. What a shitty Zhao family. They scared me to death. I thought they were so powerful, but it turns out they don't even have a demigod. Why should I be afraid of them? They're killing me. After hearing what Niu Duoduo said, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. They were confused and crazy, and it was as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. If you can't beat him, don't provoke him for the time being. If you can beat him, then beat him to death. Do you still want to steal money, people, and face? Is this what your master taught you? Damn, how weird does your master have to be to teach you like this? At this moment, everyone present suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. Niu Duoduo had extorted 100 yuan stones from the Zhao family before, not because he didn't know how to count, but he didn't know the details of the Zhao family, so he just did it as a token of his intention and wanted to save some face for himself. Now that he knew that the Zhao family had no demigod, this guy's true nature was immediately exposed. Simple and honest. Bullshit. This is simply his disguise. This guy is very smart. And, it is obvious that he is just a sheep in wolf's clothing, a complete robber and bandit. When they thought of this, everyone suddenly had a feeling that this time, the Zhao family might be in big trouble. Niu Duoduo did not hesitate any longer. He kicked the Zhao family warrior and cursed, What the hell are you standing there for? Go and ask your king to bring 500 million stones to apologize to me. Yes, yes, yes. The Zhao family warriors did not dare to hesitate any longer. They responded with a few words and ran straight into the city. Snort. Niu Duoduo snorted coldly, What the hell, and then looked at Lu Sanuo beside him. When Lu Sanuo noticed that Niu Duoduo was looking at him, he couldn't help but tremble. It is obvious that the current Niu Duoduo is no longer the same Niu Duoduo as before. Continue to fool people. Don't be funny, this is a sheep in wolf's clothing, very smart. Paw, paw, paw. Before Lu Sanuo could think about it, Niu Duoduo patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Old man, you are very good. From now on, just follow me, the king. Old man, I'm only 36 this year, okay. Lu Sanuo's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to refute. He just smiled and said, Yes, yes, from now on, I will follow your orders. Very good. Niu Duoduo responded and said with a smile, Don't worry, you will never suffer any loss if you follow the king. Suddenly, Niu Duoduo asked again, Are there any children at home? Hearing this, Lu Sanuo was stunned. Niu Duoduo scolded, If it is there, it is there. If it is not there, it is not there. Do you need to think about it for so long? Yes, yes, yes. I have a 14-year-old son. Lu Sanuo trembled and said immediately. Take it. As he spoke, Niu Duoduo directly threw a Sumeru ring to Lu Sanuo. Lu Sanuo was stunned. He took the Zumi ring, took a look at it, then looked at Niu Duoduo and said hesitantly, My king, what is this? It's just some essence pills. Give them to your son. They will almost allow him to reach the divine martial realm directly. Niu Duoduo said calmly, and added at the end, don't worry, there will be no side effects. Hiss. However, Niu Duoduo looked indifferent, and everyone present gasped. Take elixirs to reach the divine martial realm. No side effects yet. They have never heard of such a thing. However, looking at Niu Duoduo's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. In other words, it's all true. Essence pill. Eat to the divine martial realm. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with passion when they saw the Sumeru ring in Lu Sanuo's hand. You know, the strongest among them is only Shenwu, and there are many Zhodian and Shenyuan among them, and some people are not even at the Shenyuan realm. If they get these pills, wouldn't they be able to reach the Shenwu realm directly? Godly and mighty. Just ask yourself, who can not be excited, who can not be moved? Feeling the strangeness from the people around him, Lu Sanuo immediately put away the Sumeru ring. He naturally knew what these people were thinking, but he believed that with the great god Niu Duoduo around, no one would dare to rob him. As for the future, Lu Sanuo has already decided that he will follow Niu Duoduo steadily in the future. After all, he is not a fool and can naturally see that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity for him, Lu Sanuo, to rise. Hee. Seeing the reactions of Lu Sanuo and the people around him, Niu Duoduo just smiled slightly. If you want to take it, you must give it first. Everything Niu Duoduo is doing now is deliberate, just to lure out some people. But now this is far from enough. He had to make a bigger noise to attract more people's attention. Therefore, looking at the city of heaven in front of him, Niu Duoduo thought secretly in his heart, the first step is that I want to become the lord of a city in this city of heaven. Chapter 11:20, Fight, or Run. Niu Duoduo was none other than Ye Bufan, who used the 9 rhymes of heavenly face, that had reached the level of half-step magical power to change his appearance. The reason why Ye Bufan did this was because he didn't know whether the 3,000 Kai Lian soldiers had leaked their appearance, or in other words, he couldn't guarantee whether there were people who had come to Tianyi from the Shenwu continent in recent years. But no matter which one it is, if someone recognizes him and lets the temple know that he has come to Tianyi, it will definitely not be a good thing for him. A safe bet is a safe bet. Moreover, since he appeared in Tianyi with great fanfare, he also needed a reasonable identity. That's why he directly transformed into Niu Duoduo, a young man from the deep mountains and forests. Now that Yi Tianshang and Old Man Yi have been arrested, it is obviously impossible to rescue them directly, so Ye Bufan can only settle for the second best and gather other people first. It's a pity that Lin Loyan was slaughtering members of the temple everywhere and her whereabouts were erratic. Even the temple couldn't find her, let alone herself. Long Xiaobao, Feilong, Qian Duoduo and others were nowhere to be found. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them in such a vast Tianyi. What's more, Long Xiaobao was still a wanted criminal in the temple. It was absolutely unrealistic to look for him in a high-profile manner. Since I can't find them, I can only let them come to me. His surname is Niu and his given name is Duoduo. He is a young man who appeared out of nowhere from the deep mountains and forests. He also has a heaven-defying elixir called Jingyuan Pill in his hand. Ye Bufan believed that with this information, as long as Long Xiaobao and others came into contact with or heard it, they would definitely guess that he was looking for them. Of course, the prerequisite for doing so is I must create a big enough impact in Tianyi, at least let everyone in Tianyi know me, otherwise if I just stay in a mere Tianji city, I will not be able to attract the attention of Long Xiaobao and others even in my lifetime, let alone let them come to me. How to cause a sensation. How to attract attention. Murder, arson, robbery and looting. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Ye Bufan believes that as long as he is crazy enough, then he will definitely attract the attention of the entire Tianyi in the shortest time. As for whether someone will take action because they covet his essence pill, Ye Bufan guarantees that there will definitely be someone like that, but will he be afraid? With his current strength, who can compete with him if demigod doesn't show up? What's more, even if a demigod came, Ye Bufan would not be afraid at all. In the heaven beyond heaven, as long as there was no head-on confrontation with the temple, Ye Bufan would not be afraid of anyone. As for the temple, Ye Bufan believed that with the existence of the old monster master behind him, the temple would never dare to act recklessly, at least they would not act rashly. As for whether the temple would believe that there is such a person in the heaven beyond heaven, that depends on how Ye Bufan acts. He believes that as long as he performs well enough, evil enough, and high profile enough, then the temple will believe it more and more. In this case, they will dare not act recklessly, and may even try to win him over. After all, a strong man who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and surpassed the semi-god realm is enough to suppress everything in the entire heaven beyond heaven. To sum up, this is why Ye Bufan deliberately provoked trouble and directly challenged the Zhao family. In his opinion, the Zhao family is his stepping stone and an opportunity for him to enter the sight of everyone in TianYTN. He wants to use this opportunity to tell everyone that I, Niu Duoduo, am a bandit who walked out of the deep mountains and forests, and a bandit with a powerful backer. Arrogant, overbearing and unreasonable. Greedy for money, lustful, and concerned about face. It can be said that the Niu Duoduo transformed by Ye Bufan has weaknesses all over his body. Ye Bufan believed that these weaknesses were definitely what many people would like to see, and he himself could use these weaknesses to gain a lot of benefits. This is also true. Looking at the extremely domineering yet generous Niu Duoduo in front of them, many people present have already begun to think about how they can become the second Lu Sanuo. Of course, all this is based on a prerequisite, that is, Niu Duoduo can withstand the wrath of the Zhao family. Although it is better to provide timely assistance than to add icing on the cake, but if Niu Duoduo is just bragging and eventually cannot withstand the wrath of the Zhao family and dies, then all this will be just empty talk. Even if they stand with Niu Duoduo at this time, they will bring disaster upon themselves. Everyone was like this, but Lu Sanuo was an exception. After all, he had no way out. It can be said that when he and Niu Duoduo appeared together, he could no longer sever his relationship with Niu Duoduo. At this moment, Lu Sanuo did not want to sever his relationship with Niu Duoduo. It was just the Zhao family. At worst, he would die. Time passed, and before one knew it, 30 minutes had passed since the warrior from the Zhao family left. During these 30 minutes, there was dead silence at the city gate and no one spoke, but the entire city of heaven was in complete chaos. It was not for any other reason, but because the news that Niu Duoduo extorted 500 million Damascus from the Zhao family had spread throughout the entire Tianji city like wings. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused a huge sensation in the city of heaven. After all, ever since the Zhao family moved to the city of heaven from the second heaven, they have become the masters of the city of heaven. Even though they are domineering and wantonly bully families and individuals in the city of heaven, everyone is just angry but not able to speak out because they covet the Zhao family's strength. But what about now? Not only did someone challenge the Zhao family, he even went so far as to extort 500 million taels from them. This is 500 million. Even the Zhao family may not be able to come up with so many yuanxi at once. The other party is simply forcing the Zhao family into a desperate situation. What will the Zhao family choose? No one knows this, but everyone knows that if Niu Duoduo dares to do this, then he must have the confidence to do so. For the vast majority of people, or even for everyone, this is definitely a good thing. The truth is the people in Tian City already hate the Zhao family as an outsider. For a moment, countless people flocked to the city gate, wanting to catch a glimpse of Niu Duoduo. At the same time, they also wanted to be the first to know about the confrontation between Niu Duoduo and the Zhao family, who would win and who would lose, and who would leave and who would stay in the end. City of Heaven, City Lord's Mansion. This place now belongs to the Zhao family and has become their base camp and residence. Unlike the numerous empires in the Shenwu continent, in TianYTN, there are only main cities but no empires. Therefore, these main cities are managed by major families, and they only need to pay a sum of offerings to the temple every year. As for who will manage the main city and what kind of management method will be used, as long as it is not excessive, the temple will definitely not care and will not interfere. Therefore, in TianYTN, as long as you are strong enough, it is not difficult to become the lord of a city. It is even an easy thing. Of course, it seems easy, but it is actually very difficult. After all, in 100,000 years, the structure of TianYTN has taken shape. Not only are the relationships between the major cities intricate, but each city lord's family has a foundation of thousands of years, which cannot be easily shaken by anyone. Therefore, things like robbing cities rarely happen now, or even never happen at all. Of course, the first heaven is an exception. Compared with the second, third and fourth heavens, the vitality of heaven and earth in the first heaven is extremely scarce, which is totally not conducive to the cultivation of the strong saints. For this reason, most families would rather be an ordinary family in the second heaven than control a city in the first heaven. This has led to the fact that most of the main cities in the first heaven have been in an ownerless state, or in other words the competition for the ownership of some main cities is extremely fierce. This time, if Lin Loyan had not gone on a killing spree, the families from the second, third, and even fourth heavens would not have moved to the first heaven to avoid her. However, the major families did not regret this choice, and even felt fortunate. Why? It's very simple. Compared with the second heaven, the first heaven is lacking in vitality, but the martial artists here are generally at a low level. A third-rate family in the second heaven can completely dominate after coming here. The Zhao family is the best example. Less than half a year after arriving in the first heaven, the Zhao family's income had increased several times more than before through the collection of various taxes. For this reason, even if Lin Loyan was captured by the temple one day and there was no danger of genocide, the Zhao family would never return to the second heaven. After all, the quality of life here is far from comparable to that of the second heaven. But today, or at this moment, all the core members of the Zhao family gathered together, and each of them looked extremely heavy. The culprit behind all this is Niu Duoduo, or Ye Bufan. 500 million stones. Even for the Zhao family, this is not a small amount of money, or they simply cannot afford it. Of course, what they are considering now is not these, but whether Niu Duoduo has the strength to compete with the entire Zhao family, or in other words, what choice should his Zhao family make? Fight, or run. Chapter 11:21. Are you a pig? Fight or run. If you choose to escape, it means giving up the city of heaven. In half a year, the Zhao family has already gotten used to the feeling of being superior and dominating everything. Not only that, Tianji City can also bring a huge profit to the Zhao family every month. Under such circumstances, how could the Zhao family easily evacuate Tianji City? After all, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Moreover, after withdrawing from the city of heaven, where can the Zhao family go? After all, the current first heaven is no longer the first heaven half a year ago. It can be said that every main city here has become a city with an owner. If the Zhao family wants to settle in other main cities, it means conflicts with other families, and even wars. When two tigers fight, one of them will die. This is definitely not what the Zhao family wants to see, nor is it what the Zhao family wants to happen. But what if we don't withdraw? 500 million stones. The Zhao family obviously can't afford it. War. Don't be funny. Since the other party dares to challenge the entire Zhao family alone, it means that he has enough strength and absolute confidence to suppress the Zhao clan. Running away is not a wise move. I can't get the money out. Even if you fight, you may not be able to defeat the other party. For a time, the entire Zhao family was caught in a dilemma. Inside the hall, every member of the Zhao family had a gloomy expression on their face, and they felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. They never imagined that such a strong man would appear in this barren first heaven, and happened to be encountered by his Zhao family. It seemed like God was determined to destroy the Zhao family. With no other options, Zhao Sanyuan, the head of the Zhao family, pointed at the warrior who was kneeling in front of him in the middle of the hall and reported the news. He said angrily, "You blind people, why do you have to provoke a demigod when you can do something else? Tell me, what should my Zhao family do now?" Demigod. Hearing this, the kneeling warrior was stunned. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhao Sanyuan in astonishment and said, "Clan leader, we didn't provoke the demigod. You didn't provoke him. Did he provoke you?" Hearing this, Zhao Sanyuan shouted angrily. The kneeling warrior said in a messy voice, Clan leader, we really didn't provoke a strong man in the demigod realm, and no strong man in the demigod realm made things difficult for us. You are so fucking." Instantly, Zhao Sanyuan was furious. "You didn't provoke the demigod, and the demigod didn't provoke you either. If that's the case, why did he blackmail my Zhao family for 500 million stones?" Well, hearing this, the kneeling warrior was stunned again, then he shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Chief, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong." "What's wrong?" Zhao Sanyuan frowned. The kneeling warrior said, "Chief, that big guy who asked us for 500 million stones is not a demigod. He is at the peak of the saint realm. What? After hearing this, not only Zhao Sanyuan, but also the other Zhao family members present were shocked. Entering the peak of the Saint Realm. Looking at the kneeling warrior, Zhao Sanyuan's face turned pale and he asked, "You said that person is at the peak of the Saint Realm?" "Yes, it is," the kneeling warrior said tremblingly. "You are so fucking." In an instant, Zhao Sanyuan burst into a curse. "A warrior who has entered the Saint Realm. You actually told me that as long as there is no demigod, he can destroy my Zhao family." Clan leader, this is what he said. Feeling Zhao Sanyuan's anger, the kneeling warrior immediately began to explain. Zhao Sanyuan was immediately furious. He felt like he was being played a trick on someone, and he cursed, "Fuck, are you mentally retarded? Do you believe what he says?" The kneeling warrior looked aggrieved, but I don't think he is joking. He doesn't look like he's joking, does he? Can you please use your brain? Zhao Sanyuan felt like he was going crazy. A saint-level warrior threatened to destroy my Zhao family, and you actually believed that? Are you a pig? Suddenly, the kneeling warrior was speechless. "I'll settle your account with you later." Pointing at the warrior kneeling on the ground, Zhao Sanyuan said something vicious, and then he looked at Zhao Sihai on the side. Thinking that his Zhao family was almost scared away by a warrior who had entered the Saint Realm, Zhao Sanyuan could not suppress the anger in his heart, so he said, "Second brother, you go there in person and take care of that blind thing for me. Bastard, he is only in the Saint Realm, but he dares to come to my Zhao family's territory and act wildly. He is simply courting death." Hearing this, Zhao Sihai hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, would it be inappropriate to take direct action?" After a pause, Zhao Sihai continued, "After all, the other party is so confident, so they must have something to rely on. If we attack directly, it will be equivalent to completely angering the other party. If my Zhao family is really defeated by the other party, then there will be no room for recovery, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Sanyuan frowned. Although the anger in his heart had not subsided, he was much more sober. After all, Zhao Sihai's concerns were not wrong. After thinking it over again and again, Zhao Sanyuan said in a deep voice, "Well, don't rush to take action after you go there. Test the depth of that kid first. If he really has some ability, then my Zhao family doesn't mind teaching him. But 500 million stones is impossible. My Zhao family can only give him 50 million at most. But if he is just a straw bag who wants to scare us and make some money." As he spoke, Zhao Sanyuan's eyes turned cold and he said, "Then peel off his skin and hang him on the city gate for public display. Just use him to remind others that my Zhao family is not to be trifled with." "Good." Zhao Sihai responded with one word and then left the hall directly. "Everyone else should go away." After Zhao Sihai left, Zhao Sanyuan looked at the other people in the hall and waved his hand. He originally thought that the Zhao family had provoked an irresistible powerful enemy and was about to face a disaster, but he did not expect that the other party was just a warrior at the peak of the Saint Realm. Although reaching the peak of the Saint Realm is not weak, it is not strong either. In the heaven beyond heaven, even an absolute genius who can fight against enemies higher than himself, with the cultivation base at the peak of the Saint Realm, can only contend with those at the Soul Fusion Realm. As for fighting against those at a higher level, that is absolutely impossible. Now, a warrior who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm actually said that he wanted to destroy his Zhao family. In Zhao Sanyuan's opinion, this is simply bullshit. But it was also their fault for not asking clearly beforehand, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a false alarm. Zhao Sanyuan thought so, and the other core members of the Zhao family present also thought so. Reaching the peak of the Holy Realm. One person challenges the Zhao family. In their opinion, Niu Duoduo is just a fool and a rookie who is courting death. As soon as Zhao Sanyuan finished speaking, all the Zhao family members stopped staying and walked out of the hall. "Someone come." After all the core members of the Zhao family left, Zhao Sanyuan shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 2 Zhao family guards ran in from outside the hall. "Chief." Facing Zhao Sanyuan, they spoke respectfully. Zhao Sanyuan did not hesitate at all. He pointed directly at the Zhao family warrior who was still kneeling in the center of the hall and said in a deep voice, "Drag him away. According to the family law, he will be punished with 300 strokes of the cane." Buzz. Hearing this, the Zhao family warrior's body trembled violently. "Yes, Patriarch." The 2 Zhao family guards responded immediately, and then they directly set up the Zhao family warriors. "No." Instantly, the warriors of the Zhao family exclaimed, and said anxiously, "Patriarch, what I said is true, he is really strong I'm stronger than your sister." Hearing this, Zhao Sanyuan's face twisted, and his anger grew even stronger, so he said, "Add another 300 to me, and I'll be sentenced to 600 canings." Chapter 11:22, Killed with One Palm. City of Heaven, at the city gate. It has been about 40 minutes since the Zhao family warriors left, and quite a few people have gathered inside the city gate. A rough look shows that there are definitely no less than 30,000 people, and many people are still gathering towards the city gate. It is really for the people of Tianji City. Someone openly blackmailing the Zhao family for 500 million jewels is too sudden, too shocking, and too exciting. No matter what the final result will be, they don't want to miss this drama, and they want to catch a glimpse of this madman. In the center of the crowd, Ye Bufan sat on a chair that Lu Sanuo had found from somewhere. His right foot was on the captain of the Zhao family, and his left foot was resting on his right thigh. He was humming a little tune, looking calm and comfortable. Behind Ye Bufan stood the respectful Lu Sanuo. Beside the two men, more than 10 warriors of the Zhao family had been lying on the ground for 40 minutes, not daring to move at all. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people watching the scene all looked at Ye Bufan without exception. I didn't expect this madman to be so young. Young people are frivolous. Otherwise, with his cultivation level of entering the Saint Realm, how could he dare to openly challenge the Zhao family and extort 500 million stones from them? In my opinion, he is simply courting death. That's not necessarily true. Not necessarily. Ridiculous. Do you think that with his saint-level cultivation, he can still destroy the Zhao family? How can you guarantee that he can't do it? After all, there is no shortage of geniuses who are willing to challenge higher-level opponents in this world. There must be a limit to challenging people of higher levels, right? As far as I know, in the past 1,000 years, our most powerful Yi Tianshang in Tianyi can only challenge enemies of one major realm, right? I will assume that he is as good as Yi Tianshang. With his cultivation at the peak of the Saint Realm, one major realm he can cross is the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm. Don't forget that the Zhao family has a strong man at the Fatian Realm. Do you think that he, a peak saint, can compete with a strong man at the Fatian Realm? What's more, the Zhao family doesn't have only one Fatian realm. If they are pushed to the limit and they attack together, I'm afraid this kid will be killed instantly. That's right. Yeah, so I said, this kid is simply looking for death. Ah, what a pity. Finally someone who dares to challenge the Zhao family shows up, but he is just a young man at the peak of the Saint Realm. Why hasn't a demigod come for a long time? Demigod. Don't be ridiculous. Would a demigod crystal expert come to the first heaven? Even if you invite him, he may not come. Is it not enough for me to just think about it? Haha, I actually think so too. Ever since the Zhao family came to Tianji City, life has become unbearable. Every day when they enter and leave the city, they have to pay 10 yuanxi. This is no different from robbing money. Don't complain. Our first heaven is different now. Since these families moved in, who in the first heaven has had an easier life? And our place is still considered good. I heard that people in some places were directly forced by the major families to go to the battlefield as cannon fodder. We are just suffering a little bit now, so be content. Oh, this is such a sin. I really hope Lin Loyan can come to our Tianji City and kill these bastards directly. Shish, what are you talking about? Stop talking, the Zhao family is here. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and the original discussions disappeared instantly. Behind the crowd, a group of 15 people from the Zhao family, led by Zhao Sihai, came slowly. When they came in front of the crowd, the onlookers instinctively stepped aside without any hesitation to make way for the Zhao family. Zhao Sihai walked forward, while the people around him whispered, "I didn't expect that Zhao Sihai, the second master of the Zhao family, would come in person. Now, I'm afraid that any of the little brothers will have no chance to escape." Who says it's not true? The second master of the Zhao family is a strong man at the initial stage of the Flying Sky Realm. It's over, it's over. This little brother is definitely finished. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Since you're seeking death, who can you blame? In a brief moment, while the onlookers were discussing, Zhao Sihai and 14 Zhao family members had arrived in front of Ye Bufan. When they saw the Zhao family warrior who was knocked to the ground and the Zhao family team leader who was stepped on by Ye Bufan, they couldn't help but feel the rage in their hearts rising up instantly. Zhao Sihai also frowned, then looked at Ye Bufan in front of him and looked him up and down. In his eyes, Ye Bufan's outfit made him look like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Moreover, with his cultivation level at the initial stage of the Flying Sky realm, he could tell at a glance that Ye Bufan was only at the peak of the Saint realm. Compared to his own initial stage of Fatian realm, in Zhao Sihai's opinion, Ye Bufan was just an ant, but he did not attack directly. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan and said indifferently, "Little brother, are you the Niu Duoduo?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan, who had originally ignored Zhao Sihai, immediately looked at him and said unhappily, "Who is your little brother? Look at yourself, how am I younger than you? I am older than you in every way." Puff. Hearing this, some people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Sihai's mouth twitched. Now he was more and more convinced that Ye Bufan was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. However, he didn't care about these things. Instead, he calmed down and said, "Are you Niu Duoduo?" "Nonsense, I'm not Niu Duoduo, are you?" Ye Bufan cursed, and then asked, "Who are you?" As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, without waiting for Zhao Sihai to answer, Lu Sanuo behind him immediately bent down and whispered in Ye Bufan's ear, "My lord, he is the younger brother of the Zhao family head, Zhao Sihai, the second master of the Zhao family, and he is at the initial stage of the Flying Heaven realm." Great King. Lu Sanuo's address to Ye Bufan made everyone around him twitch their lips and break out in a cold sweat. Even Zhao Sihai was no exception. Oh, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He just responded with a look of understanding. Then he looked at Zhao Sihai, stepped on the team leader under his feet, and said, "You are their second king." Without waiting for Zhao Sihai to answer, Ye Bufan changed the subject and asked suddenly, "Did you bring the money?" Hearing this, Zhao Sihai frowned. He looked at Ye Bufan, not knowing whether Ye Bufan was pretending to be calm or if he really had something to rely on, so he said, "Brother Duoduo, I wonder how these ignorant guys offended you. Tell me, and I'll help you teach them a lesson." When Zhao Sihai said this, the people watching around were stunned. What does the Zhao family mean by this? Are you ready to give in and compromise? Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan said, "They didn't offend me. I just got out and I don't have any money, so I wanted to ask you for some. I just got out and I don't have any money, so I wanted to ask you for some. I just came out and don't have any money, so I'm asking you for some." Damn. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone around him was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat.